Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 81, Shinigami vs. God. Summoning Jutsu. The animal path pain makes many hand signs and summons a variety of animal summons. A giant drill-beaked bird, a giant multi-headed dog, a giant snake-tailed chameleon, a giant panda, a giant centipede, a giant rhino, and a giant ox. Show him what true pain is. The animal path directs all of his summons at Asuna. That's a very nice zoo you have opened there. Let me pet these animals for you. Izuna makes a large, lightning release, vanishing Resigning, and throws it towards the summoned creatures. The giant panda jumps in front of the Resigning and tanks the hit for other summoned creatures. Puff. The panda disappears in a puff of white smoke. Scree. The giant drill-beaked bird shoots out from the white smoke at a quick speed. Swift release, sonic steps. Izuna disappears from his position, leaving a blurry shadow behind. The bird pierces the blurry shadow with the drill-shaped beak. The shadow turns into a large lightning net and traps the bird. The bird struggles inside the net as lightning continue to zap it. Storm release, laser circus. Izuna appears above the giant dog and chops into pieces. The chopped pieces of the dog regenerate into new dogs and multiple dogs line up. Woof, woof. The dogs bark madly and chase Izuna. Bad doggo. Bad doggo. Let me chain you up. Metal release, Iron Maiden. A large Iron Maiden with multiple chains erupts from the ground. The chains bind up the dogs and pull them inside the Iron Maiden. The spiky interior of Iron Maiden closes up and turns the dogs into a beehive. Boom. Many explosive eggs fell upon Izuna's position. Earth-style, mud dome. Izuna blocks the explosive eggs. He makes some hand signs. Ice release, ice prison. Izuna freezes the bird in midair. The bird fell on the ground and shattered into countless ice splinters. Bad bird. You should not kill, just bomb your eggs. Bam. The giant ox slams into Izuna, throwing him far away. Izuna stands up and dusts off his clothes. The metal coating on his body disappears and Izuna slowly walks towards the ox. The ox charges again to slam in Izuna. Izuna clenches his fist and coats them with metal chakra. His fists turn into steel and Izuna punches the ox. The horns of the ox snap in half, and it is sent flying by the blow. A forked tongue appears out of nowhere and stabs into Izuna's body. Shatter. Izuna's body shatters into various particles, and he appears behind the camouflaged chameleon. I have been waiting for you to attack. Water style, high-pressure jet. Izuna chops down the chameleon summon in half with a high-pressure water jet. Poof. The chameleon disappears in a large puff of smoke. I am getting tired of your summons. It is time to end this. Izuna claps his hand and yells. Radiation release, nuclear devastation. He throws out a small green orb from his hands. The orb travels in the midst of the summons and expands rapidly. Boom. The green orb explodes in a large column of light and engulfs all the summons. Bang. Izuna suddenly appears in front of Animal Path and punches him in the gut. The pain path zooms past the light pillar and collides with a large boulder and shatters it. It continues to get pushed back by the momentum and breaks multiple towers as it enters inside the aim. Bang. The pain crashes into the ground and creates a large crater. The body of the pain path is badly damaged and there is an enormous gaping hole in its stomach. All the black chakra rod piercings have been ejected out from its body. So, this is the puny power of a self-proclaimed god. Pretty unremarkable, if I would have to say. Your weakness disgusts me. Izuna taunts pain. Come on, send all paths of pain. I am tired of fighting against the animal path. I am God. My words and thoughts become the law of nature. I can defy the very existence of death since I have long ago shed my humanity and transcended godhood. I am a god of peace, and you have disrupted the order and peace. Now get ready for your punishment. Multiple pain paths appear beside the damaged body of the animal path. The Naraka path makes some hand signs and slams his hand on the ground. A large head of King of Hell sprouts out from the ground. It has Resigning similar to other pain paths and is surrounded by purple flames of hell. The King of Hell opens its mouth wide and tendrils like arms appears its mouth and pull the damaged body of Animal Path inside it. The King of Hell ingests the body of Animal Path and channels the restorative powers of Naraka Path. After a while, the Animal Path walks out of King of Hell's mouth fully rejuvenated. So, that's the power of fabled Resigning. I never expected the leader of Akatsuki to possess such a powerful dojutsu. Izuna remarks to Pain. So, the Black Zetsu has been monitoring me for a while. I bet he is enjoying my fight against the Pain. I can't kill Pain now. I don't fear any plot change, but I want a motive for Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke, and Naruto to grow stronger. Pain shall serve that purpose. But that doesn't mean I can't rough him up. I can't wait to fight against Grandpa Madara, and it seems like Nagato has yet to figure out the complete power of Rinnegan. Those who seek power will find only ruination. Men are not gods. No matter what they try, they can never escape the fact that they are human, and are susceptible to the same flaws. But to those who dare to avert the truth with self-conjured lies, they shall ultimately pay the price of forsaking their very identity, for an ephemeral illusion. Izuna responds to Pain. My pain and suffering have gone beyond any known parameter. I have awakened as a god. These eyes granted me the ability to see the truth of the world. This world is corrupted by the selfishness and desires of humanity. My quest for peace is nothing but a way to seek salvation for this doomed world. My desire for power is only a tiny fragment of my desire for peace. The world needs a god to direct it, and now I have been born with that power. Submit to my cause, Shinigami, and the world shall see true peace. Deva Path Pain answers. Kami-sama, I am not interested in any of your bullcrap. I am here on a mission and you are preventing me from completing my mission. God or not, I will butcher you if you dare interfere with my mission. You need to know Pain before you understand the sentiments of God. Deva Path gets into a formation with other paths. I don't care about your God complex. I just want some answers and that's all. You can continue to be the so-called God all you want. Izuna taunts Pain. Pain ignores Izuna and attacks him with all of his paths. The Azura path opens its palms and various heat-seeking missiles lock on Izuna. The missiles track Izuna and explode. Izuna dodges the explosion and makes some hand signs. Inferno style, heat ray. He fires a concentrated beam of fire towards the Azura path. The Preta path jumps in front of the Azura path and absorbs the chakra from the jutsu. The Azura path detaches its arm to reveal a cluster of the segmented missile. All the missile locks on Izuna and follows his trail. The Azura path bends down and fires a massive metal blade from its back. This double attack blocks all paths of the escape of Izuna. Izuna channels chakra in his hands, and his hand gets coated in dark chakra. The hand turns into an enormous claw composed of darkness. Darkness style, shadow claw. The claw grabs hold of the large metal blade and block the explosion of missiles. They are avoiding direct eye contact with me. Are they afraid of my Sharingan Genjutsu? The biggest weakness of Pain was Genjutsu. If you think you can avoid my Genjutsu by avoiding eye contact, then you are sorely mistaken. Izuna claps his hands and makes some hand signs. Sound release, death song. Izuna cast a sound-based Genjutsu on Pain. Many sound waves ripple through the air and enter the ears of Pain. The Pain trembles and his chakra gets disrupted. Impossible, Genjutsu. How can this be? I made sure to avoid contact with your Sharingan. The Pain is paralyzed and looks at Izuna with disbelief. Izuna vanishes and appears before the Azura path. He smashes the Azura path to rubbles. I will take this for research. These things are a good transmitter of chakra. Izuna pulls out the black chakra rod and stores it inside a scroll. Time to tone down his god complex. Izuna breaks apart all the remaining paths except for Deva Path. Chapter 82, 82. Itachi in danger. Oi. Oi. Itachi. You better not think that you saved my ass there. I could have taken care of myself out there. Tenma Izumo, one of Itachi's teammate, bickers in front of Itachi. The thought hasn't crossed my mind. Itachi nonchalantly replies to Tenma. Even if you didn't end up helping me. Bonk. Tenma is interrupted by a punch from Itachi's other teammate, Shinko Inari. Tenma clutches his head and questions Shinko. Ah. That hurts. What are you doing? Why are you still saying stuff like that? He's your friend. Of course. He is going to help you. Shinko reprimands Tenma. Heh. Me. His friend. Are you daydreaming? Tenma points at himself and Itachi. I was just fulfilling my mission. Itachi calmly replied to Shinko. Bam, bam. Shinko punches both Itachi and Tenma. Both of you stop bickering like this. We have completed our escort mission of Land of Fire's daimyo. Yuki-sensei has to move ahead of us due to the mission. Shinko presses her hands against her non-existent chest. You too, Itachi. Stop being so difficult to Tenma. Shinko reprimanded Itachi. All right. Isn't there something you want to say to Itachi? Shinko folds her arms and stares at Tenma. Tenma gulps a mouthful of saliva and avoids Shinko's gaze. He points a finger towards Itachi and speaks to him. I swear I'll make up to you for this. Shinko elbows Tenma in the gut. Why can't you just say, thank you? Tenma gets up and they continue to travel towards Konoha. After a while, a swirling portal opens up in front of them. Obito walks out of the portal and looks at Itachi. Found you. Since you are the only one out of the protection of Leaf Village, I have to go with you. I am sure if I take you as a hostage, it will force him to stop his action. The masked Obito attacks Team 2. Enemy, get in formation. Itachi warns his teammates. He immediately makes some hand signs. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Itachi launches a giant fireball at the masked men. The giant fireball phases through the masked men. How is this possible? Itachi's eyes widen. My fireball phased through his body. How? He quickly makes more hand signs and launches many shurikens towards the masked men. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Itachi takes out another shuriken and throws it towards the rest of shurikens. The shurikens change their trajectory and bombard the masked men at tricky angles. Looks like he is aiming for me. I have to buy some time for Tenma and Shinko to escape. The masked man avoids the shuriken and continues to move towards Itachi. Wind release, pressure breakthrough. Itachi fires a high-pressure compressed air towards the masked men. The compressed air phases through the masked men. Itachi had a serious expression. He forks out a scroll from his pocket and bit his thumb. Itachi wipes away the blood on the scroll and a seal appears on the scroll. I hope Nisan's jutsu work on him. Itachi points the scroll towards the masked men. Swish. A very fast black lightning arrow escapes from the scroll and penetrates the hand of the masked man. The black lightning arrow zaps the masked man and paralyzes him. Many Fuinjutsu seals binds him in one place. This is. The masked man's eyes widen, and he looks at Itachi with disbelief. So, this is the gift given to you by him. Not bad, if I have to say. But it won't be able to hold me for long. The masked man smirks. Obito activates the Hashirama cell inside his body and resists the paralysis caused by the black lightning arrow. Tenma, Shinko, we have to run as far as possible. We are no match for him, and I don't think even Sensei can do anything against him. We have to escape, my jutsu can only hold him for a few more moments. Itachi warns his teammates. But. Ask your questions later. For now, just run for your life. Itachi interrupts Tenma and runs towards the village. Tenma and Shinko follows Itachi. Itachi, who is he? He seems to be after you for some reason. Shinko questions Itachi while running. I don't know who he is. But he seems to be an enemy of Big Brother Izuna, and he wants to kidnap me to force Izuna Nii-san to do something for him. Itachi deducts. They run for 5 minutes and couldn't spot any trace of the masked man. Tenma and Shinko heaves a sigh of relief and Tenma speaks. That was a close call. We have escaped from him, I don't think he can trail us anymore. Oh. Do you honestly think you have shaken me off? The masked man walks out of a swirling portal. Tenma clenches a kunai in his right hand and shouts to Itachi. Itachi. My time to repay you have come. Tenma dashes towards the masked man. No, stop Tenma. You are no match for him. Itachi shouts to Tenma. Slash. The masked man slashes Tenma along his chest. A large fountain of blood spills from Tenma's chest and he desperately tries to attack the masked man. Slash. The masked man slashes again and Tenma's right hand separates from his body. Tenma falls on the ground and sorrowfully looks at Itachi. I am sorry, Itachi. I wasn't able to fulfill my promise. Tenma closes his eyes and silently lies on the ground. No. Tenma. No. Itachi shouts in desperation. Chakra gathers in his eyes, and Itachi awakens his Sharingan. 2 Tomo Sharingan appears in each of his eyes. Now come with me like an obedient child. The masked man approaches Itachi and tries to grab him. Crack. One of the bandages on Itachi's arms breaks and a large Fuinjutsu seal appears on the ground. A large tricorner red barrier encloses Itachi and pushes back the masked man. Your big brother is quite doting of his younger brother. He even places a 3-yang barrier formation to protect you in case of danger. Too bad it won't be able to last long against me. The masked man pulls out a large black rod from his sleeves. He stabs the black rod in the barrier. The black rod sucks out the chakra from the barrier. Crack. Cracks start to appear on the barrier and the masked man gets ready to attack Itachi. At Omega Kure. Izuna faces against pain. Nagato has summoned all 6 paths of pain to confront Izuna. Izuna destroyed all of them except for the Deva path. I will show you the true power of God. The Deva path claps his hands and infuses large amounts of chakra in his palms. Crack. One of the rings in Izuna's finger snaps in half. Izuna looks at the ring and a frown appears on his face. Itachi is in danger. He is facing a life and death situation. The safety of Itachi comes first. Looks like I have to postpone my fight against Deva Path. Goodbye. Kami-sama. I have some urgent matters to handle. I will see you later. Izuna looks at the Deva Path and disappears in a flash. Izuna's figure shatters into countless fragments and disappears from the scene. He left. Konan flies from a nearby boulder. He used the space-time ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage. I don't know what his intentions were, but thankfully he left us alone. I still don't have enough control over the movements of six paths. If we had continued, then I would have lost to him. He will be a great hindrance to us in the future. I would have to ask Madara to deal with him. I am sure only Madara can deal with him. The Deva Path remarks at Izuna's prowess. Together with Konan, he returns to Omega-kure. Obito stabs another black rod in the three-yang formation. It's almost time for it to break. I have to take him as a hostage and force the Shinigami to withdraw. Shatter. The three-yang formation shatters and the masked man continues forward to stab the black rod towards Itachi. Clank. Izuna teleports in front of Itachi and blocks the strike. I hope I have made it on time. Izuna looks towards a stunned Itachi and smiles at him. Let me deal with the enemy first and I will talk with you later. Izuna looks at the masked man. It's you again. You want to kill Itachi because you can't deal with me. Huh. I have to make sure you return with a few limbs less for your courage to pull such a stunt against me. Chirp. Chi. Izuna coats his blade in lightning chakra. The blade produces sounds similar to the chirping of 1,000 birds. No, not this technique. I don't want to see it again. Obito clutches his head as memories of Rin's death flash through his mind. Captain. Captain. A subtle voice breaks their momentum. Captain. What are you doing here? You were out on a mission, right? How come you are here? Izuna spots Kakashi dashing toward him from a distance. Kakashi. I have to go, I can't face him. Obito clutches his head and uses Kamui to teleport away. Izuna allows Obito to escape. Kakashi. What are you doing here? Izuna questions Kakashi. That's my question, Captain Izuna, Kakashi complains. I am you captain, right? So answer me first. Izuna ignores Kakashi's question. It is like this. Kakashi explains the details of his mission. A/N Well, it is my way to postpone one of the most awaited fight. Messing with Obito and Nagato will change much of the canon stuff and apparently most of you don't want that. So, here it is. Also, you can relate Itachi part to canon but for different mission. P.S. Don't hate me for it and just wait for next chapters. Everything will slowly be put into pieces. Chapter 83. A Day Off Part 1. Captain. Hokage-sama secretly tasked me to protect the fire daimyo. What about you? I thought you were out on another mission. Kakashi questioned Izuna. I had another mission, but the seal I placed on Itachi activated, so I had to teleport to him to protect him, Izuna replied to Itachi. Wah. Awa. Their attention is drawn by the wailing of Shinko. Shinko hugged Tenma's body and wailed loudly. Izuna immediately uses medical ninjutsu on Tenma to heal him. Tenma's wounds close, but his heartbeat has stopped. Izuna coats his hand in lightning chakra and defibrillate Tenma. The lightning chakra jerks Tenma's body, but he stays still. Izuna defibrillate him again, Tenma's body jerks again. After defibrillating for a while, a faint heartbeat starts in Tenma's body. Tenma slowly opens his eyes and coughs up blood. He looks around and spots others. Shinko supports him. He slowly stands up and feels the absence of his right hand. It is too late to heal your arm. The nerves near your arm stump have died already. I have already healed your injuries. Visit Konoha's hospital for further checkup. Izuna remind Tenma. Also, your career as a shinobi is over with that arm. No. My clan. My father. How will I secure them if I can't continue as a ninja? Tenma sobs. Face the reality of the situation. It is thanks to the expertise of Captain you could preserve your life, or else you would have died here. I am sure you will find a solution to your problem. For now, cherish your new life and find a new meaning to it. Kakashi advises Tenma. Life. Some people live for others. Some people live for their clan. What am I living for? Itachi contemplates. The figure of Sasuke's smile flashes in Itachi's mind. I am not sure, but I want to protect that smile of Sasuke. Itachi clenches his fist in a new resolve. All right, everyone. Grab hold of me. I will teleport all of you to Konoha. Izuna claps his hand to get their attention. Swoosh. Swoosh. All of them teleport to the gates of Konoha. Shinko and Itachi carry Tenma to the hospital. Kakashi and Izuna walk towards Hokage's office. Kakashi reports to Hiruzen and walks out of the office. Izuna stay behind to report to Hiruzen. You can report now. Hokage-sama. I successfully infiltrated Megakure to gather the intel. There is a civil war ongoing in AIM. Hanzo of the Salamander and the leader of Akatsuki Pain are engaged in a power struggle. Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, possessed the fabled Rinnegan Dojutsu. He is very powerful and we should avoid such a foe. He holds enough power to destroy the Leaf Village in seconds. I fought with him, but I have to teleport out from Megakure amid our fight. I could not meet or contact Hanzo. So, Hanzo's status is unknown. Hanzo is known for his cautious nature, so I am not sure of his status. But if I have to guess then, Pain will be able to deal with Hanzo. Izuna reports to Hiruzen. What? The leader of Akatsuki possesses the Rinnegan. That is grave news for Five Great Nation. If he possesses those eyes, then he holds enough power to rule over the world. That's a serious matter. We must not provoke AIM unnecessarily for a while. Hiruzen contemplates. Hokage-sama, Akatsuki is recruiting many S-rank criminals or missing means. I didn't spot Orochimaru with them, but I am sure he will join them in the future. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket and presents it to Hiruzen. This is the intel on abilities of the leader of Akatsuki, Pain. I have noted down all of his powers and capabilities. Hokage-sama, I suggest not to send any more spies in Megakure. Pain considers himself a god, and he possesses such power. His motto is world peace, but I doubt it to be true. I am unsure of their aim. But I would suggest monitoring Akatsuki. Izuna warns Hiruzen. Very well. I will keep that in mind. I approve your request for retirement. Before you retire from Anbu, I would like to know the name of a suitable candidate for the captain's position of Team Rho. You know about your team much better than me, so I leave this choice to you. Then I will recommend Vice Captain Kakashi Hatake for this position. He has enough experience and strength to lead the Team Rho. Hokage-sama. I will leave the village for a while. I want to wander around the world and satiate my curiosity. Izuna presents his opinion. It will truly be unfortunate for Anbu to lose a member like you. Very well, I will accept your request. I will send you on a long-term mission outside Konoha. Hiruzen takes out a scroll from his drawer and writes something on it. He gives the scroll to Izuna and continues. From onwards, Izuna Uchiha, I relieve you from your duties as Anbu captain. I will assign you a long-term S-rank mission to gather information about Akatsuki. You can use any means available to you. You should contact Jiraiya, his information network is widespread across many nations. Dismiss. Yes, Hokage-sama. Izuna stands up and disappears from the spot. His figure shatters in countless fragments of light. That's a wonderful trick. Hiruzen stares at the fragments with wide eyes. It's time for some peeking, Ohan. I mean some research. Hiruzen takes out his crystal ball from the drawer and starts his research. There is something which I need to take care of before I leave the village. I will take care of them in these few days. Izuna walks up to Senju compounds while lost in his thoughts. He enters inside the compound. Shizen walks out of the house and greets him. It has been a while, Izuna-kun. Tsunade-sama is in Leaf Hospital. If you want to meet with her, then you have to visit her office. Yes, it has been a while. I am here to meet with Naruto. I want to spend some time together with him. Where is he? Nisan. Nisan. I am here, Nisan. Databio. Naruto runs out of the house. Naruto wore a white t-shirt with an Uzumaki symbol on his back. His yellow hairs are as messy as ever. Izuna ruffles his hair. Naruto, come, big brother will take you on an outing. Where do you want to go? Ramen. I want to eat ramen, big brother Izuna. Take me to Ichiraku Ramen. I want to eat their ramen. Naruto jumps in excitement. Okay. Okay. Calm down. We will go together with Sasuke. Let us fetch him. No, I don't want to go with him. Databio. Naruto puffs his cheeks. Come on. Naruto. He is like your big brother. Why you don't want to go with him? But Nisan. He gets all the attention, and others ignore me and even avoid me. That's not cool at all. Also, Sasuke is very strong. I also want to grow strong. Big brother, teach me some cool jutsu. I also want to become a very cool ninja and throw some powerful jutsu at my enemies. Naruto complains. Okay. Okay. I will teach you some jutsu later. For now, let us eat some ramen. Yay. Ramen. Let us eat ramen. I will eat lots of ramens. I love ramen. Databio. Naruto cheers upon the mention of ramen. Both of us walk towards Uchiha compounds. We pick up Sasuke from his house and continue to roam around the market. I buy lots of things for Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, let us buy new clothes for you. After buying clothes we will eat some ramen. Izuna drags a drooling Naruto towards a cloth shop. Sasuke. You also pick something you like. I will buy it for you. Sasuke cheers up and looks towards the weapon shop with sparkling eyes. I select various clothes for Naruto. He tries them all but picks up orange-colored clothes. He still likes orange color. Some things will never change. Nissan. Nissan. Sasuke tugs my clothes and points towards the weapon shop. I want to buy a blade, Nii-san. Both you and Shisui Nii-san looks way too cool with the tanto. I also want to swing around a tanto and fight my enemies. Nissan. Can you buy me one, please? Sasuke makes puppy eyes at Izuna. Okay. Okay. I will buy the tanto. You can ask Shisui to train you in kenjutsu. Once you master all of his moves, I will train you further. Yay. You are the best Nii-san. Sasuke jumps happily. Inside the Leaf Hospital. Achoo. Itachi sneezes and looks around. Somehow, I feel like someone is stealing Sasuke away from me. I won't allow such a thing. I will buy a gift for Sasuke later. Chapter 84, Side Story #Hyuga Affair Part 1. Chirp, chirp. A bird flies across the sky, casting a shadow above Izuna's head. Yawn. Izuna stands up and stretches his arms. Oi. Shisui, Itachi, get up. Enough rest already, let's continue with the training. Izuna wakes up an exhausted Shisui and Itachi relaxing beside him. Itachi and Shisui groggily open their eyes and complain. Let us rest a little more. We have trained non-stop for almost 7 hours already. You only allowed us an hour break. Don't be lazy bums and get your asses on the training field or I will double your training from tomorrow. Izuna rebukes them. Hi, we understand. Itachi and Shisui lazily stand up and stretch their muscles. Izuna speechlessly looks at their reaction. Am I too soft on them? He ponders. Itachi and Shisui look at Izuna's expression. It is because you always double our training. We don't even have the count of the number of instances. Ah. Looks like I have been too strict with their training. I will give them a break for today. Shisui and Itachi eagerly wait for his response. Is that so? Then, I guess it can't be helped. Just deal with it. You will get used to it someday. Izuna grins and replies to them. No. Shisui and Itachi depressingly drop down their head. Big brother Izuna is a slave driver. Both of them look at the smiling face of Izuna. No, he is a devil. Both of them mutter silently. Just kidding. I will give you a break for a day or two. Izuna looks at their gloomy expression. Phew. Shisui and Itachi sigh in relief. Oh. Did I hear something offending earlier? Or is it my ears that were ringing because of the breeze? Izuna has a wicked smile on his face as he looks at Shisui and Itachi. No. No. Izuna Nii-san. It must be the air. We spoke nothing earlier. Shisui and Itachi sweat buckets. We don't want to increase our training because of our stupid remark. They silently pray in their heart. Okay. It's fine. Both of you can have a break. How about a hot spring bath? We can even bring Naruto and Sasuke too. Izuna suggests to them. Yes, it is a nice idea. We will meet you later in the evening. Shisui hurriedly remarks and escapes with Itachi. Looks like I have to give them break more often. I don't want to hamper their growth and potential, especially Itachi. Izuna continues to swing his blade. There are various gravity seals on the blade and it almost weighs around 200 kilograms. I have progressed quite a lot in 8 gates. For now, 6 gates are my limit. I can't push for the 7th gate. There are too many things to learn. Quit, key. Izuna raises his head and spots an eagle flying through the skies. That's a summon from Hokage. Looks like this is the end of my training session. Izuna puts back the blade in his bracer and wipes his sweat and uses a simple water jutsu to clean his body. He flickers towards Hokage office. Inside Hokage office. Hiruzen is looking at a pile of documents in front of him. Sigh. This paperwork. Guess I will not get my research time today. Knock, knock. Someone knocks on the door. Come in. Izuna enters the office and bows in front of Hiruzen and waits for his orders. Hiruzen places the paperwork aside and takes out a scroll from the pile. Captain Izuna, Uchiha of Anbu Team Rho, I have an S-rank mission for you. Yes, Hokage-sama. You are aware of the recent tension between Kirigakure and Konoha. In the previous war, our Konoha won the war against Kumo and Kumo lost their raikage. Naturally, they weren't satisfied with the result of the war. Strife and conflicts are common at the border, but Kumo has been aggressively recently and may recklessly start another war. Hiruzen pauses and tosses the scroll towards Izuna. Izuna takes the scroll and schemes through its contents. To avoid the conflict, the Elder Council has decided to sign a peace treaty with Kirigakure. So, the entourage of Kirigakure will arrive in a few days. Hiruzen turns towards Izuna and continues. Izuna Uchiha, I want you to monitor their activities and prevent any suspicious activity. I don't want to give Kumo a reason to start another war and disrupt the peace. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will deploy my team around the borders and the village and monitor them. Good. Hiruzen nods his head and dismisses Izuna. Izuna walks towards the door. Wait a sec. Hiruzen stops Izuna. In a few more days, the princess of Hyuga clan will turn 3, which coincides with the arrival of the Kumo entourage. I want you to personally monitor the security of Hyuga princess if in any case, the Kumo entourage joins the celebration. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will keep that in mind. Izuna nods to Hiruzen and flickers out from the office. I hope no major incident will happen this time. Konoha is at its weakest right now. If Kumo ignites the spark of war, then Konoha will suffer and that fence-sitter may backstab us. Being a Hokage is a tiring task. Looks like my age has caught up to me. I am not that energetic anymore. Hiruzen depressingly looks at the huge pile of paperwork. Outside Hokage office. Izuna is walking towards Uchiha compounds while lost in his thoughts. So, it's time for that event. Almost 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. I have no bad blood with Hyugas. I will help them out this time and maybe they will accept Naruto more openly in the future. Izuna Nii-san. Izuna Nii-san. A childish voice breaks Izuna's train of thoughts. Izuna turns in the source's direction. Sasuke runs towards him and hugs his legs. Izuna Nii-san. Let's go to the hot spring. You promise me, right? You haven't forgotten about it, right? Sasuke stares at Izuna with cute puppy eyes. Ah. How can I forget about my promise to you? Come, let's go to hot springs. Izuna lifts Sasuke and places him on his shoulders. Sasuke piggyback rides Izuna as they walk towards the hot springs. Sasuke, let's pick up Naruto. We will go together. Okay. Izuna walks towards Senju compounds and picks up Naruto. Izuna Nii-san. I also want piggyback ride. It's not fair for only Sasuke to get the piggyback ride. Naruto hugs Izuna's right leg. Okay. Okay. Calm down, Naruto. I will give a piggyback ride to you too. Izuna places Sasuke on his left shoulder and picks up Naruto and places him on his right shoulder. Yay. Naruto claps his little hands and cheers. They continue to walk among the streets of Konoha. That's the demon fox brat. Who is carrying him? One of the civilian murmurs to another civilian as they spot Naruto. Shoo, that's an Uchiha. Can't you see the Uchiha clan symbol on his back? Uchiha or not, he is carrying that demon fox. That demon fox killed my father, I can't stand his sight. Another person whispers to them. Izuna notices them and hears their conversation. That bastard Danzo is spreading rumors about Naruto, or how else these civilians will come to know the top secret information of village. TCH. I won't allow them to slander Naruto. Izuna looks towards the civilians. Genjutsu, Sharingan. He cast a small genjutsu on them. The 3 civilians mindlessly walk towards a sewer opening and dives in it. Plop, plop, plop. The genjutsu dispels, and they look around. Arg. This smell. Where am I? The civilians look around. This is, sewer of Konoha. How did I come here? Why can't I recall anything? Have I drunk too much alcohol? All 3 civilians questions themselves. Izuna reaches the hot springs together with Naruto and Sasuke. He spots Shisui and Itachi at the entrance and greets them. All of them enter the hot spring to enjoy a warm bath. Chapter 85-84. A Day Off Part 2. Slurp. Slurp. Izuna, Sasuke, and Naruto are slurping their ramen. So, good. Ichiraku Ramen is the best out there. Databio. Naruto praises the ramen. Not bad. I like this ramen. Sasuke compliments the ramen. Yes, it is very good, and Tsuchi-san takes care of every fine detail when preparing the ramen. The correct amount of broth, the flavor, the nutrition. He has got you covered in all aspects. Izuna remarks while slurping his ramen. Hun. Tsuchi nods in satisfaction. His 9-year-old daughter walks out of the house. Oh. I am my daughter. Sit near the counter. I will teach you how to make ramen later. Ayam sits near the counter and watches us. Tsuchi-san. She is your daughter? I question Tsuchi despite knowing the fact. Yes, she is my little daughter. Her mother passed away shortly after her birth. Tsuchi reminisces his past and sighs in grief. Tsuchi-san. Why don't you enroll Ayam in Ninja Academy? I question him. I am curious to know the reason why Ayam never entered the academy. Sigh. She is not cut to be a ninja. My wife's last wish was to ensure a secure future for our daughter. Ayam is just like her mother. She is kind-hearted, quiet, and cheerful. I want her to stay that way, and besides, after my retirement, she will take care of my ramen shop. Tsuchi replies. So, that's how it is. I nod to him and continue eating my ramen. Guess everyone wants to live a peaceful life. Seconds, give me a second bowl. Databio. Naruto raises the empty bowl. Eat slowly, Naruto, you can eat all you want. But eat slowly. Izuna reprimands Naruto. But it is so delicious. I can't stop eating, Databio. Naruto continues to inhale his ramen. This boy. Izuna shakes his head. Do you know your big brother Izuna is the first person to eat this heavenly ramen? Izuna points out to Naruto. Wow. Really? That's so cool, Izuna nii-san. Tell me more about it. Naruto's interest peaks. He slows down his eating and curiously looks at Izuna to listen to his story. It was around 6 years ago when Ichiraku Ramen celebrated its grand opening ceremony. I was the first customer in the shop. I lined up early in the morning to eat the ramen before anyone else. It was also during this moment that Minato-san, your fath. Izuna pauses for a while before he continues. The fourth Hokage invited me on a mission. Wow. Big brother, you went on a mission with fourth Hokage. But what is a Hokage? It sounds so cool. Databio. Naruto looks at Izuna with sparkling eyes. The Hokage is the strongest and the most respected ninja of the village. All loves him and everyone respects him and follows his orders. Izuna explains to Naruto. Wow. That sounds so cool. I will also become a hot shit. Whatever it is. Then everyone in the village will respect me and won't shun me away. Naruto raises his fist in the air. Okay. Okay. Hokage-sama. Now eat your ramen before it gets cold. If you want to become a Hokage, then you will have to train hard to get stronger than everyone else. I will train you in the future. For now, eat your ramen. Yay. Izuna nii-san will teach me jutsu. Databio. Naruto eats his ramen. I feel a sharp stare at my back. I turn around and notice Sasuke staring at me. He pouts and questions. Izuna nii-san, you will teach jutsu to this dumb Naruto, but you won't teach me anything. I also want to learn jutsu. Sasuke complains. Sasuke. I already taught you fireball jutsu. Have you mastered it yet? I will teach you your next jutsu only after you have mastered the previous one. I have already mastered fireball jutsu. I impressed father by my jutsu. Now teach me more jutsu. Sasuke demands. Okay. Okay. I will teach you later. You can ask Shisui to teach you more jutsu. He will teach you more. Once you have mastered all of his jutsus, I will train you further. Yay. You are the best, Izuna-ni-san. Sasuke cheers up. Achoo. Itachi sneezes while returning home. Why, I have a feeling that my cute little brother is getting away from me. I must buy a gift for him. The other day Sasuke asked me to buy him a tanto. I will buy a small blade for him as a gift. Itachi flickers towards the weapon shop. Later in the evening. Izuna drops Sasuke at his house and visits Senju compounds with Naruto. Tsunade greets him at doorsteps. It has been a while, kid, you finally got some time to visit me. I am home, Granny Tsunade, Naruto shouts to Tsunade. Tsunade flicks Naruto's forehead in response. Who are you calling Granny, you brat? I am still too young to be a granny. Naruto rubs his forehead and runs inside the house. Kid, we need to talk. Let's visit the newly opened Yakiniku Q restaurant. I heard that their salted beef tongue with Welsh onion is quite popular among the villagers. I wanted to try some with sake. Tsunade drags Izuna without asking for his consent. Izuna could only helplessly get dragged by Tsunade. They enter Yakiniku-Q and grab a table. Yakiniku-Q is a Korean, gyukaku-style yakiniku restaurant. Soon, we placed our order, and they brought the meat to us. I cooked the meat on the charcoal brazier placed at the center of the table. The aromatic smell of cooked meat caused me to drool. I applied some sauce on the meat and grilled it for a while. I cooked the meat to perfection. I picked up my chopsticks to grab the meat. Swish. Tsunade grabbed the meat before me and put it in her mouth. Munch, munch. Delicious. This is too delicious. Your cooking skills are quite good, kid. Tsunade continued to eat. Humph. I angrily harumphed at her. If you like meat this much, then cook your own. Izuna place another piece of meat on the grill. Tsunade chugs down 1 cup of sake after another. Ha. She gulped down another cup of sake and looked at Izuna, who is silently munching on a piece of meat. Say it, kid. Earlier you were searching for me. Shizun told me about it. What do you want to say to me? Izuna placed down his chopstick and thought of pranking Tsunade. He wants payback for the earlier piece of meat. Izuna grabs Tsunade's hand and looks in her eyes with a serious expression. Tsunade is startled by this sudden move and turns red from embarrassment. What are you doing? She stutters. Tsunade-san. It has been a while since we have known each other. The time we spent together has made me think differently about you. I have called you today to express my feelings for you. Tsunade gulps down her saliva and embarrassedly looks at Izuna while fidgeting. No, this is not possible. Our relationship can't exist. You are a lot younger than me and I had already given my heart to someone else. But. Thank you, Tsunade-san, for taking care of Naruto. He is like a younger brother to me and I am grateful to you for looking after him. Huh. Tsunade-san, what were you saying again? Izuna smirks at Tsunade. I heard something about love. Tsunade-san, do you love me? But aren't you too old for me? Tsunade's expression turns ugly. I have been played by this kid. A tick mark appears on her forehead and she punches Izuna. Izuna takes the punch like a man and gets blasted out from restaurant much further than Team Rocket. Damn. This kid. He played me again. Now, I have to pay the bill for the window, roof, and there is also the bill. Tsunade pulls out her purse and opens it. Buzz. A fly buzzes out from the purse. Tsunade takes out a note from the purse and places it on the table. Damn. I don't have money anymore. I have spent all of it on booze and gambling. Why there is so much less money for me? I have to borrow some from Sensei. He is Hokage and would have plenty of money to spare. Here. Keep this money as the expense for the roof, window, and the bill. Keep the change. The waiter picks up the old tattered note and looks at Tsunade. I hate to break it you, but you need to pay more. This amount won't cut it out. Your dinner was way more expensive. The meat was of premium quality and we used various expensive ingredients to prepare the sauce. Damn. You Izuna. Tsunade curse again. Here. Send this bill to Konoha's Leaf Hospital. They will take care of it. Tsunade hurriedly runs out of the restaurant. Huh. Can't afford the expensive food and boast around like they freaking own everything. The server angrily curses at Tsunade. Achoo. Izuna sneezes and looks towards Yakiniku-Q. He spots an angry Tsunade stomping out of the restaurant. Hello. Tsunade-san. How was the food? Did you enjoy it? He smirks at Tsunade. You kid. Tsunade tries to punch him again, but this time he dodges her attacks. Fine. I give up. You are so mean, Izuna-kun. You won't get a girlfriend like this. Tsunade complains and puffs her cheeks. Izuna pokes her cheeks and apologizes. I am sorry. Tsunade-san. As an apology, here take these million Ryo. That's all that I have at the moment. Swish. Before Izuna could finish his statement, Tsunade grabs the bundle of money and starts to count it. Dash. Izuna speechlessly looks at Tsunade. Tsunade stows the money in her purse and stares back at Izuna. Apology accepted. Now tell me the real reason why you were looking for me. Izuna stares at her for a while before he continues. Chapter 86, 85. Loose Ends Part 1. Tsunade-san, I will be leaving the village for a while. I have been assigned a top-secret mission by Hokage-sama. So, I won't be present in the village for a while. Izuna tells half-truth and half-lie to her. It would be too much of a hassle to explain to her. I hope she understands. Tsunade sobers up and looks at Izuna with a pensive gaze. Are you serious, kid? You are going on a long-term mission, that too out of the village. Tsunade scrunches her brow. Then what about me? I wanted to wander the world in search of new medicinal knowledge, and now you are leaving before me. Who will take care of Naruto during this time? Tsunade questions him. Tsunade-san. It won't take me too long. I will move out of the village only for 1 or 2 years. After which I will return. You can manage Naruto during this time. Tsunade ponders for a while before she nods. Very well, then you should hurry and complete whatever you are trying to do. I will only wait for 2 years. Thank you, Tsunade-san. Izuna returns to his house. During dinner time, he informs Akira and Aiko. Mom, Dad. I will be away from home for a year or 2. I have an urgent long-term mission to complete. Son. Why don't you reject this mission? I don't want to separate from you for this long. Aiko hugs Izuna. Last time. You went for almost 2 months. I don't want to spend another year or 2 in your absence. Aiko hugs him tightly and sighs in melancholy. Mom. I can return whenever I want. I have mastered the 4th Hokage's jutsu. I can just teleport back when my mission is completed. It is just a year or 2. They will pass soon. What? You will stay away on a mission for 2 years. That's too long, I won't accept it. Just refuse to Hokage-sama. I won't hear any of your thoughts on this matter. Aiko speaks stubbornly. But Mom. No buts. Aiko, it must be an important mission if it is issued directly by Hokage-sama. Our Izuna is strong enough to overcome any kind of difficulty. It is just a matter of 2 years. He even fought in the 3rd Ninja War and earned a name for himself. Akira tries to reason with Aiko. Fine. But you must visit us regularly. If you promise me this, then I will allow it. Aiko folds her hands and looks at Izuna. Okay. I promise. I will visit you regularly. Besides, I also want a cute little sister or brother during this time. Izuna jokes. You brat. It seems like you have learned a lot of things. Aiko pulls Izuna's ears. Ah. Izuna whines in pain. After a minute, Aiko releases him, and he returns to his room to prepare for his departure. Aiko. About what Izuna said. He is quite lonely by himself, why don't we? Ah. Aiko stomps on Akira's leg. Try to give birth once and you will understand my pain. So, is it a no? Akira depressingly looks at Aiko. We can consider it. Don't get me wrong, it is for Izuna's sake. Aiko blushes in embarrassment. Akira gulps his saliva, and a wide grin appears on his face. Aiko had no hope to become a mother again. But Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin and the greatest medical ninja, found a cure for her. Tsunade researched this matter after Izuna's request, and after 4 years of research, Tsunade figured out the method of surrogacy. It stunned Izuna when he heard that Tsunade figured out a way to use in vitro fertilization and deliver birth through assisted gestational surrogate. She is a one-of-kind medical genius. I wonder what wonders she could have created in my previous world. These were Izuna's thoughts when Tsunade explained the feasible solution for Aiko's condition. Unfortunately, her womb is permanently damaged and I don't have a solution for it. Later at night, Izuna walks out of his house. He wants to pay a last visit to Anbu headquarters and meet with his team and say goodbye. He exits the village and enters the forest. The Anbu headquarters are located on the outskirts of village. Izuna enters the headquarters, and many Anbus identifies him and greets him. After walking for a while, he enters the room assigned to Team Ro and meets with his team. Hello there. How are all of you doing? Izuna waves his hand at them. Captain. Where is your Anbu outfit? Yugao questions him. She recently joined the Anbu on the recommendation of Hokage for her special ability. Yugao can seal living as well as non-living things inside a scroll. She is also a sensor-type ninja. So, at the age of 11, she joined Anbu. You have quite sharp eyes, Yugao. Yes, I am not in my Anbu outfit because I have resigned from Anbu. I am a normal jounin now. Kakashi Hatake will be your new captain. Izuna informs them. What? You are leaving the Anbu captain, and... I am promoted to captain. Kakashi asks in surprise. Kakashi. You are a capable Anbu with many S-rank missions and important tasks completion. With these many achievements under your belt, it won't be long before you officially become a captain. My resignation just hastened the progress. Izuna explains to them. But still. Kakashi murmurs. Congratulations. Vice captain. No, you are captain now. The team members congratulate Kakashi. Thank you. I guess. Kakashi accepts their congratulations. Captain. What are your plans for the future? Will you babysit new genins or will casually take some missions? One of the team member questions. No, I don't have any plan for babysitting anyone. Hokage-sama has assigned a special mission to me, and I will depart for it. It is a long-term mission, so don't expect to see me soon. Izuna chats with them. Now let us celebrate Kakashi's promotion. Izuna cheers them. All of us celebrate Kakashi's promotion and cheers him up. You will be a fine captain, Kakashi. I silently whisper to him and get out of the Anbu headquarters. It's time to move out of the village and explore this vast shinobi world. Izuna walks out of the Anbu headquarters and enters the forest. I would like to wish farewell to everyone but seems like I have to tie some loose ends. Izuna notices the presence of many shinobis hidden inside the forest. Sharingan. He activates his Sharingan and inspects his assailants. Root members. Danzo, I almost forgot about you and here you are. You came knocking on my doorsteps. Looks like you are fed up with your life and want to have a meeting with the King of Hell. What's the meaning of this? Why are so many Root members hot on my trail? I don't think I have done anything to garner this much attention from Root. I am not even a part of Anbu anymore, so what's the meaning of this? Izuna questions them. He is really curious to know their reasoning. The Root members take out their shurikens and throw them towards Izuna. So, you have no intention of speaking. Fine with me, I will figure out everything from your cold corpses. Now, let's dance. Izuna takes out his tanto and skillfully deflects all the incoming shurikens. He summons a shuriken from his bracers and makes some hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken replicates into many copies and shoots towards the Root members. The Root members take out their blades and skillfully deflects all the shurikens. Oh! All of them are quite skillful and there are about 50 elite Root members. Well, their numbers don't matter to me. Be it 50 or 100, all of them are the same cold corpse in my eyes. Izuna stretches his hand and infuses chakra in his hand. The chakra shapes into a longbow with a taut string. Izuna plucks the string to full tension. Light style, rapid fire stream. Twang. He releases the tension from the bowstring. Swish, swish. Various homing arrows projectiles chases down the Root members. It is a wide-range jutsu. Defense unit erects a barrier. Sensor unit lock on his chakra. Sealing unit gets ready to seal his movements. One of the Root member orders other members. Many Root shinobis walk in front and make some hand signs. Cooperation ninjutsu, Rashomon barrier. They erect a multi-layered barrier to block the arrows. All the Root members take cover behind the barrier. Water style, high-pressure jet. Izuna fires a high-pressure jet of water to cut through the barrier. Defense unit. Change the type of barrier to match his jutsu. The barrier unit immediately makes hand signs and erects an additional barrier in seconds. You guys are quite prepared. Have you studied all of my details and formulated a plan to counter me? If that's the case, let me see the extent of your preparation. It has been a while since I used taijutsu in a fight. Izuna cracks his neck and stretches his muscles. Chapter 87, 86. Loose Ends Part 2. Izuna prepares to open 8's gates. Stop him, we can't allow him to complete his technique. The leader of the team shouts. All the Root Anbus throws multiple kunais and shuriken towards Izuna. Ha! Gate of opening. Gate of healing. Gate of life. Gate of pain. Gate of limit. Gate of view. Open. Izuna crosses his hands in front of his hand and opens 6 gates simultaneously. A green aura surrounds Izuna, and it flares his chakra up to very high intensity. The opening of the 6th gate releases a shock wave and repels all the incoming kunais and shurikens. Ha! Izuna disappears from his spot and reappears in front of a Root member. He clenches his fist and uses the chakra strengthening technique and punches the chest of the Root shinobi. Crack! The ribs of the Anbu shatter and his body is flung across the forest by the impulse of the punch. Boom! One of the Root ninjas throws a paper bomb towards Izuna. Izuna disappears again and reappears in front of the ninja. He grabs the neck of the ninja and slams him on the ground. A small crater at the point of impact, the fate of the Root ninja unknown. Guess I will add more power output. Izuna crosses his hands and yells. Power release, chakra cloak. A dark red cloak made of lightning and fire cloaks Izuna. His muscles expand from the stimulus of lightning. Lightning flickers around his eyes and Izuna disappear once again. Swish, boom. His speed releases a sonic boom, and the ground explodes under his foot. Only a dark red flash could be seen as it wreaks havoc wherever it passes by. Boom. Izuna punches one of the root ninjas. The poor root ninja explodes into a shower of blood and flesh from the punch. Izuna disappears again and punches another root ninja to a pulp. Multiple root Anbus makes many hand signs and claps their hands. Cooperation Jutsu, Tormenting Thunderstorm. All the releases lightning chakra towards the sky. The lightning chakra condenses into a thick bolt of lightning and attacks Izuna. The bolt of lightning engulfs Izuna. Did we get him? Dark release, chakra absorption. Two dark red overlapping diamond marks appear on Izuna's right palm. Izuna absorbs the entire lightning cooperation jutsu through the mark. You can have it back. He directs his palm towards the root ninjas. Dark release, chakra expulsion. The thick bolt of lightning expels from the diamond markings and zaps many root members to death. The target has a technique to absorb over jutsu. Switch to Kenjutsu and Taijutsu. The leader orders his subordinates. Unfazed by the death of their comrades, the rest of the root shinobi surround Izuna and throws multiple kunais tied with the paper bomb at him. Magnet release, reverse polarity. Izuna repels the kunais and shurikens back to the root shinobis. Boom. The paper bombs explode on the root shinobis, killing them in process. The target can use multiple Kekai Genkai nature transformations. His threat level has increased to S rank. We need to warn Danzo-sama about this matter. One of you retreat quickly. The leader orders the root members. Power release, Judgment Spear. Izuna condenses the power release chakra into his hand and shapes it in the form of a spear. He aims it towards the running root ninjas and locks on his chakra signature. Release. Boom. The spear travels at supersonic speed, devastating nearby trees. It pierces through the running root ninja. Mission failure. I report mission failure. The target is stronger than expected. We have to retreat and report to Danzo-sama. The leader orders his troops and turns around and dashes off toward root. What's the hurry? Since you have come already, don't leave without accepting my services. Swift release, Godspeed. Izuna appears in front of the leader and grabs him by the neck. No matter what you do, I won't reveal any information regarding my mission to you. The leader struggles in Izuna's grip. There is no need for you to reveal anything, I will extract the information on my own. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan to extract information from the leader. Click. The leader clicks his tongue and pulls out his chest garment and triggers a sealing formula. Reverse 4-symbol sealing seal. 4 sealing symbols are released from his chest and form a large, black sphere around him. The seal starts to suck nearby objects inside him and seal them inside. Izuna pushes back the Anbu and escapes from the sealing formula with his speed. Guess I have to figure out everything from Danzo himself. Izuna picks up the corpse of the leader and runs towards the Anbu headquarters. It is time to cut some loose ends. He is the main perpetrator behind the Uchiha massacre and various other events. I don't want such tragedies to happen again. I will deal with him before I set out on my journey. Inside the root headquarters, Danzo moves back and forth while contemplating over some matters. The vision in my right eye is fading away. I need a substitute for my right eye. My initial plan was to retrieve Sharingan from Kakashi Hatake, but Tsukumo is too much for me to handle. Danzo touches his right eye and removes the bandages around it. His vision is a little blurry in the right eye. That Uchiha kid with the moniker of Silent Shinigami perfectly fits my criteria. His Sharingan is mutated 1 and as far as I can see through his achievements, the Sharingan has no side effects. Danzo picks up a file with the picture and information of Izuna on it. Name, Izuna Uchiha. Age, 13 years. Rank, A rank threat level. Special traits, possess a special mutated Sharingan. Achievements, graduated from the academy at the age of 6. Promoted to Chunin at the age of 8. Had extraordinary achievements in the Third Shinobi War and got a moniker of Silent Shinigami. Joined Anbu at the age of 9. Got promoted to vice captain in a year and another promotion to captain in another 2 years. Missions, 30 S-rank missions with a team, 68 A-rank missions, 79 B-rank missions, 23 C-rank missions, and 36 D-rank missions. Danzo throws the file back on the table and ponders. The kid just left the village on a long-term mission, and it is a perfect time to strike and take his Sharingan. I can later manipulate the news to declare him as an MIA. My plan to cause unrest between Uchiha and the village is bearing some fruits. Hiruzen's incompetency is harming the village. I almost succeeding in assassinating him. That damn traitor Kino revealed the information to Hiruzen. I saved him from Orochimaru's experiment. Gave him the freedom and personally trained him. This is how he repays me. A counterfeit will always be a counterfeit. Danzo looks at his left shoulder and sighs. Luckily, I could make some use of Orochimaru. His ambitions and intentions had grown way too much. I wasn't able to control him anymore. He has become a threat to me. So, I have to deal with him. And what better way than to reveal the wrongdoings of his student to Hiruzen? But that Hiruzen is too soft. He let go of an S-rank criminal and a potential threat to the village. Danzo clenches his fist and scoffs at the incompetency of Hiruzen. Orochimaru has complete intel on the power structure of the village, including Anbu and Root. I have to hunt him down. That recruit Kabuto Yakushi will be the perfect candidate. He just needs some training and he will be up for the job. Danzo sits on his Hokage chair and plans his next step. After I acquire the Sharingan, my next would be the manipulation of Nine Tails. With the power of Nine Tails under my control, I can easily gain the position of Hokage. Then my quest to make Konoha the most powerful village will start. It won't be long before I become the sole ruler of all nations. Cuckoo. Haha. Danzo laughs hysterically as he lost in his fantasies. Boom, boom. Multiple explosion occurs near the gate of Root headquarters. The sound of the explosion breaks Danzo's daydream. He snaps at one of his subordinate and orders him. Check the reason of this commotion. Who dared to cause such a ruckus at Root's headquarters? Immediately capture and neutralize the source of trouble, no matter who it is. Yes, Danzo-sama. The Anbu member bows to Danzo and rush to order other Root members. Such blatant disrespect. Looks like the intruder takes me as a soft persimmon to dare cause trouble at my turf. I don't fear any consequences. With such power in my grasp, how can I allow anyone to squash my prestige? I will personally head out to face the intruder. Danzo wears his combat outfit and gets ready to engage the intruder. Chapter 88, Side Story #Hyuga Affair Part 2. Inside Anbu headquarters. Tap, tap, tap. Izuna slowly taps his fingers on a table as he waits for his team members. Captain is lost in some serious thoughts. He hasn't moved from that position for a while. Yugao whispers to a nearby Anbu member. What do you think he is thinking about? Kakashi-senpai. Yugao turns to Kakashi. Looks like we have received a new task from Hokage-sama. I heard about the peace treaty with Kimogakure. Maybe our mission is related to it. Kakashi calmly replies to her. Izuna stands up from his seat and turns towards Anbu members. Why didn't I think of this before? I can simply use it to capture the criminal red-handed. Yugao. Izuna turns towards Yugao and orders. Yugao, buy me a high-quality video camera currently available in the market. What? The sudden order startles everyone and one of the Anbu members questions. I am sorry if it sounds rude, Captain, but I want to know why you want to buy a video camera. I mean, I thought you called us for a mission. The rest of the team members nods their head. Oh. It's nothing. I just want a camera to record a movie. As for the mission, I indeed have a mission for you. I will explain once Yugao brings me the camera. Izuna forks out a handful of Rio notes from his pocket and hands them to Yugao. Yugao, go buy the camera. Yugao takes the money and flickers out to buy the camera. Izuna sits again on the table and continues to tap his fingers. Why I never thought of this before. I can just record the entire incident on the camera as proof and present it during the meeting with Reikage. If Kimogakure still doesn't oblige by the peace treaty, then all I have to do is just infiltrate their village and kidnap the 2 tails or 8 tails out from the village. Yo. Wee. The image of Killer Bee rapping appears in his mind. Nah. I think I will skip 8 tails. It is better to kidnap the 2 tails. I can't handle that guy's ear rape all by myself. But still, why I didn't think of recording it earlier. The technology of Shinobi world is weird. There is a f***ing laptop in this world, but apparently, they still haven't figured out the wireless communication over a long distance. Captain. Izuna's train of thoughts is broken when Yugao appears before him. She is holding a camcorder in her hands. I have fulfilled the task you gave me. Yugao looks at Izuna with expectation. Sigh. This girl is quite eager to do every job. I just trained her for a few days in Anbu and now I have turned into her idol. Maybe it is not a bad thing. Izuna takes the camcorder and checks it's working. It is similar to the camera I know. So, it won't be hard to operate it. Izuna turns towards his Anbu team and yells. All of you, say cheese. An awkward expression appears on their face as they weirdly look at their captain. What do we do? I don't know. What is Captain's order? All of them start to murmur among themselves. Has Captain gone insane? His behavior is quite odd today. Someone silently remarks in the crowd. No, I think he is behaving normally. He always uses strange verbal tics in his speech. Another Anbu remarks. A tick mark appears on Izuna's forehead as he stares at his Anbu team. All of you give a goddamn pose for a photo. I want to test the new camera. He roars at them. Yes, sir. All of them line up and make funny faces while trying to smile. One of them has a large scar down his cheek and he looks more intimidating while smiling with the huge body of his. Bunko. You look menacing with that smile of yours. You should better stop smiling. Izuna remarks at the huge guy. But Captain. I was born this way. The huge guy drops his head in depression. Izuna makes a shadow clone and takes a photo with them. I will miss this band of scoundrels. I will apply for retirement after completing this mission. I want to explore the outside world freely and staying in Anbu will hinder me. The photo session causes a cheerful expression in the meeting room of Team Rho. Cough, cough. Izuna coughs loudly to draw their attention. Playtime is over. It's time to get serious. The expression of all Anbu members changes as they adopt a serious expression. After gathering everyone's attention, Izuna continues. I am sure most of you are aware of the recent peace treaty between Kimogakure and Kanagakure. An entourage of Kumo will arrive tomorrow to sign the peace treaty. So, to make sure Kimogakure doesn't play any dirty tricks, Hokage-sama has ordered our team to ensure the safety of the village. All of them nods their head. Izuna stops and looks at his team members. Now, I will assign various tasks and make a strategy for efficiency. Izuna assigns various tasks according to their abilities. Finally, he turns towards Yugao and Kakashi. Kakashi. I want you to monitor the residents of Kimogakure during this entire mission. If you receive my signal, then immediately capture all of them. Yes, Captain. Kakashi nods his head. As for you, Yugao, how about going out to a birthday party with me? Yugao freaks out at this sudden proposal. Is Captain asking me on a date? But, isn't it too early? Yugao starts to fantasize about various things in her mind. A blush appears on her face. What's up this girl? Izuna cluelessly stares at her. I just invited her because nobody will suspect her as an Anbu. She doesn't have any particular achievement under her belt, and hardly anyone knows about her. For me, I am part of the Uchiha clan and thus I received an invitation from one of the main family members I saved during the Third Shinobi War. He turns towards her and questions. Yugao, do you hear me? Yes, Captain. I have a hunch that the Kimogakure will join the birthday celebration of Hyuga Princess. So, both of us will disguise ourselves and join the birthday party. I have an invitation to the party. You can tag along. He explains to her. Yes, Captain. Yugao nods her head with a blush. What should I wear for the party? I have to shop for some clothes for this occasion. Izuna ignores her and continues to assign guard duties to other team members. I have to choose the possible routes around the Hyuga clan and the Kumo ninjas' residence for the guard duty. It would be easy to capture them once they move. Next day. The entourage of the Kimogakure arrived in Konoha. Hiruzen personally escorted them to the meeting room, and both sides signed the peace treaty. Hiruzen shook hands with the head ninja of Kimogakure. Konoha wish for a long peaceful corporation. Kimogakure, too, wish for a peaceful corporation. Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo nods their head and escort the head ninja. The head ninja turns towards Hiruzen and requests. I heard the Hyuga clan is celebrating the third birthday of their princess. It would be an honor to partake in such an event, if possible. I think such an occasion will allow both villages to further improve their relationship down the road. The head ninja has a sly smile on his face when he proposes the suggestion. Reikage-sama is waiting at Land of Hot Water's borders, together with Anbu members. If I can successfully capture the Byakugan, then our Kumo will be able to research the secrets of this Kekkei Genkai. Our Kimogakure suffered a huge loss in the Third War due to the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen hesitates for a while before signaling a nearby Anbu member. The Anbu members flicker towards the Hyuga clan. I would have to request permission from the Hyuga clan head for this matter. If he allows, then you can certainly participate in the meeting. Hiruzen tries to appease the head ninja. Sigh. The head ninja sighs and turns around while replying. I thought that such an interaction will further strengthen our relationship. But I guess Konoha doesn't share the same sentiments. Anyway, my work is done here. So, I will return to Kumo. Wait. Konoha is eager to strengthen our relationship. I will personally talk with the Hyuga clan head. Hiruzen turns towards Hamura and Koharu. Hamura, Koharu. Please escort our guest around the various scenic spots of the village while I meet with the Hyuga clan head. Very well. Both of them nod their head and escort the head ninja. An unnoticeable grin appears on head ninja's face. Where would you like to start, respected guest? Koharu questions him. He quickly hides his grin and replies. Let's start with the place with most people. Oh. So our guest would like to visit a public bathhouse. I will escort you there. Hamura leads the head ninja towards the bathhouse. So, it looks like our respected guest is such kind of person. Hamura has a knowing smile on his face. Ah. Yes, yes. The head ninja scratches his head. WTF. I just want to see their training ground. I think it is the busiest place, but a bathhouse. Well, never mind, I deserve a break after breaking all that sweat in the meeting. Chapter 89, 87. Farewell Danzo Part 1. Boom, boom. Another explosion occurs, and it blows away the gate of the hall. The dust and debris clear to reveal Izuna. It surprises Danzo to see Izuna and he questions. You. How come you are here? Where are my root umbus? Izuna throws the body of the team captain towards Danzo and replies. Did you expect your dogs to maul me? You have quite high expectations for your subordinates. Danzo Shimura, you have made a huge mistake by laying your hands on me. If my guess is correct, you are after my Sharingan. Am I right? Danzo's mouth gapes open wide as he looks at Izuna. Let me guess. Your previous Sharingan is failing you and you want a replacement for it. Izuna nonchalantly looks at Danzo. Danzo gather his wits and smirk at Izuna. Kid, you are smart for your age. But you are foolish enough for walking straight into my turf and deliver the Sharingan to me. Haha. Danzo laughs at Izuna's foolishness. Heh. Those are quite bold words for a soon-to-be dead man. Izuna remarks as he slowly walks towards Danzo. Danzo's expression turns sour and he orders his Anbu. Men, kill him. He may escape from the encirclement of previous teams, but this time he is in our headquarters. You shall leave no trace of him. Don't harm his Sharingan, they will become the replacement for my right eye. Nearby root members surround Izuna as they prepare to cast their jutsu. Danzo, do you think these bunch of people can stop me? I don't even need to blink to deal with them. Izuna's eyes turn into Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't look in his eyes, Danzo yells loudly to his subordinates, but it is too late. Genjutsu, Uchiha style, Hell's Purgatory. Izuna cast a powerful genjutsu on root members. He slowly walks towards Danzo and stands in front of him. Now, it is only you and me, Danzo. Show me your skills and power which you boast of. Izuna looks at Danzo. Danzo removes the bandage around his eye to reveal a fully mature Sharingan. So, you want to fight me with a borrowed Sharingan? Do you honestly think you can beat the real deal with your borrowed power? Izuna makes some hand signs and starts the battle with his classic move. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Izuna launches a giant fireball towards Danzo. Danzo makes some hand signs. Water style, Water Bullet Jutsu. He fires off a large water bullet to cancel the fireball jutsu. Danzo makes some more hand signs and coats his legs in wind chakra. Wind style, Gale Steps. He quickly dashes towards Izuna and pulls out a sword from his back to stab Izuna. Metal release, Iron Claw. Izuna's palm turns in metal and collides with the sword. Clank. The sword snaps into half from the impact. This is. Danzo's eyes widens as he looks at Izuna's arm. How this kid can use metal release. Swift release, Godspeed. Izuna vanishes and appears in front of Danzo. He punches Danzo in guts and sends him flying through the roof. Barf. Danzo's pukes out a mouthful of blood. There is a fist-size hole in his stomach. Don't worry, Danzo. No one will disturb us. I have erected a barrier around this place. Paired with silencing seals and illusion techniques, no one will be aware of our fight here. I will silently deal with you and leave the village. At least, I will spare some of your dignity. You have taken no particular step to harm my family, so a quick death will do. Izuna slowly walks towards Danzo. Danzo's body disappears and reappears behind Izuna with a kunai in his hand and tries to stab him. Clank. The kunai snaps in half in contact with Izuna's back. Izanagi. Do you honestly believe I am not aware of this forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan associated with their Sharingan? Tell me how many Uchiha clan members you killed to gain those eyes. Izuna stares at Danzo with a cold expression. Damn. This Uchiha kid is much greater of a threat than I expected. I have to quickly deal with him. Danzo jumps back and removes the bandages from his right arm to reveal a large golden bracer. He slowly unseals the bracer to reveal a decrepit brown prosthetic arm with many Sharingans on it. Danzo throws the bracer aside and makes some hand signs. Wind release, Vacuum Serial Wave. He fires several wind blades in Izuna's direction. Izuna dodges all the wind blades with his speed. Wind release, Vacuum Blade. Danzo spews out a wind chakra on his kunai to increase its sharpness, range, and lethality. The kunai forms a makeshift scimitar. He swings the blade towards Izuna. Wind release, wind wave. A powerful wind current rushes towards Izuna. Izuna coats his chakra blade with wind chakra and slashes it down. Wind release, wave splitter. Izuna slashes Danzo's jutsu in half and engages with Danzo. Both of them fight with their blades. Izuna infuses more chakra in his blade and slices Danzo's blade in half together with his body. Danzo's body splits in half, and it falls on the ground. Whoosh! Danzo's body disappears, and he reappears behind Izuna as he makes some hand signs. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo inhales an enormous amount of air and expels it in the form of a compressed, crushing wind sphere behind Izuna's back. A golden ribcage forms behind Izuna and blocks the attack. Out of nowhere, a silver arm grabs Danzo and squeezes him into pulp. Whoosh! Danzo's body disappears again, and he reappears in front of Izuna. Huff, huff. Danzo breathes heavily as he looks at the chakra construct. So, that's the legendary Susanoo available to Uchiha clansmen who have unlocked and mastered his Mangekyo Sharingan. Impressive. He has the power of Mangekyo. I can't win this fight alone. I need some help. Danzo makes some hand signs and slams his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A large elephantine chimera with orange fur appears. The creature has stripped legs similar to a tiger and huge tusks protrude from its mouth. The ginormous size of the creature is comparable to a full-body nine-tails. Baku devour him, Danzo commands the creature. The creature opens its mouth and sucks everything around it. The powerful suction force pulls Izuna towards it. Oh! So Danzo is using his summon. I think he is going to pull the same strategy he pulled against Sasuke. Danzo appears behind Izuna's back and makes some hand sign. Wind release, vacuum serial wave. Danzo bombards various wind blades at the back of Susanoo. The wind blades are further empowered by the suction force of his summon. The Susanoo rib cage easily blocks all of Danzo's attack with no scratch on it. Impossible. How is this possible? Danzo shouts in disbelief. You like to eat things, then eat this. Izuna stretches out his right hand. Green chakra gathers in his palm. Radiation release, nuclear Resigning. Izuna forms a radiation release Resigning and throws it towards the summon. The Resigning is green with many unstable particles continuously emitting from it. Boom. The Resigning explodes near the chimera and covers its entire body. The summon's outer skin melts from the radiation, its skeleton appears beneath the skin. Poof. The chimera summons disappears in a puff of smoke. Izuna dispels his Susanoo. Danzo tries to take advantage of the situation and appears behind Izuna to stab him. Inferno release, flame control. White flames appear around Izuna. The flames shape into a spear and stab through Danzo's heart. Barf. Danzo pukes out another mouthful of blood, and his body disappears again. He reappears at another place some distance away. Danzo looks at his right arm and notices the lack of Sharingan. Damn. That was my last Sharingan. He claps his hands and yells. Wood release, nativity of a sea of trees. A small forest sprouts from the ground and blocks Izuna's vision. Danzo escapes from the spot as he murmurs. I never expected this. He possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan and many other Kekai Genkai. The information I collected regarding him didn't state any of this. I have underestimated his power. I have to escape and find another way to deal with him. He is too dangerous to be left alone for my plans. I will ask help from Orochimaru, the body of an Uchiha will interest him while I get to keep his eyes. Danzo runs towards a secret exit to escape. He triggers a mechanism and blows the entrance of the secret exit. Oh! Trying to escape when the situation turned unfavorable. Do you think I will allow it so easily? Fire release, majestic flame destroyer. He burns the entire forest to cinders. He closes his eyes to sense the chakra signature of Danzo. He spots Danzo running through an underground secret passage. Found you. Izuna spots a frantic Danzo. Swift release, sonic steps. He immediately chases after Danzo. He appears in front of the blocked entrance. Kamui. Izuna walks through the blocked entrance and enters the secret passage. This ability of Obito is very handy. He dashes in front of Danzo and blocks his way. Do you honestly believe I will allow you to escape so easily? It is time to pay for your evil deeds, Danzo. I have a perfect technique for traitors like you. Purple lightning, Chidori Raikiri. Chirp, Kai. Purple electricity gathers in Izuna's palm and shapes in a blade. Izuna dashes towards Danzo to stab him. Farewell. Danzo. Chapter 90, 88. Farewell Danzo Part 2. Purple lightning, Chidori Raikiri. Chirp, chi. Purple electricity gathers in Izuna's palm and shapes in a blade. Izuna dashes towards Danzo to stab him. Danzo has an ugly expression as he looks at Izuna. You have forced my hand, kid. I wanted to preserve this technique, but you forced me to use it. Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo's right eye turns into a Mangekyo Sharingan. His Mangekyo Sharingan has a 2-point pinwheel pattern. This pattern. How come you have his Mangekyo Sharingan? Danzo makes a ram seal near his right eye and yells. Kamainaneo. Blood leaks from his right eyes and an enormous amount of chakra drain from his body. Izuna continues to dash towards Danzo and impales his heart with the Chidori. Danzo pukes out a mouthful of blood and fell on the ground. Izuna grabs Danzo's right eye and pulls it out. You have no right to possess this eye, even as a corpse. Izuna stores the eye in a container and turns around to leave. Stab. A wooden pike stabs through Izuna's gut. Arg, barf. Izuna pukes out a mouthful of blood and turns around. He ignores the wound and looks at the attacker. Wood style, wood pike. Danzo stabs Izuna's back with a wooden stake. He smiles at Izuna and tries to stab further. Izuna swings his hand and breaks the wooden stake. He pulls the stake out of his body and burns it into ashes. Danzo jumps back and makes some unknown hand signs. The hole near his heart fills up and Danzo's right eye returns to him. Izuna's eyes widen as he looks at Danzo. What? This is. Ha ha, ha ha. Danzo laughs hysterically and looks at Izuna. Izuna checks his storage scroll to examine the eye. The eye in his possession fades and vanishes completely. Izanagi, is it Izanagi? But I destroyed all of his Sharingans. Then, it must be a Genjutsu. How come it is a Genjutsu? I should be immune to Genjutsu, even powerful ones unless it is his Mangekyo ability. Let me try to dispel this Genjutsu. Izuna makes multiple hand signs and tries to dispel the Genjutsu. Danzo closes the distance again and tries to stab Izuna with a kunai. Izuna infuses chakra in his right hand. His right chakra turns metallic, and he clenches it into a fist and punches Danzo heavily. Whoosh, bam. Danzo slams into a nearby wall and pukes another mouthful of blood. There is a fist-size hole in his guts. Danzo slowly stands up and wipes away the blood from his face. He makes those unusual hand signs again, and his wound closes again. Danzo's body returns to normal. What's this? What kind of ability is this? Is this affecting my senses or is this affecting Danzo too? This ability seems similar to Izanami and Izanagi, but then again I took a hit and felt pain. Izuna analyzes the Mangekyo ability of Danzo. His wound heals completely and Izuna prepares to launch another jutsu at Danzo while contemplating over the weird ability. Danzo notices Izuna's regeneration and remarks. Oh. You heal pretty quickly, similar to Lord Hashirama. Is this Tsunade's teaching? She developed powerful medical ninjutsu and your technique resembles that. So, you have modified her technique. He concludes. He makes those unusual hand signs after taking a hit from me. If I completely decapitate him and prevent from forming those hand signs, will he revive? Let me see if you can recover from this technique. Izuna grasps his right wrist and infuses chakra in it. His right hand gets covered in strange markings and totems. Darkness release, blackout Resigning. Izuna forms a pitch-black Resigning with sinister dark chakra. Release. He throws the Resigning towards Danzo. The Resigning engulfs the entire body of Danzo. Danzo's entire body gets consumed by the darkness, and it leaves not even a trace of him. It is finally over. He won't return, right? Izuna calms down and searches around. Ha ha, ha ha. Danzo's hysterical laugh rang in Izuna's ears. He turns around to see various particles condensing together to shape into Danzo. You can't kill me as long as this jutsu is active. I won't die by any means. Ha ha. Izuna's expression turns cold, and he shouts. Then I will kill you as many times as you respawn. Let's see what will last longer, your technique, or my chakra. Izuna makes some hand signs and disappears from his position. Swift release, sonic steps. Light release, lightsaber. He pierces Danzo's body again. Danzo smirks and punches Izuna. Izuna jumps back and avoids the punch. Danzo's body recovers again. Danzo makes those unusual hand signs again. These hand signs, what's their purpose? It seems like he is resetting something. Resetting, wait a sec, it looks like a time loop. Could it be he is manipulating his own time and set it in a loop? Izanagi allows a user to turn reality into illusion and change their destiny, whereas Izanami allows the user to form a loop of thoughts and trap the target in constant turns of events. It sets a predetermined destiny for them, and it forces the target to accept the predestined outcome to dispel the jutsu. Danzo's jutsu seems to be a mix of both Izanami and Izanagi. But who is the target? Is it Danzo or is it only me or both of us are the targets? Izuna tries to figure out Danzo's jutsu. He continues to fend off Danzo's attack as he speculates the nature of jutsu. Danzo continues to die and resurrect again and again. It's not looking good. This kid has massive reserves of chakra. He can continue to fight me as long as he wishes. I used Kamayananeo as a last resort to deal with him, but he is more powerful than my expectations. I have no choice but to flee. The vision in my right eye is lost permanently. Kagami, your Mangekyo lasted me long enough. It was wise of me to rob your grave and extract your Sharingan. Too bad I can't use this power anymore. I have to pay a price every time I use this jutsu. Thanks to first Hokage's cells, I could survive. Danzo sighs in loss. Found it. I have found a loophole in this technique. Since it is a time-related technique, then I can override this loop with my time manipulation. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and yells. Amenamenakanushi. Blood trickles from Izuna's left eye. The space-time in the area warps in. Ha! Izuna riles up his chakra and forces the time loop to collapse. Crack, crack. Various cracks appear in the surrounding space as Izuna continues to rile chakra. The cracks magnify as the surrounding space continues to crumble. Shatter. With a loud noise, the surrounding space shatters, and the time loop breaks. Arg, ugh. Danzo pukes out a large mouthful of blood and collapses on the ground. All of his hairs turn white and his body shrivels and many wrinkles appear on his body. He lays helplessly on the ground. The backlash took a huge toll on his body. Cough, cough. Danzo coughs and looks towards Izuna. Fear and despair is evident in his eyes. Ha! I never imagined you could make such an expression. The respected and wise elder of Konoha is afraid. You possess the eyes of Kagami Uchiha, tell me how you got them. Izuna riles up his chakra and pressures Danzo. Danzo doesn't respond. You have soiled the honor of one of my ancestors. Those eyes, you aren't worthy of them. Izuna slowly walks up to Danzo and rips off the right eye. I will take them back. I don't want to even see your face again. You don't even deserve an afterlife, I will seal you for eternity. Limbo Hengoku. Izuna activates his Mangekyo ability and summons a limbo. The limbo makes some hand signs and clasps its hand. Dead demon consuming seal. A large Shinigami appears behind Limbo. The Shinigami extends its hand and stabs through the chest of Limbo. The hand continues towards Danzo and grabs his body and pulls out his soul. No. Stop it. You can't do it. Don't. Danzo struggles to get free. But all of his effort seems futile. The Shinigami pulls Danzo's soul out of his body and seals it. Danzo's body lifelessly drops on the ground. Now suffer in endless darkness for all eternity. Izuna clasps his hand again. The Shinigami vanishes and the Limbo fades away. I won't be able to use him for a while, but I have dealt with one of my troubles and even harvested a reward. Kamayananeo. Grandpa Kagami possessed quite a powerful technique, but its requirement and after effects are way too severe. Well, it justifies the trade-off. I have to awaken Rinnegan together with Six-Path Sage Mode to use it freely. Izuna looks at Danzo's corpse. He pulls out the right arm and makes some hand signs. Inferno release, searing flames. White flames cover Danzo's body and turn it into ashes. Izuna walks towards the root Anbus and manipulates their memories. I can only do this much for you. Find your place in society on your own. It's time for me to start my journey. Izuna walks out of the root headquarters and disappears into the forest. Interesting, very interesting. After a while, a crack opens in space, and a cloaked figure walks out of it. He appears at the place of the battle and looks at the destruction. Did he honestly think true death exists for us Soul Clan members? Chapter 91, 89. Shikatsu Forest Part 1. A/N Welp, I screwed up again. I don't mind the hate, since it is the norm. But please maintain some patience. I am still learning how to transit from one plot to another. That last foreshadowing part screwed me over. I will avoid that in future. After dealing with Danzo, Izuna moves out of the village. I have dealt with Danzo. He won't be a nuisance anymore. Now it's time for training. My first destination is Shikatsu Forest. It is one of the sage regions of the shinobi world. One could quickly learn Sage Mode if they practice here. I have to learn the Six-Path Sage Mode if I want to heal Minato and Kushina. Obito and Grandpa Madara acquired it after becoming the Jinchuruki of Ten Tails, and Naruto received it directly from Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Most of them lost Six-Path Sage Mode later on. Naruto can't use truth-seeking balls anymore. I want to figure out the secret behind it, and I want to learn it permanently. There is no use of this power if it can't be utilized again. So, I have to learn the secrets of sage art. This journey to sage regions will help me learn the secrets and the origin of sage arts. I don't believe a bunch of toads, snakes, and slugs figured sage art on their own. Izuna closes his eyes and concentrates on the marking he placed on Katsuyu. After concentrating for a while, Izuna figured out the space coordinates of his markings. He teleported and appeared inside a forest. Izuna looks around to figure out his location. There are massive trees in the forest, the size of which could easily dwarf any of the tailed beast. Huge! Such gigantic trees. Izuna raises his neck to figure out the height of the trees. The trees are almost touching the clouds and still, there is no sign of their top. Let me test their sturdiness. Izuna clenches his fist and infuses a small amount of chakra. He dashes towards a nearby tree and punches its trunk. Bang. His punch leaves a small dent in the trunk of the tree. There is no large hole or anything. Such a sturdy tree. It felt like I just punched a metal wall. No, even steel isn't as sturdy as this. Is this the effect of Senjutsu chakra? These trees basked in Senjutsu chakra for eons and now they have evolved to such extent. The tree regenerates from the impact. I wonder how strong the original Shinju tree was. Well, Naruto chopped it down with his lava release, Rasen Shuriken. But that Rasen Shuriken has 6-path sage chakra in it. So, I don't know the exact extent of its power. Now, let's roam around the forest and scout it. I hope to see Katsuyu soon. I still don't know why I teleported to this place instead of Katsuyu. Izuna climbs on the huge tree and inspects around. I can't see anything. These damn trees block my vision. He jumps down and saunters inside the forest. He walks for a while inside the forest. I have yet to encounter any native animal of this place. I think only summons live in this place. I wonder how summons makes a summoning contract with a ninja. Well, some kind of space-time ninjutsu is involved to let them teleport directly to their summoner. But how come the summoner can summon any kind of summon of same species when he just makes a contract with them? The figure of Jiraiya with many toads pops up in his memory. Jiraiya gives a thumb up to Izuna with a perverted smile. Izuna shakes his head and continues to contemplate this matter while walking inside the forest. I hope to meet someone soon. Rawr. His line of thoughts is broken by the roar of a creature. Izuna gets ready to engage the creature. Well, that was fast. A giant tiger with forked tail pounces over Izuna. Izuna ducks down and rolls to avoid the pounce. The tiger failed to hunt his prey on the first attempt. It turns around and stares at Izuna. The massive claws of the tiger glisten in the dim sunlight. Rawr. The tiger tries to smash Izuna with its paws. These trees are sturdy due to Senjutsu chakra, but what about you? Izuna clenches his fist and infuses chakra in it. His fist turns metallic, and he punches the tiger at its jaw. Bang. The tiger is sent flying from the punch. One of its canine breaks. The tiger slowly stands up and angrily looks at Izuna. Rawr. It opens its mouth and spews out a jet of flames at Izuna. Izuna makes a one-hand sign. Water style, water bullet jutsu. He spews out a water bullet at the incoming fire. The water bullet cancels out the fireball and continues to move towards the tiger. Bam. It hits the tiger squarely in its face and sends him flying again. The tiger crashes into another tree. Rawr. The tiger slowly stands up and roars again. Its skin turns red, and its strips forms a strange pattern over its body. Senjutsu chakra. That's Senjutsu chakra. This wild cat can use Senjutsu chakra. Izuna activates his Sharingan and scrutinizes the process. Rawr. The tiger roars again and pounces on Izuna. Izuna infuses a little more chakra and punches the tiger again. The tiger crashes into another boulder. Do you think that will make any difference? You are still a weak little cat. This forest can help me train in taijutsu skills. I should master the opening of the 7th gate here. These huge animals with strange sage chakra will be the perfect target for practice. Their body can take a beating and still survive. Then, I will beat them to my heart's content. Izuna stops using ninjutsu and opens up 6 gates and engages in combat with the sage-powered tiger. After beating the tiger for a while, he feels hungry. He looks at the giant tiger and murmurs. I wonder how this giant cat will taste like. The giant tiger shivers upon hearing these words. It turns tame and makes a cute posture. Meow. Meow. The tiger meows in front of Izuna and rolls around on its belly. Izuna speechlessly looks at the tiger. He understood me. So, this large cat has some level of intellect. Nah. I will hunt for something else to eat. I don't really like the taste of a tiger. You better come tomorrow for the beating, I mean training, or I may change my mind any instant. The tiger turns around and dashes inside the forest like a cheetah. Underscore. This giant cat. Sigh. Izuna sighs and hunts for prey. He soon spots a giant wild boar. The wild boar notices Izuna and charges towards him. After a few minutes later, Izuna is roasting the giant boar on a large skewer. The aroma from the roasted meat enters his nose, and he starts to hum. I should add some seasoning to it. Izuna takes out a scroll and adds salt, pepper, and other spices to the roast meat. The fragrance enchants him and drool leaks from his mouth. He gulps his saliva and breaks a large chunk of meat. Itadakimasu. Izuna takes a huge bite from the meat and eats it. Good. So good. This roasted boar meat is so good. I can even feel my chakra reserve grow a little. Only a little bit. But this is still a huge discovery. Izuna continues to eat the roast meat as he completely ignores the pack of giant wolves and many other carnivore creatures around him. After taking another bite, Izuna places down the huge chunk of meat. It's time to exercise again. He cracks his knuckles and engages in another fight with these giant animals. Bang, bang, boom. After an hour of an intense fight, Izuna returns to the spot to continue his meal. But there is no sign of his meat anywhere. Who the fuck stole my food? Izuna yells angrily. He gets his answer shortly. There is a giant hole just beneath the skewer. It's one of the underground worms. Next time I spot you, I will eradicate your whole colony. Thankfully, I stored some of it separately. He takes out a piece of roasted meat and eats it while grumbling over the loss of such fine food. A few days later, Izuna continues to explore the large Shikata forest. He honed his taijutsu skills in combat against the wild animals of the forest. I am not gaining any combat experience. The moves of these animals follow a certain pattern. They hardly do something unexpected, whereas, in a fight against a ninja, the ninja may unexpectedly pull out a new trick. But I have nothing to complain about. My mastery of taijutsu has increased drastically. I can open gates faster and the gates can last for much longer. I think I will be able to open the 7th gate in few more days. Izuna clenches his fist and walks around the forest. Burble, burble. This sound, it is the sound of falling water. There is a waterfall nearby. Let me check it out, maybe I can spot more animals there. Izuna dashes in the direction of the sound. Chapter 92, 90. Shikatsu Forest Part 2. Burble, burble. Izuna dashes towards the sound of falling water. Soon, he reaches near the source of the sound and spots a gigantic waterfall. Izuna gapes at the scenery and immerses in its beauty for a while. The reflection from the sun creates a large rainbow at the top of the waterfall. The fresh breeze flows near the waterfall and he could feel his body getting revitalized near the waterfall. This is nature energy. My body is passively absorbing a little amount of senjutsu energy and is rejuvenating itself. Izuna inhales deeply and walks toward the waterfall. He cups his hand and collects water from the stream and tastes it. Such clear water and the taste is so good. This scenery is so enchanting. It is so beautiful, right? Izuna is interrupted by a sudden feminine voice. He turns around to spot the newcomer. He spots a giant two-tailed fox. Izuna raises his guard and warily looks at the fox and gets ready to engage in a fight. Relax. Calm down, I am not looking for a fight. The fox tries to relax Izuna. Izuna relaxes his guard a little and questions the fox. Who are you? Do you have any issues with me? I am Kurumi. One of the natives of the Shikatsu forest. I am a part of the Fox clan. The fox introduces herself. Sorry for interrupting you earlier. It wasn't my intention. The fox apologies. I am ordered by Lady Katsuyu to summon you. Lady Katsuyu wants to have a chat with you. The fox informs Izuna. Oh. So, Katsuyu finally remembered me. I have some questions to ask from her. Lead the way. Izuna responds to the fox. The fox walks towards one of the cavern passage. Izuna follows the fox while still on guard. The fox continues to lead him inside the cavern. After a while, they exit out of the cavern in a vast open area. There are no large trees out there, only some vines and shrubs. The size of shrubs and vines easily scaling a 2-story or 3-story building. Izuna continues to follow the fox. He spots many slugs slithering around. One of the smaller slugs raises its head and greets Izuna. Hello. Izuna-kun. It has been a while since we last met. Izuna skeptically looks at the slug, which greatly resembles Katsuyu. He activates his Sharingan and checks its chakra signature. Katsuyu, you are Katsuyu. Hello. Izuna-kun. How are you doing? Another giant slug greets him. Izuna turns his head and looks at the new slug. You are also Katsuyu. Are both of you her clones or fissions? Izuna questions them. No, both of us are Katsuyu. Both the slug reply to Izuna. Then which of you is the real one, or are you suffering from an identity crisis? Izuna remembers a filler episode of Naruto where Naruto's shadow clones held the real Naruto as a hostage. Both of us are real. Both of them reply simultaneously again. Hey! Can you take me to the real Katsuyu? I can't quite understand the situation here. Izuna stares around and spots various gigantic versions of Katsuyu. The two-tailed fox nods to him and continues to lead him towards the Katsuyu. They walk for a while and soon reaches near the roots of a gigantic tree. The fox points towards a cave and explains. Lady Katsuyu is inside the cave. My task is over. If you want to meet me again, then visit me at Fox Clan. The fox turns around and dashes in a particular direction. Izuna enters the cave and soon spots a massive slug slithering back and forth inside the cave. Katsuyu. You are the real Katsuyu, who was looking for me, right? Izuna questioned the slug. Yes, I am indeed the Katsuyu who was looking for you. The giant slug turns its head and looks at Izuna. It is quite late to say it, but still, welcome to Shikata Forest Izuna-kun. The slug welcomes him. Hey. Before we start our conversation, I have a question for you. Do you mind answering it? Izuna questioned the slug. Go on. I will try to answer your question. The slug assures him. What's the deal with all these Katsuyu out there? Are they your fission clones or something? All of them are Katsuyu, right? Izuna questions Katsuyu. Oh. That. It is not a secret for the natives of the Shikata Forest. Actually, all of them are Katsuyu. We share every information with each other, and all of us are linked telepathically to each other. After a certain period, the Katsuyu will undergo binary fission and split into two new Katsuyu. The new Katsuyu will inherit the memories of the old Katsuyu. This way we have survived for a very long time. Katsuyu answers to Izuna. Izuna looks at Katsuyu with a surreal gaze. That's it. That's the secret of Katsuyu. I thought it would be something mind-blowing. But this, I can't put my head around it. It is amazing actually, but still, it lacks in compared to my fantasies. Izuna sighs to himself. He questions her again. I placed my teleportation seal on one of your smaller body. When I teleported here, why I appeared so far from your location? Izuna looks at Katsuyu. Izuna-kun, Shikata Forest is isolated from the rest of the world by a space-time barrier. The founder of the Uzumaki clan constructed this barrier. I helped to maintain the barrier around the forest. It is because of this reason that your teleportation formula wasn't able to pick up my coordinates closely. Thus, you were teleported at the outer edge of the forest. Various low-intelligence creatures reside at the outer edge of the forest. Katsuyu continues to explain. Izuna-kun. We Katsuyu are the protector of the Shikata Forest. It is us who take care of the forest and maintains its ecosystem despite it being isolated from the rest of the world. Shikata Forest existed way before the era of Rikudo Sennin, and I have been maintaining it for such a long period. Over the passage of years, due to continuous fission, I have turned into multiple Katsuyu who help me maintain the forest more efficiently. Many of Katsuyu died through accidents, death in battle, or through various other reasons. Katsuyu explains about her herself. Katsuyu, who was your former summoner? I mean before Tsunade who contracted with you. Izuna asks in curiosity. I was a former summon of Mito Uzumaki, and before that, I had summoning contracts with Uzumaki clan members. One Uzumaki clan member helped me once by sealing a berserk creature present in the Shikata Forest. That battle caused the death of many Katsuyu. Thankfully, the Uzumaki clan member sealed the creature before any major harm was done. It was during that moment when I formed a summoning contract with the Uzumaki clan members. Katsuyu laid a summoning contract in front of Izuna. Izuna opens the scroll and starts to filter through the names of her contractor. Tsunade Senju, Mito Uzumaki, Ashina Uzumaki. He continues to skim through the name of her previous contractor. After skimming for a while, Izuna stops at the first name on the list. Kenshiro Senju. Izuna looks at the scroll once again. Kenshiro Senju. He looks at Katsuyu and questions her. Lady Katsuyu. Who is this Kenshiro Senju? You made a contract with the Uzumaki clan members, right? Then why is a Senju clan member first on your contractor list? Izuna questioned Katsuyu. Oh, that. I guess you are aware of the fact that the Uzumaki clan and Senju clans were relatives, right? Izuna nods to Katsuyu. Kenshiro is the first Uzumaki clan member. You can also call him the founder of the Uzumaki clan. He is the person who sealed the vicious creature and protected the Shikata Forest a few centuries ago. After he made a summoning contract with me, he founded the Uzumaki clan and separated from the Senju clan. If you are interested in his story, then I will narrate it to you. Izuna nods to her as he gets ready to listen to her tale. I am pretty interested in the story of this Ken's hero Senju. He is the founder of the Uzumaki clan and had a Sin-Eye in his possession. I wonder how he got hold of the Sin-Eye. Then listen attentively. Katsuyu starts to narrate the story of the first Uzumaki to Izuna. Chapter 93-91. Sage Training Part 1. A few centuries ago, the shinobi world was engulfed in wars and chaos. There were no proper boundaries of the nation. Various clans waged war against each other, either for territory or for resources. The Senju clan was one of the most powerful clans. Senju clan enrolled in a battle against the Uchiha clan, another powerful clan. During those warring periods, the leader of the Senju clan had 5 offspring. His elder son was talented in combat. The youngest son Ken's hero was quite a dunce. He could not master even any basic ninjutsu. In a battle against Uchiha, 3 of the brothers fell to the Uchiha clan's genius Tenma Uchiha. Unable to bear the loss of his siblings and to overcome his helplessness, Ken's hero left the Senju clan on a journey to achieve power. It was during this journey, Ken's hero learned Fuinjutsu. It was during this time, he helped me seal the creature and helped the Shikata forest. Katsuyu walks out of the cave and leads Izuna. After walking for a while, they reached in front of a large temple. Katsuyu and Izuna entered the temple. In the center of the temple, Izuna spotted a gigantic statue of a man. The man had long spiky hairs and a giant scroll is tied to his back. He had 2 shoulder guards with a Vajra symbol on one of them and a spiral symbol on others. His hands are clasped together, and he is in a battle stance. He is Ken's hero Uzumaki. Ken's hero Senju, to be exact. To pay tribute to him, the summons of Shikata Forest constructed a temple and erected his statue. Izuna looks closely at the statue and notices strange marking all over the statue's body. The markings closely resemble Strength of 100 seal. He turns towards Katsuyu and questions her. Isn't that the Strength of 100 seal? That's Tsunade technique, right? Katsuyu nods to him and reply. It is indeed similar to Strength of 100 seal because Tsunade derived her technique from this jutsu. Tsunade's creation rebirth technique is incomplete. Kenshiro-sama created this technique to use in conjunction with Sage Mode. Mito-sama modified the technique to use normal chakra instead of the Sage chakra and Tsunade-sama further improved the technique. But now her technique has a side effect. The original technique created by Kenshiro-sama had strict requirements but it had no side effects. Oh. There was such a thing. Then why don't you help Tsunade-san to learn this original technique? Izuna questions Katsuyu. I tried to convince Tsunade-san to learn this technique. But it requires lots of time to learn, and Tsunade-san took part in the Second Shinobi War during her youth, and then the loss of her loved ones caused trauma to her. So, she neglected this technique. Katsuyu sighs. I will convince Tsunade to learn this technique. She will heed to my request. You can train Tsunade in this technique. Izuna assures Katsuyu and inspects the temple. There are various sealing scrolls placed inside the temple. Izuna picks up one of the scrolls and reads it. Oh. These scrolls have many sealing techniques written on them. These seals are way beyond the Grandmaster level. Izuna-kun. Kenshiro-sama created these seals. He was famous as the Sage of Sealing throughout the shinobi world. He was a very powerful shinobi, but sadly he lived a brief life. Katsuyu sighs and reminisces about her past. Izuna's interest peaks and he questions Katsuyu. Lady Katsuyu, how did he die? He was a powerful shinobi, right? Who was capable of killing him? Katsuyu looks at Izuna and hesitates for a while before she revealed the fact. It was your ancestor, Tenma Uchiha. Tenma Uchiha awakened the power of Mangekyo Sharingan and fought in a battle against Kenshiro-sama. Their battle was intense. Tenma Uchiha had the power of Susanoo whereas Kenshiro-sama had Sage Mode and his various sealing techniques. Their battle lasted for 2 days and night. Kenshiro-sama ended the life of Tenma Uchiha. Sadly, Kenshiro-sama succumbed to his injuries from the battle. It seems like Ken's hero Senju and Tenma Uchiha were the past incarnations of Asura and Indra Otsutsuki. It is their fate to clash in every incarnation. With Black Zetsu behind the scenes, it is impossible to avoid the battle. Izuna inspects the remaining scrolls and remarks. Ken's hero Uzumaki had a very high aptitude for sealing. To gain fame as Sage of Sealing and clash against a Susanoo with Fuinjutsu and Sage Mode alone. So, after Grandmaster comes the Sage. I hope these scrolls will give me a direction to achieve Sage rank in Fuinjutsu. He turns towards Katsuyu and asks her. Lady Katsuyu, can you help me in training Sage Mode? I want to master Senjutsu and become a Sage. Well. I will help you learn Sage Mode, but you have to be compatible with sage energy to master it. Otherwise, you will turn into stone because of the potent nature energy. Compatibility. I was born with it. I just have to hop in and learn sage mode. Later, I will figure out a way to gain 6-path sage mode. Maybe I should contact with Toads and ask that old toad about Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He must have some knowledge about the 6-path sage mode. Izuna makes his plan. Lady Katsuyu, do you have some sort of aid that helps in the acceleration of the learning process? He remembers about the toad oil of the Mount Mayaboku. We do. It is a slug secretion oil. If you apply it on your body, you can absorb nature energy faster. Katsuyu leads him to a pool filled with white sticky liquid. Ugh. This. Izuna looks at the slimy liquid and complains. I won't apply it to my body. I will learn the sage mode through normal ways. Izuna complains. It is your choice, Izuna-kun. Katsuyu slithers towards the giant tree in the center of the forest. Izuna-kun. The first and the most important thing required to master sage mode is a calm mind. If your mind is calm, then only will you able to concentrate on nature's energy. Nature energy is present everywhere. Our every breath contains nature energy. The chakra system of the body absorbs nature energy and converts it to chakra to replenish the chakra. This way the chakra system acts as a converter. But in this, we lose the potency of nature energy. The chakra gains an elemental nature and thus loses its versatility. Nature energy has no elemental nature, which makes it more versatile and potent. However, there is a catch here. Since it has no elemental nature, it is very hard to sense. And the excessive intake of nature energy will convert a person to stone, since nature energy has the will of the planet. Now, do you have any more questions? If not, then we will start with meditation. Remove all excessive thoughts from your mind and focus on sensing nature energy. Katsuyu instructs Izuna and helps him in concentrating. Lady Katsuyu. I used to meditate a lot to calm my nerves. I can easily enter the mind zero state. Can we move on to the next stage of the training? If it is so, let's move on to the sensing of nature energy. Katsuyu looks at Izuna with disbelief. Her optical tentacles shake frantically. Izuna-kun, you have to enter in the meditation state and try to sense the nature energy around you. You are a sensor-type ninja, right? It will be easier for you to sense nature energy. Just concentrate and feel the nature energy. This giant tree releases an enormous amount of nature energy. It is part of the reason I brought you under this tree. You will be able to sense nature energy easily here. But if you are having difficulty in sensing the nature energy, then you can always apply the slug oil and passively absorb the nature energy and get a feel of the nature energy. Katsuyu points towards the slug oil pool. Anything but that. I will figure out a way to sense nature energy on my own. Izuna crosses his hand in denial. Well, if you say so. I will stay here and monitor your progress. I will prevent you from turning into stone in case you absorb excessive nature energy. Katsuyu slithers to a nearby boulder and rests against it. Izuna closes his eyes and enters the mediation state. Let me try to feel nature energy with my body first. Chapter 94-92. Sage Training Part 2. Izuna closes his eyes and feels the nature energy. After meditating for a while, he feels a tingling sensation over his skin. His body absorbs nature energy at a slow pace. I can sense the nature energy, but the rate of absorption is quite slow. It will take me a while to absorb it at a rapid pace. I have to practice a lot in order to absorb nature energy. Now let's try the unusual method. Izuna activates his Sharingan and observes the entire process. He can see nature energy entering his body through his Tenketsu points. So, this is nature energy. Izuna looks around and spots an enormous amount of nature energy being released by the gigantic tree. Let me try to absorb this energy directly. He calms his mind and focuses his concentration on nature energy. He releases his chakra from his Tenketsu points. The released chakra wraps around nature energy and tries to pull it inside his body. Heavy. It feels so heavy. I can feel the will of the planet inside this nature energy. I have to contest with the planet for this energy. Izuna clenches his teeth and releases more of his chakra to drag the natural energy. He drags the natural energy inside his body. He gains a cyan-color chakra cloak around his body. So, this is nature energy. I can feel my body rejuvenating from this energy. My physical strength had grown quite a lot. It feels like I can easily punch a large hole through that earlier tree quite easily now. Izuna clenches his fist and punches the air with full force. Boom. His punch produces shock waves. The Sin Seal activates and absorbs the nature energy, leaving Izuna out of the sage mode. Wow, Izuna-kun, that was amazing. The optical tentacles of Katsuyu shake in excitement. You could enter the sage mode for a while. Though only for a brief moment. But that was the genuine sage mode. You are a genius, Izanagi. At this rate, you will perfectly master the sage mode in a few weeks. Katsuyu praises Izuna. The cloak around him disperses and Izuna returns to normal. And it's gone. This fucking seal. It has to eat everything like a snack. It ate my chakra for 3 years. I finally got rid of the problem with Inkarama. But now it is sucking my natural energy. Just you wait, I will see how you will drain me again. Izuna infuses light chakra and mixes it with natural energy. The sin seal stops on contact with light chakra and lies down silently. In these 3 years, he had figured out more about the sin seal. This is quite a gluttonous seal. It will continuously suck chakra from Inkarama and will occasionally stop when it is full. He can still use that stored chakra, but only in the form of darkness chakra, Fuinjutsu seal, and for a dark Susanoo. So, this seal embodies darkness. It will repel anything related to light. Part of the reason, it stops its mischief when given a dose of light chakra. I still can't recreate that jutsu. Izuna remembers the jutsu he used against the cloaked figure. I can't balance the light and dark chakra to replicate that feat. Both of them repel each other, and I haven't figured out a way to balance them. I am missing something crucial in the process. Izuna sighs and closes his eyes to concentrate again. Still, there is one benefit of this seal. It won't allow me to turn into a stone while absorbing excessive nature energy. It will suck that extra nature energy and keep me safe. I want to get rid of this love and hate relationship with this seal. Now let's practice in the usual way. I will use the other method only during emergencies to immediately get into sage mode. I have to still learn the normal process, then only will I able to learn the secrets of the 6-path sage mode. Time to use the most broken jutsu to speed up the process. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Izuna creates 3 shadow clones. The clones sit around the tree and enter into meditation. What are you doing, Izuna-kun? Why are you making shadow clones? Katsuyu looks at Izuna in surprise. There is no harm in telling her. She can't exploit the shadow clone herself. Lady Katsuyu, I am using shadow clones to hasten up the process of learning the sage mode. Whenever a shadow clone disperses, it transfers all of its memories and experience to the original body. This way, I can cut short on time and learn many things simultaneously. But there is a drawback to this trick. Many clones when dispelled will cause an information overload in the user's brain. This is the reason why I am only using 3 shadow clones to speed up the process by 3 times. Any more than that will break my concentration. So, I have to be careful while using this technique. Izuna explains to Katsuyu. That's quite convenient, Izuna-kun. You can continue your practice. I will continue to monitor your progress. Katsuyu rests against the boulder while shaking its optical antlers. Izuna continues to practice the sage mode. He practices the sage mode for a few days. I guess I have got a hang of it, but I am yet to completely master the sage mode. Guess I have to raise the difficulty by a notch. Izuna climbs up on the large tree. After reaching a spot where the wind current is quick, Izuna stops and concentrates again. There is quite the pressure here. These wind currents will harass me and will disrupt my concentration. If I can enter and maintain sage mode under such conditions, then I would have perfectly mastered the sage mode. The next step would be to enter the sage mode while running. Naruto wasn't able to figure that out, but I will give it a shot. If I can enter the sage mode while running, then I will able to enter sage mode during combat. The next step is to just create the sage arts jutsu. I will think about that later. He closes his eyes to sense the nature energy while sitting on one branch of the tree. Hard, it is quite hard. But I have to hold on. Soon, Izuna enters in a meditative state, and his body absorbs the natural energy. A while later, a cyan-colored cloak appears on his body. The cloak flickers as Izuna struggles to maintain his concentration. Ha! Huff, huff. The cloak disperses, and he pants. I have to practice again. He clears his mind and enters in concentration again. Katsuyu looks at his figure and murmurs to herself. He is progressing much faster than anyone else. Even Hashirama Senju-sama could not progress this much in such a short period. His sage mode is quite different compared to others. He has a chakra cloak around his body. Hashirama Senju-sama had markings reminiscent of Ken's hero Senju-sama, but his sage mode is quite different. Days passed by. Izuna had perfectly mastered the sage mode. While in sage mode, he has a cyan color nature energy chakra cloak around his body. His eyes had golden and silver markings around them, and his Sharingan keeps its color. I can sense this tremendous boost in power. Somehow, my sage mode is quite similar to Mitsuki. But I don't have a horn on my head and I retain my form. I do have a perfect affinity for all kinds of energy. Time to test my powers. Let's start with my speed while using nature energy. Swift release, sonic steps. Zoom. Izuna crashes into a boulder. He stands up and dusts himself. That was quite fast. I never expected it to be so fast. I didn't even felt a thing in that collision. My durability and natural defense have increased by a lot. Then what about my strength? How strong am I? Izuna lifts a large boulder easily and throws it far away. The boulder smashes into a hill and lodges into it. Impressive. Your strength is impressive, Izuna-kun. Katsuyu praises Izuna. Now it is time to enter Sage mode while running. If I can overcome this challenge, then I don't have to worry about anything. I can fight tirelessly for many days without exhaustion. Nature energy will rejuvenate my body with vitality. Izuna runs around while trying to concentrate. His clones follow his movements and try to enter Sage mode. It is quite difficult and borderline impossible. I have to think of a solution for this to work. Izuna stops and ponders on this problem. Chapter 95-93. Mount Myaboku. Huff, huff. Guess I will leave it as a work in progress. Izuna huffs and wipes his sweat. I have spent an entire month to figure out a way to enter Sage mode while engaged in combat. But it is very difficult and I am going insane with this slow progress. Izuna sits near the root of the giant tree and contemplates his progress. I have spent the past 6 months of training in the Shikata forest. My strength has grown considerably. I can open and sustain the 7th gate for a while, and the biggest progress is Sage mode. I can enter Sage mode in just under 2 minutes and it lasts for 15 minutes. But I still can't enter Sage mode while battling. Looks like I have to visit Toads for more information. Maybe they could help me with this problem. Izuna stands up and walks towards Katsuyu. He bows to her in gratitude. Thanks for your help, Lady Katsuyu. You helped me a lot in my Sage mode training. Thanks to your pointers, I could learn and perfect my Sage mode so quickly. There is no need to thank me, Izuna-kun. It was all your hard work and talent which lead to your success. Katsuyu shakes her optical tentacles. What are your plans, Izuna-kun? She asks him curiously. I would like to pay a visit to Mount Myaboku. Those toads are also the master of Sage mode. I want to enter Sage mode while engaged in combat. Maybe their pointers could help me improve further. Izuna replies to her. Then, Izuna-kun. I would like to ask a favor from you. Can you convince Tsunade to visit Shikata Forest? It would be great if she could learn the Sage mode. Her strength is declining with her age. I have a feeling the future is embroiled in chaos and I don't want Tsunade to lack strength. Katsuyu requests to Izuna. I will convince her and send her here. She is taking care of Naruto for now. I will send her immediately in a few more months when she leaves Konoha on a journey. Until then, farewell Lady Katsuyu. That's a relief to hear. I hope Tsunade will master Sage mode too. On behalf of Tsunade, I thank you for taking care of her. Katsuyu bows and her optical tentacles shake. Farewell Izuna-kun. Izuna closes his eyes and senses the space coordinates of his markings on the toad summons of Jiraiya. Found it. Time to leave. Izuna teleports from Shikata Forest and reappears inside the Mount Myaboku. He is welcomed by the sight of various small waterfalls and streams flowing around. The air is fresh and there is a lot of sunlight in the area. This beautiful and exquisite sight enchants him, and he stores it deep into his memories. Mount Myaboku has a fresh air compared to Shikata Forest. Shikata Forest was dark and humid whereas this place has lots of sunlight and has a freshness to it. Both places have their own merits. Izuna takes a deep breath and continues to frame the vast expanse of small hills and various strange trees and shrubs in his memory. Croak. Oi kid. The sound of the croaking of a frog disturbs this peaceful scenery. Izuna ignores the croaking and continues to gaze at the scenic beauty of Mount Myaboku. Croak. Croak. Oi kid. Don't test my patience. Answer to me. The frog croaks again. Damn. This frog is ruining the beauty of nature for me. Izuna turns around and angrily stares at Gamabunta. Can't you see, I am busy, you rusty frog? He yells at Gamabunta. Kid. I should be the one to get angry. You entered our territory without my permission, and now you are bossing me around. Don't you know who I am? I am the chief toad of Mount Myaboku, the land of toads. That kid Minato never taught you any manners. Gamabunta angrily stares at Izuna. I will teach humbleness to you. Gamabunta withdraws his dai blade and gets ready to slash Izuna. Stop it. You moron. He is a guest of our Mount Myaboku. Few people can reach here, and it has been a while since we had a visitor. A small green frog with white hairs styled in mohawk, thick eyebrows, and a small goatee jumps in front of us. He held a stick in his hand. The frog jumps up and slams the stick on the giant frog's head. The stick looks like a toothpick in front of the massive size of Gamabunta. Bang. The impact from the stick smashes Gamabunta on the ground and creates a crater around him. Go back to your training. Don't dilly-dally around. Gamabunta rubs his forehead and complains. But Pa. He is an intruder, and he talked rudely to me. I must teach this sharp-tongued kid a lesson. The green frog glares at Gamabunta with a scrutinizing gaze. Gamabunta picks up his blade and hops away from the place. The green frog turns towards Izuna and greets him. Welcome, Izuna boy. I have been expecting you for a while. The great toad sage had already prophesied about your arrival. I am Fukasaku, one of the 2 great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku. Me and my wife Shima are the heirs of the great toad sage. The great toad sage wants to meet you. He has a prophecy for you. Fukasaku informs Izuna. There is no harm in meeting with great toad sage this early. My goal was to ask a few questions from him. But he wants to meet me. This makes things a lot easier. I am Izuna Uchiha. It is nice to meet you. Izuna bows before Fukasaku. I know about you, kid. Jiraiya boy informed me about you. You were one of the student of Minato boy. Sadly, Minato boy passed away too early. Fukasaku sighs in grief. Let me take you to meet with great toad sage. Fukasaku leads Izuna towards a temple. Many toad statues line up in front of the temple. They reach near the entrance and Fukasaku stops. Let me inform great toad sage about your arrival. Fukasaku enters inside the temple. Izuna observes the surrounding area. He can see many gigantic toad statues lines around. A few meters away, he notices a small pool of oil with many gigantic stone statues of toads encircling the area. So, this is the legendary toad oil of Mount Mayaboku. It helps in the absorption of nature energy. The image of slimy white liquid appears in his mind, and he almost pukes out his breakfast. Thankfully, I don't have to use that slug oil to master sage mode. After a while, Fukasaku returns with a disappointed expression. He sighs and informs Izuna. Great toad sage is deep in his meditation. It will be a while before he wakes up from his meditation. Why don't you spend these days in Mount Mayaboku? I will teach the sage mode to you. It will help you a lot in your shinobi journey. Izuna closes his eyes and absorbs nature energy. Fukasaku stares at Izuna with wide eyes. A cyan color cloak appears around Izuna, and golden and silver markings appear around his eyes. He turns towards Fukasaku and replies. I have already mastered the sage mode. Fukasaku inspects Izuna's chakra cloak and murmurs to himself. This is a strange variation of sage mode. I have never heard or seen anything like this. This large density of nature energy and those markings around his eyes. It is a perfect sage mode. Not even Jiraiya boy can enter the perfect sage mode. This kid is talented in senjutsu. Fukasaku muses for a while before he responds. I am surprised to see your talent in senjutsu, Izuna boy. I will teach frog kata to you. Only those who have mastered the sage mode can learn the frog kata. It is an exclusive technique available only to senjutsu users. The great toad sage created this technique and passed it to us. Are you interested in learning this technique? Frog kata is an excellent technique. I must learn it. Izuna nods his head. Yes, teach me frog kata, Fukasaku-san. Don't be so formal, Izuna boy. Call me pa like the rest of the people. It is decided then, I will teach you frog kata until great toad sage wakes up from his meditation. Fukasaku clasps his hand and enters sage mode. He explains about frog kata to Izuna. Izuna boy. Frog kata is a taijutsu technique exclusive to sages. The senjutsu chakra activates the body in various ways, enhancing the speed, reflexes, strength, stamina, and durability of the user. This allows the user to perform incredible feats like leaping great distances, shattering sharp materials with bare hands, and lift objects several times their size and weight. Fukasaku jumps around and showcases the enhanced strength of sage mode. To properly use this enhanced strength in combat, we require frog kata. The user can create an aura of natural energy around their body and use it to attack their enemies. The aura acts as the extension of one's body and only other sage mode users can see it. This makes the attack caused by frog kata to appear invisible to others. Fukasaku clenches his fist and punches a boulder. He held his fist a few centimeters away from the boulder. Crack. A crack appears on the boulder and it shatters from the attack. Chapter 96-94. Prophecy of Great Toad Sage. That's how you do it, Izuna boy. Fukasaku demonstrates frog kata to Izuna. Izuna clenches his fist and stands in front of a boulder. He punches the boulder and stops a few centimeters away from the boulder. Some slight cracks appear on the boulder, but it holds itself. I need some practice to master it completely. This isn't a boy. How did you do this? You could utilize Frog Kata to such an extent on your first observation. It flabbergasts Fukasaku. Izuna turns around and shows his Sharingan to Fukasaku. Remember, I am an Uchiha. My Sharingan can see through all kinds of jutsus, no matter what it is. I used the Eye of Insight of Sharingan to copy the jutsu. But it seems like I have to practice a little to master Frog Kata. That's convenient, Izuna boy. Jiraiya boy took so long to learn Frog Kata, and even his Sage mode is imperfect. Minato boy was able to learn the perfect Sage mode, but his fighting style didn't match with the Sage mode. So, Minato boy neglected the Sage mode. You are impressive, Izuna boy. You mastered the Sage mode and its taijutsu technique at such a young age. There hasn't been a genius like you to visit Mount Myaboku in a while. Fukasaku points at various stone statues and remarks. All of these statues were human once. Most of them were one-of-a-kind genius. They were able to travel through the secret path and visit Mount Myaboku. But sadly, none of them achieved the perfect Sage mode, and in their desperate attempts, they turned into a stone statue. Fukasaku sighs and continues. I will give pointers to you. Follow my instructions and you will master Frog Kata in a few days. Thus, another intense session of Sage Taijutsu starts for Izuna. After a week, Izuna punches a boulder from a few inches away and the boulder blows into smithereens. Looks like you have completely mastered the Frog Kata. Your rate of progress is amazing, Izuna boy. It's time to meet Great Toad Sage. He has summoned us. Fukasaku leads the way to Great Toad Sage's residence. Izuna follows Fukasaku and enters inside the temple. A giant brown toad with a white belly appears in his vision. The toad's skin is wrinkled, and the toad is squinting to gain vision. The toad wore a professor's hat with tassels and an orb on top of it. He also wears a necklace around his neck with a giant bead with oil in kanji written on it. There are giant scrolls lined behind him and the toad sits in a shallow pool of water with the kanji Sage inscribed on it. So, he is the Great Toad Sage Gamamaru. He has lived for 1,000 years and was born way before the arrival of Kaguya. I am already aware of this fact, but the actual thing is more like a living fossil. Izuna examines the Great Toad Sage Gamamaru. Fukasaku bows before Gamamaru and informs him. Ojiji-sama, the one you summoned has arrived as you predicted. The Great Toad Sage gestures for Izuna to get near him. I was expecting your arrival, Izuna Uchiha. I have divined the future, and it involves you in lots of events. So, I divined about your future and got some information. I have a prophecy for you. Hear me out. Izuna perks up his ear to listen to the prophecy. This old frog's prophecies are quite accurate. Maybe he can give me a clue or two about the Sin Seal. Boy, I can see danger looming over your family in near future. You will fight against lots of powerful enemies in the future, and I can see a giant pillar linked with chains. The Great Toad Sage turns silent for a while and meditate. That's it. I can only see this much. For some odd reasons, your future is hazy and I can't peek much into your future. Now, if you have any questions, I will listen to them. Izuna contemplates for a while. I could ask about Six-Path Sage mode from him. Maybe he can lead me in a certain direction. It is decided then. I would like to have a private conversation with Ojiji-sama, if it is fine with him. The Great Toad Sage gestures to Fukasaku and nearby toads to leave the temple. After all of them exits the temple, he turns towards Izuna and replies. I am aware of your problems. I have already divined about them. I will answer them for you. Izuna is surprised to hear this, his surprise turns to excitement, and he anxiously looks at Gamamaru. Don't be too hasty, boy. Everything moves at its own pace. Now for your questions, I will first narrate the details of Rikuta Senin to you. The Great Toad Sage closes his eyes and narrates the event. You must be aware of the details of the fight between Rikuta Senin and the Ten Tails. He fought against the Ten Tails and sealed it inside himself, thus becoming the first Jinchuruki to exist ever. After becoming the Jinchuruki of Ten Tails, he gained godlike powers. He manifested truth-seeking orbs, the ultimate manifestation of all nature transformations through the use of Yin-Yang release. As the Jinchuruki of Ten Tails, his Senjutsu was enhanced to its peak, and he named it Six-Path Senjutsu. However, sometime before the end of his lifespan, Hagoromo separated the Ten Tails from his body and sealed its body inside the moon. He extracted its chakra and formed the nine-tailed beasts you know today. As a result, Hagoromo lost all of his powers in the Six-Path Sage mode. However, Hagoromo wielded Rinnegan in his eyes. His ocular power allowed him to remaster and reinvent the Six-Path Sage mode. He mastered all nature transformations from scratch and finally gained access to truth-seeking orbs. Thus, by mastering all the nature transformations and finally shaping them into truth-seeking orbs, Hagoromo gained 6-Path Sage Mode again. Hagoromo was the Jinchuruki of Ten Tails and he had Rinnegan to help him with nature transformations. With his prior experience, it wasn't a difficult feat for him. But, Izuna boy, you on other hand don't possess any of those things. The journey to gain 6-Path Sage Mode will be extremely hard for you. The Great Toad Sage explained everything to Izuna. Izuna exits from the table and muses over Gamamaru's words. So, to gain 6-Path Sage Mode, I have to master all nature transformation and create a Kekai Mora. Only then will I able to create my truth-seeking balls and enter in Sage Mode. Izuna starts to ponder over 6-Path Sage Mode. Naruto exhausted every last bit of chakra in his fight against Sasuke, thus effectively losing all of Hagoromo's chakra, but he later regained the 6-Path Sage Mode, though he permanently lost the truth-seeking balls. Maybe it has something to do with the chakra of all-tailed beast. Hagoromo was a Jinchuruki of Ten Tails and Naruto was a pseudo-Jinchuruki. Do I have to steal chakra from every tailed beast to enter 6-Path Sage Mode? That's a lot of work. I will try to figure out another way to enter the Sage Mode. Izuna stares at the Sin Seal and contemplates a little. Maybe who knows, this nasty seal can help me. Though it is unreliable, it has saved my ass in some thorny situations. But I won't leave everything to it, I will start the nature transformation training first. A while later, Fukasaku enters the temple and bows in front of Great Toad Sage. Oh Jiji-sama. Is he the child of prophecy? The savior of mankind? Fukasaku questions the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage shakes his head and replies. No, he is not. He is more like the guardian of the world than its protector. Fukasaku tilts his head in confusion and questions. What's the difference between them? Aren't they the same? Great Toad Sage shakes his head and replies. No, there is a difference. The savior will protect the world from its dangers, whereas the guardian will defend the world from otherworldly threats. It is no use talking about it now. You will understand in the future. Just keep in mind, maintain a friendly relationship with the boy. Guide him to the correct path. You can leave now. I need to enter my meditation. Great Toad Sage dismisses Fukasaku. This grumpy old senile geezer. All he does is sleep. At least, give me a proper explanation. Fukasaku complains to himself and exits from the temple. He spots Izuna sitting on a boulder. Fukasaku hops towards Izuna. Izuna boy, I will help with your nature transformation training. We toads have some ancient scrolls passed down as heritage. These scrolls existed way before the Rakuto Sennin. Oh. That seems intriguing. Izuna's interest is piqued after listening about the origin of the scrolls. Chapter 97-95. Origin of Senjutsu. This seems pretty intriguing. Izuna curiously looks at the stack of scrolls laid in front of him. I always wondered how these bunch of toads gained wisdom and the power to wield Senjutsu. Chakra is a power exclusive to Otsutsuki's. Hagoromo was born with chakra because of Kaguya. Later he shared his chakra with the rest of beings through the use of Ninshu. Chakra became a privilege accessible to all living beings on Shinobi World. But Senjutsu was present way before chakra, since Gamamaru trained Hagoromo in Senjutsu. Now, here is the question. How come these toads came to know about Senjutsu? Maybe these scrolls might answer my doubts. Izuna grabbed a scroll to read it. This is. The writing of the scroll surprises him. These markings. They are similar to the one present in Grimoire of Sin. Is it a coincidence of some kind? Izuna turns towards Fukasaku and questions him. Fukasaku-san, where did you get these scrolls? I have never seen this writing anywhere. They look so ancient and I can sense a vast amount of nature energy in them. Fukasaku contemplates for a while before he replies. Izuna boy, these scrolls are a heritage of us frogs. Many millennia ago, one of our ancestors saved the life of a certain person. The person was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. At that time, there was no concept of chakra or senjutsu. The ancestor together with other animals nursed him back to health. It was that person who taught us the concept of senjutsu and trained our ancestors in senjutsu together with other animals. He created Mount Mayaboku, Shikata Forest, and the Ryuchi Cave. These places later turned into the sage regions of the Shinobi world. These scrolls were written by him to pass to his inheritor. Though I am still unaware of his possession which he passed down. Even Great Toad Sage doesn't know much about this. There is no record of that person's information in the remains of history. As far as I know, he fought against some otherworldly invaders and died in the battle. There are still some ruins of their battle spread throughout the Shinobi world, though the exact location of these ruins is unknown. This is the information passed down by our ancestors. Fukasaku explains to Izuna. Really, there was such a backstory. If I remember correctly, none of the Otsutsuki demonstrated senjutsu in any battle. Well, their chakra is potent enough on its own. Like literally, they can reincarnate themselves through the use of kama seals. Also, they convert the entire life energy and nature energy of the planet into fruit and harvest it. So why do they even need senjutsu? This can only mean one thing: senjutsu is a power not inherited from the Otsutsuki clan, but its source is the same as this sin seal. The person whom I fought against wasn't an Otsutsuki, he utilized a power similar to this sin seal, and he didn't have any sort of dojutsu. Now, if he is like Otsutsuki's, then I highly doubt I killed him during our previous encounter. So who is he? Why was he after the sin seal? And most of all, what is the origin of senjutsu and fuinjutsu? The gears in Izuna's brain churned and various questions popped up in his mind. Let me see the content of this scroll first. Maybe they could answer some of my questions. Izuna opens the scroll and activates his Sharingan to decipher it. He looks at the scroll's content again but couldn't decipher it. I have to use my Mangekyo Sharingan to decipher it. He turns towards Fukasaku and informs him. I will borrow these scrolls for a while. I think I will be able to decipher them. You can do as you please, Izuna boy. I will return. Ma would be waiting for me. Fukasaku hops away from the spot. Izuna teleports from his spot. He reappears at the top of the giant tree in Shikata forest. Let me try to decipher it now. He activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and inspects the scroll again. Welp. I still can't read it. The sin seal reacts again and forms strange markings around his right eye. The contents of the scroll reveal itself to him as some information pops out in his brain. Day 27. It has been a while since I got stranded in this dimension. There are various inferior creatures in this dimension. They can't utilize any sort of energy, and their mortality rate is very high. A bunch of low-level animals saved me, and I feel thankful to them. Well, not really. But still, they saved my life. The fight with the Otsutsuki clan members left me with many serious injuries. I have to open a Yamatsu Hirasaka to escape from the chase of Otsutsuki clan members. But they were prepared. They even brought Karasuki and Hirasuki to chase me down. The time and space artifacts helped them chase me down to this dimension. It requires lots of energy to travel freely through dimensions, but thankfully our clan techniques are oriented towards spacetime and sealing. These Otsutsuki spent lots of their chakra to travel through space and time. It will be a while before they recover and search for me. I have to get help from natives of this dimension. Sigh, again, these animals have very low intelligence. I should teach them one of my clan's techniques. Maybe these animals could gather their surrounding energy and attain some spiritual wisdom. I need help while dealing with those Otsutsukis, and even if it is a little, it will suffice. So, I trained them in senjutsu arts, the energy-utilizing technique of our clan. Otsutsukis are born with chakra and thus they have a natural advantage against us, but their nefarious ways of gaining power didn't sit well with us. Sigh. I am caught in such a difficult situation. The writing on the scroll ends. Izuna rolls the scroll and contemplates. This scroll is nothing more than a diary. But it seems like I will get all of my answers in them. So, my hunch was correct. Somebody taught these toads, slugs, and other summons. And from the looks of it, he was chased down by Otsutsuki clan members. Men. These Otsutsukis are present everywhere. I always wondered how Kaguya had enough time to create some ruins in the shinobi world when she was busy with her peaceful world quest. Looks like Otsutsuki visited shinobi world earlier on an expedition to hunt this guy down. They even took the time artifact Karasuki with them. Izuna takes out a piece of strange metal in his hand. If my guess is correct, then this broken artifact of the Namikaze clan is Hirasuki, as mentioned in this diary scroll. Maybe it broke during their final confrontation and during later years Namikaze clan chanced upon it. But to think, there are other races out there who are as equally powerful as Otsutsukis. Looks like I am born in an alternate or parallel Naruto world. I have to make preparations for this new danger too. There are other powerful beings out there with their sight on shinobi world. I need as many helping hands as possible. I have to talk with Tsunade regarding her sage mode training. She will be a great asset in the future. I have to pay a visit to the village and check on Shursue and Itachi too. It has been a year since I left the village. I only briefly returned to the village just to show my face to Mom. All this training had exhausted me mentally. I have to take a break and in the meantime convince Tsunade too. Izuna stows away the scroll and jumps down from the tree. He senses the chakra of Katsuyu and moves towards her. Lady Katsuyu, I will fulfill my promise now. In a few more days, I will bring Tsunade to Shikata Forest for sage mode training. Thank you so much, Izuna-kun. I will be able to keep the legacy of Kenshiro-sama alive this way. His clan got annihilated a few years ago, but thankfully I will be able to pass his legacy to Tsunade. Only if that girl Tsunade found a mate and birthed a child. Sigh. Katsuyu sighs and her optical tentacles twirls around. Farewell, Lady Katsuyu. Izuna teleports away from Shikatsu Forest. If only you were a bit older, Izuna-kun. Then it would have worked out. Katsuyu sighs again and looks towards the temple. Chapter 98, 96. Back to Konoha. Izuna appears on top of the Hokage monument. He looks around and inspects the village. The air is a bit chilly here. I can see the tension in the village. I guess Uchiha's dissatisfaction is apparent to the villagers. I will pay a visit to Mom and Dad and then I will talk with Tsunade. I will look upon Itachi and Shisui too, they would have progressed a lot this year. Izuna disappears from the Hokage's monument and reappear outside the Uchiha clan. Inside the Hokage's office. Hiruzen stares at Hokage monuments and murmurs. Tobirama-sensei, it has been a while since Danzo disappeared from the village. My suspicion is, he died in a battle, but I am not aware of the culprit. There are no clues or traces of Danzo anywhere. Even the root shinobis have no information on this matter. All of them were trapped in a powerful genjutsu. I suspect the culprit is the same person who attacked the village during the Ninetales incident. But Danzo had done plenty of dirty deeds and schemes, and I unknowingly supported him. I am not a competent leader. If only I could notice it earlier. Hiruzen sighs and looks at the report. Recently, there have been increased reports and complaints from civilians regarding the mistreatment by Uchiha police force. The Uchiha police officers continue to harass civilians and shopkeepers. They even had some skirmishes with Anbu and caused some mutual damage. Hiruzen sighs and places down the scroll. In an underground hideout. Achoo. Obito sneezes and looks around. It's a bit chilly here. He stands up and walks towards Black Zetsu. It's time to start the next phase of our plan. We failed to capture the Ninetales in the previous attempt. Our strength is not enough to collect all the nine-tailed beasts together. Konoha has various powerful shinobi. Obito looks at the pinned pictures of Hiruzen, Tsukumo, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Fugaku, Minato, Kushina, Hayashi, and Izuna. There is a cross on Minato, Kushina, and Orochimaru's pictures. We can deal with the rest of them. Nagato's 6 paths of pain are sufficient for them, but our major concern lies with Izuna Uchiha. Obito stabs a kunai in Izuna's picture. He is way too strong for us to handle. Even Nagato with his Rinnegan was struggling against this monster. He is a Genjutsu, Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu, Shurikenjutsu, and even Fuinjutsu master. He doesn't have any weakness. Maybe except for his family members. Obito contemplates on the matter. He turns towards Black Zetsu and speaks. It is time for you to officially join the Akatsuki. We need to recruit more members for our plan to succeed. I will discuss our plans with Pain. I will infiltrate Hidden Mist Village and will seek a way to gain control of the 4th Mizukage. Their Mizukage is quite young, and he is a Jinchuruki as well. We need resources to support Akatsuki and initiate the next step of our plan. I will control Hidden Mist and gain funds for our operations. Obito swirls out of the hideout. Black Zetsu looks at the disappearing figure of Obito and thinks. Mother. I am one more step closer to your revival. All chakra shall be reunited again and form the chakra tree. That foolish Hagoromo distributed the chakra to mankind and wasted it. But I will soon reunite it. Mother shall see this world once again. All chakra shall return to its original owner. Black Zetsu enters the ground and moves out from the hideout. Izuna enters inside the Uchiha compound and strolls in the market. He observes the passerby and notices a lack of non-Uchiha citizens. The Uchihas are isolating themselves. Even the Uchiha police force appears to be cold and distant. I suppose Fugaku is pressured by those old geezers of the clan. After Granduncle passed away, there is no one to keep them under tabs. It was their ambition paired with Danzo's manipulation, which leads to the downfall of the Uchiha clan. I have dealt with Danzo, but these old senile geezers are still persistent. I don't want to step in early to involve in the conflict as it is too much of a pain in the ass and the ambitions of these old geezers will only increase. But I won't allow the mindless slaughter of the clan. If Obito touches my family, I will end him. I don't care about the future. I am a selfish person and I don't have any thoughts regarding other Uchiha clan members, but my parents are my bottom line. He enters his house, and his mother greets him. Izuna dear. It has been a while since you last showed up. Mother missed you a lot. You will be a big brother soon. Are you happy about it? Izuna tilts his head and questioningly looked at Aiko. Mother. But your womb. He points towards Aiko's stomach. Oh. That. We followed Tsunade-san's procedure, and your Aunt Fumiko agreed to be the adoptive mother of our child. She is 2 months pregnant now and soon you and Shisui will become a big brother. Wow. That's great. I can't wait for my sibling to be born. I want a cute little sister. Izuna smiles in happiness. So, Tsunade succeeded in the procedure. That's a genius for you. I have to thank her for her hard work. I will gift the expensive honey wine from the land of honey to her. I got it during one of my Anbu missions and I preserved it in one of my scrolls. Where is father? Izuna looks around and notices the absence of Akira. There is an important clan meeting held in the Naka shrine. Your father is attending the meeting. I am not sure of the issue, but it is regarding the attitude of higher-ups of the village against the Uchiha clan. This politics and all, I don't want to be a part of it. I will cook your favorite dish tonight. Aiko enters the kitchen. Guess I will check up on Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke, and Naruto. I haven't seen their progress in a while. Izuna closes his eyes and enters semi-sage mode. He senses the chakra of Shisui and the rest of them. There you are, Uchiha Training Ground 5. Big brother will like to see your progress. Izuna walks out of his house and flickers towards the training ground. He reaches inside the training ground within seconds. Izuna hides his presence and eavesdrops on them. Shisui is training Naruto whereas Itachi is training Sasuke. Naruto-kun. You have large amounts of chakra. I haven't seen such amounts of chakra in any shinobi except for Big Brother Izuna. His chakra reserves are vast, but for some unknown reasons, Big Brother was always low on chakra. Maybe he was working on another of his new techniques, which consumed an enormous amount of chakra. Anyway, my point is you have terrible chakra control because of your large reserves. I have taught you Shuriken Jutsu, some simple wind jutsus, and basic taijutsu in this past year. Now, it is time to train your chakra control. If you have a good chakra control, you will be able to use several jutsu using the same amount of chakra. Naruto tilts his head in confusion and questions Shisui. Big brother Shisui, that's quite complicated. I don't quite get it. I hate complicated stuff. Can you explain it in simple terms? Databio. Shisui thinks for a while before he replies. Naruto, consider your body as a bowl of ramen. Your chakra is the broth of ramen. Now your body has lots of broth. I mean chakra in it, which means your bowl is bigger than the rest of people. But isn't it a good thing? I have a larger bowl, then I will get to eat more ramen. Databio. Naruto licks his tongue. It is a good thing, but there is a catch to it. Naruto imagines if your ramen has lots of broth, but there are fewer noodles in your bowl. Will you like your ramen? Shisui questions Naruto. No. I want more noodles in my ramen. Databio. Naruto complains. Exactly, that extra broth in your body. I mean chakra is wasted. To fully enjoy the extra broth, you need extra noodles and toppings. Such is the case with you, to make use of that extra chakra and to not waste it, you need more noodles. I mean more chakra control. Then, only will you be able to enjoy your ramen. I mean you will efficiently use your chakra. Shisui holds his breath and stares at Naruto. Do you understand, Naruto? Yes, I understand a little. Next time, I will ask Old Man Tucci to add more noodles in my ramen. Naruto nods to Shisui. Damn. Shisui clutches his head. Haha. Izuna chuckles and shakes his head. This Naruto. He only cares about ramen. I have to step in. Shisui must be going insane in this past year. Standard training can't teach Naruto, he requires specialized training. Let me take a look at Sasuke's progress. He is smarter among the duo. I don't think he would face any difficulty with the training. Izuna turns towards Sasuke and Itachi. Chapter 99-97. Spar. Itachi is training Sasuke in Shuriken Jutsu. There are a bunch of target places around them. Itachi picks up a bunch of kunais and tosses them up in the air. He draws more kunais from his holster and throws them at the previous kunais. The kunais change their trajectory and hit the target. Look at the movement of my hand and the trajectory of kunais. Once your observation skills are good enough, you can perform the same feat as me. Itachi reminds Sasuke. Sasuke looks at Itachi with disinterest. Big brother Itachi, can you perform the Shuriken Jutsu technique used by Big brother Izuna? You know what I mean, by just using one shuriken he directed the trajectory of all kunais. Can you do that Itachi nii-san? Sasuke questions Itachi. Itachi hangs his head low in embarrassment and replies. I still can't do that. It requires very precise calculations, but I will be able to do it in a few more days. Then you are no fun, Itachi nii-san. Teach me something else, which I don't know. Sasuke turns his head away and walks towards Naruto. Itachi sighs and looks at Sasuke's back. I am not a good big brother. I can't even train my little brother. What would big brother Izuna do in this case? Izuna laughs again as he clutches his stomach. This is way too hilarious. The genius Itachi is struggling to teach his younger brother. At least, there is something out there which Itachi is not good at. He jumps from the tree and walks towards the group. Shisui and Itachi notice him. Big brother Izuna, you are back. It has been a while since I last saw you. Shisui walks in front of Izuna and curiously looks at him. You must have trained away from the village for a year while doing your mission. I want to see how strong I am in your comparison. Let's have a spar, Izuna and Nii-san. Shisui proposes a spar between them. It's a good idea, Shisui. I also want to see the progress of both you and Itachi. Izuna jumps back and takes a fighting stance. Come at me, both of you. Shisui and Itachi, both of you join fight with me together. Naruto and Sasuke near a corner of the training ground and excitedly look at their fight. Sasuke, who do you think will among them? Databio. Naruto questions Sasuke. Is there even a need to ask? Even a retard could guess the result. Obviously, Izuna and Nii-san will win the spar. Even if he is fighting against Shisui and Itachi and Nii-san, Izuna and Nii-san is a lot stronger than both of them. Sasuke smugly folds his hands in front of his chest. Oh. Is that so? Hey. What do you mean by this? Do you want to say that I am a retard? Naruto grabs the collar of Sasuke. Do you want a beating, you knucklehead? Sasuke clutches Naruto's hand. Oh. Yeah, you smartass. I will beat your ass. Naruto and Sasuke engage in a fight. Boom. Their fight is interrupted by a large explosion. Both of them leave each other's collars and look at the spar. Itachi made some hand signs and fired a great fireball technique at Izuna. Izuna jumps and avoids the jutsu. Shisui makes some hand signs and shouts. Wind style, vacuum bullet. The wind amplifies the fireball jutsu and creates a much bigger fireball. Boom. The fireball rams in Izuna. Dust and debris cover their vision. Shisui and Itachi take out their kunai and raises their guard. Various kunais and shurikens attack them. Both of them skillfully deflect all kunais and shurikens. Behind you. Shisui warns Itachi. Itachi turns around and folds his hand to block a kick from Izuna. The impulse from the kick sends him flying away. Shadow body flicker. Shisui disappears, and multiple shadow clones surround Izuna. They start to constantly attack Izuna as Shisui shifts his position within the real clones and the afterimage clones. So, Shisui has mastered this technique. He has officially become Shisui of the body flicker. Izuna continues to block Shisui's attack and praises him. You have come a long way, Shisui. You have successfully mastered this technique and even improved it to pair with shadow clones. Well done. Thank you, Izuna and Nii-san. Victory will be ours. Oh. Don't get too ahead of yourself. This is just warm-up for 3 of us. Izuna throws a shuriken at the various afterimages and clones and makes some hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Several shurikens appear in front of him and attack Shisui. All of his afterimages and clones disappear. The real Shisui blocks the shurikens with a kunai and appears in front of Izuna. Itachi also joins him, and both of them look at each other and nod. Wow, so awesome. Izuna and Nii-san, Shisui and Nii-san, and Itachi and Nii-san are so awesome. Databio. Naruto claps his hand in astonishment. They were just doing some warm-up. The actual fight hasn't even started. None of them have even activated their Sharingan yet. Sasuke chides Naruto. Oh. Is that so? I thought they were seriously fighting against each other. Naruto scratches his head in embarrassment. That's why you are a knucklehead. What did you say? Mind repeating. Naruto angrily glares at Sasuke. Sasuke turns towards Naruto and looks him in eyes. Naruto, you are a big idiot. You have done it, Sasuke. Naruto punches towards Sasuke. Sasuke easily avoids the punch. Both of them engage in another round of their catfight. Itachi and Shisui seriously look at each other and nod. It's time to show our year's worth of extensive training to Izuna and Nii-san. Yes, big brother Shisui. We have worked hard, it is time to test the results. Sharingan. Both of them activate their Sharingan and close the gap between them. Oh. Itachi has a 3-tomo Sharingan. He must have worked hard to master his Sharingan. Itachi and Shisui engage in a taijutsu fight with Izuna. He blocks their kicks with his hands and returns the favor by kicking them away. Shisui and Itachi somersaults in the air and prevents their descent. Itachi makes some hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He fires off many small fireballs at Izuna. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Izuna creates a water dragon. The water dragon fires many water bullets at the fireballs and cancels them. Itachi jumps and avoids the water bullets. Oh! It's a distraction. So, where is Shisui? Shisui pops out of Izuna's shadow and tries to stab him. Shadow assassination. Nice try. But I was a former Anbu captain. So, I am still your senior. Izuna kicks Shisui away. You can't use Anbu techniques against an Anbu. Got you. Shisui smirks and disappears in a puff of smoke. Boom. A large explosion engulfs Izuna. Shisui appears beside Itachi and stares at the explosion. Get ready to engage. It can't be over this easily. Izuna appears unscathed from the explosion. Earthwall crumbles around him while he is holding a stack of paper bombs in his hand. Izuna's left hand is coated in lightning chakra which nullifies the explosive chakra of paper bombs. He throws away the paper bomb and looks at them. Come on. Is this the best you can do? I have trained both of you in many jutsu and techniques, use them against me. If it is the extent of your growth, then I am disappointed. Izuna disappears from their vision and reappears in front of them. He punches both of them in the gut. Finally, we caught you in our trap. Two of them smirks at Izuna. Shisui's body turns into lightning and binds Izuna. Itachi turns into many crows and flies away. The real Itachi and Shisui appear from the ground and cautiously look at Izuna. There is a sealing formula below Izuna that roots him to the spot. The lightning binds him with the sealing formula. We have laid this trap while fighting you. It was very difficult to pull off. But we successfully pulled it off. How is it? That's our cooperation, ninjutsu. It is still a work in progress. Shisui looks at Izuna in anticipation. Not bad. You got me. It is indeed an excellent technique. But there are many flaws to it. And I think you have forgotten one crucial factor. Let me remind you, I am a sealing grandmaster. Such messy sealing formula won't be able to hold me. Izuna riles up his chakra and the sealing formula crumbles. A figure appears behind Naruto and Sasuke and pulls their ear. Ah. Ah. Both of them shriek in pain and look at the intruder. They are stunned to see the intruder and stutter. After stuttering for a while, only a single phrase escaped from their mouth. How? Chapter 198. A chat with Tsunade. Izuna pulled their ear. Both of them yell loudly. Ah. Ah. It hurts, Izuna Nii-san. Naruto rubbed his ear and excitedly looked at Izuna. How are you here, Nii-san? He points at another Izuna sparring with Shisui and Itachi. He is. Sasuke tilts his head in confusion. He is a shadow clone. All this time, they were fighting against my shadow clone all along. Sasuke looks at Izuna with wide eyes. Wow, Izuna Nii-san. You are so strong. Izuna sits with them and watches the one-sided beating of Shisui and Itachi. After a while, both of them give up. The shadow clone dispels itself which shocks Shisui and Itachi. They stare at the empty space for a while. Izuna appears in front of them. Both of you require a lot of training. I will stay here for a while, I will retrain you guys. Shisui and Itachi shakes their head and gets up. Izuna uses medical ninjutsu to heal their wounds and bruises. He uses nature energy to rejuvenate their body. Let's go to Yakiniku Barbecue Restaurant. It's my treat. Izuna leads them to Yakiniku Restaurant. Yay. I will eat lots of meat. Databio. Naruto jumps in excitement. Inside the restaurant. Izuna, Shisui, Itachi, Naruto, and Sasuke grabs a corner and seat there. All of them orders lots of meat. Izuna grills his meat as he stares at Shisui and Itachi. That earlier technique, have both of you joined the Anbu? Izuna puts many silencing seals around the place as he converses with them. Both of nods and Itachi replies. Yes, Izuna Nii-san. After becoming a chunin, Hokage-sama suggested me to join the Anbu. He wanted to fulfill the gap left by you with a talented individual. So, he chose me and Shisui Nii-san. We are a part of your former Team Ro. So, Hokage-sama told you about my retirement from Anbu. I have no qualms with that. Listen well, Anbu is a place of darkness. Don't get lost in the darkness and stray away from the light. Izuna advises them. They continue to eat their food. Naruto and Sasuke start another fight. Naruto ate the best piece of meat from Sasuke's grill. I was saving the best for the last, you knucklehead. Sasuke angrily glares at Naruto. Oh. I thought you were full. So, I ate it. It's not a big issue. Here, you can have mine. Naruto offers half-grilled meat to Sasuke. Damn it, Naruto. Don't test my patience. Sasuke angrily snaps at Naruto. Izuna pulls their ear and silences them. Ah. Ah. Both of you stop fighting with each other. I have seen your training. You have done quite a good job. Naruto and Sasuke smile at these words. To make Shinigami and Itachi's life miserable. Starting tomorrow onwards, I will personally train both of you for a while. Naruto and Sasuke hang down their head, but after a while, they cheer in excitation. Don't be happy so early. You will beg me to stop tomorrow. Izuna smiles wickedly. Sasuke. I have a bad feeling about this. Naruto pulls Sasuke's sleeve. Me too, Naruto. Sasuke gulps his saliva. Izuna talks with Itachi and Shinigami for a while. He advises them on some matters related to Anbu missions. Izuna pays the bill and drags a sleeping Naruto on his shoulders. You three move ahead without me. I will drop Naruto at his place. Also, I have some other matters to handle. Okay, Izuna Nii-san. Shinigami nods to him. See you tomorrow, Izuna Nii-san. Sasuke waves his hand. Izuna carries Naruto towards the Senju compounds. He enters and knocks on the door. Shizun walks out of the house and greets him. It has been a while, Izuna. Yes, it has been a while. Izuna hands over Naruto to Shizun. He is fast asleep right now. Lay him on the bed. Shizun places Naruto on the bed and returns to Izuna. Where is Tsunade-san? Tsunade-sama is attending to patients in the Konoha hospital. You will find her in her office. Shizun replies to him. Thank you, Shizun. Izuna teleports inside Tsunade's office. Inside the Konoha hospital. Tsunade held a report in her hand while inspecting it. The procedure was successful. I have collected lots of data from it. I think I can further improve this technique. But before that, I have to gather more data, and it will only complete after the birth of the child. Suddenly wind flutters her cloth, and Izuna appears out of nowhere. All the papers on the table flies around and Tsunade's anger rises. Yo. Did you miss me? You bastard. Instead of a hug, a punch greets him. Tsunade punches him and Izuna takes it like a man. He is sent flying out of the ceiling. Izuna stands up and walks towards Tsunade. You are a brute, Tsunade. This is part of the reason you will turn into an old hag in few more years. What did you say? Mind repeating it. Tsunade has a tick mark on her forehead and she clenches her fist tightly. Okay. Okay. My bad. I shouldn't have startled you. Izuna raises his hands and gives up. Tsunade points at the mess of paper all around. She angrily glares at Izuna. Put them all back together on the table. Yes. Ma'am. Izuna picks up the papers and arranges them on the table. He sits in front of Tsunade and stares at her. It has been a while since we last met and this is how you greet me. It is quite rude of you, Tsunade. Ha. Tsunade sighs and hands over the paper in her hand to Izuna. I have been working on this technique. It is for your family, kid. You requested me to find a solution. Izuna grabs the paper and reads its content. There is detailed information on surrogacy and in vitro fertilization. You did a superb job, Tsunade. I am thankful for your help. It brought happiness to my parents. Izuna bows his head to Tsunade. It will be quite good, kid, if you can buy me a drink or two. I am broke again. Tsunade sighs again. Oh. I have a present for you, Tsunade. Izuna pulls out the honey wine. It is the limited honey wine from Land of Honey. It is quite expensive and you need a fortune to afford it. He places the wine on the table. Tsunade hungrily looks at the wine and gulps her saliva. You are aware of my tastes. I might marry you if you take such good care of me. Tsunade jokes. Then let's go on a date. We will have a taste of this delicacy while enjoying our date. Izuna bows in a gentleman and proposes to Tsunade. Tsunade chuckles and grabs his hand. Hold tightly. We are about to teleport. Izuna pulls Tsunade in her embrace and teleports from the place. Whoosh, whiz. They appear inside a wooden cottage. Tsunade leaves his embrace and inspects the cottage. This feeling, this refreshing chakra. I have felt it somewhere before. Tsunade dashes towards the door and looks around. A vast expanse of trees appears in her vision. We are inside the Shikata forest. I knew this feeling. Tsunade turns around and stares at Izuna. Mind explaining. It is nothing complicated. It is like this. Izuna explains his journey to Tsunade. So, you are already a sage. You have quite a talent, kid. Also, don't tell me we are on the top of the giant tree of Shikata forest. Izuna nods his head. I trained here and slept in this cottage. It has a scenic view of it. Izuna pulls out a table and chairs from the cottage and places them on the branch. Let's continue our date. I have something important to talk about. I hope you will listen to my request. Both of them sit on the table. Izuna pulls out 2 wine glasses from his storage space and fills them with wine. Let's enjoy this wine while basking in this beautiful moonlight. Cheers. Izuna sips his wine slowly as he talks with Tsunade. After talking about some pointless things for a while, he comes to the real matter. Tsunade, I want you to learn sage mode. You have the title of Sannin. It's time for you to become a real sage. Tsunade puts down her glass and stares at the moon. I don't want to. You are already a sage, with you and Jiraiya around. I doubt anybody will be able to harm our village. There is no need for me to learn sage mode. Ha. Izuna sighs. He stares at Tsunade. Why is she so stubborn? Tsunade, I have some matters to disclose to you. I fought against an enemy with the eyes of Sage of 6 Paths. He is very powerful and can easily destroy our village. I want to make sure our village remains safe, in case I am out of the village. Izuna tries to convince Tsunade. Tsunade refuses to budge as she calmly drinks her wine. I am left with no choice. I have to mix some lies with the truth. Izuna grabs Tsunade's hand, which startles her. Izuna, no matter what. I won't train in sage mode. It was only because of you that I persisted this long in a village, otherwise I would have already left the village. Izuna places his hand on Tsunade's mouth and places a silencing seal. Tsunade angrily glares at him. You can get angry all you want. But first, listen to me. Our world is in danger. Yes, not just Konoha but the entire shinobi world. Chapter 101, 99. Set in motion. Tsunade calms down and stares at Izuna. Explain. Then, listen. Tswanda, you must be aware of the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. Tsunade nods her head. He divined a prophecy for Jiraiya, a few years ago. Exactly, he summoned me to his abode and divined a prophecy for me. Many powerful otherworldly invaders will attack the shinobi world. He also prophesied about the 4th shinobi war. I am not sure of the exact time, but there will be a brutal war in the future. So, in order to prepare for the future, I want you to grow stronger. I don't want any friends and family to lose their lives in the war. Tsunade, you are one of the few people close to me, I don't want you to get hurt. That's why Tsunade, you should train in sage mode. Your creation rebirth seal is imperfect. With the help of sage mode, you will be able to perfect it and avoid the side effect. Tsunade closes her eyes as memories of previous wars flashed in her mind. The image of Dan and Nawaki appeared in her mind, which overlapped with that of Izuna. Tsunade clenched her fist and resolutely stood up. Fine, I will start my training in sage mode. Izuna wraps his hand around Tsunade and teleports from the treetop. He appears in front of Katsuyu. Lady Katsuyu, I have convinced Tsunade. She will start her training from tomorrow onwards. Katsuyu nods her optical tentacles. Thank you, Izuna-kun. Okay. Then farewell. Izuna places his hand on Tsunade's shoulder and prepares to teleport to Konoha. I will reverse summon myself tomorrow, Tsunade informs Katsuyu before teleporting away. Katsuyu looks at Izuna and Tsunade's pair. They would make a perfect couple if only Tsunade was a little younger. Katsuyu sighs and enters inside her cave. For the next few days, Izuna trains both Sasuke and Naruto. Shinigami and Itachi are out on an Anbu mission in Land of Woods. Hiruzen orders them to seek an alliance with the Prajna group, an Anbu group of Land of Woods. Izuna stares at Sasuke and Naruto, who are hanging upside down on a tree. He is training their chakra control. Izuna has tied their hands and legs. They have to maintain their position without falling. Things are progressing way too faster. Since I have dealt with Danzo, there won't be any violent massacre. But the ambition of those old geezers of clan. Sigh. Izuna remembers his previous clan meeting where he tried to talk the elders of Uchiha clan down. If they don't want to cooperate, then I can only let Shinigami put them into a genjutsu and manipulate them. Izuna sighs and continues to provide tips to Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them continue to fall and climb back again. Inside the private room besides Hokage's office, Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura sat around a table and discuss important matters. It has been a year since Danzo went missing. We assume that he is dead. Whoever did it, he did a clean job. Hamura sighs and laments at Danzo's loss. But to think, Danzo had such dealings. He was involved in most of the schemes and plots against the village. We have been raising a serpent all along. His hunger for power was too intense. Koharu sighs and rests against the chair. Our era is over. It is time to pass our responsibilities to the next generation. What do you think about it? Hiruzen picks up his pipe and smokes. There is no suitable candidate for Hokage's position. However, I would like to make Tsukumo Hatake as the new village elder. He will replace Danzo's position in the Elder Council. What are your thoughts on this matter? Hiruzen continues. Koharu and Hamura contemplate before nodding in affirmation. We agree with your decision. Let us hold a council meeting tomorrow and declare it. Hiruzen takes a deep puff from his pipe and places it on the table. He takes out a report and presents it to them. Now, let's talk about serious matter. The elders of the Uchiha clan are planning something. Whatever it is not favorable for the village. Hamura picks up the report and reads it. We have no valid proof against them. We can't take any action recklessly. We need to increase surveillance of the Uchiha clan. He suggests. Yes, I will deploy another Anbu team to monitor them. Danzo's schemes have caused quite a problem for us. If we fail to deal with the situation effectively, then it may spell another ninja war. Konoha isn't ready for another war. The previous war in the Ninetales incident had exhausted our village. Hiruzen sighs again. I will think of a solution to this matter and inform you later. We can't allow another major incident in the village. Hiruzen stands up and walks towards his office. Koharu and Hamura depart shortly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Izuna regularly visits Aunt Fumiko to check on her. Aunt Fumiko is in the 4th month of her pregnancy. It will be a while before the baby will be born. Izuna regularly reports to Tsunade, who is training Sage Mode in Shikata Forest. Her progress is relatively slow compared to Izuna. She has to use the slug oil to aid in the absorption of nature energy. Despite her efforts, she is still stuck at the first step of Sage Mode. It will take her a while to sense nature energy effortlessly. Izuna teleports back to the village. He stands on top of the Hokage monument and stares at the village. Time to bid farewell. I will train for another 4 months and I will return before the birth of my sibling. Mount Myaboku is still the ideal place to train in nature transformations. I have progressed a lot in the Kekai Toda release. Beside dust release and power release, I will be able to use another Kekai Toda soon. An icy blue flame appears in his hand. The flame flickers for a while before it extinguishes completely. This combination of fire release and ice release is still unstable. I have to figure out the correct chakra ratio and conditions to stabilize it. For now, I will name it as Arctic Release. Yes, Arctic Release seems suitable. Izuna clenches his fist and teleports from the village. He reappears inside Mount Myaboku. Fukasaku hops towards him and greets him. You are back, Izuna boy. Will you continue your nature transformation training? You are quite close to attaining another Kekai Toda. I will help with your training. Fukasaku claps his hands and enters Sage Mode. Izuna boy. I will able to sense changes in your chakra more easily this way. Now start your training. Izuna activates his Sharingan to observe the ratio of chakra. He infused fire release from one hand and ice release from another. Blue flames forms in between his hands. Izuna infuses more chakra into the jutsu to make it bigger. This surge of chakra destabilized the jutsu, and it exploded on him. Boom. One of his hand froze, and another got charred. He quickly healed his hand and started again. Boom. Again. Boom. Again. The training continues for another month. Izuna continues to practice the Arctic Release. Many people spent their entire life to figure out a nature transformation. The second Tsuchikage developed the Dust Release and passed it on to third Tsuchikage. It was his greatest achievement. Inside the Anbu headquarters, Hiruzen summons Shisui and Itachi. Both of them flickers before him and bow to him. They await further orders from Hiruzen. Hiruzen turns towards them and speaks. Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Both of you are an excellent member of Anbu. Your achievements in this past year marveled me. Your capabilities only lie short to Asuna Uchiha. Hiruzen looks towards Shisui and nods. Your grandfather Kagami Uchiha was a close aide of 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju. He was my senior and a close friend. You have grown quite well, and I hope you follow Kagami's example. The will of fire burns brighter within both of you. I don't want the village to engulf in chaos and flames of hatred. Itachi hesitates for a while before he speaks. Hokage-sama. I have something to report to you. Hiruzen stares at Itachi and nods his head. Proceed. Hokage-sama. Fugaku Uchiha, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, and my father ordered me to join Anbu to seek information on the Elder Council. This way, I am acting as a spy for the clan. Hiruzen sighs and rubs his forehead. I can understand your sentiments. You are part of a clan, after all. But remember this, you are also a Konoha citizen. This entire village is your family. You can't harm them for the sake of your close relatives. However, I am glad that you informed me about this. I will issue a mission to you now. From today onwards, you will act as a spy for me and monitor the Uchiha clan. You will be a double agent this way. Yes, Hokage-sama. I understand. I won't disappoint you. Itachi bows his head. Hokage-sama. Shall I consult with Asuna Nii-san? He was the former Anbu captain. Maybe, he could find a peaceful solution. Hiruzen sighs and reminds Shisui. Izuna Uchiha is the genius of the Uchiha clan, but he isn't the son of clan leader. He is a disposable piece to elders. Izuna also understands this. Sometimes, power isn't the only way to govern people. Power and politics go hand by hand. Izuna Uchiha has power, but he has no political say. Or to be precise, he isn't interested in anything except training. This S-rank mission is just a disguise for him to train. It would be better if he isn't involved in this. If he turned against the village, then Konoha will suffer quite a loss. I want to settle the matter peacefully. You too, keep updating me on the latest intel. Yes, Hokage-sama. Both of them nods and flickers out from the headquarters. Hiruzen sighs and stares at the moon. Things have turned quite complicated. I hope it will end peacefully. A/N I randomly came up with Arctic release. If anyone has a better suggestion, comment it down below. I will change the name if I liked it. Chapter 102, 100. Coup d'etat. Inside a secret chamber of Naka Shrine. Many Uchiha clan elders sit on around a table discussing their plans. Asahi, everything is ready, right? One of the clan elders questions a nearby Uchiha clan member. The clan member bows before the elder and reports. Yes, Ijiro-sama. We have secretly secured lots of kunais and shurikens from the land of hot water. The preparations are ready, we just need orders from you. Ijiro nods to him and turns towards Fugaku. Fugaku, how are the preparations on your end? If we want to gain control of the village, then we need to deal with Hokage and his Anbu guards. Have you gathered the necessary intel regarding this matter? We have to finish him in a single blow or else things will blow out of proportion. If it alerts other clans, then we would have to face against a combined assault of many other clans. Fugaku looks at the group of clan elders. So, things have turned out this way. Father died because of his sickness, and I became the next clan head. But these clan elders manipulated various members of the clan to gain power and control. I don't even have a say in this matter. It took me a while to realize their ambition. It's too late now, I can only play along with them. I hope Uchiha clan won't suffer much in this conflict. Fugaku nods towards the group of clan elders and informs them. My elder son, Itachi Uchiha, joined Anbu a year ago. He had collected the necessary intel during this time. All the Anbu's patrol duty, team formations, members, and all such. I will call him to provide the information. Fugaku whispers something to a nearby Jounin. The Jounin walks out of the meeting room and comes with Itachi in tow. Itachi, present the intel to clan elders. Itachi bows and greets the clan elders. He forks out a scroll from his pocket and passes it to Ijiro. This is the intel I have collected this past year. There is detailed information about Anbu members, their patrol duties, and even their jutsus. I have inspected every last detail. Ijiro schemes through the scroll and rolls it and passes it to another elder. You have quite a talented son, Fugaku. He had grown in an excellent young man. His wits and intelligence remind me of your father, Kakashi Uchiha. He was such a great man, but he lacked ambition. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fallen in such a state. Let's show the power of the Uchiha clan to these old fools of Konoha. Ijiro clenches his fist. For the clan. Yes, for the clan. The rest of the clan elders follow his lead. So, he is the perpetrator of this incident. Itachi silently stares at Ijiro. I have to report this to Hokage-sama. The clan is on the verge of coup d'etat. If this continues, then civil war will erupt in Konoha. I can't allow Sasuke to suffer in the misery of civil war. I have to stop them. Itachi silently retreats. The discussion continues. Ijiro gathers all the members of the Uchiha police force and addresses them. My Uchiha clan members, the village, had discriminated against us. The second Hokage Tobirama Senju hated us. He isolated us to the boundaries of the village. We bear with it. We wholeheartedly served the village, kept the prisoners of Konoha in check. We secured the village's police force, but what did we get in return? Ijiro clenches his fist and slams it on the table. Hatred and suspicion. The villagers fear us for our prowess. They blamed the Ninetales incident on our clan. Forced us to move to the outer boundaries of the village. Not only this, they even left their loyal dog on our tail. Many of you must have noticed the dogs of the village sniffing around our clan. They forced us in a corner. We must retaliate and restore the former glory of Uchiha clan. Ijiro raises his hand passionately. Yes, for the clan. All the Uchiha police force members yell in unison. For the clan. For the clan. Fugaku looks at the members of the Uchiha police force with a conflicted gaze. They are a herd of sheep and Ijiro is their shepherd. It is too late to knock sense into them. Before I could gain the support of the clan members after assuming the position of clan head, Ijiro had already swayed their opinion. I am a clan head only in name. Father, only if you were alive, then things wouldn't have played out like this. Fugaku sighs and turns towards Ijiro. Clan elder Ijiro, how long would it take to prepare for the last confrontation? Soon, it will happen soon. We will set in a week or two. I will inform you later. For now, we will discuss the intel and devise a strategy to effectively deal with Hokage. The discussion continues as the clan elders plots a plan. Inside the Hokage office. Itachi bows before Hiruzen as he reports. I have the latest intel of my spy mission. I would like to inform you of this matter. Hiruzen nods and waves his hand to dismiss the Anbu guards. Later, inside the private room beside Hokage's office. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura sit around a table as they listen to the report of Itachi. If they are going to start a revolution and usurp our power, we have no choice but to judge the Uchiha as traitors of the leaf. Koharu concludes. Don't rush to such a decision. Hiruzen interrupts her. We must take measures to avoid the mayhem. Hamura agrees with Koharu. Even if we want to stop the revolution of Uchiha, taking on the Uchiha will be no simple task. There's got to be some sort of strategy we can use. We should join forces with other clans and launch a surprise attack on Uchiha from behind. It will be over in no time. Koharu presents her opinion. I want to settle it with words before force. Hiruzen towards Itachi and orders. Itachi, buy me some time, however little it may be. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi nods and disappears from his spot. Later inside Anbu headquarters. Shursue and Itachi bows before Hiruzen as Itachi reports to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. The Uchiha will start their revolution from next week. We have 6 days to stop this coup. Hiruzen sighs and rubs his forehead. I can't allow the village to fall this easily. It's a failure on my part. If the coup starts, it will embroil the village in a civil war. Our forces will weaken considerably, and other nations won't sit idly. They will use this opportunity to wage war on Konoha. Konoha is the strongest hidden village with the most resources. If the coup happens, the Fourth Shinobi War will be around the corner. But this time, it will be all nations against the Land of Fire. I don't want such an ending. Itachi continues his report. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan elder Ijiro, is the perpetrator behind the coup. If we can deal with him, then we can stop the coup. That might be a possibility. But I am sure you are aware of the consequences of this decision. Itachi nods and continues. It won't be enough to quell the hatred build-up among the Uchiha clan members. It will only fan the flames and will inevitably lead to a coup. Thus, we are only postponing the inevitable. Shursue quietly listens to their conversation as he is stuck in a dilemma. Should I tell them about the abilities of my Mangekyo Sharingan? Izuna Nii-san warned me to not disclose them. He said, the power of your Sharingan is way too great. It can lead to the greed of power-hungry people who will try to hunt you down to gain your eyes. So, don't disclose your eyes to anyone under any circumstances. But I have to think of a solution to prevent the downfall of Uchiha clan. Shursue continues to ponder over the matter. After pondering for a while, he concludes. For the sake of my family, my friends, and my clan. I have to do it. He turns towards Hiruzen and speaks. Hokage-sama. I have a solution to our problem. Huh? Hiruzen is startled by Shursue's words. He questionably stares at Shursue. Explain. Shursue activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and reveals them to Hiruzen and Itachi. Hiruzen is surprised to see the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan, the forbidden power of the Uchiha clan. Image of Madara Uchiha pops in Hiruzen's mind and his spine shivers. The ability of my Mangekyo Sharingan allows me to control a person without their discretion. I will use this ability on Ijiro and manipulate him to quell the revolution. This way, the Uchiha's coup will be repelled. Then slowly, by manipulating Ijiro, the hatred of Uchiha clan members will be quenched. Hiruzen ponders for a while. It seems to be a quite feasible option. Then, Shursue Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. I will issue this SS rank mission to both of you. Infiltrate the residence of Ijiro Uchiha and manipulate him to repel the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. The survival of the village depends on this mission. Failure isn't an option. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shisui and Itachi bows to Hiruzen and flickers out. I hope things will play out as planned. I don't want a repeat of the first Hokage's incident. Hiruzen sighs and looks towards the blood-red moon. Chapter 103, 101. Attack on Uchiha Part 1. Outside Konoha. A cloaked figure stares at the sensing barrier around Konoha. It's time to get back everything. The cloaked figure turns around and stares at a group of cloaked figures. The group wear long, black cloaks with red clouds, a red interior and a chin-high collar. They wore various shades of nail polish on their finger and toenails. There are a total of 4 members in the group, each with a distinctive feature on their robe. All of them wear a conical straw hat with small ornamental torques and tassels hanging down their faces. One member of Akatsuki walks towards the cloaked figure. We will help you with your chore, but in return we want 9 tails. That's the order from our leader. Then we will walk separate ways. The Akatsuki member tilts his hat and stares at the cloaked figure. I will keep my end of the bargain, but first you need to fulfill your part. The cloaked figure speaks in a hoarse voice. Very well then, keep this in mind. We can easily track you down and obliterate you from existence if you failed on your end of the deal. The Akatsuki member warns the cloaked figure. Humph, you are a band of mercenaries. I will keep my promise. There is no need to banter about it. The cloaked figure snorts. Good. Then let's move to our task. The group walks towards the Konoha. The cloaked figure stops the Akatsuki members from entering the village. There is a sensing barrier around the village. It will easily detect the presence of the intruder. But don't worry, I know the key formula. It will be a simple task to bypass the barrier. The cloaked figure approaches the barrier and makes some hand signs. He slams his hand on the barrier. A Fuinjutsu formula appears below his hand and covers a small part of the barrier. A door-sized opening forms in the barrier. The cloaked figure enters inside the village together with the members of Akatsuki. The cloaked figure points in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Our aim is to slaughter the members of the Uchiha clan. Don't destroy their eyes, the eyes are valuable. The cloaked figure reminds them. Now then, let the massacre begin. He laughs maniacally and dashes in a certain direction. Itachi and Shisui infiltrate the residence of Ijiro Uchiha. They sneakily enter inside his room and wait for him to appear. Do you think this plan will work? Itachi questions Shisui. It should. My Mangekyo Sharingan cast a very powerful Genjutsu Koto Amatsukami, which allows me to manipulate the thoughts of a person without his awareness. Big brother Izuna helped me train my Mangekyo Sharingan, and I can even use the Susanoo, the most prized technique of our Uchiha clan. Itachi nods to Shisui and mutters to himself. Sasuke, I won't allow anybody to ruin your childhood. Both of them hid inside the room and wait for the elder to appear. Ijiro Uchiha leisurely enters inside the bathhouse of his mansion. He pours a cup of sake and smells the fragrance of sake before gulping in one go. My useless, idiotic son, I am doing it for his sake. That Kakashi, he snatched the position of clan head from me and got promoted as the clan head. He smashed my dream to become the clan head into a pulp. I could only leave my ambition to my son. But this idiot wastrel, he wasted his life on alcohol and gambling. Kakashi used this opportunity to instate his son Fugaku as the new clan head. Ijiro smashes the cup into a nearby stone. He fills up another cup and gulps it down. Haha. I have to celebrate on this occasion. That Kakashi, he would have never thought, his old illness would flare up and claim his life. How could I miss this golden opportunity? I swayed the opinion of other clan elders in my favor with some profits. Now, Fugaku is a clan head only in name. The actual power lies in my hand. But what I want the official position of clan head and gain control of the entire clan. Ijiro laughs hysterically. No. Soon it will be the entire village. I will become the new Hokage of the village. Haha. If only my wastrel son was a little competent. Thankfully, my grandson is smart like me. He is a genin now and will soon become a genin. A smile blooms on his face as the picture of a 12-year-old kid appears in his mind. But that son of Fugaku, I never expected him to be this talented. To be able to join Anbu at the age of 11, that kid is a genius among genius. Sigh. There is also the matter of Asuna Uchiha, the most talented genius of the Uchiha clan. Ijiro smirks. He is nothing but a dog of the Uchiha clan. He has no political backing or background. He only has a distant relation with Fugaku's family. I will use him to fight against the village, and the other clans will dispose of him. This way, I will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The position of Hokage will soon be in my grasp. Ijiro fantasizes his future days as Hokage. At the Uchiha clan square, the members of Akatsuki discuss among themselves. Who shall we start with? A hunchbacked man questions his group members. Kakuzu, you are the leader of this mission. You shall decide on this matter. Another member comments. There is no money involved in this mission. I hate such kind of missions. But it is the order from our leader, so we have to fulfill it. Kakuzu removes his hat and the Akatsuki cloak. He removes his cloak to reveal a ragdoll body. There are multiple stitches everywhere in his body. Hundreds of thick, gray tendrils hold his body together. There are 4 masks sewed on his back. Let's start with the older fellows. They are more troublesome to deal with. The youngster these days are incompetent and can't hold a candle against the old fellows. Kakuzu jumps towards the biggest house and vanishes. This old bastard Kakuzu. There is always money on his mind. He is even attacking the biggest house to rob the money. Sasori snorts at Kakuzu. Sasori, who do you will start with? His partner licks his blade as he curiously looks at Sasori. I will also start with the old fellows. I don't want additional trouble during the mission. Sasori crawls towards another house. Hee hee. I will start with young children. I like their cute little screams. The Akatsuki member licks his blade and rushes towards another house. The remaining Akatsuki members shake his head and barge in a nearby house. This bunch of maniacs. Looks like I am the only sane person in this band. Thus, the slaughter starts. Inside Ijiro's mansion. Itachi and Shisui patiently wait for the elder to appear. Kaya. They hear a scream from the bathhouse. Itachi and Shisui immediately dash in the scream's direction. They enter inside the bathhouse and notice the dead body of Ijiro and a servant girl. Shisui and Itachi activate their Sharingan and inspect the body. Both of them are killed in a single blow. Itachi approaches the dead body. Their hearts and eyes are missing. He flips their body and inspects them. Someone has attacked and killed the clan elder. The killer hasn't gone far enough. Itachi, go and investigate the mansion. I will chase after the killer. The killer is quite vicious, I will stop him. Shisui follows the traces of the killer and dashes out of the bathhouse. Itachi lays the body of the dead and investigates the house. He comes across a broken safe in one of the room. Itachi inspects the safe. All the money and valuables are gone. What is the motive of the killer? Was he after the money, then did the killer steal their eyes and hearts? Shisui follows the trail and enters inside another mansion. He notices a similar scene in this mansion, too. The eyes and hearts of all the inhabitants of the house are ripped apart from their body and the safe of the house is looted. Damn. I am slower by a step. This killer is quite skilled. He must be an S-rank shinobi. But this brutal way of killing, there is a record of such case in Anbu records. Shisui continues to chase after the killer as he recalls the records of the Anbu. He enters another house to see a similar carnage. I remembered it now. This method of inhumane killing, it is Kakuzu of Hidden Waterfall Village. The rogue shinobi who fought and survived against the first Hokage. Shisui recalls detailed information regarding Kakuzu. What is he doing here in the Hidden Leaf? Slaughtering the Uchiha clan nonetheless. I must stop him. Shisui jumps on top of a house and activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. He makes some hand signs. Lightning style, flicker flash. Shisui coats his legs in lightning chakra and dashes towards a house. Chapter 104, 102. Attack on Uchiha Part 2. The cloaked figure approaches in front of Izuna's house. He looks towards the house. Izuna Uchiha, you made me suffer hellish pain, now I will return the favor. All your family members and friends will become the sacrifice to soothe my eternal agony. The cloaked figure walks towards the gates of the house. He takes a step inside the house, a dome-shaped barrier stops his march. The cloaked man retreats and stares at the crimson barrier. A defensive barrier. You sure are cautious, Izuna Uchiha. Let me see how long will this barrier last. You won't be able to stop me from having my revenge. It's payback time. The cloakman clenches his fist and smashes it in the barrier. The barrier shakes violently but is able to hold against the attack. The cloakman flips his hand. A kunai appear in his hand, he coats the kunai in wind chakra and stabs it in the barrier. Some cracks appear in the barrier. The cloaked figure continues to stab at the same spot. The crack widens, and the barrier weakens. Ha! The cloaked figures give a final push, and the barrier disperses. It's time to return the agony. The cloaked figure enters the house. At Mount Mayaboku. Izuna is sitting on the top of a tall tree while staring at the moon. The air is a bit chilly tonight. The blood moon. It signifies death and slaughter. It signifies the beginning of the end. Izuna takes support against a branch and stares at the stars. I have mastered the Arctic release during this time. My sibling will be born in almost a month. I will return early to take care of Aunt Fumiko. I want a cute little sister. I was a single child in my previous life and my parents left me early. Now I have a family and friends that cherish me. I won't allow any harm to befall on them. Crack. A bracelet on Izuna's wrist shatters into pieces. This startles Izuna. He immediately looks at the broken bracelet. This bracelet is the sealing formula of the barrier around my house. It shattered, which means the barrier is destroyed. My parents are in danger. I have to return to the village immediately. Izuna immediately teleports to his house. Kakuzu continues to rob one house after another. He killed the members of the Uchiha clan effortlessly and stole their hearts and eyes. These Uchihas are quite rich. I have made a fortune. It was wise of me to accept this mission from the leader. I can live leisurely for my entire life without worrying about money. Kakuzu counts a stack of money and tosses them in a scroll in his hand and dashes towards another house. Swoosh. Lightning release, Chaimai Teki Senbon. A concentrated senbon of lightning chakra shoots towards Kakuzu. Earth release, Earth Spear. Kakuzu immediately passes chakra through his body. His body turns darker and hardens. Kakuzu jumps to avoid the senbon, but it manages to pierce through his hardened body. The senbon pierces Kakazu's heart and strikes the ground. It creates a deep crater in the ground and lightning flickers inside the crater. That's one life down. Shursue appears a distance away from Kakuzu and warily looks at him. This guy is a monster with 5 lives. Big brother Izuna warned me to not engage against this guy in close combat. Earth Grudge Fear. Kakuzu bends down. The various animal masks on his back wreathe alive and their heart beats furiously. The 4 animal mask struggles and escapes from Kakuzu's body. Many thread-like structures escape together with the mask and form strange creatures from them. One of the masks took on the shape of a demonic tiger. Another mask takes the form of a deformed bipedal. The third mask shapes into a demonic beaked bipedal. The fourth mask takes the form of a strange 4-legged body with thin wings. The wound near Kakuzu's heart closes. The demonic beaked bipedal mask shatters and crumbles into the dust. The creature turns into a pool of black threads. Kakuzu stands up and dusts his clothes. He stares at Shursue and remarks. Not bad, you killed me once. But will you be able to do it 4 more times? I don't know how you got intel on me, but it doesn't matter. I will replace my lost heart with yours. You will be a fine collection to my heart. All your power and vitality will be mine. Kakuzu takes out a kunai from his holster and dashes towards Shursue. Shursue draws his blade and engages in combat with Kakuzu. He continues to monitor the remaining 3 animal masks with his Sharingan. The deformed bipedal mask appears behind him and opens its mouth. Lightning release, False Darkness. The animal mask emits the lightning chakra in the shape of a spear. Multiple lightning bolts join together and form many lightning spears. The jutsu travels at an astonishing speed, making it hard to evade. Shadow Flicker. Shursue's body turns blurry and disappears from the spot. The lightning pierces the blurry shadow and strikes a wall and shatters it into dust. After image clone. Multiple copies of Shursue appear around Kakuzu. All of them attack Kakuzu simultaneously. Kakuzu struggles against the various images of Shursue. Wind release, Pressure Damage. Earth release, Earth Spear. The strange 4-legged animal masked creature appears beside Kakuzu. The mask opens its mouth wide and releases a powerful gust of wind compressed into a tornado-like mass. This jutsu covers a large area and the blast inflicts extensive damage to the surroundings. Kakuzu hardens his body and comes out unscathed from the blast. The multiple afterimages and clones of Shursue disperse. Shursue jumps back to avoid contact with the blast radius. Fire Style, Intelligent Hard Work. The demonic tiger mask appears behind Shursue and opens its mouth wide. It fires a small fireball that erupts into a giant firestorm and covers a large area. Shursue immediately makes a few hand signs and faces the firestorm. Water release, Searing Torrent. Shursue release a massive vortex of water. The vortex collides with the firestorm and both of them cancel each other out. The evaporation of water releases lots of mist and forms a mist barrier. Bang. Kakuzu's leg burrows out from the ground and kicks Shursue. It hurls Shursue back, and he rams into a nearby wall. Inside the clan leader's residence. Fugaku opens his eyes and stands up from the bed. The commotion from the earlier fight has reached his ears. Mikoto opens her eyes and grabs the sleeve of Fugaku. Fugaku strokes Mikoto's face and speaks. The clan is under attack. I have to face the intruder. Stay back and take care of Sasuke. Don't let him get hurt in the commotion. Mikoto nods and warily replies. Take care. Fugaku nods his head and flickers out from the room. Mikoto stares at his departing back and murmurs to herself. Itachi, take care of yourself. She stands up and walks towards Sasuke's room. Mikoto gently opens the door of Sasuke's room and enters inside. Sasuke is sleeping soundly on the bed. Big brother. Teach me a new jutsu. Sasuke murmurs in his sleep. Haha, hoo-hoo. Mikoto chuckles softly and covers Sasuke in the blanket. This naughty boy, he always thinks about training. Mikoto lies beside Sasuke and gently caresses his face. Awa, wah. Sasuke turns in his sleep and hugs the blanket. Fugaku appears outside his house. He jumps on the rooftop of a nearby house and climbs on top of a long pole. He activates his Sharingan and inspects the surroundings. Soon, he notices a hunchbacked man draped in a black cloak with a red cloud pattern on his robe. A giant metallic tail dangles behind the man. The metallic tail is soaked in the blood, and the hunchbacked man crawls out of the house. A frown appears on Fugaku's face. Boom. Fugaku hears a large explosion in another corner of the clan district. Looks like an intense fight is happening there. It seems that someone is engaged with another intruder. Let me quickly finish this one and I will help the other person. Fugaku jumps down from the pole and flickers towards the hunchbacked man. He quickly makes some hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fugaku fires a giant fireball at the hunchbacked man. Humph. The hunchbacked man turns around and faces the fireball. He opens his mouth wide and a small pipe-like structure juts out from it. The pipe fires a pressured stream of water and cancels the fireball. A puppet user. Fugaku approaches the puppet and warily stares at the intruder. Chapter 105, 103. Attack on Uchiha Part 3. Clank. Fugaku draws out a kunai from his holster and blocks the attack from the scorpion-like long iron tail. The tails rotate again and stab towards Fugaku. Clank. Fugaku blocks another attack from the tail. He notices a purple glint on the tip of the tail. Poison. Fugaku frowns and jumps back. He throws many kunais at the puppet. Clank, clank, clank. The tails blocks all the kunais. The puppet opens its mouth and launches a barrage of senbon at Fugaku. Fugaku easily evades the barrage of senbon. The weakness of a puppet user lies in close combat. No matter how hard you try, you can't overcome this weakness with that weak shell of yours. Fugaku runs towards the puppet. He coats his kunai in the lightning chakra and attacks the puppet. Lightning release, Kamaitashi Claw. He forms a sickle with the lightning chakra and slashes it at the puppet. Clank. The Hiriko, name of the puppet, raises its tail to block the attack. Kacha. Fugaku slash apart the tail, and he continues to attack the top of the puppet. Clang. The cloak of the puppet rips and reveals a heavy defensive shell. Hiriko retracts the broken tail and stretches its left arm to reveal a torpedo-like artillery shell. Swoosh, whoosh. The artillery chases Fugaku. He jumps back to avoid a direct hit. The mechanism of torpedo triggers to launch a shrapnel barrage of senbon. Fugaku dodges the senbon and approaches Hiriko. He quickly makes some hand signs. Lightning release, Raijin's Wrath. Fugaku fires a concentrated bolt of lightning. The lightning bolt takes the form of an arrow and pierces the hard shell of the puppet. Boom. The puppet explodes into pieces. A cloaked figure jumps out from the remains of the puppet. So, the puppeteer has finally shown himself. What's your motive behind attacking my Uchiha clan? Fugaku intensely glares at the cloaked figure. The puppeteer removes the remains of the puppet from his body and reveals his face. Fugaku immediately identifies the culprit. Wait, you are Sasori of the Sand. What are you doing in the leaf? Attacking my clan no less. Fugaku gets serious since Sasori has quite a reputation in hidden villages. Sasori nonchalantly looks at the remains of his puppet. What a waste of such fine art and craftsmanship. Sasori flicks his right hand. Various chakra thread appears among them. He quickly pulls the remains of his puppet and stores them into a scroll. He faces Fugaku and remarks. You are strong, Wicked-Eye Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. You are worthy to face against one of my most prized possession. Sasori rolls out a scroll from his sleeve. A collection that gave me a hard time when trying to kill it, but the effort was worth it. Poof. A large amount of smoke covers Fugaku's vision. The smoke disperses to reveal another puppet. Fugaku's eyes widen as he stares at the new puppet. That's the third Kazekage who went missing a few years ago. Fugaku warily stares at Sasori. I never expected, you killed the third Kazekage and turned his body into a puppet. Fugaku clenches his kunai tightly and enters in a combat stance. The Kazekage puppet immediately dashes towards Fugaku. Sasori waves his hands and skillfully controls the movements of the puppet. The right arm of the puppet turns into multiple blades coated in poison. Clank. Fugaku blocks the blades with his kunai. Srrrr. He channels lightning chakra through his kunai and slashes apart the blades. The puppet attacks him with its left hand. Fugaku jumps back and avoids the attack. The left arm opens up and reveals several summoning seals. The seals glow and summons thousands of similar arms. All the arms turn towards Fugaku and attack him. Fugaku slices them apart with his lightning blade. The openings on the arms fire a barrage of kunais, shurikens, and senbons at Fugaku. Fugaku calmly stares at the incoming barrage of projectiles. Sharingan, Eye of Insight. The tomo in his eye spins rapidly. Everything slows down for him, his perception reaches incredible heights. Clank, 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 clank. Fugaku deflects one projectile after another. After a minute, he stands perfectly with no scratches or injuries on him. Suddenly, one of the openings of arms throws a small canister towards Fugaku. Fugaku slashes the canister in half. Purple color gas leaks from the poison. It quickly spread and covers Fugaku. Fugaku immediately makes some hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fugaku blows away the poison mist. Cough, cough. I accidentally inhaled a small quantity of this poison. I have to quickly end the fight before the poison takes effect. Swish, swish. Multiple kunais with explosive tags tied to them surround Fugaku. Bang. The paper bombs explode and cover the place in smoke and debris. You will be a fine collection to my art, Fugaku Uchiha. Cough, cough. Shursue coughs a little and slowly stands up. He has a smirk on his face as he looks at Kakuzu. Chirp, Kai. Stab. A shadow appears behind the lightning mask and stabs it from behind. Lightning release, Chidori Raikiri. The shadow pierces through the lightning mask. Throb, throb. The heartbeat of lightning mask throbs for a while before the mask shatters into countless pieces. The lightning mask creature falls lifelessly on the ground. Kakashi Senpai's technique is quite handy. I wonder why Asuna Nii-sen never uses it. Well, he has plenty of jutsus in his arsenal. The shadow disperses as Kakuzu stares at Shursue with wide eyes. You kid. You made me lose 2 of my hearts. Now, I need to kill another powerful shinobi and rip apart his heart beside you. Kakuzu inspects the features of Shursue. I remember you now. Shursue the teleporter. There is a bounty of 50 million ryo on your head. How can I miss such a cash grab? It will be a double paycheck, your heart and bounty money will be mine. It's time to get serious or I will miss this bag of money. Kakuzu stretches out his hand. Various black threads flicker from his hand. The remaining 2 wind mask and fire mask appear beside him. Kakuzu claps his hands together. Earth grudge fear, fusion. Various tendrils extend from the 2 creatures. The tendrils connect and the fire mask and the wind mask fuses. Kakuzu makes more hand signs. Wind release, pressure damage. The wind mask fires a barrage of wind blasts at Shursue. Shursue jumps around and dodges all the attacks. Fire release, intelligent hard work. The fire mask spews out a wide area firestorm at Shursue to prevent his escape. Water style, searing torrent. Shursue cancels the firestorm with his jutsu. I need to get closer to him to finish him off. He still has 3 lives remaining. But this continuous barrage of jutsus and his almost endless chakra is making it difficult for me to approach him. The combo of wind and fire mask chases after Shursue. Shursue closes the gap between Kakuzu and him and engages in close combat with him. Clank, clank. He trades a few blows with Kakuzu and jumps up to avoid the attack of the wind mask. Kakuzu hardens his body and sustains the attack with no damage. Kakuzu stretches his hardened right hand and attacks Shursue from a distance. Lightning release techniques are his weakness. I have to take advantage of it. Kai. Shursue throws a kunai in the air and blocks the right hand of Kakuzu with his blade. Shursue does a somersault and grabs the kunai. He infuses lightning chakra in the kunai and slashes the arm of Kakuzu apart. The arm fell on the ground and the thread-like structure wriggles from the arm. Boom. Shursue avoids another attack from the wind mask creature. Kakuzu retrieves his right hand and joins it back. That's almost cheating. This guy can reconnect his limbs. Shursue jumps back and avoids another attack from the fire mask. The masked creature appears behind Shursue. Both the masks open their mouths simultaneously and release a dual attack. Fire-wind combo strike, strange mask exploding flame. Boom. The intense pressure from the attack creates large gusts of winds as a massive firestorm covers a large area. The attack quickly approaches Shisui. I won't be able to counter this attack with water release alone. Boom. The jutsu explodes on contact with Shisui and wreaks havoc on surrounding buildings. A massive crater appears at Shisui's position. Dust and debris fog the vision. The dust and debris settle down to reveal. Chapter 106, 104. Attack on Uchiha Part 4. Ah. Help me. Somebody help. No. Ah. Itachi hears a scream from a nearby house. He frowns and immediately runs in the scream's direction. Itachi reaches the destination and enters inside a house. He notices blood painted everywhere on the walls of the house. The bodies of the residents are dismembered and their body parts are spread everywhere. Itachi feels the insides of his stomach churning as he feels an urge to vomit. He had done many dirt deeds in Anbu and assassinated lots of people during this time. But never in his life has he seen such a gruesome way of killing. Itachi calms down his nerves and holds himself steady to not throw up. He continues to inspect the house and reaches upstairs. Barf. Itachi couldn't help but barf when he saw the gruesome state of the girl. Itachi clutches his kunai tightly and thinks about Izumi. Her house is nearby. I can't allow the criminal to attack her. He immediately jumps out of the window and runs towards Izumi's house. Inside Izumi's house, Izumi is shivering while staring at the killer. The black cloaked man licks his kunai, which is soaked in blood, and stares at Izumi. It's your turn now. I like the carbon content of children more. It is so fresh and pure. That old granny tasted gross. Dina looks at the dismembered body of an old woman. Tui. He spits out his saliva. The appetizer ruined my mood. But the main course looks more appetizing. Izumi lifelessly looks at the dead body of her grandma. His mother is out on a mission and she had lost her father during the Ninetales incident. Izumi was alone in her house together with her grandma. No, grandma. Sob, sob. Izumi sobs as she stares at her grandma. Why? Why did you kill my grandma? Izumi furiously looks at Dina. I will kill you. My grandma. She draws a kunai and dashes towards Dina. Izumi activates her Sharingan and attacks him. She slashes her kunai at the killer. Dina licks his tongue. Another food on my table. Today is a feast. He easily parries Izumi's kunai and grabs her arms. He lifts Izumi in the air with one hand and makes a blade of carbon in another. Let me enjoy my food. He slashes the carbon blade towards Izumi. Clank. Another kunai blocks his attack. Oh. Dina is surprised and turns towards the newcomer. Itachi blocks the attack and saves Izumi. Everything would be fine. I am here. Don't worry. Izumi weakly stares at Itachi's back and nods. Her vision turns blurry. A large amount of chakra riles up in her body and enters into her eyes. The strain from the chakra causes Izumi to faint. Itachi looks at the dismembered body of the grandma. Anger clouds his mind, but he doesn't allow it to overpower his senses. He is one of the members of Akatsuki. So, that means he is an S-rank criminal at the least. Itachi stares at the red cloud pattern on Dina's cloak. Izuna has already informed about Akatsuki's members. His name is not on Big Brother's list. That means he joined Akatsuki recently. I have to fight cautiously or else I may lose my life. Then there is Izumi, I have to protect her too. He killed Grandma and lots of other clansmen, I have to stop him from slaughtering any more persons. I have sent a signal to Anbu headquarters. It will take a while for the backup to arrive. A large amount of chakra riles up in his body, and it channels towards his eye. Itachi clutches his kunai and makes some hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Itachi spews out a giant fireball at Dina. Boom. The house turns into rubbles from the blast. He grabs Izumi and jumps out from the house. Cuckoo. Dina walks unscathed from the fireball. There is a large black-colored shield in front of him. Carbon control, black diamond shield. Some smoke is rising from the shield, but there is no scratch on it. He molds the shield into a black solid construct. The solid enters inside his body. Human body is made of about 18% carbon. My ability allows me to manipulate the carbon and use it in battle. I can also steal carbon from other people's body. Now, give your carbon to me. Dina shapes the black solid into a blade and dash towards Itachi. Clank. Itachi blocks the attack with his kunai. Is your kunai stronger than a diamond? The blade glistens and the kunai snaps in half. Itachi jumps back and avoids the slash. He can freely manipulate the carbon in his body. He can shape the carbon within his body into a shield to block any attack or turn it into a weapon for attack. I haven't seen him using the carbon as a projectile. Maybe he isn't capable of that feat. Itachi calmly analyzes the technique of Dina. Normal metal weapons won't have any effect on his weapon. But what about chakra? Itachi makes a shadow clone and nods to it. The shadow clone grabs Izumi and runs away from the location. Where are you running, my food? Stay here. Dina dashes towards the shadow clone. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Itachi fires numerous fireballs rapidly at Dina. TCH. Dina clicks his tongue and makes a giant shield to block the attack. I will let you get away for now. First, let me deal with the nuisance. Chirp, Kai, stab. Itachi appears behind Dina and stabs his body. Dina's eyes widen as he looks at an exhausted Itachi in front of him. Poof. Itachi disappears in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Since when? Dina turns towards Itachi, who is behind him. That earlier shadow clone was a distraction. I created 2 shadow clones and used Earth style, hiding like a mole, jutsu to sneak around. You fell for my trap and gave me an opportunity. I took advantage of this. Blurg. Dina throws up a mouthful of blood. You got me. Just kidding. Dina smirks and turns around. He coats his leg with carbon and kicks Itachi in the guts. Blurg. Itachi throws a mouthful of blood and shoots through multiple buildings. The black shine on Dina's leg fades and he cracks his neck. Haha. I like this feeling of despair. When they think they have won, but in the end, they just fell for my trap. Blurg. Some blood leaks from his wound. Dina looks at the wound. But first, let me deal with this injury. The skin around the wound turns a shade of dark black and covers the wound entirely. I was sure I coated my skin with hardened carbon to block the attack, but this kid's jutsu was able to penetrate my hardened carbon shell. He made me bleed and puke a mouthful of blood. I have to dismember him bit by bit and return the favor. Dina wipes the blood from his mouth and stares at Itachi. You won't go down this easily, right? I want to torture you more. Dina makes a blade using carbon control. He licks the blade and slowly walked towards Itachi. Let me pry open your body and take out all of your carbon. Swish. Dina disappears in a blur. Bam. He smashes the carbon blade near Itachi's head. Swish. Itachi quickly evades the attack and immediately makes some hand signs. Inside Asuna's house. The cloaked figure enters inside a room and notices a sleeping Aiko. He sneakily walks towards her. The cloaked man raises a kunai and stabs towards her. Clank. Another kunai blocks the attack. The cloaked figure turns around to spot the defender. Not so fast. Akira blocks the kunai of the cloaked figure with his own. Aiko jumps back and makes some hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, A/N, what can I do? I like this jutsu, smiley face. Boom. The jutsu blows the roof, and it throws the cloaked man out of the house. My roof. I recently paid the remuneration fee for it. Now I have to repair it again. Aiko complains. Aiko, it isn't time for that. There is an enemy at our doorstep. We have to deal with him. Akira reminds Aiko. Yes, Izuna's barrier warned us of the intruder. My Izuna is such a genius. Aiko praises Izuna. Both of them jump out of the house and face the cloaked men. Who are you? What's your motive behind this assassination attempt? Akira frowns and looks at the assassin. Boom. They hear a large explosion at one corner of the clan district. Boom. Another explosion startles them. Looks like our Uchiha clan is under attack. Whoever you are, you won't remain alive after this attempt. Akira infuses chakra in his bracelet. A long blade appears in his hand. He infuses chakra in the blade and engages the assassin. Aiko makes some hand signs, and her body vanishes in sakura petals. Genjutsu Sharingan, 100 Blooming Sakura. Chapter 107, 105. Attack on Uchiha Part 5. Firewind Combo Strike, Strange Mask Exploding Flame. Boom. The jutsu explodes on Shursue and engulf him. The attack creates a giant crater at the point of impact. Kakuzu slowly walks towards the crater. I hope I haven't destroyed his body. I still need his head and heart to be intact, otherwise I won't get any bounty money from this hunt. Swoosh. A gigantic green hand comes out from the dust and punches Kakuzu. Kakuzu immediately crosses his hands to block his chest. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kakuzu hardens his body to block the force of the attack. Bam. He is punched far by the attack. He breaks through multiple walls before being slammed into a wall. Blurg. Kakuzu coughs up a mouthful of blood and slowly stands up. His hands are smashed into a pulp and there is a giant dent on his chest. The threads inside his body slowly close the wounds and sew his hands to heal them to some extent. A giant green humanoid fiendish chakra construct with a giant red tomo on its chest appears in Kakuzu's vision. Kakuzu's eyes widen as he stutters. What? What is this? The Susanoo stretches its arms. The giant tomo in the center of the chest glows. Chimai Teki Senbon. The Susanoo launches a barrage of senbons at Kakuzu. Earth style, earth wall. Kakuzu makes some hand signs and creates a wall to block the attack. Boom, boom. The senbon easily destroys the earth wall and continues to target Kakuzu. Looks like, I have no choice. Kakuzu extends his hand and pulls his mask creature to block the attack. Fire-wind combo strike, strange mask exploding flame. The creature launches its most powerful attack to block the attack. The senbons and the jutsu cancels each other out. The barrage of senbons continues and pierces the two creatures. Both of their hearts burst from the attack and the creatures lay dead on the ground. Huff. Shursue breathes heavily as he stares at Kakuzu. Blood trickles from his eyes. I have to end it soon. The chakra drain is quite huge. I need to train more. The Susanoo extends its hand. A giant Magatama appears in Susanoo's hand. He aims Magatama at Kakuzu and yells. Yasaka Magatama. The green-colored Magatama spins rapidly and fires towards Kakuzu. Is this the end? I have fought against the first Hokage and escaped with my life. How could I lose to a young brat like him? The Magatama closes on Kakuzu and is about to slice him in half. Kakuzu closes his eyes in his final moments as the memories of his fight against first Hokage flashed in his mind. Typhoon release, consecutive bursting extreme winds. A giant storming vortex envelopes Kakuzu. The giant vortex blocks the Yasaka Magatama. It deflects the trajectory of Magatama and directs it towards sky. The Magatama reaches a height and bursts into an explosion. A helper. Shursue frowns and looks at the newcomer. Another person in Akatsuki robe appears beside Kakuzu. The person helps Kakuzu to stand up. Fushin, what are you doing here? You were supposed to complete the mission. Kakuzu questions Fushin. I was nearby when I heard a large explosion followed by a large firestorm. Unable to hold my curiosity, I decided to check the clash. But man, I never expected to see you almost die on this mission. I saved your ass, just on time. Fushin explains to Kakuzu. You are 100 years too early to save me. Kakuzu slaps away Fushin's hand and saunters away. If you have enough time to banter, then focus on the enemy in front of you. He is quite powerful, his bingo book bounty didn't do justice to him. He must be at least 200 million Ryo instead of a measly 50 million. I have to negotiate with those dealers. They are a bunch of misers. Kakuzu complains. Fushin silently stares at Kakuzu. You just escaped from a life-threatening situation and you are still talking about money. Tell me, how you plan to use all that money? You have no friends or family in this world. He questions Kakuzu. I just want to live my life luxuriously and die with lots of money in my hand, Kakuzu replies to Fushin. Luxuriously. Huh. The image of a young child appears in his mind. I also want Nowaki to live happily. He stares at the giant humanoid chakra construct. Shursue looks at the pair of Akatsuki members chatting with each other. This is my chance. I have to end the fight when they are distracted. He creates a pair of katanas for his Susanoo. The Susanoo attacks the Akatsuki pair. Typhoon release, great consecutive bursting extreme winds. Swoosh. A gigantic tornado appears at Fushin's position. The size of the tornado easily dwarfs the Susanoo. Shursue crosses his katanas to block the tornado. The intense pressure from the wind pushes him back. He had to hold a defensive stance to combat the tornado. Ha! Shursue infuses more chakra in his blades and dispels the tornado. The pair of Akatsuki members disappear from their position. Shursue dispels his Susanoo and pants. I have used up lots of chakras in the previous fight. I won't be able to use any ninjutsu before I recover my chakra. Shursue pops a chakra pill in his mouth. The pill hastens his chakra recovery process. It will take a while for me to recover my chakra. I have to search for the invaders. They wouldn't have moved that far away. One of them is critically wounded, and the other one is low on chakra. I have to finish them off, they must pay for their deeds. Shursue uses his experience in Anbu to track the trails of Kakuzu and Fushin. Boom. The explosion engulfs Fugaku. The dust and debris clear out to reveal a perfectly fine Fugaku. A dark red ribcage made of chakra blocks the explosion. Fugaku slowly walks towards Sasori. The tomos in his Sharingan revolves and takes the form of 3 dots, followed by 3 curves spiraling counterclockwise around the pupil. I didn't want to reveal it, but the situation forced my hand. I have to end it quickly. I don't want any elder to notice my Mangekyo Sharingan. It will further fuel their ambition. Fugaku looks towards Sasori and mutter. Amaterasu. Blood trickles down from Fugaku's right eye. Black flames start to form at the focal point of his vision. Sasori immediately senses the danger. He immediately weaves his chakra threads and manipulates the Kazekage puppet. The puppet opens its mouth and releases an extensive amount of iron sand. The sand floats in front of Sasori and blocks the Amaterasu. The iron sand burns from the flames. What kind of flames are these? I have to avoid contact with them at all costs. Sasori cautiously stares at the burning iron sand. He manipulates the Kazekage puppet. The burning iron sand separates from the rest of the iron sand and falls on the ground. Immediately after, the ground catches fire and burns. These flames are so dangerous. I have to shield myself with the iron sand. The iron sand forms a dome around Sasori. His chakra threads continue to manipulate the puppet. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. The iron sand around the puppet turns into many minuscule bullets. The puppet raises its arm and points towards Fugaku. Swish, swish, swish. The bullets move at an extremely fast speed towards Fugaku. They bombard the chakra ribs. Crack, crack. Some cracks appear on the rib cages. Parts of the ribcage start to shatter as it gets chipped away. So, it is not an absolute defense after all. If I can chip away this jutsu, then he will be vulnerable. The puppet raises its another hand. The bullets turn into sharp needles and bombard the Susanoo. Fugaku frowns as his Susanoo ribs get chipped away. I have underestimated his puppet. Looks like I have to raise my defense. Fugaku infuses more chakra into the Susanoo. Susanoo evolves to the next stage. 2 chakra arm grows out from the ribs and the ribs increases in size. It restores the ribs to normal. The continuous barrage of iron bullets and needles does not affect them. Interesting. This is quite a wonderful ability. Now, I want to turn you into a puppet even more. With you and the 3rd Kazekage in my collection, I will get the ultimate defense and the ultimate offense. The Kazekage puppet clasps its hands. Magnet release, iron sand gathering assault. A great volume of iron sand gathers in front of the puppet. The iron sand compresses into high density and increases the hardness of the sand. The iron sand shapes into a giant axe and scythe. The puppet directs the axe and the scythe. Swoosh. The giant axe spins rapidly and cleaves towards Fugaku. The Susanoo raises its arms and catches the axe between its palm. The scythe moves horizontally and slashes the ribs of Susanoo. Clank. The Susanoo blocks the first hit of the scythe. Let me see how long can your defense last under my relentless strikes. Sasori waves his hand. The axe and the scythe float back and attack again. Chapter 108, 106. Attack on Uchiha Part 6. Inside Anbu headquarters. One of the Anbu members notices the signal and he immediately alerts other members. There is an emergency. We have received a signal for backup near Uchiha quarters. But Uchiha police force is in charge of that area, another Anbu member remarks. There is no time to lose, we can sort the situation later, for now let's head to Uchiha quarters. One of the higher-ups of Dragon Unit orders. Yes, sir. The Anbu immediately prepares their equipment and flicker towards Uchiha district. They arrive outside Uchiha quarters and notices the condition of Uchiha clan. Seems like Uchiha clan is under attack. We have to deal with the attacker. Let's go. The leader signals the rest of the members. They dash towards the Uchiha clan entrance. Swirl. Suddenly, a swirling portal opens in front of Uchiha district entrance. The Anbu members stop their charge and cautiously look at the intruder. The intruder wears an orange mask with black flame patterns over it. Who are you? What's your motive for trespassing the village? If you don't answer within the next 3 seconds, then we will consider you hostile. The masked man silently stares at the Anbu members. None of you are allowed to interfere or else get ready to lose your life here. He remarks. Time's up. The Anbu member dashes towards the masked man. He throws a kunai towards the masked man and appears beside him. The kunai phases through the masked man's body. The masked man wields a kusari with gunbai attached to its end. The other end of the kusari is connected to the kama. He swings the kama and beheads the Anbu member. When I said, no interference is allowed in this massacre, then I meant it. Attack him. He is a hostile intruder. Capture him or just kill him. The Anbu members immediately attack the masked man. All of them throw multiple kunais towards the masked man. The kunai phases through the masked men. Looks like all of you will learn this hard way. The masked man blocks an attack with his kusari. He twists the kusari and kicks the Anbu and sent him flying away. Lightning release, spinning lightning shot. One of the Anbu fires a spinning compressed lightning ball at the masked man. The ball moves like a drill while spinning continuously. The masked man blocks the attack with his gunbai. He points the gunbai towards a nearby Anbu member. Uchiha return. Whoosh. The gunbai turns the lightning chakra in wind chakra and reflects it instantaneously. Bang. The reflected wind chakra blows the head of a nearby Anbu member. Don't attack him directly. He can somehow nullify our attack and use them against us. Bind him in a place and attack him. Capture him alive if possible, we need to interrogate him. If not, just finish him off. The leader commands the rest of Anbu members. 4 Anbus surround the masked men. All of them make some hand signs and slam their hand on the ground. Lightning release, 4-pillar bind. They summon 4 giant rock pillars around the masked men. Release. The Anbus clasps their hand. The rock pillar releases a discharge of lightning and surrounds Obito with a bolt of lightning. Crackle, crackle. The lightning crackles from the rock pillars and shoots a bolt of lightning towards the masked man. The masked man raises his right hand. Small chakra flames erupt on tip of his fingers. He then slams his palm on the ground. Secret technique, Uchiha flame formation. A cylindrical flame barrier erupts from his position. The flame barrier pushes away the lightning bind and incinerates the 4 Anbu members to ashes. Swoosh. The masked man enters inside the ground and appears behind the leader of the Anbu team. Swish. The leader turns his head around to face the masked man with a surprised expression. Who are? Blood trickles from his throat and the leader's head fall on the ground. Enough fooling around. Time to finish it up. Swish, swish. The masked man disappears and reappears in front of the Uchiha clan's entrance. The head of the remaining Anbu members rolls down and all of them lifelessly fall on the ground. The masked man looks towards the Uchiha clan. I was never acknowledged by anyone in this clan. Swoosh. Izuna appears on top of his house. He looks at the broken roof and then turns towards the fight. Akira and Aiko are fighting against a cloaked man. Izuna tries to sense the chakra of the masked man, but his senses get blocked. There seems to be some strange seal on this guy's mask. This seal is blocking my senses. Izuna frowns. He carefully inspects the cloaked man. His parents are equally matched with the cloaked man. They will be fine for now. But who could be this masked man? He doesn't look like Obito. Obito won't dare to directly attack my family. Boom. Izuna's attention is drawn by an explosion. He turns towards the explosion and notices Itachi flying out from the explosion. Swoosh. Izuna flickers and appears beside Itachi. He kills the momentum of Itachi and prevents him from slamming into a wall. Itachi turns around and notices Izuna. Izuna's body is covered in a cyan-colored cloak with many strange markings on the cloak. Chakra flickers from his cloak. There is a large tomo on his back and front. Itachi's eyes widen and he questions Izuna. What is this technique, Izuna nii-san? He points at the cyan cloak. I will explain it later, for now, let me deal with the intruder. Izuna looks towards Dina. He notices the Akatsuki cloak on Dina's body. Akatsuki. What are the members of Akatsuki doing here? He turns towards Itachi for answers. Izuna nii-san. The Akatsuki members infiltrated the village without alerting the barrier corp. Then they started a massacre of our clan members. Grandma Hatsumi. Itachi clenches his fist. This Akatsuki member brutally killed her. I am still too weak, big brother Izuna. Tears drip from Itachi's eyes. The tomos in his eyes spin rapidly. The tomos fuses to create 3 spiraling curves around the pupil. Blood trickles from his eyes. Oh. That's quite a heart-touching reunion here. A raspy voice mocks them. Dina slowly walks in front of Itachi and Izuna. That old hag had no flavor. Her carbon dating was too old, I guess. Haha. Dina starts to laugh maniacally. That was too hilarious. I can't control myself from laughing. Haha. Anger boils within Izuna's heart. So, it still came down to this. I eliminated the tumor Danzo but they still came after my clan. You were the one who trespassed our clan territory and killed Grandma Hatsumi. Izuna looks at Dino with rage. Dino grins and looks at Izuna with a confident smile. Yes, it was me. I was the one who slowly tortured and killed that old hag. Swoosh bang. Izuna disappears and reappears in front of Dina. He punches Dina in guts. The force from the attack creates a large crater on the ground. Dina breaks through multiple walls and slams into the outer walls of clan district. Blurg. He pukes out a mouthful of blood. Careful, Nissan. This guy can manipulate carbon and shape into various weapons and even a shield to block any attacks. He can also harden his body to block physical attacks. Itachi warns Asuna. Thanks for your warning, Itachi. But there is no need to worry. Check on Izumi, she must be traumatized from the incident. I will deal with this guy. Itachi nods his head and flickers in the direction of his house. Earlier, his shadow clone brought Izumi to his house. Izuna looks towards Dino and murmurs. Carbon control, huh? If I remembered correctly, there was such a guy in Boruto. But his abilities to control carbon were way beyond this man. I wonder if there is a connection between them. Since he dared to harm my family and friends, he better be ready to pay the price. Swoosh. Izuna appears in front of Dino. Dino slowly falls from the wall. The entire chest area of Dino is coated in a black layer. Tui. Dino slowly stands up and spits blood. That was a nice punch. It even managed to harm my hardened body. You took me by surprise, but it won't happen again. Outside the Uchiha clan, Black Zetsu pops out from the ground in front of Obito. He is back. Izuna Uchiha has returned to the clan. Obito nods to Black Zetsu. It's time to retreat. We can't fight against that monster without other members of Akatsuki. Let's retreat for now. Signal other members to retreat immediately. I don't want any causalities among them, it will delay our Eye of the Moon plan. Very well, I will inform them quickly. I have marked them with my spore technique. I can sense their presence. White Zetsu chimes in. Swirl. Obito disappears in a swirling portal. Zetsu enters the ground and moves towards the Akatsuki members. Chapter 109, 107. Crisis in Uchiha clan. Bam, bam. The axe and scythe relentlessly strike on Susanoo. Crack, crack. Some crack appears on Fugaku's Susanoo. Enough with the playtime. It's time to end it. Fugaku infuses more chakra in his Susanoo. The Susanoo takes the form of a humanoid with 4 arms. 2 of the arms grab hold of the axe and the remaining 2 grabs the scythe. Fugaku focuses his vision on a gap in Sasori's defense. Amaterasu. Black flames engulf Sasori's cloak. He got me. Sasori immediately throws away his robe and jumps back. Wham! Fugaku appears on top of Sasori with his Susanoo. The Susanoo punches Sasori. Sasori flicks his fingers and the Kazekage puppet creates an iron shield to block the punch. The force of the punch sent him flying. Fugaku immediately makes some hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. By using the Susanoo as a medium, Fugaku unleashes a barrage of giant fireballs from the construct's mouth. Magnet release, iron sand repulsion. The Kazekage puppet creates 2 spheres of iron sand and charges them with a similar magnetic charge. This results in a large repulsive magnetic field. The repulsive force pushes back the fireball and scatters iron sand. Sasori escapes from the assault of Fugaku and warily looks at the Susanoo. Swoosh. Zetsu pops out from the ground. Swish. Sasori immediately places a kunai on Zetsu's neck. Hold on. White Zetsu shouts frantically. Sasori removes the kunai and questions Zetsu. What's the matter? Why are you interrupting my fight? Black Zetsu stares at Fugaku's Susanoo for a while before he replies to Sasori. It's time to return. This mission is a failure, the Shinigami has returned to the village. We can't fight against the combined forces of so many powerful ninjas. The rest of the villagers have been alerted by this attack. Soon, the enemies will surround us. Sasori nods to Zetsu and retreats. Zetsu enters the ground again to inform Kakuzu and Fushin. Fugaku watches Sasori run away from the village. Fugaku dispels his Susanoo. He coughs up blood and falls on the ground. Fugaku. Yagami appears beside Fugaku and helps him get up. Yagami notices a purple tint on Fugaku's body. You have been poisoned, Fugaku. You need immediate medical attention, I will take you to the Leaf Village Hospital. Yagami carries Fugaku on his shoulder. Zetsu informs Kakuzu and Fushin to retreat. Both of them comply and retreat to the edge of the village. Kakuzu searches his holster. Fushin looks at him with a frown. What's the matter, Kakuzu? What are you searching for? Kakuzu ignores Fushin and continues to search. After a while, he fishes out a scroll from his pocket. Finally. Found it. Kakuzu infuses some of his chakras in the scroll. A stack of notes appears in his hand. Fushin silently stares at Kakuzu with a loss for words. You just escaped from the enemy with your dear life and the first thing that matters to you is money. I don't get how your brain functions. Shut the fuck up. Even though you are Sasori's partner, that doesn't mean I won't kill you. Don't badmouth my money. Kakuzu threatens Fushin. Okay. Okay man, I got it. Fushin tries to calm Kakuzu. Kakuzu continues to count the stack of money. Not even a penny less. I have made a profit in this haul. But sadly, I lost 4 of my hearts. That bastard, someday I will make him pay with his life. Kakuzu stows away the money. Zetsu pops out from the ground outside Konoha. Why we are at our meeting point. Dino is still inside the village. White Zetsu questions Black Zetsu's intention. He won't live long. He had provoked the Shinigami. He is dead, forget about him. Black Zetsu replies calmly. This Shinigami could have been a better pawn than Obito. Alas. He was born too late and it would be quite hard to coax him. Black Zetsu sighs silently. Tui. Dino spits blood and slowly stands up. Haha. It has been a while since I felt this pain. You will pay for your insolence. Cuckoo. Dino forms a blade and a shield from carbon. He licks the blood from his blade and dashes towards Asuna. You talk too much. Swoosh. Izuna disappears and reappears in front of Dino. Bam. He punches the black diamond shield of Dino. Dino has a smile on his face as he expects the look of disbelief on Izuna's face. Crack, crack. The black diamond shield shatters into fragments. Wham. Izuna punches Dino into the face. He slams into another wall. Aya. It hurts, you bastard. A frantic scream escapes from Dino. Izuna slowly walks in front of Dino. You have signed a death contract with Reaper, the instant you attacked my family and clan. I will slowly torture and kill you to make you feel their pain. Blue flames appear in Izuna's hand. Arctic release, Annihilation 0. The blue flames engulf Dino and slowly consume his body. Aya. Aya. Dino screams in pain as the icy flames crawls through his body, slowly freezing his blood and organs and rupturing and shattering them one by one. Aya. Aya. Dino's screams of agony resounds through the entire Uchiha clan. I hope these screams will calm the vengeful souls of people brutally murdered by him. Ah. What are these flames? Dino's body is slowly frozen at places where the fire touches his body. He feels a mixed sensation of burning and freezing. Dino frantically releases carbon from his body to prevent the fire. The carbon freezes and shatters into dust. No. This can't be. The flames freeze Dino's entire body. Crack, crack. Various cracks appear on his Dino's frozen statue. Clatter. Dino shatters into countless pieces. The flames fall on the ground and freeze the nearby area. The area around them turns into an ice hell. It's time to end that masked guy. Izuna speaks in an icy cold tone. He flickers towards his parents. The masked man notices him. Cuckoo, so, the playtime is over. Those Akatsuki fellows were useless. I have to do it myself. The masked man jumps back and makes some hand signs and slams his palms on the ground. Secret technique, summoning demonic quintuple Rashomon. 5 giant gates erupt from the ground. The gates have a frightening demonic face upon them. The gate's door shuts tightly, acting as a solid wall. Seal. He clasps his hand. The gates tightly shut and more solid walls appear in the gaps. The eyes of the demonic faces glow with green color. A giant pentagonal green barrier forms at the position of gates. Now, none of you will be able to escape. Ha. The masked man laughs. It's time for my revenge. Hiruzen, Tsukumo, and various other elders and Anbu unit arrive outside the Uchiha district. They notice the giant barrier erected in the center of the Uchiha district. Hiruzen frowns. Looks like the Uchiha district is under attack. Or it can be an act by Uchiha clan, they are preparing for a coup d'etat against the village after all. Hamura remarks. Let's check it out. Hiruzen signals an Anbu unit. The Anbu quickly reaches near the barrier. One of the Anbu members coats his blade in wind chakra and slashes at the barrier. Slash. There is no damage to the barrier. The blade catches fire, the Anbu member immediately throws away the blade. Ha. There is a strong sealing technique on this barrier. It can't be destroyed from the outside. We can only destroy it from inside. Hiruzen analyzes the barrier. He frowns and thinks of a solution. Sensor unit, sensor unit. Hiruzen shouts. A group of special jounins arrives and bows before him. Yes, Hokage-sama. Form a sensing technique barrier around this place and report the situation of the barrier to me. I want to know what's happening inside this barrier. Hiruzen orders them. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Censor Corp forms some hand signs and sits in a formation. They stretch out their hand in front of them. Sensing water sphere. A spherical mass of water takes shape in front of them. Some bubbles rise from the barrier and there are ripples here and there on the surface of the sphere. The Censor Corp reports to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, these bubbles are the chakra signature of the people inside the barrier. The ripples indicate the usage of various jutsu inside the barrier. The leader of the corp explains. Then what about these two large bubbles? Hiruzen points at two large water bubbles. The leader looks closely at the bubbles before he replies. Hokage-sama, these two are also chakra signature of people inside the barrier, and from the look of it, their chakra reserves are far greater than average. Hiruzen scrutinizes the sensing sphere before he inquires. How high are their chakra reserves compared to a Kage? The leader hesitates for a while before he replies. If I compare their chakra reserves to yours, Hokage-sama, then they have at least 50 times more chakra than you. And that's an estimate on my part. The eyes of nearby elders widen as they stare at the sensing sphere. What's going inside the barrier? Are there Jinchurikis fighting inside the barrier? Koharu remarks. Hiruzen immediately summons Kakashi. Inu, check on Naruto Uzumaki. You will find him in Senju compounds. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi flickers away. Hiruzen makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Monkey King Enma. Enma appears beside Hiruzen and questions him. What's the matter, Hiruzen? Hiruzen points towards the barrier. Enma, can you try to break this barrier in your adamantine form? Let me give it a try. Enma transforms into an adamantine staff. Hiruzen wields the staff and dash towards the barrier. Chapter 110, 108. The Indestructible Barrier. Bam. Hiruzen slams the adamantine staff on the barrier. The barrier shakes a little from the force of the attack. Swoosh. The recoil force of the barrier pushes him back. Arg. The adamantine staff transforms back into Monkey King Enma. He grimaces in pain and rubs his fur. This barrier is very powerful. It is almost impossible to break it from outside unless you apply enough force to overcome the repulsive force of the sealing formula. Enma remarks. It is an advanced version of summoning, quintuple Rashomon, used by first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Hiruzen the enemy is quite powerful this time around. Hiruzen nods to Enma and remarks. That Uchiha boy I told you about is inside the barrier. I hope he will be able to search for a way to deal with this barrier. So, that's how it is. Then I will be going, Hiruzen. You should also take care of your old bones. Enma disappears in a poof of white smoke. Hiruzen nods and stares at the barrier. I hope everything will turn fine. Konoha has already weakened a lot in this past decade. Inside the barrier. Izuna stares at the barrier. He raises his eyebrows as he inspects the barrier. This is quite a high-level, Fuinjutsu barrier. If I remember correctly, it is the advanced version of summoning, quintuple Rashomon. It requires a large amount of chakra to cast this barrier. It has a formidable defense that can equally distribute the force of an attack around the entire barrier. Izuna activates his Sharingan and studies the barrier. He scans multiple Fuinjutsu seals on the Rashomon gates. The barrier has two defense layers. The first defense layer is the green energy barrier and the second layer is the dark iron demonic Rashomon gates. Unless you destroy the inner Rashomon gates, the barrier will continuously regenerate the outer energy layer by sucking the chakra and the life force of the trapped people. This makes this barrier self-sustaining. That means, there is no need for the caster to maintain the barrier, quite a sinister barrier indeed. But it has a fatal weakness: if it concentrates the force of the attack at a point, then I can destroy the Rashomon gates before they regenerate. Izuna concludes the weakness of the barrier. I can destroy this barrier in 2 hits if I go full power. Otherwise, it will take 5 or 6 hits to destroy this barrier. Izuna turns towards the masked man. But I guess he won't give me the time. Let's deal with him first. Swoosh. Izuna appears beside Akira and Aiko. He confronts the masked man. Mom and Dad, leave him to me. I will deal with him. Akira retreats. Aiko hesitates for a while, but she retreats nonetheless. Izuna dear. He is very strong. Take care while fighting him. She warns him. I will keep that in mind. Izuna nods to Aiko and turns towards the masked man. The masked man releases his hands and makes some more hand signs. Who are you? Izuna questions him. Wind release, extreme wind bullet barrage. The masked man sucks an extensive amount of air and fires multiple wind bullets at Izuna. Izuna twists his body in the air and easily dodges the bullets. The wind bullets punch multiple holes through nearby houses and blow them away. The The power of this B-rank jutsu is enhanced to an A-rank jutsu. I have never met with such a strong wind user before. Who is he exactly? Izuna frowns. Lightning release, Kaminari's Wraith. The masked man fires multiple concentrated bolts of lightning at Izuna. The bolts travel extremely fast towards Izuna and surround him. Crackle, crackle. The ground cracks from the lightning blast. Izuna raises his right hand and coats it in the wind chakra. Dark release, chakra absorption. 2 dark red overlapping diamond marks appear on his right palm. Izuna absorbs the lightning jutsu through the mark. He directs the palm towards the masked man. Dark release, judgment. He fires the lightning jutsu back towards the masked man. TCH. The masked man clicks his tongue and makes some more hand signs. Fuinjutsu, barrier. A green barrier appears in front of him and blocks the lightning bolt. He immediately jumps back and avoids the attack from Izuna. Boom. An enormous crater appears at the previous position of the masked man. A spiraling thunderstorm engulfs the entire crater. The thunderstorm calms down after a while, and purple lightning flickers through the crater. He dodged my vanishing purple lightning rays non. Izuna warily glances at the masked man. Izuna Uchiha. Today will be your last day. After I kill you, I will kill your entire family and send them to the afterlife with you. A raspy voice greets Izuna. Let's see if you have the power to make that possible. Swift release, sonic steps. Izuna disappears and immediately appears in front of the masked man. He clenches his fist and infuses a large amount of chakra in them. Power release, destruction fist. His fist glows with an orange color and smashes into the masked man. Bam. The punch pushes the masked man a little. The masked man regains his balance and delivers a punch of his own. The masked man's fist glows with white light. Bam. Izuna crosses his arms in front of his chest. Metal release, adamantine skin. He blocks the punch, but the force flung him away. Izuna somersaults in the air and regains his balance. He quickly makes some hand signs and concentrates a large amount of chakra in his palms. Radiation release, nuclear devastation. He fires a condensed green orb of chakra towards the masked man. The orb quickly closes on the masked man. Release. Izuna claps his hand. The orb expands immediately and detonates on top of the masked man. This can be a little bad. The masked man forms a multi-layered green barrier to protect himself. Boom. An enormous explosion engulfs him. The explosion rises into a large pillar of green light and slowly vanishes into the air. A massive gap appears on top of the barrier. Outside the barrier, Hiruzen and the rest of the elders stare at the explosion with wide eyes. A gigantic ripple travels across the sensing sphere and the water of the sphere boils. Sweat glides down the forehead of the Sensor Corp members. They immediately infuse chakra in the sphere to stabilize the barrier. The barrier stabilizes and stops boiling, but the ripples continue to fluctuate on the barrier. The leader of the corp wipe his forehead and report to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, this explosion is very potent. It has enough power to obliterate 1/3 of Konoha. The leader gulps his saliva as he imagines the effect of jutsu on the village. Hiruzen continues to stare at the explosion as he mutters. What kind of fight is happening inside the barrier? Such powerful ninjutsu. It is at the level of a forbidden technique. Quickly the earlier explosion opened a hole in the barrier. We have to immediately breach the barrier and inspect the situation inside the barrier. One of the dragon unit members notices the large hole in the green barrier. Multiple Anbus jumps towards the hole and tries to enter inside the barrier. Swoo. The demonic eyes on the gates lit up. They immediately fire a green beam at the breach. The barrier starts to repair itself. Quick. Enter inside before it repairs. The Anbu members increase their speed. Whoosh. The barrier closes and many Anbu members slams into the barrier. Ah. Their body catches fire and turns into ashes. The rest of the Anbu member stops their track and jumps back. The regeneration rate of this barrier is ridiculous. It requires a large amount of chakra to sustain this barrier. The leader of the Barrier Corp scrutinizes the barrier. Oh. You are finally here, Kakoi. Can you find a weakness of this barrier? Hiruzen greets the newcomer. The newcomer wears a Shinto priest robe. He has shoulder-length brown hair and unique marking under his eyes. He wears a pointed hat with the Barrier Team symbol above his forehead protector. Kakoi bows before Hiruzen. I will try my best, Hokage-sama. Good. Hiruzen nods to Kakoi and turns towards the barrier. Kakoi instructs other members of the Barrier Team to aid the Sensor Corp. Inside the barrier, the dust and debris from the explosion settle down. The masked man walks out of the crater. His body has scorch marks and there are multiple third-degree burns on his body. The blast destroys the green barriers around his body. Parts of the barrier flickers for a while before they dissipate. There is a strange purple symbol on the masked man's chest. The masked man makes some strange hand signs and taps the symbol on his chest. A white glow coats the masked man's body. His wounds and burns regenerate quickly. The white glow heals the wounds at a rapid rate. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and closely inspects the white glow. This is light chakra. But how? Izuna's eye widens in surprise. Chapter 111, 109. The entry of the Sannin. BZZZT. Wish. The masked man's wounds heal rapidly. He cracks his neck and clenches his fist. Ah. This sensation. I really like this new body. Now it's time to have my revenge. Izuna inspects the entire process through his evolved Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That's the light chakra. How? How could he use this chakra? Lots of questions and doubts appear in Izuna's mind. Guess I have to beat him up to know my answers. Swift release, sonic steps. He swiftly appears in front of the masked man and draws out his blade and infuses dark chakra. Silver-black flames cover the blade and slash it towards the masked man. Kenjutsu, Uchiha style, Dance of the Sun Halo. With a quick gesture of his hand, Izuna slashes his sword multiple times. He unleashes a multitude of sword strikes together with waves of silver-black flames at the masked man. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. Splash. The masked man makes some hands and expels a large volume of water in the shape of a vortex. The vortex devastates everything in its way and collides with the flame waves. The flames die down as Izuna slashes at the masked man. Clank. The masked man blocks the sword with a kunai. Izuna jumps back and avoids a slash from the masked man. Swish. He deflects multiple kunais with his sword. Izuna frowns as he stares at the masked man. Who is he? I have never met anyone this strong before. He can go toe-to-toe with me at my 1/3 power, and I feel like he is still holding back a little. Also, what's the deal with that strange Fuinjutsu seal? It reminds me of the seal I saw on one of those old scrolls in Mount Myaboku. Whoosh, whoosh. Izuna dodges 2 large Fuma shurikens and turns his attention to the masked man. Izuna makes some hand signs and stomps his feet on the ground. Shock release, seismic seizure. A mini earthquake shakes the ground and the Rashomon barrier tremble from the shock. The ground beneath the masked man tore apart. The masked man jumps in the air and takes a foothold on one of the Rashomon gate. Wind style, vacuum wave blast. The masked man takes a deep breath and fires a wide area wind jutsu. The wind current rotates horizontally and crushes everything in its way. I have played enough. Time to end this farce. Izuna claps his hand. He absorbs a large amount of nature energy and enters Sage mode. A cyan chakra cloaks his body. The cloak has a giant tomo on its front and back. Sage art, storm release, Fong of light. Izuna fires a sharp, thin stream of light from his mouth. Flash. The beam travels at almost light speed. It easily cleaves through the wind vortex and splits the masked man in half. Crack, crack. The mask splits in half and falls apart to reveal the face of the masked man. This can't be. How? How is this possible? Izuna's eye widens in surprise. He points his finger and question. How can it be you? Impossible. Cuckoo. It is indeed me. Are you surprised? Haha. Inside Shikatsu Forest. Tsunade slowly opens her eyes. There are black markings around and under her eyes. The strength of 100 seal overlaps with the markings and forms a diamond marking on her forehead. Tsunade jumps from the giant tree and crashes to the ground. She brushes off the dust and jumps in the air. Tsunade clenches her fist and infuses large amounts of nature energy in her fist. Ha! Her fist glows with cyan chakra as she smashes it in a nearby hill. Bam! Rumble, rumble. The hill quakes and split apart. Almost half of the hill crumble from the attack and the nearby terrain changes. Dust and debris settle to reveal a narrow valley between the 2 sides of the hill. Tsunade looks at the valley with wide eyes. Amazing, Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu slithers over to Tsunade. Congratulations, Tsunade-sama, you have finally mastered the Sage mode. It took you close to 9 months to learn the Sage mode. But you have mastered the perfect Sage mode. Katsuyu applauds Tsunade. Katsuyu, I never thought Sage mode would be this powerful. It has almost increased my physical strength by 10-fold or even more. I can even feel the dead cells of my body getting rejuvenating from the nature energy. Tsunade points to her skin as it turns glossy. Now, I can maintain my beauty for as long as I want. Tsunade inspects her body closely. Tsunade-sama, it would be better if you focus more on your nature energy control. You will be able to enter Sage mode for much longer. Tsunade stops and complains. You are such a grouch, Katsuyu. I am only looking at the effects of Sage mode on my body. I have to be aware of all side effects of Sage mode to completely master it. Katsuyu's sweat drops and her tentacles shake in frenzy. Suddenly, Katsuyu's optical tentacles rise sharply as she freaks out. Her expression turns grim, and she turns towards Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, there is an emergency, Tsunade-sama. The village is under attack, Tsunade-sama. The Uchiha clan is... What? Tsunade immediately turns to Katsuyu and questions her. What happened? Tell everything in detail. I want every piece of information. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun just summoned a smaller clone of mine and reported the condition of the village. Through my clone, I saw the entire Uchiha clan shrouded in a giant barrier. The village is troubled and is unable to breach the barrier. Even Hokage-sama failed in his attempt. Katsuyu explains everything to Tsunade. What, such a thing happened in the village? I have to return to the village immediately. Katsuyu, let's go. Tsunade's expression turns serious. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade jumps on top of Katsuyu and makes some hand signs and slams her hands. Whoosh. Both of them disappear in a puff of smoke and appear inside Konoha. The summoning smoke clear out and Tsunade looks around. She spots the giant green barrier and notices the squad of Anbu and other ninja surrounding it. Hiruzen raises his head and turns towards Tsunade. Tsunade walks towards Hiruzen and questions him. Sensei, what's the matter? What is this all about? Can you explain everything in detail? Very well, Hiruzen sighs and explains everything to Tsunade. This barrier is almost unbreachable. All of our attempts to destroy this barrier went vain. Hiruzen rubs his forehead. Hokage-sama. Shikaku flickers in front of Hiruzen and greets him. Oh. Shikaku. Finally, you are here. I need you to take a look at the situation and figure out a feasible solution. Hiruzen requests Shikaku. Shikaku surveys the barrier. Inoichi, can you tell me the exact number of people trapped inside this barrier? I want a rough estimate. He turns towards Inoichi. Let me give it a shot. Inoichi walks towards the sensor corp. He places one of his hands near the sensing sphere and the other hand on his forehead. Inoichi closes his eyes to sense the chakra fluctuation. Mind-body sense extension jutsu. Inoichi extends his senses inside the barrier and surveys inside for a while. After a few minutes, he opens his eyes and turns towards Hiruzen. Inoichi gulps his saliva and report. There is bad news, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen's expression turns grave, but he still nods to Inoichi to continue. The Uchiha clan. Almost half of the members of the Uchiha clan have lost their life. I can't sense their chakra anymore and also. Inoichi takes a deep breath before he continues. Also, this barrier is draining the chakra of the rest of the members. If we don't destroy it immediately, then we will lose the Uchiha clan. Inoichi drops a bombshell. What? Tsunade shouts in disbelief. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Inoichi nods in affirmation. No, we have to break this barrier. I can't allow this. Memories of the past few years spent with Izuna and his family flashes in her mind. In these past few years, she had considered Izuna as a family, and the love she received from his family has slowly closed the gap in her heart. Tsunade jumps on top of Katsuyu and claps her hand. She closes her eye and meditates. Hiruzen questions Katsuyu. Katsuyu, what's going on? What is Tsunade trying to do? Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama is a sage now. She will be able to do something about this barrier. Katsuyu replies to Hiruzen. What? It is Hiruzen's turn to get surprised. You mean, she had mastered the same sage mode as Hashirama-sensei? But that's impossible, right? Even Tsunade's father wasn't able to master the sage mode, then how could Tsunade learn it? Hiruzen has disbelief written over his face. Tsunade-sama is such a genius. She modified the technique of Mito-sama and now she learned the same sage mode as Hashirama-sama. Katsuyu praises Tsunade. After a while, Tsunade opens her eyes and jumps in front of the barrier. Yosha. Tsunade bumps her fists and infuses chakra into them. Hiruzen stares at Tsunade with wide eyes as the figure of the first Hokage flashes in his mind. Are you looking at her, sensei? Your Tsuna has already surpassed me. Tear drip from his eyes. Hiruzen quickly wipes his tear and looks towards the Hokage monument. Chapter 112, 110. The mastermind behind the attack. Duh. Duh. Danzo. It's you. How could it be you? How are you still alive? Izuna questions in frenzy. Izuna recalls his memories of when he killed Danzo. I sealed him inside the Shinigami's stomach and I destroyed his body. How he is still alive? I am sure he even used his last Izanagi in the fight. Izuna calms down his emotions and scrutinizes Danzo's body with his Mangekyo Sharingan. He activates his Eye of Insight and checks the changes in Danzo's body. Throb. Throb. The strange Fuinjutsu seal located in Danzo's chest is pumping out an enormous amount of chakra in his body. Izuna can see the nature energy rapidly getting converted into chakra. Is it because of the seal? Is this the reason Danzo is still alive? No, there seems to be more to it. The Sin seal on his hand heats up. The grimoire pops out from its separate space and shows its hostility to the seal. Izuna frowns from the strange reaction of Sin seal. I have an iota of the idea, who did it. But to be on the safe side, I will kill Danzo again and will investigate this matter later. Danzo's body regenerates and joins again. Haha. Surprised? Aren't you? Seeing me alive and stronger than ever. Ha. You killed me and sealed my soul inside the Reaper. I suffered inside that dark place for who knows how much time. My soul was suffering from endless pain and agony. There wasn't a single moment when I wasn't tormented. In that darkness, a hand stretched out to me, the hand of a demon. I sold my soul to the demon and made a contract with him. He gave me this new body and this power. I am stronger than ever. Even first Hokage Hashirama Senju isn't a match for me now. You are nothing but a measly worm whom I will kill easily with a snap of my finger. I am immortal at this point. As long as my soul is fine, I won't die no matter how many times you kill this body. Haha. Danzo laughs maniacally and makes some hand signs. Fuinjutsu, devouring demon chains. He slams his hands on the ground and various dark black chains erupt from the ground from a purple-colored portal and chase Izuna. Clank, clank. Izuna deflects the chain, but they continue to chase after him like a homing missile. TCH. These chains are so annoying. Every time I contact them, they suck my chakra and vitality. Izuna clicks his tongue and looks at the chains in annoyance. Let me try to freeze these chains. He jumps back and makes some hand signs. Ice release, Snow Dragon Blizzard. Izuna launches a giant dragon of ice towards the chains. The dragon attacks the chains and freezes them. Danzo clasps his hand and infuses more chakra. Rattle. Rattle. The chains rattle and break free from the constraints of ice. Looks like ice will work, but I have to use a stronger jutsu. Let me put that new Kekai Tota to test. Izuna stops in his chase and confronts the chains. He claps his hands and infuses ice release and fire release chakra in his left and right hand. Arctic release, freezing flames of nothingness. He releases large amounts of blue flames from his hands. Sizzle, sizzle. Shum. The flames immediately cover the chains. The chains burn with blue flames for a while before freezing right in front of Izuna's face. Phew, it worked. Snap. Izuna snapped his finger. Crack, crack. The chains trembled before shattering into countless pieces of ice flakes. The chains turned into nothingness and it leaves not even a fragment of them behind. The snowflakes cover the ground and the temperature drops below the freezing point. This jutsu is quite potent, but I am still not proficient in its uses. I want to use only one hand to manipulate all the nature transformations in the jutsu. Well, that is quite difficult for current me. The complexity involved is way behind my reach, at least for now. Danzo's jutsu shatters and the Fuinjutsu seal formula breaks. His eyes widen and a hint of surprise appears on his face. This jutsu. What kind of jutsu did you use? How are you able to use such a powerful ice release technique? As far as I know, you shouldn't be able to use any Kekai Genkai except your Sharingan and swift release. How can you use so many nature transformations? Danzo questions him in a frenzy. Yes, this will do. Once I kill you, I will ask Orochimaru to study your body. All of your secrets will be mine. Haha. Besides, my only task is to kill you, and I will be free from my restraints. The demon only wants your soul, he has no use for your body. Danzo chuckles in madness. Somewhere in Land of Sound. Inside an underground experiment facility. There are multiple humans sealed inside many giant experiment tubes filled with nutritional liquid. Orochimaru walks in front of one of the tube and presses some buttons. It drains the nutritional liquid from the tubes and the tube opens. A white snake grabs the man by the waist and lay him on a table. This test subject is in optimal condition. Now, let's start the experiment. Orochimaru ponders to himself. He injects many strange serums inside the man's body. The test subject's body trembles for a while before it explodes into a mess of flesh and blood. Orochimaru wipes the blood from his face. A wide grin appears on his face. Cuckoo. Hirako, you fool. Did you think that by modifying the crucial step into your experiment log, you will be able to fool me? I have succeeded. I have finally found a method to gain immortality. Orochimaru looks at the puddle of flesh and blood. Looks like I need a potent body to sustain my chakra and life force. Image of Asuna appears in Orochimaru's mind. No, he is too powerful. I can't take the risk. Then the image of Itachi appears in Orochimaru's mind. He is quite young, with lots of potentials. If I can get his body, then I will be able to grow even more powerful. Orochimaru licks the blood on his face and walks towards another test subject. Slither, slither. A small white snake coils around Orochimaru's leg and reaches to his ear. Flicker, flicker. The snake flickers its forked tongue near Orochimaru's ear while Orochimaru is pouring some liquid in one of his test tubes. Oh. Looks like that little toy of mine has information for me. What was his name? Kabuto, was it? Let's meet with him. Orochimaru prepares to walk out of his hideout. Achoo. He sneezes violently. Looks like someone is talking about me behind my back. So, I was right. That purple-cloaked guy is still alive. But a demon, I never expected him to be a demon. Well, Danzo could be wrong since they termed all the horned beings as demons and even Otsuzukis have horns. If he is after me, then why would he help Danzo and send him after me? He is powerful enough to bitch slap me and take away the grimoire. Well, I can think about that later. For now, let me kill Danzo again. This time, I will erase him from existence. Time to go full power. Izuna claps his hands together. Limbo Hengoku. Power release, chakra cloak. Some orange chakra flames rise from Izuna's body and empower his senjutsu cloak further. Ha. It's a futile attempt. Give up, Izuna Uchiha. Accept your fate. Danzo stretches his hands in front of his chest. The strange marking extends to his hands and forms two diamond-shaped marks in the middle of his palm. Light chakra gathers in his palms and forms a blinding sphere of light. Danzo directs it towards Izuna and shouts. Light style, salvation bomb. Shum. The light bomb travels extremely fast towards Izuna. Izuna looks at the light bomb aiming for him. Looks like my conjecture is correct. Danzo received quite a help from that figure. But if he thinks I will go down this easily, then he is sorely mistaken. Izuna infuses darkness chakra in his palms. The black chakra rotates in his hand form a compressed spiral of chakra. Darkness style, blackout Resigning. Izuna throws the Resigning at the light bomb. Boom. Both jutsus collide with each other and their respective elements clash with each other. The polar opposite elements create a violent reaction where one side turns dark and the other side shines brightly. BZZZT. Black and white lightning crackles around their center and the jutsu collapse in itself. The blast releases a violent shock wave, which pushes them back. Earth style, rock dome. Izuna creates a dome to block the shock waves of the attack. Danzo is blown away by the blast. He grabs holds of the Rashomon gate and takes a foothold on it. Outside the barrier. The sensing sphere distorts from the massive amount of chakra. Its shape distorts to that of a funnel before the sphere collapses. The Sensor Corp tries their best to prevent it, but the backlash from a sudden chakra outburst pushes them back. Some Sensor Corp members even bleed from their nose. Their vision is blinded by a radiant display of light. Rumble. Rumble. The brilliant display of blinding light is followed by a massive earthquake. Hiruzen and others manage to stabilize their footing during the shock waves. Sigh. At this point, I really want to know what's actually happening inside this damn barrier. Hiruzen curses in frustration. Chapter 113, 111. Erased from existence. Swoosh. Fwoosh. Stab. A dark blade coated in darkness chakra stabs through Danzo's heart. Barf. Danzo pukes out a mouthful of blood. The darkness chakra corrodes his body and eats away his organs. Arg. Pus leaks from Danzo's body as he winces in pain. What? How is this possible? Danzo stares at the blade pierce through his chest. Black fumes rise from the blade. That previous jutsu didn't finish you off. How did you survive? Danzo questions Izuna in a frenzy. Rubble, rubble. Izuna pushes away the nearby rubble and walks out from the rock dome. Danzo's eyes widen as he points at a finger at Izuna. If you are here, then who attacked me? Izuna slowly walks towards Danzo. Death. Ha. You miraculously defied death once. But will you be able to defy it again? Izuna smiles at Danzo and draws another blade and pierces it through Danzo's guts. Don't worry. You won't be returning this time. I will obliterate your soul for once and all. Stab, stab. Izuna ignores Danzo and continues to stab the darkness-coated blade through various parts of Danzo's body. I hope this darkness-infused blade will be able to keep his regeneration factor at bay. If I remember correctly, his regeneration is similar to that cloaked guy. So, it uses light-based chakra to heal from fatal wounds. But darkness chakra can interrupt this healing. I have to separate his soul from his body, and to do that I have to first destroy his body. Ah. Danzo riles up his chakra. Throb, throb. The Fuinjutsu seal on his chest beats violently. It jumps out of Danzo's chest and targets Izuna. What the fuck? Izuna jumps back in surprise. He manages to avoid the assault of the seal. An eye opens up on the seal and flashes a yellow light on Izuna. Strange curse marks appear on his body. What is this? I am sure I avoided that freaking thing. The seal extends all over his body and paralyzes him. Clank, clank. The Sin Grimoire shakes furiously. Strange markings appear from the Sin seal and they start to neutralize the paralyzing seal. Ha! Danzo frees himself from the bindings of limbo and quickly arrives in front of Izuna. This seal will be able to hold you for a few moments. It is enough time to end you for once and all. Ha ha. Finally, I will have my revenge. Danzo grabs the strange seal eye and slams it towards Izuna's chest. I will be a goner if that hit me. Think, Izuna, think. I have to think of a solution to escape this predicament. Izuna churns the gears of his brain. Got it. I am an idiot. Why I never thought of this before. Izuna clicks his right molar. Substitution jutsu. Swoosh. Shum. Slam. Danzo slams his palm on Izuna's chest. Various sealing formula erupts from the seal and binds Izuna's body. Farewell, Izuna Uchiha. This is what you said to me, right? I will throw them back at you. Haha. Now I will be the sole leader of Konoha. No. The entire shinobi world. All 5 nations will bow before my might. I will deal with Hiruzen after this, and I will force other clan leaders to submit to me. Haha. Danzo fantasizes about his sunny days. Darkness release, big blackout Resigning. Slam. Bam. A giant fuming black Resigning smashes into Danzo. Shum. The Resigning hurls Danzo in the air and explodes. An enormous amount of darkness chakra invades Danzo's body and corrodes it inside out. Gwa. Danzo pukes out black blood and weakly stares at Izuna. How? A weak shriek comes out from Danzo's throat. Izuna slowly walks in front of Danzo. The light chakra continues to heal Danzo's body whereas the darkness chakra erodes it. Stuck in an endless loop of agony and torment, Danzo weakly questions Izuna. I have already fought with your so-called demon before. Izuna slowly reaches near Danzo's body. He makes some strange hand signs and hovers his hand above Danzo's head. I hope it works. If not, I will haunt Fukasaku for providing me with fake scrolls. Soul art, soul body separation. Izuna draws out a transparent apparition from Danzo's body. The apparition takes the form of Danzo. He surveys the apparition. So this is how a soul looks like on close-up. This jutsu is similar to the Naraka Path power of Rinnegan. Naraka Path is more efficient, I have to say. Well, I have to do it with this makeshift jutsu. If it works, it works. No. Arg, no. Don't kill me. No, don't. Danzo's soul pleads hysterically. Did you spare the people you killed just now? You partnered with Akatsuki and slaughtered almost the entire clan, and now you expect me to spare you. Dream on. Izuna makes some more hand signs and claps his hands together. Outside the barrier. Tsunade clenches her fist and infuses a large amount of Senjutsu chakra in her hands. Sage art, heavenly spear punch. Tsunade focuses almost all of her sage chakra on tip of her fist. The concentrated takes shape of a cyan spear. Bam. Tsunade punches the barrier with all her strength. Crack, crack. Various spiderweb-like cracks appear on the green barrier. Snap. The green barrier shatters into countless shards. Tsunade continues to punch through the barrier. Her fist collides with the demonic Rashomon gate. Bam. A giant dent appears on the gate as it protrudes out from the back. Swoo. The demonic eyes shine brightly and start to repair the gate. Not so fast. Ha. Tsunade pushes forwards as she applies more force in her attack. Bang, whoosh. She successfully blows away a giant hole through the Rashomon gate. Sui. The light in demonic eyes dims down. Poof. The gate disappears in a giant puff of smoke, and the barrier disperses. Tsunade senses Azuna's chakra and quickly runs in his direction. Hiruzen and other Anbu members and clan leaders follow her. All of them arrive before Izuna. His back is turned towards them as he held Danzo's souls. Are you alright, Izuna? You aren't injured, right? Tsunade quickly questions him. Izuna turns around and faces them. It surprises him to see the entire village gathered here. I am fine, Tsunade. Please quickly check on my clansmen. They need your medical expertise, Tsunade. Tsunade nods her head and claps her hand. Katsuyu. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Immense network healing. Tsunade infuses a large amount of chakra and sync with Katsuyu. Katsuyu splits into multiple smaller clones and spread throughout Konoha. Tsunade heals the injured Uchiha clan members. Hiruzen sighs and looks at the death and destruction around him. Uchiha clan is almost on the brink of extinction. I never thought such a thing will happen to one of the most powerful clans of Konoha. Hiruzen turns towards Izuna and questions him. Izuna-kun, do you know the culprit behind this massacre? I do. Izuna kicks the corpse of Danzo in front of Hiruzen. Your old and most trusted friend Danzo is the culprit. He joined hands with Akatsuki and slaughtered my clan. What are you talking about? Don't spout such nonsense and defame one of Konoha's elders. Koharu and Hamura defend Danzo. Izuna reveals his Mangekyo Sharingan to them and replies. You won't believe me, even if you see it with your eyes. Your blind trust in Danzo encouraged him to commit such treacherous crimes. You may have spared him, but I won't spare him. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Watch his filthy deeds with your own eyes. Look at how atrociously he orchestrated a genocide in my clan. Izuna grabs the soul of Danzo and shouts. Soul art, yin-yang release, death to all creation. A formless power grabs hold of Danzo's soul. The pressure from the technique encompasses nearby onlookers. It forces all of them to bow on the ground. The elders caught off guard faceplants on the ground. The technique slowly erases Danzo's soul from existence. The frantic shouts of Danzo deafen their ears. Hiruzen weakly looks at this scene and sighs. You reap what you sow, my friend. Perhaps I am a failure as a friend too. I wasn't able to pull you from darkness and instead I pushed you into it. Danzo's soul vanishes from existence. Huff, huff. Izuna pants from exhaustion. The previous fight has taken a toll on his body, especially the yin-yang technique. I am still far from 6 paths power. Only a single yin-yang technique is my limit for now. Yin-yang technique requires balance in all things, and so it is fundamentally different from elemental techniques. My affinity for yin-yang allowed me to push this technique. But this is how far I can go without proper training. Izuna slumps on the ground. Tsunade immediately catches him and hugs him tightly. Ah. This is a blissful end at least for now. Izuna passes out in Tsunade's embrace. Chapter 114, 112. Itachi Shinden, A Sleepless Night. Itachi silently lies on a bed as he stares at the fitful silvery crimson moonlight. Many dense, turbulent clouds will occasionally float by and block the moonlight. Itachi stretches his bandaged arm towards the sky as he gazes out of the window. Life is meaningless. Itachi clenches his fingers into a fist and contemplates. Every life dies, one day. There is no eternal life. Itachi sits up and removes the 4 drip from his arm and continues to stare at the starless sky. What am I living for? Is it for my friends? Happy memories of Izumi, Tenma, and Shinko flashes through his mind. Is it for my family? Happy memories of Asuna, Sasuke, and Naruto flashes through his mind. Itachi further clenches his fist tightly. Is it for my loved ones? Happy memories of his time with father, mother, and little brother Sasuke flashes through his mind. Itachi further clenches his fist. Blood leaks from his fist. Itachi ignores the blood and continues to question himself. If I am living for them, then I want to protect them. But why? Why am I so weak? I saw my entire clan getting slaughtered in front of me and I was powerless to do anything. Bang. Itachi slams his palm on a nearby table as tears flow from his eyes. Sob, sob. Itachi silently sobs to himself as he continues to cry. Let it all out. Itachi raises his head and notices Sasuke resting against the window wall. Let all of your emotions, hatred, grief, sorrow out. Let out everything. You will feel much better. Sasuke walks up to Itachi. He pulls out a bandage from a nearby drawer and wraps it around Itachi's palm. Sasuke nods to Itachi and jumps out of the window. Ha! Itachi wipes his tears and slowly gets up. He slowly walks towards the window and looks at the night sky. Swoosh. Itachi jumps out from the window and flickers away. The air is listless and dreary today, just like that day. Shisui takes out a pale green scarf from his pocket. There are some bloodstains on the scarf. He silently caresses the scarf and looks at the distant horizon. Tiptoe. Itachi noiselessly walks up to Shisui and lies beside him. Shisui notices Itachi but ignores his presence for a while. Itachi. The sudden address from Shisui startles Itachi. Yes, Shisui nii-san. He replies erratically. So, have you calmed down a little? Shisui asks Itachi. Yes, I have calmed down a lot. But I am lost now. I can't see a path forward. What should I do now? I want to protect my family, but I feel that I am not strong enough to protect them. Itachi tells his dilemma to Shisui. Shisui raises his eyebrow when Itachi mentions this. He sighs and replies to Itachi. I also went through the same phase as you. Shisui shows the torn and tattered scarf with blood stains to Itachi. This is a gift from my friend. 7 years, it has been 7 years since I parted with her. We were on a mission with Asuna nii-san. The mission was a trap laid for us and we feel for it. In that mission, I lost 2 of my teammates, Kazuko and Mami. It was her who made this scarf for me with her clumsy hands. Shisui tucks away the scarf and turns towards Itachi. He activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and shows them to Itachi. These eyes. Itachi. These eyes are a symbol of our failure. Whenever an Uchiha loses something very precious to him, his body triggers a change. The greater the feelings, the greater the change. Shisui looks towards Itachi and notices his expression. Itachi is listening attentively to Shisui. Shisui nods his head and continues. These emotions release a strange chakra in our optic nerves and change our Sharingan. It is at this moment, we awaken the greatest cursed power of the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's eyes widen in surprise as he comes to know the truth behind Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes grant their user enormous power in exchange for their vision. The more you use this power, the greater the loss of vision. So, you have to pay a price to use such great power. Shisui sighs and turns towards the sky. This is what Big Brother Asuna told me. Sigh. I always wonder how he figured out such secrets that are unknown to most of the members of our clan. Itachi. Find your own ninja way. Your family doesn't need your protection, what they need is your attention and love. Mangekyo Sharingan is a power that relies on our emotions. If you fail to control your negative emotions, this power will consume you. I am sure Asuna nii-san will agree with me. Shisui closes his eyes and gets back to his contemplation. Itachi stands with firm resolve. I think I have figured out the direction. What is a ninja? Why do we fight? I may not have reached the depth of these questions, but one day I will find my ninja way. Itachi muttered to himself. He turns towards Shisui and bows to him. Thank you, Shisui nii-san. Shisui pats Itachi's back and laughs. We are family, right? Why do you need to thank me? It is my duty to take care of my family. Itachi flashes a smile at Shisui and flickers away. Shisui smiles at the retreating back of Itachi. Sigh. Looks like it will be another sleepless night. I have to get stronger too. I can't allow Itachi to leave me in the dust. Shisui stands up and looks at the vast expanse of the village. In Mount Mayaboku. The great toad sage opens his eyes from his long meditation. Substantial changes are coming in the future. I can see multiple children of prophecy in my divination. Looks like one child of prophecy isn't enough for the chaotic future. Great toad sage looks at the stars in his skies and spot a star shining brighter in the center of many bright stars. Looks like fate has gathered all children of prophecy around him. Great toad sage closes his eyes again and returns to his meditation. Chapter 115, 113. Aftermath Part 1. Ah. It feels so good. I haven't had such a pleasant sleep in the past 2 years. Izuna lazily stretches out his hands and yawns. Before he could open his eyes properly, he is bear-hugged by somebody. My Izuna, you are all right. Thank God, nothing happened to you. I am all right, Mom. I was just exhausted from the fight. Nothing happened to me. Izuna hugs his mother. Okay. Okay. Mother was worried about you. Aiko leaves Izuna from her embrace. She picks up an apple from the nearby basket and peels it for him. Izuna ni-san. Izuna nii-san. Izuna nii-san. Captain. Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi barge inside the room. He slowly sits up and greets everyone. Yo. You all seem quite energetic as usual. Naruto jumps on Izuna and hugs him. Shisui, Itachi, and Sasuke walk near him. Thank God, Nisan. You are fine. We were worried about you. Your Nisan won't go down this easily. It will take more than that to take me down. Izuna flashes a smile to them. I will become a strong ninja like you, Izuna Nisan. Databio. Naruto raises his fist. Yes, of course. Our Naruto will become the strongest Hokage, right? Izuna cheers Naruto. Yes, Databio. Izuna notices the gloomy expression of Sasuke and Itachi. What's the matter, Sasuke? Why are you so upset? Sasuke hugs Izuna and tears up. Nisan. I was sleeping with mother. Then. Sasuke continues to sob. Izuna pats his head to calm him down. I heard a large explosion. The explosion woke me up. Mother tried to make me fall asleep, but I pretended to fall asleep. Later I saw Uncle Yagami carrying father on his shoulders to our house through the window. Sob. Father's entire body was purple. I think he was poisoned. I read the symptoms of poison in a book. Mother left me to tend to father. Sasuke pulls Izuna's sleeves. Father will be alright, Nisan. He will, right? Sasuke questions Izuna with teary eyes. Yes, he will be alright. Tsunade-san is the best doctor in our village. She will nurse Uncle Fugaku to full health. Everything will be alright. Sasuke continues. Then I saw a man wearing a cloak with a red cloud pattern enter inside Grandma Fury's house. I heard Grandma Fury scream and I saw the cloaked man stabbing a kunai in Grandma Fury's neck. Wah. Sasuke starts to wail. Izuna pats Sasuke's head while consoling him. Everything will be alright, Sasuke. We will find the culprit and will make him pay for his crimes. Sasuke cries for a while. Tears flow from Sasuke's eyes as he hugs Izuna and passes out. Izuna senses a small flux of chakra in Sasuke's body directed towards his eyes. Looks like Sasuke awakened his Sharingan. It must have put a burden on Sasuke's body since Sasuke is such an emotional kid. Izuna closes his eyes and gathers some nature energy. He directs the nature energy in Sasuke's body and rejuvenates his body. Sasuke soundly sleeps in his arms. Izuna picks him and lays him on the bed beside him. Aiko walks towards Sasuke and caresses him. Poor kid. He suffered such trauma at such an age. Aiko continues to caress Sasuke. She turns towards Kakashi. How are you doing, Kakashi-kun? Aiko asks Kakashi. I am doing fine, Aiko-san. Father is also fine, he is mostly busy with the Elder Council and stuff. Kakashi takes an apple from Aiko. So, what are you doing here, Naruto? Shouldn't you be at home? Izuna questioned Naruto. Nisan. Tsunade-ba-san and Shizune-san are busy in the hospital. There are lots of sick people today for some reason. So, Tsunade-ba-san brought me to the hospital. I saw Shisui-nii-san and others. So, I followed them. Izuna pats Naruto's head. Okay. Naruto, I have to talk some serious matter with Itachi and Shisui. You should go and play over there. Okay. Nisan. Naruto dashes away. Izuna looks towards Itachi for a while. Shisui walks up to him and mutters something in his ear. Izuna nods and addresses Itachi. Itachi, you are strong. Both in mind and body. Don't allow this incident to break your strong will and resolve. It is fine to feel hatred. Channel that hatred towards your enemies and burn them with it. Itachi clenches his fist and closes his eyes as the memory of that incident appears in his mind. The sense of helplessness and despair tries to overwhelm him. Don't get consumed by your hatred. Hatred is born in order to protect the love. You have a family behind you. All of us worry and care for you. Channel that love and make it your strength. I am sure you will be able to overcome this incident and will be able to lead the Uchiha clan in the future. You will be the future leader of the Uchiha clan. Itachi opens his eyes to reveal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes, Izuna-nii-san. I will try my best. Itachi nods his head with firm resolve. Yes, I believe in you. Izuna nods his head. Knock, knock. A medical nin knocks on the door. Come in, please. The medical nin enters the room and informs them. Fugaku Uchiha has gained consciousness. I am sure all of you are eager to meet him. Itachi quickly dashes out of the room. Shisui and Aiko follow him. The medical nin nods to Izuna. It has been a while, Izuna-kun. Yes, it has been a while, Sayori-san. I am fine. Please look after other people. Sayori walks out of the room. Only Kakashi and Izuna remain in the room. Kakashi walks near Izuna and speaks. How are you doing, Captain? Kakashi, I am not your captain anymore. Just call me Izuna like you did before. Izuna interrupts Kakashi. Kakashi ignores Izuna's remark and continues. This incident. I never expected Danzo was involved in this matter. He tried to win me over multiple times in his route, but I refused him every time. I never expected him to possess such sinister means. Kakashi takes support against the wall while eating the apple. Izuna silently stares outside of the window while pondering on something. Should I reveal the identity of the masked man to Kakashi? Izuna ponders for a while before shaking his head. Kakashi is not ready yet. He may have overcome the grief, but deep down I can still feel a guilty conscience from him. If I reveal Obito's identity to him, then I am sure just like canon Naruto, Kakashi will chase after Obito. Things are different for Obito. He is being manipulated by Zetsu, but Sasuke was different. I think it is not viable to reveal the truth yet. Sigh. Izuna sighs and looks towards Kakashi. Kakashi. Danzo hired Akatsuki for the job. Akatsuki is full of S-rank criminals and above. In the future, we will have to face them again. I want you to grow stronger. So, if you meet them in the future, you will be able to fight evenly against them. This. Captain, are Akatsuki members really so strong? The village doesn't have much intel on their members. Kakashi asks him. Yes, they are very strong. You cannot fight them alone. Izuna throws a scroll towards Kakashi. Kakashi catches the scroll and reads it. His expression turns ugly as he reads the scroll. Kakashi returns the scroll to Izuna. Sigh. All of them are monsters. The Akatsuki members are powerful. I never expected this. They have a god, zombie, and undead on their side. What a drag. Kakashi sighs and finishes the apple. Izuna speechlessly looks at Kakashi. Looks like he has picked my habit of using words from my former world. But what's with this Nara clan's verbal tick? Kakashi. You lazy bum. You should train, otherwise I will inform Uncle Tsukumo about your new hobby. Izuna pulls out a book from Kakashi's rear pocket. Ika Paradise. Quite a weird hobby you have picked, Kakashi. Kakashi immediately snatches the book and caresses it. I am a man of culture, and this book is the holy grail for every man of culture. It is such a great book by the legendary Sanin Jiraiya. It is a complex book involving the adventures of a brave hero. How the hero falls in love with his heroine. How both of them confess their first love to each other and how their adventures entail with many ups and downs. Kakashi explains the plot of the book as he has a perverted expression on his face. Really? Izuna remarks with disinterest and disapproval. That pervert Jiraiya has come up this. Should I inform Tsunade about it? No, don't do it or I will expose your dark secrets to the entire village. Kakashi immediately shouts at Izuna. My dark secrets. What dark secrets? Kakashi reaches near Izuna's ear and mutters something. Izuna's expression turns ugly. No. You don't, Kakashi. Don't you dare reveal it to anybody. Izuna screams in fluster. Okay. Okay. I won't. This is a promise between men. You won't do anything to my holy grail, I won't reveal your secrets. Kakashi smirks. You got me, Kakashi Hatake. Fine, it's a deal, but keep your end of the promise. Also, let's meet up in Training Ground 7 for more training at a later date. Whistle, whistle. Kakashi walks out of the room while whistling. Damn. How did this jerk found about that? Izuna chomps down an entire apple to release some of his frustration. Chapter 116, 114. Aftermath Part 2. At the Leaf Village Cemetery. The remaining members of the Uchiha clan are silently mourning the death of their loved ones. Fugaku Uchiha silently stands at the front of the clan as his eyes are closed. My clan has met with such an unfortunate incident and I was powerless to do anything. Fugaku clenches his fist as he stares at the gravestone of his friends and clan members. Almost 60% of Uchiha clan members died in this incident. Fugaku remembers the tally of dead clansmen. 70 people were slaughtered in this attack. They were assassinated silently and most of them were killed in gruesome ways. Nerves popped out in Fugaku's hand as he clenched his fist harder. Blood leaks from his palm. Our once noble clan of elites has fallen to such a downcrest position. Most of the remaining members are non-shinobis and only a handful of them are ninjas. Mikoto pulls Fugaku's hand and shakes her head. Fugaku sighs and closes his eyes. The remaining Uchiha clan silently prays for the rest of the dead as tears flow from their eyes. Izuna silently mourns the death of his clan members as he remembers the faces of some clan members. Many of them were so kind and friendly to me. But I allowed them to die such an unfortunate death. Some things still happened despite my presence. But I never expected Danzo to be alive and hire Akatsuki to start a slaughter. Next time, if I see any Akatsuki member, I will kill them with no hesitation. There will be no mercy for them. Tears flow through his eyes as he recalls the state of many corpses. Most of their eyes were missing. Some corpses have even their hearts stolen and some of them were dismembered beyond recognition. Crunch, crunch. Izuna lifts his head as he hears the sound of footsteps crushing the gravel in the cemetery. It was an unfortunate turn of series, all of you have my condolences. Hiruzen and the rest of the Elder Council members slowly approach the Uchiha clan and stand beside them. They close their eyes to pay homage to the dead. Uchiha clan has fallen out of grace. With their downfall, they are no longer a part of the noble clans of Konoha. Koharu closes her eyes as she mutters these words. Looks like some subtle changes are going to happen in the power scale of the village. Hamura remarks as he closes his eyes. Izuna raises his eyebrows as he hears the content of the conversation. These pairs of old bones are playing politics at such an occasion. I have to somehow kick them out of the Elder Council. They have corroded the village together with Danzo. It's time for some new people to join the council. I have to think of a way to instate Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Sigh. But she won't abide by my request. I have already asked too much from her. Izuna looks at the carving of Minato on the Hokage monument. Minato, Kushina, I will revive you soon. Just wait a bit longer. Koharu, Hamura. Let's leave the political matter for the later meeting. We are in the middle of a funeral. Hiruzen reminds them. Koharu and Hamura stop their conversation and closes their eyes. After the funeral ceremony, the Uchiha clan members slowly disperse as they tend to the graves of their loved ones. Fugaku slowly walks in front of his family. Sasuke is holding Mikoto's hand as he silently stares at the grave of an old woman. Sasuke. Let's give some company to Grandma Fury. Mikoto carries Sasuke towards one of the grave. Fugaku stares at Izuna, Shisui, and Itachi for a while before a sigh escapes from his mouth. Sigh. You three are the hope of the Uchiha clan. With so many capable ninjas gone, the Uchiha clan will suffer from further prejudice and scorn. The Nine Tails incident had already soiled our reputation with false rumors and then the coup d'etat. Fugaku stares at Shisui and Itachi. You were aware, father. Itachi gulps his saliva. Who do you think am I? I already suspected you as a double agent when I saw you snooping around near various elders' house. Fugaku activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and shows it to Itachi. Shisui and Itachi are surprised to see his Mangekyo. During the Third Shinobi War, I lost a close friend of mine and gained the power of Mangekyo. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and shows Fugaku. You aren't the only one who lost a friend in the Third War, Fugaku-san. Shisui and Itachi also activate their Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Fugaku's eyes widen as he stares at the group. I expected Izuna-kun to have the power of Mangekyo. But Shisui and even you Itachi. Father. I awakened my Mangekyo in this massacre. Itachi replies sadly. Sigh. Fugaku sighs and pats Itachi's shoulder. You have gone through a lot recently. I don't want Sasuke to go through similar things. So, let's try to protect that smile of his. Itachi looks at the sad expression of Sasuke, who is praying in front of the grave. Yes, father. I will protect that smile of his. Itachi turns to Shisui and speaks. Shisui and I-san, I think I have found my ninja way. I don't have any big ambition or goals. I just want to protect the smile of my family. I don't want to feel the same sense of despair and helplessness again. So, I will grow stronger to protect that smile. Shisui smiles at Itachi and pats his head. Yes, you will. I will always have your back. Shisui places his arm on Itachi's shoulder. And I will have yours. Izuna hugs both of them. Fugaku looks at their interaction and a smile replaces his ever-present frown. Looks like there is still hope for my Uchiha clan. But first, I have to deal with the dirty politics of the village. Fugaku frowns as he spots an Anbu member walking towards him. Izuna and the rest notice him too. Izuna nods to Shisui and Itachi. Both of them flicker away. After relaying the message to Fugaku, the Anbu member flickers away. I will accompany you, Fugaku-san. Izuna walks towards and stands in front of Fugaku. Fugaku ponders for a while before he nods his head. That would be great. Let's go to the meeting. Inside the meeting room, various elders of the village sit around a large round table. Hiruzen sits in the middle of the table with Koharu and Hamura on his sides. Many other clan leaders are also taking part in the meeting. Fugaku and Izuna enter inside the meeting room. Koharu and Hamura frown when they notice Izuna in this meeting. What's the meaning of this, Fugaku Uchiha? It is a meeting of council elders and clan leaders. Why have you brought a clan member in this meeting? Koharu questions Fugaku. Izuna stares at Koharu. It's fine, Koharu. Izuna Uchiha is an elite jounin of our village. His achievements are more than enough to grant him an elder position in the village council. If it wasn't for his age, I would have upvoted him for Hokage's position. Hiruzen interrupts Koharu. What? This pervert old geezer has such a high opinion of me. Humph. Koharu snorts and ignores Hiruzen's remark. This granny wants an early retirement. She fricking lived till Naruto's reign as a Hokage and interferes in his rule. Soon, I will give her a long vacation. Izuna takes a seat beside Kumo and calmly looks at the rest of the clan leaders. From their expression, I can see that Hyuga clan, Aburame clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, and Akimichi clan have no feud with Uchiha clan. He continues to stare at the rest of the middle-sized clan members. Kurama clan leader seems to be excited a little. From his heartbeat, his erratic breathing, I can feel his excitement. Let's see what he has to say during this meeting. Soon, all clan leaders arrive for the meeting. Hiruzen raises his hand and signals the start of the meeting. Let's start the meeting. Hiruzen stands up and walks to the center of the round table to address the clan leaders. As all of you know, the Uchiha clan was attacked 2 days ago. In the night silence, Akatsuki members attacked the Uchiha clan and killed most of their members. Hiruzen pauses and stares at the rest of the people. The clan leader nods their head. This attack placed a heavy burden on the power structure of the village. We have lost almost all of the police force members and the security of the village is in jeopardy. So, I have something to say, Hokage-sama. Izuna interrupts Hiruzen. Hamura frowns and rebukes Izuna. Brat. We are still in the middle of our discussion. Don't interrupt the meeting and waste our time. Hiruzen silently stares at their interaction as he awaits Izuna's response. Bam. Izuna smashes the table and stands up. The matters of village politics has got nothing to do with me. I want to ask the Elder Council, especially you two. Izuna points fingers at Koharu and Hamura. Why haven't you announced the name of the instigator of the Uchiha massacre event yet? Bam. The table breaks from the force exerted by Izuna. Fugaku looks at Izuna and wonders. It was worth it to bring him here. He can voice his opinion and thoughts much more openly than me. Chapter 117, 115. Politics of the Village Part 1. Bam. The table breaks from the force of the strike. Hiruzen frowns and pensively looks at Izuna. Koharu and Hamura's expression turns ugly. Brat. What is the meaning of this disrespect? You are in front of the elders of the village. You can't demean the prestige of the village elders with such blatant accusation. Koharu remarks angrily. Izuna ignores her and turns towards Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I am sure you know what I am getting at. It is pointless to act as a bystander in this situation. Sigh. Hiruzen sighs and rubs his forehead. Izuna. I am aware of the entire matter. But revealing this matter to other villagers could have serious repercussions on the stability of the village. I don't want this news to create distrust among various villagers and lose their faith in the village and its elders. So, we have to suppress the information of the instigator. Izuna frowns and raises his eyebrow. Hokage-sama, this won't do. You want the village elders to get away scot-free from the Uchiha's clan massacre. Who should we hold responsible for the downfall of my Uchiha clan? If you want to suppress the news of the instigator, then our Uchiha clan won't be part of such a village. Together with the remaining members of the Uchiha clan, we will leave the village and will settle somewhere else. Izuna stares at Hiruzen's eyes. His body releases an invisible pressure as the temperature of the room drops. Izuna secretly uses his Arctic release to lower the temperature of the room. Some old council members shiver from the cold and tightly hugs their body. Audacious. Hamura stands up from his seat and yells at Izuna. You have guts to blame the village. Hamura cleverly plays a word game by manipulating Izuna's words. Your Uchiha clan plans a coup d'état against the village. The ambition of the Uchiha clan had grown to such an extreme that they even thought of overthrowing the Hokage. Hamura continues as he shifts the blame on the Uchiha clan. What? Many clan leaders looked at Fugaku with shock. Fugaku ignores their gaze as he continues to look at Izuna. Enough. Hamura. Hiruzen tries to interrupt Hamura, but he ignores Hiruzen's warning and continues. If not for this Uchiha massacre, the Uchiha clan would have started the Fourth Ninja War, greatly harming the interest of village and other clans. Koharu notices the ugly expression on the various clan leaders' faces. Not only that, many smaller clans of Konoha would have suffered extinction from the combined attack of other nations, and the large clans probably would have been severely weakened. She continues Hamura's words. Even you too, Koharu. Hiruzen stares at Koharu with a blank gaze. Koharu and Hamura calmly stare at Hiruzen and speaks. What Danzo has done might be wrong, but his opinion regarding you was correct. We have contributed our entire life to the welfare of the village. We stood firm among all those ups and downs, and now a brat who barely lived past 15 years is questioning our loyalty to the village. Hamura and Koharu walk up to Hiruzen and confront him. Tell us, Hiruzen. Is this how we get repaid for our years of service to the village? We are the elders of the village council. We have earned this position through blood and sweat. We went through so much toil and trouble only to get rebuked. Both of them emotionally overwhelm Hiruzen, who backs down from their rapid assault of emotional speech. Sigh. Hiruzen sighs and stops. I am too soft. I was never suitable for the Hokage's position. Hiruzen backs down in guilt. Hamura and Koharu look at each other and smirks. We have been ruling this village for so many years from the shadow. How can we allow such a brat to outdo so in politics? Clap, clap. Izuna claps at the heart-touching speech of the elders and slowly walks in front of them. He faces against them and remarks. Looks like you two old senile geezers aren't aware of your misdeeds. Or rather, you deny them. You are just accepting your act of misdeed as the rightful benefit provided to you with your position. Hamura and Koharu's expression turns unsightly. Oh. That hit right on the sore spot. Both of your faces look like you have eaten a pile of shit just now. What are you trying to say, kid? Don't falsely accuse us of such crimes. We can forgive your earlier offense, but don't go overboard with your words. Hamura flusters as his voice breaks. Still living in denial. It's fine then, I also won't mind unearthing some dirty deeds of the so-called elders of the village. Izuna turns towards the entrance of the meeting room and shouts. Kakashi. Shursue. Itachi. 3 of them enter the meeting room and bows before Izuna. Yes, Captain. Have you brought the things I asked you? Izuna questions them. Yes, we have brought the proof. Kakashi, Shursue, and Itachi takes out some scrolls from their pocket and hands them to Izuna. Good. Now stand aside and enjoy the show. The 3 of them stand beside Izuna and stare at the elders. Tsukumo eyes widen as he looks at Kakashi. I never saw Kakashi with such a spirit. His easygoing nature is nowhere to be seen. I must ask him later about this matter. For now, I must focus my attention on this matter. Tsukumo turns towards Izuna and ponders. Back then, this kid helped me recover from my sorrow and guilt. I felt something drawing me towards this kid. In just a few years, he has grown to such an extent. It is almost dreamlike. Izuna opens the first scroll and reveals the scandal of the 2 elders. This scroll in my hands contains the detailed information of the money received by 2 of them as a bribe from many civilians of the village. Izuna throws the list of all civilians and the amount towards Hiruzen. They have received almost 100 billion ryo as a bribe in these past 50 years during their time in the Elder Council. What? The various clan elders are flabbergasted by this figure of number. Hiruzen immediately schemes through the scroll and his expression turns grave. Achoo. Outside the borders of Tanigakure. Kakuzu sneezes as he rubs his nose. I feel like I missed a hell lot of money. He takes out a scroll from his pocket and tosses it in his hand. Anyway, I have made a haul on this trip. Your haul would have cost us our life, if not for the timely arrival of Zetsu. Fushin remarks. Shut the fuck up, bastard. Or I won't mind slicing you open. Kakuzu growls. Kakuzu is still as energetic as ever. White Zetsu remarks as he moves alongside them. Sasori silently follows behind as he mutters to himself. There will be more opportunities in the future. Fugaku Uchiha, one day I will certainly add you to my collection. All of them reach outside a cave. Kakuzu and Sasori make some hand signs, and the giant boulder at the entrance moves aside. All of them enter inside the cave and the entrance closes. Zetsu hands over rings to Akatsuki members and explains. These are the symbol of Akatsuki. You can lose your limbs, but you can't lose them. Kakuzu inspects the ring and flips it in his hand. I will consider it worthy only if it has some value in money. Every ring is made of special chakra alloy cast from a star meteorite, and it would cost a fortune to get your hands on this alloy. There are only 12 of such rings in this world, so you can guess the value of this ring. Black Zetsu explains to them. What? Kakuzu's mouth opens wide as he shows his creepy stitches. Then I will never separate it from my body. He immediately wears the ring on the assigned finger. These rings are not just for show, they have a special use to them. Black Zetsu explains to them. Try to infuse your chakra in them. Kakuzu, Sasori, and Fushin immediately infuse their chakra in the rings. A hologram-like construct of chakra releases from their body. This ring acts as a communication device. You can contact other Akatsuki members through this ring. I will explain later the other uses of this ring. Black Zetsu remarks. Oh. This is quite handy. Fushin closely inspects the ring. BZZZ. BZZT. The ring produces some static noises. All of them infuse their chakra inside the ring. A hologram projection of pain appears before them. The image looks at them for a while before it opens its mouth. Looks like all of you have received the gift. He looks around and a frown appears on his face. Where is Dino? I can't see him around. Pain questions them. Dino is dead. The Shinigami of Konoha returned to the village and killed him. Zetsu calmly replies. That was unexpected. We made our preparations with Shinigami in the account. So, how could such a miscalculation happen? Dino, that maniac, blindly engaged in a fight with the Shinigami and got slaughtered by him. Sasori calmly replies to Pain. So, you are left without any partner, Sasori. Pain ponders for a while. I have a certain person in mind. Let's meet with him later. Sasori nods his head, and the projection of Pain disappears. Chapter 118, 116. Politics of the Village Part 2. Bam. Hiruzen slams his palm on the table and snaps at Koharu and Hamura. Is it true, Koharu? Hamura. It's not like what you think, Hiruzen. It is. Bam. Hiruzen slaps his palm on the table. Just answer my question. Is it true or not? Hamura sighs and replies. Yes, it is true. But Hiruzen, we dedicated 50 years of our lives to the village, we can't just. Bam. No buts. I don't want to hear any excuse from you two. I was a fool to trust both of you. I never expected in all these years, both of you and Danzo played me like a fiddle. What expression would Sensei show when he learns about this matter? Both of you are a disgrace to Sensei's legacy. His students crushed his dream for a perfect village. Sigh. Hiruzen slumps down in his chair. Hiruzen, we can explain. It is not like how you think. Give us a chance to explain ourselves. Koharu tries to protest. There is nothing left to explain. You two get out of my sight. I don't want to see your face anymore. Hiruzen waves his hand. A few Anbu surrounds Koharu and Hamura. One of them escort them out of the room. Please. Koharu and Hamura silently walk towards the exit. Wait, a sec. A loud voice interrupts them. Since you have already learned of this matter, there is no harm in knowing more. Izuna passes another scroll to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, this scroll contains the information of all plots orchestrated by Danzo outside the village. Please have a look at it and decide yourself. Hiruzen picks up the scroll with shaking hands while Izuna starts to narrate the incident. Let me start with the Second Shinobi War. Danzo collaborated with Hanzo of the Omega-Kure. He started a slaughter in Omega-Kure and killed many innocent civilians. He disguised his root members as the shinobi of other villages and fanned the flames of war. It was him who was responsible for the death of many elite shinobis of Konoha. Izuna throws another scroll towards Hiruzen. This is a proof of collaboration with Hanzo. I dug it out from his root. Izuna stares at various other clan leaders as he continues. I have an interesting piece of news for all of you. I don't know if you will like it or not. What is it? Izuna-kun. Shikaku calmly asks him. I would also like to hear it. Shibi Aburame slowly opens his mouth. Chozo Akimichi nods his head in agreement. Just spit it out, brat. Don't test our patience. Kurama clan leader gnashes his teeth. Izuna frowns and stares at Kurama clan elder before turning away. Kurama clan elder feels a chill running down his spine. The temperature around him drops and his blood starts to freeze. He anxiously rubs his hands to warm himself up. What's going on? Why am I the only one who is feeling so cold? I won't waste your time. All of you must be aware of the fact that many talented ninjas of your clan either died in war or mysteriously disappeared. They nod their head in agreement. So, what you mean to say is, all of it is related to Danzo, one way or another, Shikaku concludes. It's not related. It's him to be exact. Almost 80% of the time, he will either deploy his root Anbus to get rid of them or will recruit them in his root and will brainwash them to only serve himself. Izuna throws a scroll containing the list of missing ninjas towards Shikaku. Shikaku catches the scroll and schemes through it. A frown appears on his face. He passes the scroll to Yamanaka clan leader. One by one all of them read the content of the scroll and their expression turns ugly. What's the meaning of this, Hokage-sama? Various clan leaders slam their hands on the table. The table crumbles under their strike. Wait. It's not over yet. Let me finish my statement. Izuna calms them down. So where was I? Yes, after the Second Ninja War, Danzo wasn't satisfied with the result of the war. So, he cooked another scheme. What scheme? All of them question him. Danzo would reveal the information of many important missions of the village to enemy villages through his spies deployed all over other nations. He wanted to weaken the power of clans through this while strengthening his root. He schemed against my parents and almost got them killed. I even suspect he relayed information related to your mission to Kimogakure, Tsukumo-san. What? It was Danzo who did it. Tsukumo gnashes his teeth. Not only this, he even spread rumors about your failure in the village which almost lead you to commit suicide. Izuna continues. Sigh. Tsukumo sighs and looks gratefully at Izuna. Now moving on, seeing all of his tricks and schemes fail, Danzo decided to use extreme methods. He joined hands with Orochimaru and conducted various experiments on human test subjects. All of you must be aware of the information regarding missing persons spread in Konoha. Danzo quickly suppressed the rumors with his root. Izuna throws another scroll at them. What? You mean to say that Danzo was behind all of that? How evil could a person be to commit such heinous crimes? He conducted experiments on the very villagers he swore to protect. Danzo is not a human, he is a demon in disguise. I have started to lose trust in the village. Our clan joined the village in hopes of finding a safe haven, but we never expected it to be the den of the devil. Now, I have second thoughts about staying in this place. Many clan leaders start to openly show their distrust and scorn for the deeds of the village elders. Sigh. Hiruzen took a deep breath. All of his hairs turns gray in an instant. He instantly aged 10 years as he weakly stares at the expression of various clan leaders. I have failed you, sensei. I have failed you. Your dream to create a safe haven for young children is shattering right before my eyes. I can't see this happen before my eyes. All of your hard work, blood, and sweat are tainted in my hands. Izuna looks at their reaction and nods his head. I have successfully created a turmoil in their state of mind. Now it is time to raise the position of Uchiha clan in their heart and gain sympathy from all of them. Calm down everyone. Calm down. Izuna raises his voice to get their attention. The worst is yet to come. All of you must have wondered what was beneath the bandaged arm of Danzo at one point or another. Yes. All of them nod their head in agreement. Swish. Izuna takes out a shriveled white arm from a scroll. There are many closed eyes on the arm. This is. All of them frown as they scrutinize the arm. It is the right arm of Danzo. And for your information, this arm is made from Hashirama cells synthesized by Orochimaru. Izuna drops another bomb on them. What? Hashirama cells, you mean the cells of the first Hokage? Yes, the cells of first Hokage. Danzo pilfered the grave of the first Hokage and synthesized his cells in the laboratory. Now you might be wondering, what's the deal with all those closed eyes? Izuna slowly opens one of the eyes to show the white scara of the eye. Fugaku frowns as he notices the eye. He activates his Sharingan and closely stares at them. These are Sharingans. But all of them are blind with no vision, it seems to be the effect of forbidden jutsu Izanagi. Danzo, that bastard. How many Uchiha clansmen did he murder to acquire so many Sharingans? Hayashi Hyuga activates his Byakugan to observe them. All of these eyes, they have different chakra colors. And from the look of it, this chakra color matches with Uchiha's. I have observed their chakra various times and I can't forget it this easily. He reveals the fact. What? You mean to say that all of these eyes were stolen from the Uchiha clan? Inoichi exclaims in surprise. Yes, Danzo headhunted our Uchiha clan members, and he murdered many Uchiha clan members to construct this arm. Paired with Hashirama cells, he was almost unstoppable. Izuna takes out a small flask from his pocket. There is an eye inside the flask as it is floating in a solution. These eyes. Fugaku looks at Izuna. These are the eyes of my ancestor Kagami Uchiha. Danzo pilfered them from his grave and replaced his right eye with them. Not only this, he even manipulated the village using the power of these eyes. He even disgraced my ancestor through the sinister use of his power. Hiruzen falls from his chair as he listens to this. Oh. My friend Kagami. I have even sinned against you and your descendants. I don't know how will I ever be able to make for it. You sacrificed your life to preserve mine and yet here am I soiling your legacy. This is not the end yet. Chapter 119, 117. Politics of the Village Part 3. This is not the end yet. You mean to say there is more? The clan leaders turn towards Asuna. Asuna throws another scroll towards them. All of you must be aware of the dispute at borders before the Third Ninja War. Shikata nods his head. Yes, Iwa and Kumo started the war when their shinobis infiltrated our borders and killed most of our patrol teams. In response to that attack, Hokage-sama and Danzo sent a team of Anbus to intercept the invaders. We were successful in repelling the invasion but lost many shinobis in the confrontation. He slowly explains the turn of events. Exactly. Izuna exclaims. Shikata frowns as a pensive expression appears on his face. Isn't that normal, Izuna-kun? The enemy invaded our land, so we have to intercept them. Danzo was power-hungry, but he was not a fool. He won't allow Konoha to get invaded by enemy nations. So what are you trying to say, Izuna-kun? Shikata-san, you are already aware of the ambitions of Danzo, right? Shikata nods his head and replies. Hokage-sama mentioned the possibility of involvement of Danzo in his assassination attempt. But we were busy with the peace treaty with Kimobakure. So, at that time, we have to put the matter at the back of our mind. Izuna-kun, you mean to say that Danzo has higher ambitions? Izuna nods his head and explains. Danzo not only coveted the position of Hokage, he even coveted the power of Hidden Village. Danzo started this war to deal with all hidden villages in one fell swoop. Izuna stops and looks at them. Shikata frowns and questions him. Why would he start a war and disrupt the peace in the village? I highly doubt Danzo would do such a reckless move unless he is sure of the outcome. There is no benefit in war, only needless causalities and waste of resources. I don't think it is valid of a reason, there must be more to the matter than it seems. Shikata and the rest start to contemplate. The clan leaders ponder over the matter. After contemplating for a while, they shook their head and turned towards Shikata. Shikata. You are the only person with the most gifted mind among all of us. You must have a clue regarding the situation. A/N, big brain imposter among us. Recently started playing Among Us. Hook me on Discord if you are interested. What a drag. Shikata silently mutters. Izuna hears the remark and muses. These Nara clan fellows are as lazy as usual. If not for the harsh life of the shinobi world, they would have turned into NEET or geek by now. Come to think of it, I haven't gotten a chance to visit them in all these years. I will visit them when I have spare time. To think, he started a war to gain more power and control. I wonder how he planned to gain control over all hidden nations. I doubt he is strong enough to take on all nations alone. Inoichi raises a question. Yes, Konoha is strong but we aren't strong enough to engage all hidden village at the same time. Unless Danzo has developed some sort of kenjutsu, I doubt he had any chance. Hayashi speculates. He did join hands with Orochimaru, so it is quite possible. But I am still skeptical of the possibility. Shibi states his opinion. Shikata puts his hand on his forehead and enters in deep contemplation. He ponders for a while before replying. I think I have figured out the answer. As expected of a Nara, Shikata must have figured out something. The clan leaders perks up their ear. Shikata turns towards Izuna and explains his speculation. To gain control over all the nations, Danzo needed a power far greater than them. Who? The various clan leaders nod their heads in agreement. Now there aren't many powerful things which surpass the might of the hidden villages. But. The tailed beast can surpass the power of a village. That makes sense. Choza nods his head. Yes, only tailed beast possesses enough power to single-handedly annihilate a hidden village. The Nine Tails incident freshens up in their memory. Now, what if someone is able to control all the tailed beasts? Shikata continues. The clan leaders frown as the Kurama clan leader remarks. Then won't he gain enough power to rule all shinobi nations? But such a thing is impossible, right? Up till now, except first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Northwest even came close to wield that amount of power. Yes, that's true. First Hokage was the god of shinobi. He single-handedly overpowered 8 out of 9 tailed beasts. The rest of the leaders agree with him. That's it. This is my point. What if someone possesses the power of the wood release of the first Hokage and the Sharingan of Madara Uchiha? Wouldn't he be capable of achieving the same feat? Shikata drops a revelation on them. Wait. You mean to say that Danzo was aiming for such a thing? All of their expression turn unsightly. Shikata points towards the shriveled hand made of Hashirama cells with many Sharingan in it. The clan leader notices the hand, and it dawns on them. Cough. Let me explain. Izuna gathers their attention. Danzo wanted to gain control of the Nine Tails and slowly take over the village. He got this idea from the fight of first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. So, when Mito Uzumaki sealed the nine tails inside the Kushina Uzumaki, Danzo viewed this as an opportunity. He secretly informed Kimogakure of her and then hatched a plan to kidnap her from the village. The root Anbus secretly waited at the borders, ready to ambush Kimo ninjas and capture Kushina. But thanks to Minato-san's interference, this plan never succeeded. Come to think of it, everything adds up. But he failed in his attempt. Tsukumo nods his head. Danzo attempted to capture Ninetails several times in the future, but Minato was always present with Kushina. So, he could only give up helplessly and turn to the Uchiha clan. So, he kidnapped many Uchiha clan members during and after the war. He plucked out their Sharingan and created this synthetic prosthetic to strengthen himself. Izuna continues his explanation. All of them nod their head in agreement as they listen to the explanation. But he lacked a certain thing. What? He lacked a fully mature Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. The previously stolen eye of Kagami Uchiha was failing. It had lost the vision and most of its visual prowess. So, Danzo needed a replacement for his right eye and so he targeted me. He lost against me and escaped the village only to return later and slaughter the Uchiha clan. Izuna Kami replies to them while his eyes are seething in rage. Sigh. The clan leader sighs in relief. If Danzo would have succeeded in his ploy, then most of our clans would have to bow before him in servitude. They turn towards Izuna in gratitude. You have our gratitude, Izuna Uchiha. The Uchiha suffered the conspiracy of Danzo and suffered such a tragic fate. It may not amount to much compared to the loss, but we will help Uchiha clan to overcome some of its loss. The clan leaders stretch a helping hand towards the Uchiha clan. Fugaku places a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Izuna takes a deep breath and turns towards Hiruzen. So, Hokage-sama. What's your stance on this matter? The rest of the clan leader stares at Hiruzen, waiting for his response. Hiruzen weakly stands up from his chair. One of the Anbu members supports him to stand up. He must be Konohamaru's father. I can sense a similarity in his and Hiruzen's chakra. Hiruzen takes support against the wall and replies in a weak tone. I will take responsibility for all the misdeeds of Danzo and the rest of the elders. It was my incompetency that leads to such a situation, so I will resign as a Hokage. Also, all the information regarding the evil deeds of Danzo excluding the involvement with other villages will be revealed to the public. So, he is still prioritizing village over anything else. I don't mind though as long as my Uchiha clan does not suffer injustice. Hiruzen turns towards Izuna and remarks. You have opened my eyes, Izuna Uchiha. From today onwards you will be excluded from the jurisdiction of the Elder Council and Hokage. You are free to take any sort of mission and no one will be able to order you around. It is my way of expressing gratitude on behalf of the village. As for the Uchiha clan, I will listen to all of their requests as long as they don't interfere with the collective interest of the village. This injustice was caused because of a lack of insight on my part. At least, I would be able to repent for some of my sins. The rest of the clan leaders agree with the notion. Kurama clan leader hesitates for a while before eventually agreeing with the decision. Izuna turns towards Fugaku. It is your turn to speak, Fugaku-san. My task is over, I will take my leave. He signals Kakashi, Shisui, and Itachi. They follow him out. You have a fine seedling in your clan, Fugaku. I can't even imagine the extent to which the Uchiha clan will prosper in the future. With so many geniuses in your clan, it will be able to surpass its previous prestige in few more years. Hayashi sighs and enviously look at Fugaku. If only my clan wasn't restricted by the conservative thoughts of old elders. Hayashi sighs and turns his attention to the meeting. The Anbu members replace the chair and tables. The real meeting starts now. Chapter 120, 118. Big Brother Izuna. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Hokage office spreads the news of the Uchiha massacre and the involvement of Danzo among the villagers. All of Danzo's misdeeds were revealed to the public. The reputation of the villager elders plummeted, and the people raised many questions. It took the Hokage office a month to calm down the villagers. Uchiha clan restored some of its lost prestige, but their power and prestige plummeted in the eyes of the civilians. The Uchiha clan moved to their old compounds inside the village. Inside the Konoha hospital, Akira, Yagami, Izuna, and Shisui are anxiously moving outside of the operation room. Fumiko has been pregnant for 9 months and it is time for her delivery. Tsunade is taking care of the delivery together with Aiko and Shizune. Everything will be alright. Aunt Fumiko and the baby will be fine. Izuna tries to assure them, but anxiety could be seen on his face. I trust in Tsunade-san's medical proficiency. She is the best medical ninja in all villages. I am sure everything will be okay. Akira and Yagami nod their head but there is still nervousness on their face. I want a small little sister. Izuna closes his eyes and prays silently. Creak. The door of the operating room opens up. Tsunade walks out of the room with sweat on her head. She wipes away the sweat and turns towards them. Congratulations, it was a success. Both the mother and the baby are fine. A little princess has arrived in your family. A baby girl. Akira wipes away his tear and rushes towards the room. Am I a father or an uncle now? Yagami questioned himself. It doesn't matter, there is a cute little daughter in our family. Yagami follows Akira. Shursue and Izuna also rush towards the room. Please be careful. The mother is weak from the delivery, she needs plenty of rest to recover. Tsunade warns them. Shursue enters inside the room. Izuna stops before Tsunade and bows his head. Thank you, Tsunade, for your help. I can't express my gratitude in words. Tears flow through his eyes. Tsunade shakes her head and replies. It is the least of the things I could do for you. You have helped me during thorny times and opened my eyes. Izuna wipes his tears and enters in the room. The baby girl is wrapped in a blanket as it peacefully sleeps near Fumiko. Izuna walks up to the baby and tickles her with his finger. Giggle, giggle. The baby giggles and grabs his finger with her small hands. Izuna gently takes her in his arms while Akira and Yagami are conversing with Aiko and Fumiko. Shursue walks up to Izuna and anxiously looks at the baby. Izuna. Izuna Nii-san, can I hold her in my arms? I am already a big brother now, but she is my first little sister. I will pamper her every day. Shursue gently takes her in his arms. Izuna walks towards Fumiko and infuses some sage chakra to rejuvenate her body. Fumiko slowly opens her eye. Izuna turns towards his parents and asks. Mom, Dad, have you thought of a name for the baby? Aiko nods her head. I have already thought of a name for her. She is like a colorful flower which bloomed in our life during this summer. So, I will name her Ayaka. Ayaka, the colorful flower which bloomed in summer. Akira nods his head. It is the most suitable name for our little princess. Her smile will bloom happiness in our life. He wipes his tears. Yes, she is our little princess. I won't allow anyone to treat her rudely. Fumiko slowly sits up and signals to Shursue. Shursue hands over Ayaka to Fumiko. Fumiko gently caresses Ayaka. Okay, all of you shoo, get out of here. It's time to feed the baby. Aiko pushes them out from the room. All the males helplessly walk out from the room. Let's celebrate the birth of our little princess. Akira plans the celebration. Who? Yagami frantically nods his head. So, our Uchiha clan is finally blessed with a princess. Fugaku, Mikoto, Itachi, and Sasuke walks up to them. Yay. I am big brother now. Sasuke cheers in happiness. I will check on her. Mikoto enters in the room. Sasuke follows her. Itachi walks up to Shursue and Izuna, whereas Fugaku talks with Yagami and Akira. Let's protect Ayaka together. Shursue and Itachi nod their head. They walk towards the roof. Izuna jumps on the roof and lies down. Itachi and Shursue follow him and imitate him. What are your plans, Izuna Nii-san? Itachi asks Izuna. The Akatsuki got scot-free after this attack. We can't allow them to live in happiness when they killed so many of our clan members. Shursue remarks. Do you have any plan, Shursue Nii-san? Itachi questions him. I don't, but Izuna Nii-san might have one. They turn towards Izuna and waits for his response. Izuna closes his eyes while pondering. Akatsuki is not a big problem. After mastering Sage Mode, I can easily solo fight against them all. The real problem is Kara. I don't know who and where are Kara members. Some of them aren't even born yet or way too unknown or hidden. I can't take a risk and engage with the Shiki without any preparation. I need powerful allies on my side whose sole purpose is to hunt Kara members. I can count on Shursue and Itachi and maybe Kakashi. But Kakashi needs to grow stronger, then only he would have a shot against them. Maybe I will create a team of my own. I can recruit some figures who died in original Naruto and train them. This might work. I just have to figure out the people who will easily work for me. I don't want any wild card on my team. Any unstable factor can create a crack in the team and I might lose a chance against Kara. Izuna stands up and stretches his arms. I have a plan and both of you are part of it. Izuna turns towards Itachi and Shursue. Somewhere in Land of River. Inside a small restaurant. A group of shinobis with a headband of Land of River enters the restaurant. They rudely push a cloaked figure sitting near the entrance of the restaurant. Another smaller cloaked figure sits near the other end of the restaurant. Hey you, waiter. Bring your special dish. One of them orders. The waiter hurriedly ran towards the kitchen and bring the special dish of the restaurant. One of the jounin bites a huge chunk of meat and gulp it down in one mouthful. They start to discuss various news flying around in the shinobi world. Hey, have you heard of the recent news from Konoha? The jounin gulps down another mouthful of meat and question his friends. What's so special about it? Is there another rumor from the so-called hidden villages? They are always trying to spread their propaganda of peace and exploit us small nations. Another jounin shakes his head. No, it's not about that. The first jounin shakes his head in denial. Then what it is? One of the jounin asks him curiously while gulping a mouthful of sake. Waiter. Bring me another bottle of sake. He yells at the waiter. The first jounin signals them to come closer as he whispers. Apparently, one of the most powerful clans of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, was massacred by one of the elders of Konoha. What? They exclaim in surprise. Shoo. The jounin silences them. Such a thing happened in one of the hidden village. We won't believe it if someone else mentioned it to me. Other jounins replies. The jounin nods his head and continues. Not only that, he even succeeded in the massacre, but Asuna Uchiha, also is known as the Silent Shinigami, arrived in the village. He quickly dealt with the elder and killed him. Wow. Silent Shinigami. Isn't that the person with one of the highest bounty on his head in the bingo book? Another jounin remark. Yes, he is the one. Not only he killed the elder, he even killed another mercenary of the criminal organization, Akatsuki. What was his name again? The jounin tries to recall the incident. He strains his memory to recall the name of the Akatsuki fellow. The smaller cloaked figure attentively listens to their conversation as he mutters to himself. I have yet to find any trace of that bastard father of mine. He **ed my mother and left her to die. But she survived and gave birth to me, only to die shortly after. From then onwards, I decided to hunt down that bastard father of mine. Mother only gave me one name for father, the bloody Dino. I recalled it. The jounin yells in exclamation. He is quite a famous killer who murdered various small villages and is quite a psychopath. He is the bloody Dino. The Silent Shinigami executed him. The jounin describes identity. What? The small cloaked figure stands up. He turns towards the group of shinobis and questions them. What did you say? Who was it again? The small cloaked figure yells at them in anxiety. The group frowns and turns towards the small cloaked figure. Hey, kid. You better watch your mouth. Don't try to test our patience, or we will. The jounin makes a throat-slitting action. I said, who is the killer? Answer me. The small cloaked figure yells at them. I don't care. Just get rid of him. He is being a nuisance to my meal. One of the jounin lazily signals his teammates. Click, click. One of the ninjas licks his kunai and dashes towards the small cloaked figure. Just die, you bastard, he yells at the figure. Stab. A sharp black metallic rod pierces through the ninja. Guffaw. The shinobi pukes out a mouthful of blood and drops in his own pool of blood. This bastard. Kill him, he murdered Kyosuke. The ninjas attack the cloaked figure. Clank, clank. They engage in heated combat with the small cloaked figure. The waiter and the restaurant owner immediately runs out of the restaurant. Plop, plop, plop. One by one, the dead bodies of the ninjas fell on ground stacked on top of each other. Huff. Huff. The small cloaked figure breathes heavily, but there is a creepy smile on his face. He slowly walks towards the large cloaked figure who hasn't moved an inch from his spot and is still drinking juice. Clang. The small cloaked figure attacks the large cloaked figure, but he blocks the attack. Quite an interesting power you have here. The large cloaked figure muses. It is none of your damn business. I will kill you. The small cloaked figure attacks again, but the large cloaked figure easily overpowers him. I can see the potential in you, kid. Want to work for me? The cloaked figure questions him. Will you help me get my revenge? The small cloaked figure questions. No. I won't. The small cloaked figure turns around and walks away. Then I don't see any benefit in working for you. I won't help you directly, but I will make you strong enough to do it with your own hands. The large cloaked figure finishes his sentence. Deepa. Ha. The large cloaked figure frowns. My name is Deepa and I will work for you. The small cloaked figure removes the cloak to reveal his clock. Oh. A kid. That's unexpected. The large cloaked figure removes his cloak and shakes hand with the kid. Nice to meet you, kid. My name is Amato. Chapter 121, 119. Beatdown. Huff. Huff. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Itachi makes some hand signs and spews out a large fireball. He takes out a kunai from his holster and throws it together with the fireball. Wind Style, Great Wind Breakthrough. Shisui makes some hand signs and enhances the fireball with his wind jutsu. It is still not enough. Shuriken Jutsu, Lightning Style, Phoenix Sage Purple Lightning Assault. Shisui infuses purple lightning through 3 shurikens and forms a lightning bolt. The purple lightning bolt shoots forward and circles around the fireball. Cooperation Ninjutsu, Lightning Overload. The cooperation jutsu of Shisui and Itachi smashes into Izuna. Izuna coats his hand with darkness chakra and blocks the attack. Skid. The attack pushes him back. Sizzle. Smoke rises from Izuna's hand and he gets some burn marks on his hand. They have improved a lot in this period. But where is Kakashi? He must have hidden somewhere nearby. In terms of firepower, talent, and chakra reserves, Shisui and Itachi surpass Kakashi. But Kakashi outshines them in terms of patience, wits, and ninja tactics. He always looks for the ideal window to deal a deadly strike and end the enemy in one fatal blow. Rumble, rumble. The ground beneath Izuna trembles and collapses. A large pit with many earth spikes appears beneath the ground. He would have to do something better to land a hit on me. Izuna jumps in the air and avoids the trap. Swish, swish. Many sharp wires wrap around him. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Flames. Itachi channels fire chakra through the wires. The flame engulfs Izuna. Crunch. Crunch. Izuna's figure shatters into many fragments of light and appears in front of Itachi. Bam. He lands a kick on Itachi. Itachi blocks the kick with his arms, but the kick is followed by a punch to the gut. Ugh. The punch lands squarely in his gut and sends him flying. Finally, I can join the fight. Dynamic entry. Might Guy jumps in the air and performs a somersault to build the momentum. He performs a jump kick and directs it at Izuna's face. Bam. Izuna blocks the kick with his arm. Might Guy performs a backflip and dash towards Izuna. First gate. Second gate. Third gate. Fourth gate. Fifth gate. Open. Might Guy's skin turns red and a green aura forms around him. Swoosh. 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 Guy runs around Izuna in a circle to search for an opening. Oi. Oi. Guy, it is a spar, not a fight. Why are you using 8 gates in the spar? Izuna takes a taijutsu stance and follows Guy's movements. Be it a fight or a spar, I will always give my 100% because that's the spirit of youth. Then don't mind me doing the same. Izuna chuckles and crosses his arms. First gate. Second gate. Third gate. Open. Izuna opens 3 gates and engages in a taijutsu battle with Might Guy. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple shock waves spread through the air as both of them trade blows. Bam, bam, bam. The ground beneath them breaks apart as multiple crater forms. Sorry, Guy. But I have a natural advantage against you. My natural perception is higher than you. Bam. Izuna punches Might Guy in the gut. Violent, Leaf Adamantine Strength Whirlwind. Izuna performs a severe roundhouse kick and sends Might Guy flying. Boom. Might Guy crashes into a large boulder and blows it into smithereens. I am not done yet. Might Guy jumps out from the dust and dashes towards Izuna. This is the chance. We have to create an opening for Guy. Ninjutsu techniques are quite slow, and Izuna can dodge them easily. But Guy's taijutsu is different. If we can distract Izuna for a while, then Guy will be able to finish him off. Kakashi signals Itachi and Shisui. Yes, Captain. 3 of them dash towards Izuna. All 3 of them activate their Sharingan. Fire Style, Crimson Phoenix Fire Bullet. Itachi infuses a large amount of chakra and fires a gigantic Crimson Phoenix at Izuna. Wind Style, Spiraling Vacuum Gale. Shisui launches a wind jutsu in combination with the fire jutsu. Shadow Body Flicker, Quadruple Body Clone. Swish, swish. He flickers and disappears as multiple afterimages follow him. Don't leave me out of the fray. Kakashi follows them and draws out a kunai and gathers lightning chakra in his hand. Lightning Release, Purple Lightning Flare. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 jutsu slams in Izuna, who barely dodges them. Oi. Oi. Cut me some slack, alright. I have a handicap in this fight. Do all of you want to beat me this badly? Izuna frantically escapes their attack. Yes, we won't relax until we beat you to the pulp. All of them speak in unison. Izuna sweat drops at their remark. Leaf Village Secret Technique, Turbulent Trinity Heavenly Slash. The 3 of them combine hands and launch a volley of attacks at Izuna. Damn. These three are eager to beat me to death. Come on, guys. It is just a spar, don't be so mean to me. Izuna dodges their attack while keeping an eye for any surprise attacks. Fwoosh. 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 Shisui, Itachi, and Kakashi grab his arms and legs. Do it, Guy. We won't be able to hold him for too long. Kakashi yells at Guy. Sniff, sniff. Guy sniffs as tears and snot flow through his eyes and nose. Everyone, I won't disappoint your trust and belief in me. I will give my all and overcome this difficult situation. This hurdle. I will blast it away with my youth. Guy clenches his fist and crosses his arms. Huh. Kakashi-senpai, what's he talking about? We have to just beat Izuna nii-san. Shisui questioned Kakashi in confusion. Sigh. This guy, he is always like that. He is too passionate for his own good. Boom. A burst of shockwaves travels across them. A dense green aura surrounds Guy as debris and dust rise in the air. Sixth gate. Gate of view. Open. Ha. Guy yells loudly and dashes towards them. My passion and youth will fuel my will for victory. Ha. Morning Peacock. Guy rapidly punches the air and releases a barrage of punches at them. The sheer speed and friction set his fists on fire and release a blaze of fireballs. Oi. Guy. We are also in the range of this attack. Guy collapses on the ground and raises his hand and gives thumbs up to them. I did it, guys. Pooh. He faints and facepalms on the ground. Sorry guys, not today. I don't want to get torched. Maybe next time. Izuna grins at them. Fourth gate, Gate of Pain. Open. Izuna opens the fourth gate and spins. Kakashi, Guy, and Itachi tightly held onto him. Damn it. Just this time, we almost got him. Shisui yells in frustration. Leaf Whirlwind. Izuna performs a roundhouse spin and throws them towards the Morning Peacock. Boom. Boom. The fireballs land on them and all of them fall on the ground. Smoke rises from their body and they angrily stare at Guy. Damn it, Guy. Just you wait. Ugh. 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 Three of them collapse on the ground and faints. Sigh. They almost got me. It wasn't a wise choice to give them a handicap. Izuna heals them with his medical ninjutsu and rejuvenates with nature energy. They have improved tremendously in these past 6 months. At this rate, they will overpower me in few more days with the handicap. Sigh. Tsunade left the village with Shizun. It has been 6 months since Ayaka came to this world. Tsunade left for the land of medicine half a year ago. I have nothing left to do in this period. ZZZZZ. Youth. ZZZZ. Youth. Snoring sounds interrupts his thoughts. Guy is snoring while sleeping. Does he always sleep like that? Shadow Clone Jutsu. Izuna makes 4 shadow clones and picks them up. Carry them to Konoha Hospital. They just need some rest. The clones flicker towards the Konoha Hospital. He lies down on the ground and recalls the terms of their fight. Flashback no Jutsu. Izuna, Kakashi, Shisui, and Itachi are walking towards the training ground. Shisui turns towards Izuna and folds his arms in annoyance. It's not fair. Nisan. You always beat us like a rag doll and then train us to death. But, Shisui, I always heal you using medical ninjutsu, so you can continue your training without any problem, Izuna replies to him. But Nisan, this is torturous too much for us. Nowadays, the Anbu missions feel more like a break than an actual mission. But sadly, they aren't requested that often. Shisui sighs in annoyance. So, what's the solution? Do you have any idea? Izuna questions him. The gang ponders for a solution. I have an idea. Kakashi snaps his finger. What it is? Captain Kakashi. Shisui asks Kakashi. Itachi silently listens to them. Kakashi turns towards Izuna and suggests. Let the 3 of us spar with you while you have a handicap. In our spar, you won't use any ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, senjutsu to attack us, not even your Sharingan. You can only use taijutsu to fight back, though you can use ninjutsu to defend yourself. Shisui and Itachi immediately agrees. This is a good suggestion. We agree with you, Captain Kakashi. At least, this way I will be able to beat up Nisan and soothe my sore heart. Shisui silently murmurs to himself. I can hear your inner thoughts, Shisui. Izuna sweat drops at Shisui's thoughts. Did I hear taijutsu and training? A raspy voice interrupts them. Might Guy walk towards them on his hands. Guy, what are you doing? Kakashi questioned Guy. Oh. It's nothing but the passionate training of youth. My young heart is brimming with lots of energy, ready to explode. Youth. Guy does some push-ups. Guy flashes a smile with his sparkling teeth, which almost blinds the entire gang. I heard all of you are training. Can I join your passionate session of training and youth? You are welcome to join our training. I will spar with Kakashi, Shursue, and Itachi using only taijutsu. Oh. Is that so? Then the green beast of Konoha shall join your training. It has been a while since I last spar with you. Izuna. Flashback ends. Izuna carries all of them to the hospital and admits them. Naruto and Sasuke joined the academy. Ayako is too small to play with. Maybe, I should check on Tsunade during this time. Chapter 122, 120. No Kizaru Group. Izuna walks up to the Hokage monument and sat on top of third Hokage's head. I am pretty bored these days. Izuna flips open a soda can and drink it. Gulp, gulp. This taste is bland and so. At this point, I can't even remember the taste of Coca-Cola. Maybe I should pay a visit to the land of honey in my spare time. I heard their beverages are pretty good. Izuna crushes the can and throws it in the air. The can levitate around him. Magnet release is pretty dope. But it lacks the power to do any decent damage. I have to learn its advanced version if I want to use it super effectively rather than manipulating some dust or metal chunk as a medium. The image of Magneto controlling the entire electromagnetic field pops up in his mind. I wonder if I can develop it to such a stage. Kekii Tota is a combination of 3 nature transformations, and Kekii Mora is a technique that involves 5 or more nature transformations. Kekii Mora is out of the question for now. I need to have Rinnegan or 6-path Sage mode to tap into its power. But what comes before Kekii Mora and after Kekii Tota? I have no clue about it. If I see it as a nature transformation, then it should involve 4 different nature transformations. That shit is quite hard and almost impossible to pull off if you don't have any cheat. But lucky for me, I am a cheat. I have to just figure out a way to use it and master it. Sigh. I may have grown strong, but any Otsutsuki can use a Kekii Mora and just erase from my existence with a simple touch. Damn, those truth-seeking balls are too much of a cheat. Izuna closes his eyes while planning for his future power-up. If only I had Rinnegan. Should I steal it from Nagato? No. Izuna immediately denies this option. There is so much hate to build upon those eyes. Yawn. Izuna stands up and stretches his arms. Guess I will check on Tsunade then. It has been a while since I last saw her. The boys will take at least 3 more days to recover from the previous fight. I should drop by Tsunade and say hello. Izuna closes his eyes and senses the space coordinates of his Flying Thunder God seal. Found her. I want to give her a surprise. So, I will teleport some distance away from her location. Whoosh. Izuna disappears from his position and reappears inside a forest. This Flying Thunder God feels like a watered-down version of instant transmission of Dragon Ball. I have improved it over the years, allowing me to teleport a distance away from the target, but I still need my chakra-infused seal to sense the location. I have to improve my understanding of space to further remove the conditions of this jutsu. Izuna slowly walks towards Tsunade's location. He takes out a premium wine from his storage scroll. She will like this wine. I will give it as a gift to her. He pockets the scroll and continues to move towards the inn. Rustle. Rustle. A nearby bush rustles a little as a silent breeze passes by. Izuna ignores the rustle and continues to move forward. Rustle. Rustle. Another shrub rustles, but Izuna continues to walk towards the inn, ignoring them. A few minutes earlier. Swish. Swish. A group of 5 ninjas rushes toward the nearby tiny village. They haven't gone too far. We can still catch them. One ninja reminds others. This time we will be able to hunt him down and earn quite a bounty. The rake's head ain't cheap, at least we can sell him to other nations and reap around 1 billion ryo. Another ninja rubs his hand in excitement. Humph. Another ninja scoffs at the previous ninja. Your brain is small, just like your little brother, Ramushi. Hey, that's rude. Don't make fun of my size. You aren't packing a bazooka yourself, so stop bitching around. Ramushi counterattacks. Shut up, you both. We have an urgent mission to complete. The target is Raikage. He won't go down that easily, besides other ninja are guarding him. Lucky for us, he will slowly die on his own. We have to just wait and retrieve his corpse. Himushi, the leader of the group, chides them. Yes, our no Kizaru group lost its base of operation after our village was annihilated by Kimogakure. We have to act as a mercenary organization and take commissions from other villages. Lucky for us, this mission leads us to Reikage of Kirigakure. We can complete the commission and take revenge for our village. Thus, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Another ninja laughs in excitement. Shoo. Himushi gestures to them to maintain silence. If we do it correctly, we can kill 3 birds in a stone. He whispers to his team and points towards Asuna, who just walked from the deeper part of the forest. Do you recognize him? Himushi questions his team. Isn't he silent Shinigami of the leaf? What's he doing here? Rimushi tilts his head in confusion. Rimushi, you idiot. It doesn't matter what he is doing here. If we can take him down before fetching Reikage's corpse, we will earn double the amount of money. The bounty on silent Shinigami's head is worth 400 million ryo. The first ninja rebukes Rimushi. But would we able to take him down? Another shinobi questions. We should be able to. Look at the situation, even Reikage is running away from us. This silent Shinigami is just a jounin of Konoha. We can take him down. The third ninja explains the situation. I know little, but if you think so, then let's headhunt him. Rimushi tilts his head in confusion. Rimushi, release the exploding insect larvae. Let him inhale death. Later we will engage in a fight against him and force him to infuse chakra to speed up the growth of explosion. Himushi formulates a plan. As you wish, Captain. Rimushi makes some hand signs and releases micro-sized particles towards Izuna. Izuna senses the presence of stalkers, but he ignores them. There are a total of 5 of them. I don't know why they are stalking me, but their intentions are far from friendly. I will allow them to make their move first, this way I can learn more Kekkei Genkai techniques, albeit if they have any. It would be too boring to end them this early. Whoosh. A gentle breeze passes by and Izuna's long hairs flutter in the wind. Have they made their move? But I felt nothing. Izuna carefully inspects his body. He feels an itching sensation in the nose. What's this? Did I inhale something? My body has grown sensitive to any change occurring inside it due to my senjutsu training. Did I inhale a poison? But I can't feel anything. Let me activate my Sharingan to inspect it. Izuna activates his Sharingan and uses the Eye of Insight to look around. This. He spots various small microscopic particles hovering around him. Izuna magnifies the particles and spots various microscopic insect larvae trying to invade his body. Damn. They have to choose the insect, of all things. I really hate these insects. One Aburaim clan is enough. Lightning release, purple lightning flare. Izuna infuses lightning chakra in his palm to generate purple lightning. The purple lightning incinerates all microscopic larvae. Throb, throb. Izuna feels a throbbing sensation in his chest. He checks his body and notices a lump of larvae insects clumped up in his lungs. Fuck. I inhaled them and now they are sucking my chakra. He turns towards Sin Seal and mocks it. One sucker is enough. Now you won't allow them to take your position, right? BZZZT. Dark black lightning sparks from the Sin Seal as it angrily responds to Izuna's mockery. The dark black lightning crawls through Izuna's nerves and enters inside his lungs. BZZZ. The dark lightning incinerates all intruder larvae and Izuna exhales a turbid black smoke from his mouth. Now I need to brush my teeth. This smell of fried worms is choking me. The Nokizaru group notices Izuna using a lightning jutsu. Rimushi frowns and turns towards Himushi. Leader, I have lost contact with all my larvae. I think he discovered them and killed them with his lightning jutsu. What? He detected them and even got rid of them. Damn. We have to kill him faster or else it will reveal our secret technique to the rest of the world. Himushi immediately signals his team. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. The Nokizaru group turns into smoke and surrounds Izuna. Silent Shinigami. Today we will claim your head as a bonus with Reikage. Swoosh. Swoosh. All of them reappear before Izuna. One of the ninjas makes some hand sign and release a blinding flash of light to disrupt Izuna's vision. The rest of the members turn into smoke and disperse in the surrounding area. Chapter 123, 121. This is heaven. Huh. Who are you guys? Izuna tilts his head in confusion and looks at them. We have no homeland nor a master. People seek us out, and we fulfill their wishes. The group starts their monologue. So, you bunch are mercenary ninjas. Izuna looks at them prancing around. I can see you all right. There is no need to jump around here and there. Your technique can't hide you from my Sharingan. Izuna spots 5 mercenary ninjas wearing sashes that resembled the tails of monkeys. They had painted faces and wore outfits that stripes on one side, while the other stripe had a solid color. Is this a Dragon Ball reference? Why all of them look like a bunch of scion with all the tail and color strips? We are the wandering phantoms of the forest. The bunch of mercenary ninjas continues their introduction. I had enough of your bullshit. Lightning release, Chidori Senbon. Izuna fires multiple Chidori Senbons at them. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Multiple Senbons pierces through the smoke, dispersing it in the process. Hiding in water, one of the ninjas appears from a puddle of water near Izuna. Hiding in shadow, another member pops out from the shadow of water member. Hiding in fire, another ninja appears in a swathe of flames. Don't leave me behind. Rimushi jumps down from a tree. Silent Shinigami, this is the end. Himushi tunnels out from earth. Are they pretending or something? Izuna tilts his head in confusion. Now explode. Rimushi makes some hand signs to blow Izuna. Nothing happens. Rimushi makes more hand signs. Explode. Still, nothing happens. Izuna silently stares at them. They are depleting my brain cells. If I wasted even a second with them, I will turn into a retard because of these clowns. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Izuna casts a powerful genjutsu on them and restrains them. He reads their memories. Interesting, these bunch of clown made the unruly A of Kimogakure run for his money. They have stolen some kind of secret jutsu from Kimogakure. Izuna searches their body and finds a sealed scroll. Release. He removes the seal from the scroll and checks its contents. Secrets of Black Lightning. No wonder Kimogakure is so desperate to retrieve this scroll. Izuna rolls the scroll and pocket it. I don't have any need for this scroll since I already mastered Black Lightning. But I can use this scroll to make him fork out some resources. I am planning on forming an organization after all. I need lots of resources in the process. Kumo is quite rich with that haul they made after the Second Shinobi War. Arg. Izuna hears a groan and notices the members of the Nokizuru group. They are not pleasing to the eye, but I can trade them with Kumo. Izuna walks up to them and places his hand in front of them. Kamui. He seals their chakra and sucks them in his alternate dimension. Fufu, fufu. Izuna whistles and walks towards Tsunade's direction. Inside a gambling den. All right. Place your bets. The dealer hypes up the crowd. Even. 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 3 people bets on even. Odd. Tsunade forks out 1,000,000 ryo from her purse and slaps them on the table. But Tsunade-sama, that's our last sum of money. We won't be able to afford the inn and food expenditure after you lose it in gambling. Shizen tries to convince Tsunade nervously. It's fine, it's fine. Tsunade waves her palm and continues the bet. The dealer places 2 dices in a cup and shakes it vigorously before rolling. It's even, ladies and gentlemen. The dealer shouts in excitement. I lost. Tsunade hangs down her head and depressingly forks out the money. But Tsunade-sama, they are obviously cheating. The dealer is in cahoots with these people. Shizen flusters while pointing at the people. What are you talking about, Oja-sama? Honesty is our policy. We won't rip off our customers. The dealer turns serious. But, earlier I saw you rigging with the dice. Shizen retorts. It's fine, Shizen. Let's get back to the inn. Tsunade walks out of the gambling den. Hi. Tsunade-sama. Shizen picks up a pink piglet and hurriedly follows Tsunade. Wait for me, Tsunade-sama. Thanks for your patronage. Thanks for your patronage. Later, inside the inn. That was a refreshing bath. Tsunade fills a cup with sake and chugs it down. Gulp, gulp. Ha. The taste of sake never turns old. But I would prefer Izuna's special wine imported from the land of honey. Tsunade-sama, what on earth are you doing? You can't go into debt to make more money anymore. Shizen yells at Tsunade. Oink, oink. The pink piglet squeals with her. It's fine, it's fine. I can always borrow some money from Izuna. He won't say no to me. Tsunade waves her hand. Well, that is true. Shizen drops down her head. Yo. Did someone mention me? Izuna hangs upside down from the window right in front of Tsunade. Slam. Tsunade immediately closes the window. What was that? I think I saw a ghost for a while. Tsunade mutters to herself. Tsunade, I won't lend you any more money. Swish, slam. Tsunade immediately opens up the window. I was just joking, Izuna. Don't take it to heart. Come inside. Tsunade gestures to Izuna. Izuna enters the room and looks at Tsunade. You reek of alcohol. Izuna pinches his nose. Yes, Izuna. Tsunade-sama has been chugging down sake for a while now. Heek. It's fine. Let's celebrate Izuna-kun. Where is my gift? I want to see it. Tsunade stretches out her hand. Sigh. Izuna sighs and forks out the premium wine bottle. It is the last one in my collection. I have to visit the land of honey to restock. So, don't drink too much. All right. All right. I heard you. Tsunade pours out a cup from the bottle and chugs it down. Gulp, gulp. Ha. Nothing beats the taste of this wine. Izuna ignores Tsunade and looks at Shizune. Shizune, how is your training going on? I have learned and progressed a lot in these few months. It's a hard task to become the successor of one of the legendary Sannin after all. Shizune sighs. Oink. Oink. The pink piglet jumps out from her lap. Oh. Is this our dinner, Shizune? It looks quite juicy. Izuna looks at the pink piglet and takes out a fork and knife from his storage scroll. It will take me a few minutes to make a delicious dish out of it. I have all the ingredients ready with me. Izuna takes out all the ingredients with pepper, salt, and cumin. Oink. Oink. The pink piglet squeals in fear and hide behind Shizune. Gulp. Tsunade wipes drool from her mouth and gulps. It will be a fine dish if you are the one making it, Izuna-kun. I really like your boar dish. Tsunade looks at the pork. Oink. 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 The pink piglet squeals even more and hides in a closet. Stop joking around, you two. Taunton is not food. Shizune rebukes them. Oh. Such a waste of a fine ingredient. Izuna places all the ingredients back into his storage scroll. He turns towards Shizune and questions her. Where did you find this pink piglet? Taunton is a gift from the Lady of Land of Medicine's daimyo. Tsunade-san cured her severe illness, and as gratitude, she rewarded us with 50 million ryo and Taunton. Shizune picks up the still cowering pig in her arms. Sigh. Tsunade-sama lost all that money in gambling. We are almost broke again. Shizune narrates her experience with Izuna. It's fine, Shizune. You had it hard. Izuna pats Shizune's back. Let me book another room in this inn. We will travel together for the next couple of days. Izuna informs Shizune and starts to walk out of the room. Thunk. Thunk. Izuna feels a pull on his clothes. He turns around and notices Tsunade pulling his clothes. Heek. Don't go, Izuna. Stay with me. Swish. Tsunade applies some force and pulls Izuna in her embrace. Boing, boing. Her massive jugs jiggle. She hugs him tightly and presses his head in her chest. Squish. Squish. Izuna is pressed in between her massive jugs. Don't leave me alone. Tsunade murmurs before hugging him tightly. Ha. I can't even complain, can I? I guess I will enjoy this feeling. Izuna stops resisting, and Tsunade falls asleep while hugging him tightly. Izuna slowly turns to Shizune and asks her. Did something happen recently? Tsunade looks a tad bit sad. Shizune nods her slowly before replying. The Lady of Land of Medicine's daimyo had a similar past to Tsunade-sama. She too lost her brother and lover in the past. Due to political circumstances, her family forced her to marry the daimyo. This reminded Tsunade-sama of her past, and her mood was a little off in these past few days. Shizune narrates the story of Lady Daimyo. So, that's the reason behind her gloomy mood. Thank God, I met her on time. Don't leave me alone, Izuna. Tsunade mumbles in her sleep. Sigh. Izuna sighs and helplessly looks at Shizune. It can't be helped. Izuna, you sleep in this corner with Tsunade-sama, I will sleep in the other corner. Shizune prepares the bed. Knock. Knock. Someone knocks on the door of their room. Izuna raises his head and activates his X-ray vision. It's the Reikage, damn. He is disturbing my pleasant time. Izuna makes some hand signs and places a silencing seal in the room. The noise of the knocking dies down. Let me throw some reinforcement seals in the mix. That A is hot-blooded, he won't hesitate to barge in through the wall. Izuna places a bunch of reinforcement seals around the room and makes it as strong as a castle wall. Now, no one will disturb us. Shizune raises her head and questions Izuna. What was that, Izuna-kun? Someone is knocking on the door. It's nothing, Shizune. The debt collectors are chasing after Tsunade. I have placed some seals to keep them at bay. They won't disturb us anymore. Izuna replies to her. Thank you, Izuna. That's a relief to hear. Shizune rolls over her blanket and falls asleep. Izuna also falls asleep while pressed in between two giant mounds. This is heaven. Chapter 124, 122. A bet. Next morning. Izuna wakes up. He groggily opens his eyes and looks around. He recalls yesterday's event and turns towards Tsunade. Tsunade is hugging his left arm while sleeping soundly. ZZZ. I need some booze. Shizun. Give me some booze. Tsunade sleep talks. Yes, yes. Tsunade-sama. Shizun opens her eyes and stretches her arms. Izuna speechlessly looks at them. Is this their usual sleep routine? Shizun hurriedly stands up and runs towards the door. I need to order breakfast for Tsunade-sama. As if recalling something, she pauses and turns towards Izuna. Izuna. Can you lend me some money for breakfast? Tsunade-sama spent all of her money yesterday and we don't have money for breakfast. Sigh. Izuna rubs his forehead and looks at Tsunade. This woman. He forks out some Rio notes and hands them to Shizun. Shizun, go and get our breakfast. I will wake her up. Shizun nods her head and approaches the door. Oink. Oink. Taunton follows her. She is still traumatized by Izuna's joke. Shizun opens up the door and slowly exits the room. Izuna shakes Tsunade. Wake up, Tsunade. Wake up. He shakes Tsunade. Tsunade refuses to budge from her place. Tsunade wakes up or you won't get any booze. Izuna plays his trump card. No. No. I am awake. Tsunade immediately sits up. Where is my booze? She demands Izuna. That is. Kaya. Oink. A scream and squeal interrupt them. Izuna immediately stands up and dashes towards the scream. That's Shizun's scream. Tsunade also stands up and follows him. Outside the entrance. They notice a trembling Shizun and Taunton who are staring at A has dead fish eyes with big dark bags under his eyes. His brows are twitching and his hairs are a mess. You finally open the door. I yell in his hoarse voice. There are various fist-sized holes on the wall and door of the room. A's hands are trembling and he is staggering. Bam. A face plants on the ground and faints. Reikage-sama. Reikage-sama, are you okay, Reikage-sama? One of Reikage's bodyguards shakes him. He is completely fine. He is just exhausted because of sleep deprivation. Just allow him to rest for an hour or two. Izuna walks away from Reikage's unconscious body. Reikage's bodyguard raises his head and notices Izuna. He immediately puts guard against him. You don't have to worry. If I wanted to kill him, then him being awake or unconscious won't make any difference. Regardless of the situation, he would get a certain death. Izuna ignores the bodyguard and walks away. Tsunade and Shizun follow him. I am hungry. Let's eat some breakfast. You bastard. Don't underestimate us, Kumo ninjas. Silent Shinigami or not. The Kumo ninja takes out a kunai and runs towards Izuna. Ha. Izuna turns around and activates his Sharingan. Genjutsu, Sharingan. The Kumo ninja's body paralyzes, and he stops midair. Bam. He feels on the floor and angrily stares at Izuna. Please forgive him for his rudeness. Another ninja immediately bows his head to Izuna and begs him. You better tell your subordinate, there are some people he can't mess with. Izuna deactivates his Sharingan and turns to Tsunade. Let's go. The Kumo ninja wipes the cold sweat from his forehead and turns towards his partner. He makes some hand signs and dispels the genjutsu. Why you apologize to that Konoha bastard? As an elite Kumo ninja, how can you neglect your pride so easily? He questions Amai. Smack. Amai slaps him and answers. Wake up. Togai. You don't know the full extent of his prowess. What's so special about him? He just made a name for himself during the Third Ninja War. Togai sobers up. Togai. 3 years ago during our peace treaty with Konoha, Reikage-sama planned to capture the Byakugan during this opportunity. Amai explains to him. Ooh. I know about that. But sadly, we failed to get our hands on it. Togai shakes his head in frustration. No, Togai. You don't know the entire event because Reikage-sama suppressed the news. Let me tell you, since you are one of his bodyguards. We had to pay a price to get away from the situation. It was during that time that Silent Shinigami of the Leaf engaged in combat against our forces. He single-handedly faced against 50 of our elite ninja. It wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. He killed all of them in just under a minute. Togai gulps his saliva as he looks at Amai in disbelief. It can't be true, right? There is no way such a terrifying ninja exists in the Leaf Village. Amai shakes his head and continues. It is the truth, that's the terrifying power of Shinigami. Not even. Our third Reikage-sama was capable of such a feat. I was a part of that mission. He spared me and Reikage-sama because he did not want to start a war with Kimogakure by assassinating Reikage-sama. Amai turns towards Togai and rebukes him. Don't be too rash next time. Tsunade of the Leaf is our only hope if we want to save Karai. Take Reikage-sama to our inn. Meanwhile, I will search for Tsunade and beg for help. Amai flickers out of the inn. Togai picks up A and enters another room. He slowly places A on the bed and wipes his sweat. Thankfully, he didn't kill me. I thought I was about to die there. But what was the deal with all those green creatures? What sort of genjutsu was that? Izuna, Tsunade, Shizun, and Tonton ate their breakfast. I want to gamble, Tsunade yells in frustration. Do you have the money? Izuna questions Tsunade. I don't. But you will pay for me, right? Tsunade smirks at Izuna. And why would I do that? Izuna tilts his head. Because as my favorite apprentice and as a man, it is your responsibility to pay for a woman's needs. Tsunade smiles at Izuna. What's gambling had to do with your needs? I can pay for your booze but not gambling. Izuna rubs his forehead. Okay. Let's drink booze. You said you will pay for it, right? Tsunade laughs at him. I fell for your trap. Izuna sighs and follows her. Heek. Booze is the best thing in the morning. Tsunade chugs down another cup of sake. It is noon already, Shizun replies to her. Now, just ignore such minor details. Tsunade waves her hand and gulps down another mouthful of sake. Izuna lazily lies against a wall and drinks a can of cola. Creak. One of the Kumo ninjas opens up the door and enters the inn. You are one of the legendary Sannin of the village hidden in the leaves. Lady Tsunade, I have sought you out to make a request. He bows before Tsunade. Heek. Who are you? Tsunade questions him. Yes. I am Amai, a shinobi of the Hidden Cloud Village. Amai bows before Tsunade. Shoo. Shoo. Tsunade waves her hand at him. If your comrade is hurt, then you heal him. The situation is behind my skills, please save our comrade. Amai pleads to Tsunade. You tried to steal the Hyuga's Byakugan. Now you want to seek help from me. Tsunade rebukes him. That was settled between the two villages. Our Kimogakure suffered huge losses in that incident. Amai replies to her. I never expected her to listen willingly. Looks like I have to. A barge in the room. You have to what? Izuna raises his voice and stares at A. Gulp. A swallows his next words and turns to Tsunade. Heal Karai and we will pay suitable compensation to you once our backup arrives. A tones down his voice and requests Tsunade. Well, now. So the big shots waltzed in. Do you think I need your compensation? Tsunade raises her eyebrow and smirks at A. You don't. A reply in a bland voice. I have to somehow convince her to treat Karai. I can't use force here, Shinigami is with her. I have to think of a way. A churns the gears of his brain. Found it. Tsunade likes to gamble, but she always loses the bet. If I can make a bet with her and win it, then I will be able to save Karai without suffering any loss. That's it. He turns towards Tsunade. How about we make a bet? If you lose the bet, then you will have to heal Karai. If you win, you are free to leave. A try to entice Tsunade in accepting the bet. Heek. It sounds interesting. There is no harm in giving it a shot. Tsunade ponders for a while. Let me do it, Tsunade. I will take part in bet instead of you. Izuna walks in front of A. Do you have any problem, unruly A? Izuna raises one of his eyebrows. Damn it. He has to interfere with this. I almost got her. No. No. I don't. A shakes his head. I do. I am sorry, Karai, I can't win against this monster. A closes his eyes. Chapter 125, Side Story, Hyuga Affair Part 3. Inside the Hyuga compound. Hiruzen is sitting in front of Hayashi, Hisashi, and their father Hirashi as he discusses the proposal of Kumo head ninja joining the birthday party of Hinata. Hokage-sama, are you sure this is a good idea? Hayashi questions him. Hayashi. Konoha had signed a peace treaty with the Kumo. We have to show hospitality to their head ninja to strengthen the peace treaty. Hiruzen rubs his forehead. Konoha suffered major losses during the war. We can't afford to start another war. Well, if you say so. Hokage-sama, then I trust your wisdom. Our Hyuga clan will entertain the head ninja of Kimogakure. Hayashi agrees with Hiruzen. Sigh. Hiruzen sighs and departs from the Hyuga clan. Hayashi turns to Hirashi and asks him. Father, what do you think about this proposal? Hiroshi rubs his chin as he ponders. There is something fishy about this proposal. During the previous war, Kumogakure tried to obtain our Byakugan multiple times. The incident of the Second Shinobi War is a stain on our reputation. The Byakugan of one of the main family members fell in the hands of our enemy. So, keep your guard against the Kumo ninjas. I don't trust them at all. Hiroshi suggests to Hayashi. Very well. Father. I will keep a lookout for any suspicious activity from Kumo ninjas. Later in the evening, Hayashi and Hiroshi stand near the entrance of the Hyuga compound as they welcome important guests. Shibi Aburame carries a bouquet as he greets them. Aburame clan is pleased to get the opportunity to attend the birthday party of Hyuga princess. No, the pleasure is all ours. Hayashi politely accepts the bouquet and greets him back. The leaders of the Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara clan enter together and present their gifts to the Hyuga group as they enter inside the Hyuga compounds. What a drag. Shikata scratches his head as he looks at the tedious task of greeting guests. Oh. Is this the reason? Nara clan barely holds any celebration. Izuna walks beside him and greets the group. Oh. It's you. Izuna-kun. Choza nods his head and introduces Izuna to Inoichi and Shikaku. He needs no introduction, we all are aware of his talent. The group chats for a while as Izuna notices the Kumo group at the entrance. I will excuse myself. I just remembered some urgent work. Izuna politely walks away from the group. Shikata stares at Izuna's back and mutters. Many elders in the council have termed him as the second coming of Madara Uchiha. I think they are being paranoid. Chomp, chomp. Choza chomps a large piece of meat as he replies. Izuna meets with Yugao and signals her. The target has arrived. Monitor his every activity and relay them to me. He passes a small communication device to her. I hope these new toys of the R&D department work as they are intended to. Yugao takes the earpiece and hides it underneath her long hair. She makes some hand signs and disappears from her place. Hiding in the shadow technique. At the Hyuga entrance, Hayashi and Hiroshi greet the Kumo head ninja with a polite smile. Our Hyuga clan is pleased to have the head ninja of Kumogakure celebrate this auspicious occasion with us. Hayashi signals to one of the guards. The guard walks towards them and politely asks them. Sorry for my rude behavior, but we would have to do a thorough search of your garments to ensure the safety of the guests. Well, that's fair. The head ninja raises his head and allows the guard to search for his clothes. The guard then proceeds to search the clothes of the escort guards of the head ninja. Well, if everything is fine, then we would like to see the princess of Hyuga clan with our own eyes. He asks Hayashi. Very well, the celebration is about to start soon. Please take a seat inside. Hayashi signals to a Hyuga elder. The elder escorts the group to the VIP seating area. Uchiha clan congratulates the Hyuga clan on this auspicious occasion. Fugaku and the elders of the Uchiha clan arrive at the Hyuga clan. Fugaku passes a large bouquet to Hayashi. The pleasure is all ours. Hayashi accepts the present. Soon, all the guests arrive in the celebration with the entourage of the Konoha elders and Hokage being the last. Inside the celebration hall, a beautiful lady carries a cute little girl in a purple kimono. The little girl is holding the finger of her mother as she looks around. The gaze of many strangers frightens her, and she hides behind her mother. Ha ha, ha ha. Indeed, the princess of the Hyuga clan is as beautiful as described by the villagers. The head ninja laughs as he converses with the Hokage. Hiruzen nods his head in agreement. So, she is the Hyuga princess. There is no cursed seal on her forehead. Which means it is an opportunity for Kumo. The head ninja cooks a devious scheme in his mind. Izuna looks at the frightened expression of Hinata and thinks to himself. Hinata lacks confidence, even as a child. After introducing Hinata, her mother carries her away from the crowd. I forgot to give her my present. Izuna takes a small ice doll from his storage scroll. He walks towards Hinata and smiles at her. Happy birthday, little Hinata. He presents the doll to Hinata. Oh. It's you. Izuna-kun. The lady recognizes him. Will Tsunade-sama attend the celebration? She asks him. I think she will. Izuna nods her head. He had met with Hinata's mother multiple times in the Leaf Hospital, and Tsunade was the one who delivered Hinata. Hinata accepts the doll and curiously stares at it. It is made of popsicle. I will have to freeze it or it will melt. Izuna pats her head. No, it is a special doll. It won't melt, so there is no need to freeze it. Hinata cutely nods her head and runs towards Niji. Nisan. Niji-san, look at my new doll. Be careful. Lady Hinata, or you will hurt yourself. Niji chases after her. I hope Tsunade will bring Naruto with her. Izuna stares at the interaction of Niji and Hinata. He notices the cursed seal on Niji's head. Looks like some changes are needed. Bzzzt, static noises. His earpiece crackles. Izuna receives the message as he creates a small illusion around himself. Captain. The escort guards of the head ninja just left his side. After separating from him, they used a secret technique to hide their presence. But I can still sense their chakra. For now, monitor their every activity and inform me. I will keep an eye on the head ninja. Over and out. Bzzzt. Izuna silently flickers towards the head ninja. So, he has sent his goons to map the Hyuga compound, thus making it easy for the kidnapping. Izuna hides his presence and continues to monitor the head ninja. Later at night. The party is finally over and one by one all the guests depart from the Hyuga compound. Hayashi and Hirashi bade farewell to them. Outside the Hyuga compounds. The head ninja listens to the report of his guards and nods. Good, we have mapped the entire Hyuga clan, it is time to put our plan in action. You two depart for the land of hot water and inform Reikage-sama. I will kidnap the Hyuga princess. Yes. Sir. The escort ninjas bows their heads and flickers out. The head ninja recalls the map of the Hyuga compound and scales the wall. He infiltrates the compound and lurks behind a tree as he eavesdrops on the conversation of servants. It was such an exhausting event. There was so much work to be done for this celebration. My back is hurting from so much work. One of the servants rubs his back. Yes. I am also exhausted. Even Lady Hinata fall asleep, such a poor child, she has to face so many strange people for the first time. The servant continues to do their chore. This is my chance, the elders of the Hyuga clan are busy with the guests. I won't get such an opportunity again. The head ninja makes some hand signs. Hiding in the water jutsu. His body turns into a puddle of water and disappears from the place. The head ninja arrives in front of Hinata's room. So, this is the location. He enters the room and notices a sleeping Hinata. There is a peculiar doll in her hand. He makes some hand signs and taps on Hinata's forehead. Whoosh. He hears a strange noise and a flash. What was that? The head ninja looks around. It must be my imagination. He shakes his head and picks up Hinata. Now, she won't wake up for a while. I can't allow her to wake up and make any noise and ruin my plan. Whoosh. He jumps out of the window and flickers out from the Hyuga compound. An uneasy feeling wells up in Hayashi's heart. Byakugan. Hayashi activates his Byakugan and surveys his surroundings. He notices the head ninja of Kumo running away from the Hyuga compound with Hinata on her shoulders. This bastard. How dare he? I knew it, his intentions were not good. Hayashi dashes after the head ninja of Kumogakure. Chapter 126, Side Story, Dance of the Shinigami. Hayashi immediately dashes after the head ninja. Swoosh. Swoosh. Izuna and Yugao appear in front of him. There is no need to worry about Hinata. Izuna waves his hand and stops Hayashi. Hayashi frowns and angrily questions him. What do you mean? That Kumo bastard kidnapped my daughter and you are preventing me from saving her. What's the meaning of this? Hayashi takes a taijutsu stance as he gets ready to fight Izuna and Yugao. Calm down, clan leader, check your daughter's room again, she is fine. Izuna removes his Anbu mask and reveals his identity. Izuna-kun. It's you. Hayashi trusts Izuna and dashes towards Izuna's room. He notices Hinata soundly sleeping on the bed. What? Many questions pop up in his mind as he turns to Izuna for answers. Don't be surprised. Hayashi-san. She is indeed the real Hinata, the one the Kumo ninja kidnapped is a doll which I made using Fuinjutsu. I suspected the Kumo group from the very start, so I silently monitored their activity and found their intention of kidnapping Hinata. So, I acted in advance and made the necessary arrangements. You just need to play along. Izuna reveals the truth to Hayashi. Thank you. Izuna-kun. I will be forever grateful to you, as for the plan. I will follow your arrangements. Hayashi nods his head in agreement. Izuna and Yugao chase after the head ninja. Inside the forest near the border of Land of Fire and Land of Hot Water. The head ninja's subordinates meet up with the Reikage group. The two ninjas bows in front of A and reports to him. Reikage-sama. Captain has infiltrated the Hyuga compound. Soon, he will kidnap the Hyuga princess and the Byakugan will fall in our possession. Crackle. A clench his fist as he stares towards Konoha. We paid a heavy price during the Third Shinobi War, it is time for payback of the debt. At some distance away from their camp. Whistle, whistle. Kakashi is resting against a tree as he monitors the troops of Kumo. Vice Captain. When should we make our move? One of the masked figures asks him. It's still too soon. Tenzo. Just wait for Captain's signal, he must be on his way by now. Kakashi replies to him. Captain ordered us to maintain a distance from the sensory range of their sensors, we will act once Captain arrives, till then just monitor their every activity. Yes. Vice Captain. Tenzo nods his head. Inside the forest of Land of Fire. The head ninja continues to carry the unconscious Hinata on her back. I am almost there. After completion of this mission, the position of elder in the village council will be mine. He grins to himself. Izuna stares at the back of head ninja and thinks to himself. Looks like, after third Raikage's death, the level of shinobis in Kumo has degraded. If only the fourth Raikage has some brain cells. Izuna is silently following the head ninja while cloaked in light-style jutsu. They soon reach near the border of the Land of Fire. Izuna makes some hand signs and makes a fuinjutsu seal. Kakashi, who is resting against the tree, frowns. He immediately takes out a scroll from his pocket and notices the glowing sealing formula. Prepare yourself for the incoming fight. He orders his team. Tenzo and the rest of the group raise their guard. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. The head ninja crosses the borders and notices the Raikage's camp. Finally. He quickly enters Raikage's camp and lays Hinata in front of the Raikage. Raikage-sama. I have completed my mission. Now. Byakugan is in our possession. Well done. A nod his head. He turns towards Amai and signals him. Amai, go and inspect the Byakugan. Amai approaches Hinata's body and stretches his hand near her eyes. Flash. A flash blinds their vision. Haha, with this the movie is complete. Fwoosh. Izuna appears inside the Raikage's camp. There is a camera in his hand as he smiles at the group. What the? The eyes of the Kumo ninjas widen as they stare at Izuna. Flash. Izuna takes another picture of the group. Now, this is the icing on the cake. Quick. Kill him, he has recorded our entire conversation. A yell to his men. Lightning release, lariat. He quickly coats his entire body in lightning chakra and dashes towards Izuna to smash him into a pulp. Boom. An enormous explosion occurs inside the camp as everything gets blown away. Now, is our time. Kakashi jumps from the tree and dashes towards Kumo camps. The rest of the group follows him as they surround the Kumo camps. Boom. Dust and debris settle down to reveal a giant crater in place of Raikage's camp. Izuna is standing in the middle of the camp with a serious expression. Cough, cough. At a distance away. A pushes a boulder as he stands from the rubble. He coughs out a mouthful of blood as he stares at Izuna with wide eyes. You are the same kid, who was with Minato during the Third Shinobi War. I remember you. I fought against you, during the war, 6 years ago. How are you so strong now? A question. Oh. It's just that. I was nerfed back then. Anyway, on to the main point, I have collected enough proof against Kumo for violating the peace treaty. Izuna waves the camera in his hand. I will make a movie on it. I will name it, The Journey of a Lone Hero. Izuna stares at the head ninja and smirks. No, perhaps, this name is too good for the likes of you. Haha. Izuna jokes with them. Quick, kill him, before he reveals the proof to the rest of the world. Cough. A coughs a little as he orders his troops. Amai walks towards A and treats his injuries. We are here, Captain. Kakashi and the rest of the team row stand beside Izuna. Kill them, don't leave any trace of them. Bam. A punch the doll into smithereens. Konoha played us like a fiddle. But, they will pay for it. We heavily outnumber them, kill them and wash away this humiliation. A roar in anger. The enemy outnumber us, but we are no weaklings. Let's give Kumo a taste of their own medicine. Kakashi commands Team Row. No need. I alone am enough. Izuna stretches his arm and blocks Kakashi. Just watch and learn. Crack. Crack. Izuna cracks his neck and walks towards the Kumo group. They are almost 50 elite ninjas. It has been a while since I let myself loose in a battle. It's time to go all out. Izuna confronts the Kumo group and taunts them. Come on, then. Let's dance. Kill this bastard. He dares underestimate the strength of Kumo. The group of elite Kumo shinobi yells in a frenzy as they throw multiple shurikens and kunais towards Izuna. Ha! Izuna crosses his arms in front of his chest. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, gate of view. Open. Whoosh. A shock wave release of chakra releases from his body and pushes the group of Kumo ninja backward, repelling their attacks. Power release, Azura's robe. Dark red flames engulf Izuna. Lightning flickers through his eyes as it crackles and snaps. A red aura rises from his body and solidifies into a dark red chakra cloak behind him. Ha! Izuna punches the ground. Boom. A large explosion with Izuna as epicenter engulfs the entire Kumo group. All the 50 elite shinobis of Kumo are thrown in the air. The shinobi somersault and make multiple hand signs. Cooperation ninjutsu, calamity lightning discharge jutsu. The water users and lightning users summons a giant pool of water and lightning. The lightning flickers in the pool and creates a gigantic storm. Ha! Izuna stretches his hand and takes a taijutsu stance. Asakujiku lightning stream. He rapidly punches the air multiple times in quick succession. The friction and the air resistance set his fists on fire, and his cloak adds lightning chakra to the swathes of flames released from his hand. Boom. Boom. Both techniques collide together and Izuna's technique overwhelms the cooperation jutsu. Swift release, flash step. He disappears and reappears in front of the Kumo ninja. Bang. His punch shatters the entire skeletal system of the shinobi and turns his body into mush. Bang. Bang. Izuna continues to punch one enemy after another. Amai looks at the entire slaughter with terror in his eyes. This is the dance of the Shinigami, a dance of death and despair. Chapter 127, 123. You hit like a truck. A/N enjoy the weekend with this small mass release. Whoosh. A gust of wind blows Izuna's hair and A's robe. Both of them confront each other in an open field. A has a tense expression on his face. He is seriously contemplating a way to beat Izuna. Since it is a bet, I have to propose something which will give me an advantage. But he has to agree with my condition and allow me to state the terms of the bet. A's head is drenched in sweat as he glares at Izuna. I have to save Karai at all costs. Even if I have to lower my head and abandon my pride. Izuna nonchalantly stares at A. I know he wants to save his comrade, but we aren't allies. Konoha and Kumo only signed a peace treaty. I don't care about his comrade. But if we want to save his friend, then he better get ready to pay a hefty price. I will give him a chance to fight. Since you proposed a bet, then it is only fair for me to pick up the terms of the bet. But I am a generous guy, I won't bully you. Just pick up and condition and I will play along. Izuna Kami looks at A. Your conditions aren't, wait, what? You are allowing me to pick up the conditions. A look at Izuna with wide eyes. Izuna nods his head in affirmation. I can't ask for anything better. Now, I have to just think of something in which I can defeat him. A ponders on his strengths and weaknesses. Ninjutsu. No, Izuna Uchiha is a genius if it comes to ninjutsu, he has the fabled Sharingan. He can easily overpower anyone. In terms of speed, I am no match for him. He has learned the Flying Thunder God, jutsu of 4th Hokage. Weight. Physical strength and endurance. A look at the lean and compact body of Izuna. He doesn't have much of a muscle mass. I doubt his endurance is higher than me. I should propose a test of endurance. He stares Izuna in the eyes and speaks in his hoarse voice. Very well then, it will be a contest of endurance. Both of us will punch each other. The one who could stand after taking a hit would be the winner. A smirk at Izuna while flexing his large muscles. He is too desperate to dig his own grave. Tsunade and Shizun silently stare at A and closes their eyes to pay their respect. I have punched this guy multiple times with my full strength. But he just stands up and swaggers away with no hint of any pain or injury. Good, I have no qualms with your condition. Why don't you punch me first? I will just stand at a spot and take a hit from you. Izuna curls his fingers and taunts A. A's blood pressure shots up. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. A remove his garb and clenches his fists tightly. Ha! A's entire body is covered in a lightning cloak. His hairs stand up from electricity and he continues to pump more chakra in his lightning cloak. I will make you regret your decision. He bends a little to gather momentum in his attack. This lightning cloak provides enhanced strength and speed. The absolute defense is a bonus. With this, I would be able to easily win against him. Even if I am not as strong as him, I will show him not to underestimate the strength of a Reikage. Ha! A riles up his chakra. Dust and debris rise in the air. Whoosh! A disappear from his position and appear right in front of Izuna. Lightning straight. Let me see how long you will be able to maintain that uncouth smirk on your face. Bam! A punch Izuna right into the gut. Boom! The ground beneath Izuna crumbles and creates a small crater. Metal release, adamantine skin. Shock release, force transfer. Izuna's skin turns black at the point of impact. He transfers the shock from the punch to the earth. The ground beneath him crumbles from the attack. Damn. He hit like a car, though I don't know how hard does a car hit. If he hit like a truck, then I would have reincarnated. Ha. I continue to apply more force to his punch. I will see how long you would last. My speed and physical strength far surpass anyone else. He riles up more chakra and his muscles inflate. What's going on? He should be sent flying from my attack, but he isn't even budging from his position. Unnotice the peculiarity as his momentum slowly dies down. I think you had enough. Izuna cracks his neck and stretches his muscles. Izuna wipes his clothes. No way. The rest of the Kumo ninja look at Izuna with wide eyes. That didn't even make him flinch, much less sent him flying. A look at Izuna with disbelief. As if sensing A's dilemma. Izuna slowly walks up to him and pats him on the shoulder. That was quite a punch. I felt it, it was able to loosen up some of my stomach muscles. Maybe next time, I should book a special message from you. Now prepare yourself, it's my turn next. Izuna cracks his knuckles and flexes his arm. I don't know how he managed to take that hit, but I won't allow him to win in terms of endurance. I coat his body in lightning cloak and increases the density of the cloak near his stomach. A is giving his all, I won't disappoint this guy. I will also enhance my physical strength to the maximum. His body is tough, right? He should be able to handle the punch. Izuna clenches his fist. Ha. 8 inner gates. 7th gate of wonder. Open. A blue aura surrounds Izuna's body. The opening of the gate releases a shock wave that pushes the nearby Kumo ninjas. What kind of technique is this? I can feel a large amount of pressure from him. One of the Kumo ninjas gulps his saliva. Reikage-sama will be fine, right? Another Kumo ninja question. Reikage-sama has the strongest defense in the shinobi world. Nothing will happen to him. That Shinigami may be proficient in ninjutsu, but he is not a match for Reikage-sama in physical strength. Togai assures his fellow Kumo shinobis. Ha. Power release, Azura's robe. Dark red flames surround Izuna's body. Red lightning flickers from his eyes and zooms around him. It is the same, it is that technique. Amai panics. It is the same technique he used against us. This devilish cloak, there is no mistake in it. Reikage-sama, please back down. You can't fight against him. Amai yells in fear. I won't use senjutsu. It will be an overkill. I just want to rough him up a little, I have no intention of killing this guy. Are you ready, unruly A of the cloud? Izuna taunts A. I was born ready. Let's get it down. Karai can't wait for long. Swoosh, whoosh. Bam. Izuna flickers towards A. His speed creates a supersonic wave that split apart the ground and sends Kumo ninja flying. Shizun takes cover behind Tsunade. This kid has improved a lot. He has long surpassed me. I had some confidence with Sage Mode, but now when I look at him like this, sigh. Tsunade shakes her head and sighs. Guess he won't leave my side until my death. I don't want to see another important person pass away. Izuna appears in front of A and gets ready to punch him. Fast, he is so fast. I can't catch up with his speed. He is faster than me. A's eye widens. He folds his arms to brace himself. Bomb. Izuna punches him right in the gut. A feels dizzy and the inside of stomach churns. Poochie. He throws out a mouthful of blood and passes out. Even Pop's punch did not hurt this much. These were A's last thoughts before he passes out. Bang. A is sent flying by the punch. He rams through multiple walls and slams into a large boulder. His body lodges itself deeply into the boulder. Reikage-sama. Kumo ninjas hurriedly run towards A. So, I guess it's my win. Izuna whistles and walks towards Karai. So, you are the patient who needs help. Izuna notices a large spider-shaped bug lodged in Karai's chest. I will relieve your condition now. We will proceed with matters after your Reikage wakes up. I don't need your help. Ugh. Karai grimaces in pain as he struggles to even breathe. Let him help Karai. Amai convinces him. Chirp, Kai. Izuna gathers lightning chakra in his palm. What are you trying to do? Togai asks fearfully. I am treating him. If you make as much as a squeak, then I will first chop off your tongue. Izuna is annoyed with the constant blabber of this guy. He makes an ultra-thin senbon using the lightning chakra and stabs it in Karai's chest. Bzzzt. The lightning zaps the large insect. Wriggle. Wriggle. The insects wriggle in pain before it stops completely. I have neutralized the exploding insect. It won't suck your chakra anymore, you need surgery to remove the insect. But keep in mind, one slight error in operation and you will blow up. Karai gulps his saliva and lays down on the bed. Chapter 128, 124. Squeezing a dry. Huff. Huff. Retains his consciousness after a while. He takes a deep breath and feels dizzy. Cough, cough. Coughs up some blood and the dizziness in his head slowly fades away. He suddenly recalls the memories of the previous bet. Karai, where is Karai? Grab the collar of one of the medic nin of Kumo and question him. Gulp. The medic nin gulps his saliva and points beside him. Calms down and looks around. He is sitting on a bed and Karai is lying on another bed beside him. We are in the inn, Reikage-sama. You passed out after taking a hit from Asuna Uchiha. Amai informs him. So. I lost after all. I am sorry, Karai. I wasn't able to fulfill my promise. Clench his fist. A's eyes tear up. He wipes them and solemnly looks out of the window. Ah. Reikage-sama, Karai is fine. He isn't dead yet. Amai tries to calm A. Yes. Karai isn't dead yet. He will forever remain in our heart. Closes his eyes. Reikage-sama. I am still alive. Karai opens his eyes and groans in pain. Don't push yourself too much, Karai. Amai supports Karai. Karai, you are fine. Turns towards Togai for an explanation. Togai explains everything to A. So, this is what happened, Reikage-sama. Humph. Those Konoha ninjas are still as soft as ever. Let's take Karai to them. We have to deal with Nokizura Group too. Those bastards dared to lay a hand on Kumo. Scoffs and walks out of the room. The rest of the Kumo ninjas follows him. Knock, knock. A knock at the door of Tsunade's room. Oh. It is the unruly brat of Kumo. Tsunade sneaks a glance at A and ignores him. Humph. A tick mark appears on A's forehead. Cough, cough. Izuna coughs to gain his attention. Let's talk about the business before we move on. I don't want to do a favor to Kumo. We aren't allies and if Konoha shows any weakness, Kumo will be the first to strike. What do you want to talk about? Let's get it over, Karai is still in pain. A snort. Okay then. Here is my first condition. I need 10 tons of chakra or you mine from the land of hot water. It should be of first grade. Izuna raises his index finger. This amount should be enough to forge first-grade weapons for members of the Uchiha clan and my future team. I would store the remaining amount in the clan's stock. Go and rob a bank instead. Do you think a single shinobi's life has this much worth? Scoffs at Izuna. No. 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 I am not talking about your subordinate. I am talking about them. A swirling portal opens in front of them and 5 people drop out from it. A's eye widens as he notices the Nokizura Group members. What? Nokizura Group? How did you capture them? They are a group of S-rank ninjas with quite a bounty on their heads. As a squad, these are almost unstoppable. A point at the Nokizura members. You don't have to ponder on such minor details. I am talking about their value. This bunch has done quite the damage to your Kumo. Also, I sell them to bingo book bounty hunters, then I would get 500 million Ryo for the entire group. Izuna states their value. What 500 million Ryo? Tsunade sobers up and stares at the Nokizura Group with a fervent gaze. The Nokizura Group members turn into a stack of cash in Tsunade's eyes and she drools while looking at them. Gulp. Tsunade gulps a mouthful of saliva and starts to imagine what she could do with such great wealth. I can drink premium booze every day. I don't have to worry about money while gambling for a while. She turns towards Izuna. Izuna. Instead of handing them over to this ungrateful A, why don't you give them to me? Tsunade waves her hand. Izuna senses Tsunade's intention and ignores her. Stab. An imaginary arrow pierces Tsunade's heart, and she sulks in a corner. So. Where were we? Ah. Yes, these Nokizura ninjas. What do you think should I do with them? Izuna grins at A and questions him. This bastard. He will rob Kumo at this rate. But I have to capture this bunch. They have stolen the secret technique of Kumo, and I can't allow them to sell it to other nations. If other nations found out the technique, then another weakness of Kumo will be pried open to the world. Fine. I will take them from you. 10 ton of chakra or it is. It's a deal, I will ask someone from the cloud to fetch it over. But I will take all the belongings of this group with me. A demand. It's fine with me. Izuna shrugs his shoulders. Signals one of his subordinates and whisper in his ears. The shinobi nods his head and searches through the clothes of the Nokizura group. Damn. This Konoha bastard. We were supposed to kill the Reikage and enjoy the rest of our life in leisure. But now we have become a piece of tradable goods in their hand. Himushi curses in his mind and struggles to get free. Slap. Don't move around too much. The Kumo ninja slaps Himushi and inspects his clothes. Damn. I can't handle it. Himushi tries to yell in anger, but no sound comes out of his mouth. The Kumo shinobi searches for a while but finds nothing. He reports it to A. Frowns and angrily glares at Izuna. Oh. You might be looking for this. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket. Ah. The secret technique of Kimogakure. I wonder how much money I would get if I sell it to the right buyer. I am sure that fence-sitter Inoki of IWA will pay a hefty price to get his hands on this technique. Izuna twirls the scroll in his hands. That geezer Inoki was never a match for third Reikage because of this technique. I am sure he would go to any lengths just to get his hands on the weakness of this technique. Izuna smirks at A. State your price. A slowly mutters to Izuna. Ah. I can't hear you. Can you speak a little louder? Izuna perks up his ears. I said, state your price. A yell in fury. Lightning starts to crackle from his arms. That's more like it. Izuna nods his head. I don't want anything extravagant. Just give me the blueprints of chakra cannon. Izuna calmly states his condition. What? A yells in surprise. His lightning cloak fades away, and he warily stares at Izuna. Chakra cannon is supposed to be a secret weapon of Kumo. No one besides Father, me, and some of Father's trusted subordinates knew about it. Even B isn't aware of its existence. Then, how come does he know about it? A gulps a mouthful of saliva and looks towards Izuna in dread. He even infiltrated and stole such top-secret information right under our nose. I still don't know how much intel he has on Kumo. I have to tread carefully around him in the future. A closes his eyes and ponders for a while. The chakra cannon is still in its elementary stage, it will be a while before it will take its final form. During this time, I am sure Kumo will be able to modify it further. Thus, there is no harm in handing over the blueprint of elementary chakra cannon. That's it, I will hand over the elementary blueprint. A makes up his mind. Fine, I agree with your condition. You will get your blueprint. Now can you hand over the technique? A demands Izuna. His expression is bitter at this moment. Here, you can have it. It is not much of a use to me. Izuna throws the scroll towards A. He didn't care much about A. If he goes back on his word, then I will just barge in Kumo and kidnap both of their tailed beast. Besides, I doubt I will pull back from the agreement. Humph. A harumph at Izuna and points towards Karai. Now would you mind treating him? Oh. I totally forgot about that. Izuna scratches his head. He turns towards Shizune and prompts her. Shizune. Go ahead and operate on him. Yes, Izuna. Shizune nods her head and lifts her right leg to draw out some vials and syringes from her holster. A frowns at this and looks towards Izuna. Shinigami. This wasn't the part of the deal. Why is this little girl operating on Karai? I want Tsunade to do the operation. Swish, 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 stab, splurge. Shizune maneuvers her hand and cuts open the skin around the insect. She stabs in the dead body of the insect and throws it away. Swish, swish, swish. She skillfully sews the wound and patched Karai. Ha. Shizune wipes the sweat from her forehead and walks in front of A. For your kind information, I am the successor of Tsunade-sama. She had taught me all of her skills and has passed her legacy to me. Humph. Shizune harumphs and walks away. Oink, oink. She picks up Taunton and sits beside Tsunade. Who? Well done, Shizune. You did quite well for your first real on-field surgery. Tsunade praises Shizune. Upon hearing these words, the skin of A and Karai turns pale. Karai faints from shock and staggers back while pointing a finger at Tsunade. He is at a loss for words. Chapter 129, 125. A new mission. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ha. Tsunade chugs down another bottle of sake. Heek. I like this journey. I get to drink lots of booze and gamble. I hope such days will last forever. Tsunade turns to Izuna. You made quite the haul. I bet that A would be cursing you right now. Ha ha, Haha. It was worth the effort. Kumo's ego has inflated a lot in these past few years, I have to tone them down a little. Besides, I didn't really like his rude behavior. So, I have to bleed him a little. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket and flips it up. He opens the scroll and schemes through it. There is a blueprint of chakra cannon drawn on it. This design is quite basic. Well, to be honest, I didn't expect much from Kumo. But it is enough, I can use some civilian engineers and build it secretly for our organization. There will be a large-scale war in the future. I have to prepare every countermeasure for it. These things can easily obliterate the moon when fired at full power. Izuna tucks away the scroll and turns to Tsunade. Tsunade. What is your plan for this journey? When will you return to Konoha? Heek. Tsunade drinks another mouthful of sake and throws the cup away. Returning to Konoha is such a pain. I want to wander the world a little more. So, I won't return to Konoha anytime soon. Tsunade uses the Mystic Palm technique on herself and sobers up. I know you and the Uchiha clan aren't satisfied by third Hokage and want to replace him. I have no interest in that position. Only fools and naive people chase after that position. I won't hear any request from you. Tsunade senses Izuna's intention and denies him before he could ask her. Guess only Naruto can use the Talk no Jutsu to convince her. But at least she is not weak like before. Sigh. Izuna shakes his head and sighs. Since you don't want to be Hokage, then I have another request for you. Speak. Tsunade stares him in the eyes. I want you to find a cure for Itachi. He is fine for now, but his condition will escalate quickly. Izuna replies to her. I have done a diagnosis of his body with my Sharingan and here is the report. He passes a scroll to Tsunade. As far as I know, it seems to be a lung disease which feeds on the user's chakra and grows with time. I will transfer memories of what I saw with my Sharingan to you. Okay. Let me see them. Tsunade nods her head. Izuna places his right hand on Tsunade's forehead and uses his Sharingan to cast a genjutsu and simulate his memories. Tsunade, as you can see the diseases, is in the preliminary stage. Tsunade points at a lump of strange cells. We have to find a cure before it reaches the next stage. It will be harder to cure it in the future. Tsunade ponders for a while and shakes her head. I have never heard or seen such a disease before. But from the inspection, I can see that it is a new type of chakra disease which is blocking the chakra network from passing through the lungs. It is indeed lethal, and if it covers the entire chakra network in the lungs, then the patient will certainly die. I will try my best to search for a cure for this. Tsunade assures Izuna. You have my gratitude, Tsunade. Of course, I will do this for your sake. You are my apprentice after all. Tsunade smiles at Izuna. Then I will have to return to the village. I have left the village for a week or so. It is time to return, but I will keep visiting you. Till then, farewell. Izuna waves his hand and walks out of the inn. Oink. Oink. Taunton jumps from Shizen's embrace and waves her legs. Seems like Taunton is saying goodbye to Izuna. Shizen chuckles and picks her up. Swoosh. Izuna teleports from the spot. Shizen. Let's go and visit a gambling den. I have been craving to gamble in this past week. Izuna won't allow me to gamble. Tsunade withdraws a stack of cash from her purse. That unruly A sure had lots of money. He couldn't swallow his pride, so he repaid the favor with money. Tsunade counts the stack of Ryo and laughs hysterically. It's not like I am complaining though. Tsunade-sama. Shizen clutches her forehead and sighs. I am sorry, Izuna. I can't stop Tsunade-sama. Oi. Is there a woman called Tsunade staying here? The one with the huge jugs. Tsunade and Shizen hear someone yelling while talking to the landlord. Crap. These are the debt collectors. They have found me out. Tsunade shouts in panic. Shizen, quick, hide yourself. I will somehow deal with them. Just hide. Hi. Tsunade-sama. Shizen uses transformation jutsu and hides. Time for me to do the same. Tsunade transforms into her child version. I hope they will fall for the bait. I don't want to return the money which I got just now. Swoosh. Izuna teleports inside the village. Let me check on Shursue, Kakashi, Guy, and Itachi. They must have recovered by now. Izuna flickers towards the Konoha hospital. He meets up with Sayori and asks her about the gang. I have discharged them yesterday. Most of their injuries were already treated because of the preliminary treatment. Sayori informs him. Thanks, Sayori-san. Izuna thanks Sayori and flickers out. I guess they must be in training ground or else in the Anbu headquarters. Izuna flickers towards the training ground and notices the bunch training with each other. Kakashi and Guy are sparring in taijutsu with each other while Shinigami and Itachi are engaged in a ninjutsu fight. I will let them train for a bit. Since I plan to form a team, the members need some teamwork. Kakashi and Guy had great synergy. Shinigami and Itachi enhance each other's abilities to another level, too. Now, I have to just search for other members. I will operate solo. Fighting in a team isn't my style, and I don't want my partner to get caught in crossfire. Screech, screech. Izuna raises his head and notices a hawk flying over the training ground. He frowns and mutters. A summon from Hokage office. Since I have nothing better to do, I will check it out. Izuna flickers towards the Hokage's office. Knock. Knock. Hiruzen raises his head and quickly hides the crystal ball inside his drawer. That's enough research for today. He clears his throat and speaks in a hoarse voice. Come in. Izuna enters the office and stands in front of Hiruzen. It has been a while, Izuna Uchiha. I have a suitable mission for you. You can accept it if you feel like it. Hiruzen takes out a scroll from the drawer and places it on the table. Can I hear the details first? I don't want to needlessly take a mission and waste my training time. Izuna calmly replies to him and grabs the scroll. I wonder why this kid is training so hard. I am unsure of his exact prowess, but from what I saw during the Uchiha incident, he is probably closer to Madara Uchiha's level. What a scary kid. Ahem. Hiruzen clears his throat and explains. You must have heard about the recent unrest in the Land of Mist. Third Mizukage was assassinated after the Third Ninja War, leading to a power struggle in Kirigakure. Kirigakure has a barbaric academy graduation ritual where academy students are forced to kill each other. So, the new fourth Mizukage also graduated this way. His name is Yagura Karatachi. Hiruzen shows a profile picture of Yagura enlisted in Bingo Book. 250 million Ryo. He has quite the high bounty on his head. Izuna whistles, looking at the Bingo Book bounty. It is nowhere close to your bounty though. Hiruzen remarks. Is that so? I never checked my bounty. Well, if somebody tries to claim my bounty, I will just kill that guy instead. Izuna nonchalantly replies. Hiruzen slowly rubs his forehead and sighs. You have a bounty of 400 million Ryo on your head. That's a lot of money. It is almost equivalent to 40 top S-rank missions. Probably, I should kill myself to get that much money. Izuna chuckles and grabs the scroll. I will take this mission. He flickers out from the Hokage's office. Obito is manipulating Yagura in the Kirigakure. Yagura is massacring various Kekkeigenkai users in Mist. It would be a waste if I couldn't copy them before they die. Wait, your mission is to... Hiruzen shouts to inform Izuna, but Izuna had already flickered away. Is to infiltrate Kirigakure and spy on 4th Mizukage. Hiruzen finishes his sentence. Well. I think he is smart enough to understand the intricacies of the mission. But I never expected him to accept this mission. Hiruzen takes out his crystal ball and starts his research again. Fufu, those are quite good indeed. Chapter 130, 126. Attack on Kiri Part 1. Huff. Huff. Kill. Huff. Huff. Kill. Huff. Huff. Kill. 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 A pale-skinned kid in purple yukata is running away from his pursuer. He is the last one. Hurry and capture him. We have suffered many casualties in this fight, we can't allow our enemy to escape. Even if it is a kid. Kill him. The kid continues to run as he avoids one attack after another from his pursuer. Kill. 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 Various voices continue to haunt him as he continues to run away. One of the pursuing ninjas throws a chained metal bola towards the kid. Whoosh, whoosh. The metal bola spins in the air and hits the legs of the kid and ties around them. Bang. Slid. Bam. The kid loses his balance and topple. The momentum of the dash causes him to slide. Skid. He skids over and stops in front of a red flower. Ah. He weakly stretches his hand and grabs the flower. You are just like me, a stray flower with no home. Blooming in the middle of this winter with no place to belong. The darkness was where I was brought up. He weakly mutters to himself as the enemy ninja closes on him. Is there really a god? God, if you are real then save me. Save me from this darkness and relieve me from my sufferings. The kid closes his eyes. You have quite the legs, kid. You made us run quite a distance just to chase you down. One of the enemy ninjas takes out a kunai from his holster. It's time to end this farce. He had given us enough trouble during this time. Let's kill and bring his body to the village. Be careful. We don't know what kind of abilities this kid is hiding. He could survive all on his own during this war, he must have aces up his sleeves. Another ninja reminds his teammate. The ninja carefully treads towards the kid, taking one step at a time. Hurry up. Reveal your final trump card. So, I can kill you quickly. I have to return to the village. Kill. 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 Various loud yells erupt in the kid's mind as he clutches his forehead. A tendency to slaughter and murder starts to slowly take him over. I must kill. I must survive. I don't want to die here. The urge to survive takes over him. The kid raises his head and looks at his pursuers. He raises his fingers and points them towards the enemies. Finger drilling bullet. The skin from his fingertips parts away to reveal an opening. The exposed holes reveal hardened finger bones that start to spin rapidly. I won't die here. I will find meaning in my life. Even I will die fighting. Whoosh. Whoosh. A spatial disturbance occurs in between them and a figure pops out of nowhere. Damn. It seems like I still can't control the direct teleportation. My understanding of space is still lacking. A figure clad in black clothes, spiky black hairs with a blue tint to them appears in between them and are tied in a ponytail. His bangs parted down the center of his face to frame both sides to it. He wore a high-collared black shirt with a fan-shaped crest on his upper back and black pants. Some bandages are wrapped around his arms and a belt is tied around his waist holding a sheathed sword in place. The figure looks around and notices the ninjas with their guard up. It seems like I am in the right place. He notices the Kiri headband on their head. He is. The Kumo ninja warily looks at the newcomer. Run. We are no match for him. He is the Shinigami. One of the Kiri ninjas recognizes Asuna. What? He is a Shinigami. Run. The Kiri ninjas panics and retreats. Now. Now. It won't be much of infiltration if I revealed myself. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Izuna cast a genjutsu on the Kiri ninjas to erase their memory. He turns towards the kid and inspects him. The kid stares at Izuna and passes out. I am saved. Flashback, no jutsu. Inside a dark prison room. Scratch. Scratch. A kid is carving something on the wall with a bone. Why? Why am I in a place like this? Scratch. Scratch. Why I have to suffer in this hell? Scratch. Scratch. Why? Why, no one cares about me? Why? Kill. 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 This darkness haunts me. These noises they are. Aya. He clutches his ears to block the noises. Kill. 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 The noises continue to haunt him. God. If there is a God, then save me. Knock. Knock. Creak. The door creak opens, and a figure enters the prison room. The time has come to put you to some use. Huh. Yes, you have to fight. For our sake, for the sake of our clan. Fight. The men drags out the kid from the prison. Fight. 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 A group of people is gathered in front of a cavern as they yell in delight. Let us make them realize the ferocity of our Kagaya clan. The clan leader raises his hand in the air. Fight. 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 The Kagaya clan members continue to shout as they yell frantically. We will show Kirigakure how powerful our Kagaya clan is. Let's go. Kill. Kill. The Kagaya clan members dashes in direction of Kirigakure. The clan leader turns towards the kid and speaks. Show them your power, Kimimaro. He taps Kimimaro's shoulder. Show them your worth as a weapon. Show them how ferocious our Kagaya clan is. We are the most powerful clan of the entire shinobi world. Haha. The clan leader yells and follows the rest of the group. Kimimaro silently stares at the back of the clan leader and follows him. So, I am just a tool, a weapon born for fighting. He chases after his clansmen and disappears into the forest. At the borders of Kirigakure, a bunch of shinobis is guarding the border while talking among themselves. I heard the elder of one of the noble clan is opposing the Mizukage-sama. Apparently, he isn't satisfied with the current ruling of Tsuchikage-sama. One of the ninja muttered to another. Those nobles and their power struggle. Middle caste people like us are dumped at borders and are forced to guard the asses of those nobles. Another ninja shakes his head. No matter who becomes the leader, we will be forced to serve them. We have to pass the brutal training of the academy and serve those nobles. Another ninja joins their conversation. You bunch. Be grateful for what you have. Can't you see the miserable state the low-caste people are in? They are forced to slaughter each other during the academy to lower their number. And if somehow they miraculously survive, then they are cast out of the village to deal with the most dangerous mission where the mortality rate is as high as 90%. A large bearded man rebukes them. Captain. The bunch of shinobi stands up and salutes to Captain. Now get back to your patrol duty. I don't want those nobles to grab my neck again. Hi. Captain. They quickly disperse and returns to their duty. This bunch. The captain shakes his head and returns to camp. Fight. 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 Kill. 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 The patrol guard shinobis are startled by a loud yell. What's going on? One of the patrol guard questions his partner. Let me check. The ninja makes some hand signs. Water release, water mirror magnification. The shinobis generate a small water mirror in his hand and use various puddles of water to generate an image in the mirror. These are, wait a sec. They are Kagaya clan members. What are they doing there? The censor ninja frowns. What, those bunch of maniacs? What are they doing at Kiri borders? His partner frowns. Quick. Inform the captain. We can't allow them to approach the village. The ninja makes some hand signs and his body turns into a puddle of water. Swoosh. The censor ninja continues to monitor the Kagaya clan. I don't have a good feeling about this. The Kagaya clan seems a bit more aggressive than usual. He gulps his saliva and takes out a picture from his pocket. Yui. If I survive this, then we will move away from Kirigakure. I can't stay in this bloody village any longer. He gently caresses the picture of a girl and puts it back in his pocket. Kill. 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 The Kagaya clan members arrive near the border of Kirigakure. Show them the power of our Kagaya clan. Fight. 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 Crack, crack, snap. The Kagaya clan members snap their legs and draw the large thigh bone from their legs. They form a spear from the bone and throws it towards the Kirigakure ninjas. Let the slaughter begin. Chapter 131, 127. Attack on Kiri Part 2. Kill. Kill. The Kagaya clan members throw their bone spear one after another. It's an enemy attack. Quick defend. The Kiri patrol guards quickly informs their comrades. We can't allow these maniacs to enter inside the village. One of the Kiri ninjas makes some hand signs. Water release, hiding in the mist. The Kiri ninja opens his mouth and releases a pearly white mist that covers the entire area. He turns towards his teammates and makes some hand signals. His team members nod and enter inside the mist. Let's stall them until our reinforcement arrives. We won't be able to hold back against their number. The captain directs his subordinates and all of them enter inside the mist. He makes some hand signs. Water release, rising water slicer. He slams his palm on the ground and releases a linear wave of water. The water wave slices through the rocks and collides with Kagaya clan members, sending them flying away. The rest of the Kiri ninja follows his lead and throws various kunais, shurikens, and jutsus at Kagaya clan members. Kill. Kill them. Show them the power of the Kagaya clan. The clan leader shouts at his clan members. The Kagaya clan members fold their arms in front of their chest. Dance of the larch. Various sharp bones sprouts from their body. Clang, clang, clang. The bones easily block the projectiles. Kagaya clan members point their fingers towards the Kiri shinobis. Finger drilling bone bullets. They fire multiple bone bullets from their fingers. Block them. These bone bullets are lethal. The captain shouts at his subordinates. The Kiri ninjas make multiple hand signs and slam their palm on the ground. Water release, water wall. Multiple water walls block the bones and slow down their momentum. Phew. We blocked them. The Kiri ninja sighs in relief. Watch out. The censor ninja yells to his teammates. Too late. Cuckoo. The Kagaya clan leader slams his hand on the ground and yells. Dance of the seedling fern. Multiple bone spear erupts from the ground and quickly engulfs the Kiri ninjas, forming a sea of bones. Stab. 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 The spear pierces through various Kiri ninjas, killing them in the process. Whoosh. The leader jumps up and avoids bone spears. Water release, scattering water bullets. He fires a volley of high-speed water bullets at Kagaya clan members. Pew. 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 The bullets pierce through some Kagaya clan members, killing them in the process. Ha ha. Kagaya clan leader laughs hysterically. Entertain them more. Kill. Slaughter. Let Kiri bath in blood. Ha ha. Kill. 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 The Kagaya clan members continue to march forward, slaughtering Kiri shinobis one after another. Shit. At this rate, we won't be able to last long. The reinforcement hasn't arrived yet. Kiri captain frowns and looks at his fallen subordinates. Damn. I have no choice. The leader bites his thumb and makes some hand signs. Summoning jutsu, Conch King. He summons a giant conch with many large protruding out from its spikes. Conch King, go. He makes some more hand signs and infuses chakra in Conch King's giant shell. Water release genjutsu, demonic phantom fog prison. The Conch King opens its giant shell and releases a pearl white mist. The mist covers the entire Kagaya clan members, putting them in a genjutsu. Guffaw. He pukes out a mouthful of blood and keels down. This jutsu takes a toll on my chakra and vitality. Haha. Kill. Kagaya clan members continue to swing their bones inside the genjutsu. This genjutsu won't be able to hold them for long. These maniacs are mentally unstable. So this genjutsu won't have much of an effect on them. Captain. We can't hold them for long. When will our reinforcement arrive? One of the Kiri shinobi questions him. They must be on their way. Captain weakly replies to his subordinate before closing his eyes. Crack. Crack. Some cracks start to appear on Conch King's shell. They are about to dispel the genjutsu. Get ready to fight again. Captain warily stands up and holds a kunai in his hand. Crack. Boom. The shell of the Conch King explodes, clearing away the mist. Poof. The Conch King disappears in a large puff of white smoke. Another round of fight starts between them. Inside a small mansion in Kirigakure. A middle-aged man with auburn hairs and green eyes is sitting on the floor in Seiza position with his eyes closed. A ninja flickers in front of him and places a scroll in front of him. Fuji-sama. This is a message from Mizukichi-sama. The Kagaya clan members have attacked Kiri at borders. Our patrol team won't be able to hold them for long. Ha. Fuji opens his eyes and looks at the shinobi. So, the Mizukage wants my faction to handle this matter. He picks up the scroll and reads it. 100 Kagaya clan members. Things aren't looking good. He frowns and folds the scroll. Tell to Mizukage Yagura, we won't participate in this war. We don't have enough people on our side to participate in this war. The elder closes his eyes. Fuji-sama. You don't have a choice. This is the decision made by the rest of the elders of the village council and the Mizukichi-sama. If you don't participate in this war, then Terumi clan together with its subsidiary clan will be kicked out of the Kirigakure. What? Are you threatening me? The elder opens his eyes and riles up his chakra, pressuring the shinobi. Tell them, their tricks won't work on Fuji Terumi. We will participate in this war if the elder council reserves another seat for my faction or else we are ready to leave Kirigakure for another village. Fuji Terumi threatens the shinobi. Yes, Fuji-sama. The Kiri shinobi bows before Fuji before retreating. Damn. Those crafty noble foxes. All they do is sit in their luxurious mansion and scheme. Cough. Cough. Fuji coughs out a mouthful of blood. He quickly wipes the blood. My old injuries flared up again, and this disease is silently killing me. Sigh. He sighs and looks out of the window. I can't allow Mei to see me in such a condition. She will unnecessarily worry about me. I don't even know how long will I live. I have to at least make things easier for Mei. Her mother died when she was still a child. Paired with all the struggles and brutal training she went through as a child, I don't want to live in constant suffering. Sigh. Fuji sighs and affectionately looks at the picture of a woman. Miko, our Mei has grown into quite a beauty. She has taken your looks. Hopefully, I will be able to see our grandchildren before I die. A teardrop drips from his eyes. Father. Father. You called for me. Father. A sweet voice enters Fuji's ears. He quickly wipes his tears and puts on a stern expression. You are here, Mei. I have a mission for you. A tall, slender girl with fair skin enters the room. She has green eyes, ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and the other 2 long crosses each other on her chest, just below her chin. Flutter. A breeze of wind enters through the window, fluttering her long hairs. Mei has a smile on her face as she approaches Fuji. She bows in front of Fuji and flashes a smile. You looking for me? Father. Fuji nods his head. A gentle expression replacing his frown. Yes, Mei. I have a mission for you. The Kiri is under attack from the Kagaya clan. The village has asked our Terumi clan to handle the situation. I want you to take care of this situation as an experience for the incoming power struggle. After I pass away, you will become the next leader of the Terumi clan and thus our faction. I don't want the prestige of Terumi clan to fade away after my death. Sho. Mei places a finger on Fuji's lips. Don't speak such words, father. Nothing will happen to you. You will continue to lead the Terumi clan in the future. Ha. Sniff. Fuji's eyes tear up. He gently hugs Mei and pats her back. Yes, don't worry. Nothing will happen to father. After all, I have such a loving daughter taking care of me. Now, all I want is to find a suitable candidate for you and marry you off. I just want to play with my grandkids in my old age. Ma. Marriage. It is still soon for that. Mei flusters and her face turns red in embarrassment. No, I won't leave you alone. I will take care of your father. She tightly hugs Fuji. Sigh. Fuji hugs Mei and pats her back. Can you see Miko? Our Mei has grown up. Chapter 132, 128. Attack on Kiri Part 3. At Kiri borders. The Kagaya clan members continue to slaughter the Kiri shinobis. Kill them. Haha. We Kagaya clan members are the most powerful clan of the shinobi world. Haha. They relentlessly kill one Kiri shinobi after the other. Captain. We are sorry. We can't hold for long. These Kagaya clan members are way too powerful. Kiri members desperately block one attack after another while maintaining their formation. The remaining Kiri shinobis gather around the captain. Blood. Let us see some blood. Haha. Kagaya clan members surround them while Kiri members are barely holding to their life. The Kagaya clan leader walks towards them. Crack, snap. He dislocates his shoulder and pulls out the arm bone from his shoulder. The arm bone turns into a bone sword and he swings the sword at them. The rest of the Kagaya clan members raise their arms and launch multiple bone spear at Kiri ninjas. Time to die. Kiri weaklings. Slash. He slashes the bone sword at the Kiri captain. Looks like this is the end for me. The Kiri captain closes his eyes, waiting for the death. Boil release, skilled mist technique. A corrosive cloud of mist appears in front of the Kiri ninjas and blocks the bone spears. The acidic mist melts the bones. Swoosh. Swoosh. Multiple ninjas clad in Kiri outfits surround Kagaya clan members. Sigh. Looks like we are saved. The Kiri captain heaves a sigh of relief. Multiple medicine starts to assist the injured and provide first aid treatment. Phew. We made it on time. Mei heaves a sigh of relief. Are you okay? She walks towards the Kiri captain. Kiri captain notices her and nods his head. It was thanks to you, Miss Mei. If not for your timely arrival, we would have died by now. One of the medic ninja tends to him. All units in formation. The enemy is quite troublesome. Avoid engaging in close range with them. Use ninjutsu to push them back. Mei orders her team as she surveys the situation. These Kagaya clan members are skilled in taijutsu. Paired with their Kekkei Genkai, they are almost unstoppable. Mei looks at the large number of Kagaya clan members and frowns. The intel from the village is incorrect. With our numbers, we will be barely able to hold against these many Kagaya clan members. Kagaya clan members silently look at the Kiri ninjas. There is excitement on their face as they look at the reinforcement of Kiri. Slick. The Kagaya clan leader licks his lips in excitement. More Kiri fodder has arrived. I can't wait to bathe in their blood. There is no sign of fear on Kagaya clan members' faces despite surrounded by multiple enemies. Show them the true ferocity of the Kagaya clan members. Haha. In a meeting room in Kirigakure. Multiple elders clad in luxurious clothes are seated around a round table. One of the elders places a scroll in the middle of the table as he addresses other elders. All of you must be already aware of the attack on borders by the Kagaya clan. All of them nods to him. We are aware of this attack. It is nothing but a futile attempt by those mentally unstable maniacs of the Kagaya clan. It was because of the bloodshedding tendencies that we have to station them away from the village. One of the elder remarks. But to think that they will attack the village directly. They have completely lost their sanity this time. Another elder frowns and looks at the report. Don't you think it is an opportunity for our high-class noble faction? The elder in the middle cunningly looks at the rest of the elder. What do you mean, Akifumi? State it clearly. One of the older council members frowns. Ha ha. Akifumi slowly stands from his seat and calmly looks at the rest of the elders. All of you must be aware of the power of the Terumi and its ally clan. Akifumi smirks. Other elders frown and enter in deep contemplation. Terumi clan might be part of the middle class in the Kiri village, but their strength can't be denied. Most of them possess powerful Kekkai Genkais. One of the elder remarks. During the Second Shinobi War, Kiri came on top of the other villages mostly due to the power of these Kekkai Genkais. Another elder agrees with him. But haven't their ambition on the rise lately? An older elder frowns. Terumi clan is vying for more power in the Elder Council. We might not be a match if Terumi clan attacked us with all of its ally clans. The older elder continues. Wasn't this the very reason we orchestrated a scheme and annihilated the Yuki clan? That move dealt a deadly blow to middle-class faction, greatly decreasing their power and influence. Akifumi has a sly smile on his face. So you mean to say that, we can use this as an opportunity and further weaken them? The older elder smiles and strokes his beard. But what about Mizukage-sama? Will he agree with our decision? Another elder frowns and questions them. That Mizukage brat is still too young. He doesn't have much influence on the politics of the village. It was us who made him the Mizukage, so he won't interfere with this matter. Akifumi chuckles and returns to his seat. Then, let us proceed with our plan. Prepare a team of skilled ninjas. When the Terumi clan members return from the fight with the Kagaya clan, ambush them and finish them off. With this, we will be able to deal a heavy blow to the Terumi clan. The old elder suggests. Then, we will send some of our elite shinobis for the mission. All the elders agree with him. The meeting continues as they discuss various matters. Later, after the meeting, Akifumi walks out of the building and warily looks around. After making sure nobody was following him, he flickers towards the forest. After reaching near a waterfall, he makes some hand signs and taps on the water screen. Whiz. A ceiling formula appears on the waterfall and the water screen parts away, revealing a secret cavern. Akifumi surveys his surroundings and enters inside the cavern. The water screen closes behind him. He reaches the center of the cavern. There is a pedestal with some seals at the center. Akifumi bites his thumb and makes some hand signs. A small summoning formula appears on the ground. A greenish-blue apparition with a one-eyed orange mask appears in front of him. Akifumi bows his head and greets the figure. Madara-sama. I have fulfilled your order. Akifumi's eyes have a Mangekyo pattern inside them. Well done. A raspy, hoarse voice greets him. Thank you for your praise, Madara-sama. Akifumi bows his head and waits for further order. For your next task, I want you to manipulate the elders of the village council and spark a revolt in Kirigakure. The voice continues. Yes, Madara-sama. Akifumi nods his head and walks out of the cavern. Cuckoo. The masked figure laughs wickedly. Why do I only need to control the Mizukage when I can make the entire Kiri dance on my whims? I won't spare any elder of Kiri council. Crack. The figure tightly clenches his fist. 10 years. It has been 10 years since Rin was captured by these Kiri shinobis. The Kiri village elders ordered her capture and turned her into a Jinchuruki to rampage in Konoha. The memories of the incident flashes in his mind as his right eye turns into a Mangekyo Sharingan. They will pay for their crimes. I don't want them to be a part of my ideal world. Swish. Fwish. The projection fades away, leaving the empty cavern. Inside an underground hideout. Toby turns towards Zetsu and orders. It's time for the next phase of the Eye of the Moon plan. Akatsuki has already recruited 10 members. I will monitor the progress from shadows and look over other members. Then what you want us to do next? White Zetsu questions him. For now, keep an eye on Orochimaru. He is a snake in disguise, I don't want any unstable factor to interfere with our plans. Swirl. Toby disappears in a swirling portal. I wonder what will be his reaction when he learns about the truth of that incident. White Zetsu mutters to himself. Remember, we are the product of Madara-sama's experiment. His command is our will. Don't even think about uttering these words again. Black Zetsu warns White Zetsu. Swoosh. Zetsu enters into the ground. In a small mansion in Kiri. An elderly man with a bald head walks inside a room. The elder wears a brown kimono with a yellow scarf draped over his shoulders. There is a wooden staff in his hand. The pommel of the staff has a carving resembling a demon-like creature with red eyes and a mouth with sharp teeth. The elder slowly crawls into the room. Fuji opens his eyes and welcomes him. Elder Genji. How is the situation? Have you investigated it? Fuji politely bows to Genji. I secretly ordered some of my trusted personal Anbus to follow the May girl. They would report soon. Genji slowly crawls to mat and sits on it. Chapter 133, 129. Attack on Kiri Part 4. Knock. Knock. Someone knocks on the door. Come in. Elder Genji replies in his frail voice. A ninja completely draped in blue garbs enters the room. He bows in front of Genji, awaiting his orders. You may report. Elder Genji nods to him. Genji-sama, after the Terumi clan princess left the village with her subordinates, a group of shinobis from various other noble clans followed her. I am unsure of their intention, but I doubt it to be friendly. Fuji frowns and turns towards the ninja. Tell me everything in detail. His expression turns gloomy. Gulp. The ninja gulps his saliva and fills Fuji in detail. Damn. Those high noble clans. Fuji quickly walks out of the room and gathers a squad of ninjas and sends them to the borders. Sigh. Genji sighs to himself as he remembers his past days. Byakuran-sama founded the Kirigakure. I got the fortune to be one of his aides and stand alongside him. Byakuran-sama worked tirelessly to establish the village as one of the 5 great shinobi nations. Sigh. Since then, Kiri has continued to degrade, and it has reached this state of infamy as the Bloody Mist. Sigh. If only 3rd Mizuki-sama was still alive, then he would have sorted out this situation. Genji continues to contemplate the future of Kirigakure. Cough. Cough. Fuji coughs slightly to get Genji's attention. His emotions have calmed down a little. Elder Genji, what are your thoughts on this move by the noble clans? I can see they want to weaken our power and influence in the village. But if they do so and create unrest in the village, then Kirigakure will be open to other villages. Kirigakure will be engulfed in the flames of the war. Fuji ponders over the intention of the noble clans. Those power-hungry people are only seeking their benefit. The citizens of the village worship them because they are the descendants of the first Mizukage. I can't see the legacy of first Mizuki-sama degrading in their hands. It was the part of the reason I joined your faction. Genji calmly explains to Fuji. As for your daughter, don't worry about her. I will summon one of my most trusted and skilled ninja and make him her bodyguard. Fuji skeptically looks at Elder Genji. Elder Genji makes some hand signs and taps his staff on the ground. A strange sealing formula appears on the ground. The eyes on the staff lit up. Shortly later, a middle-aged man enters the room. You summoned me, Genji-sama. The newcomer bowed to him. The newcomer has blue hair styled in a moused-up manner. His left eye is blue and the right eye is covered with a black eye patch. He wore large talismans with the word "to hear" in kanji on both of his ears. The rest of his outfit includes a standard striped gray suit with a green haori that had white trimmings till halfway down. He wears the standard shinobi sandal with a kiri forehead protector tied on his forehead. You came right on time, Ao. I have a mission for you. But first, let me introduce you to the Terumi clan leader. Elder Genji introduces Ao. He is Ao. One of the orphans I picked up during the Second Shinobi War. His skills speak for themselves. During the Third Shinobi War, he defeated the main branch Hyuga clan member of Konoha and stole his Byakugan as a spoil of war. Later, I implanted this eye in his right eye socket. Elder Genji points at the eye patch. Ao removes the eye patch to show his Byakugan. What if Konoha tried to retrieve the Byakugan? Many powerful shinobis in Konoha are capable enough to overpower Ao and steal his Byakugan. Fuji points out. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. Elder Genji chuckles and points at the talisman on Ao's ears. You can see those large talismans hung around his ear. Yes, what's so special about them? I can see some sealing formulas on them. Though I am not a sealing expert, but I have never seen such strange seals before. Fuji curiously looks at the seals. Those seals aren't the ordinary sealing seals. They are special talisman seals created by me. Even the most famed Uzumaki clan known for their Fuinjutsu capabilities won't be able to decipher these seals. Elder Genji proudly stares at the seals. These seals are my masterpiece, and I am very proud of them. Elder Genji chuckles. Now, as for their abilities. When Ao's Byakugan is under any kind of threat, the seals will cover his right eye and destroy the Byakugan. No one beside me is capable of removing these seals. Elder Genji strokes the pommel of his staff. The eyes on the staff lit up. So, that's how it is. Fuji nods his head. I am always surprised by your capabilities, Elder Genji. He praises Elder Genji. Enough chit-chat. Ao quickly departs for the Kiri borders. Your sole task is to protect the Lady May of the Terumi clan. She will be the future leader of the Terumi clan and would play an important role in the future. Elder Genji orders Ao. Yes, Genji-sama. Ao bows his head and flickers out of the room. At Kiri borders. Huff. Huff. May is breathing heavily as she confronts the Kagaya clan leader. Most of her subordinates and teammates are either dead or are not in a condition to continue the fight. I severely underestimated their abilities. Their bone manipulation ability is very hard to fight against. Swish. Swish. Mei jumps back and avoids various bone bullets launched at her. Huff. Huff. I can't get hit by those. These bones can easily penetrate my defenses and decalcify my bones. Mei warily stares at the Kagaya clan leader. We have whittled down their number, but the losses are unbearable. The Kagaya clan members turn to his remaining clan members. Are we the only survivors? He notices around 20 to 30 of his clan members standing behind him. We have no choice, make them pay with their blood. Ha. The Kagaya clan leader laughs maniacally. Han. Kill. 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 Kagaya clan members raise their hands and shout in excitement. We will have them entertain us as long as possible. Han. Another round of slaughter starts as Kagaya clan members go into a frenzy. Kill. 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 Huff. Huff. Kimimaro weakly stares at the back of his clan members. Is this my worth? I am a weapon meant to be used on the battlefield to slaughter my enemies. Is this how my life will come to an end? If so, then I won't go down without a fight. Ha. Kimimaro yells and dashes towards the Kiri ninjas. Slash, slash, slash. He continues to attack one Kiri ninja after another. Look out for that kid. That kid has killed many of our comrades, we can't allow him to rampage on the battlefield. Surround him and kill him. A small group of Kiri shinobi surrounds Kimimaro. Kimimaro emotionlessly looks at the group of Kiri shinobis. Dance of the Willow. Various long hardened bones sprout out from his entire body. Carmilla Dance of Death. Kimimaro sways his body like the branch of a willow and easily parries and evades the attack of the Kiri shinobis. He counters their attacks with bones sprouting from his palms. One of the Kiri shinobis tries to sneak attack him from his blind spot. Got you. The Kiri shinobi smirks in delight. You have killed my friend. Now join him in the afterlife. Stab. Puchi. The Kiri shinobis throw out a mouthful of blood. He looks at Kimimaro with wide eyes. A long hardened bone is protruding from Kimimaro's neck. The bone punctures Kiri shinobi's heart, instantly killing him. Plop. His body falls lifelessly on the ground. Swoosh. 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 The rest of the Kiri shinobis jumps back to avoid the attacks. This kid is even more dangerous than the rest of the Kagaya clan members. Quickly deal with him. Slash. 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 The fight continues as more and more people fall in the battle. Lava release, melting apparition technique. Mei makes some hand signs and spews out lava from her mouth. Sizzle. Sizzle. The lava melts the bones shielding the Kagaya clan leader. Huff. Huff. I am running out of chakra. They already outnumber us, and with their tenacity, it is getting even harder to get rid of them. I don't want to disappoint father and shoulder some of his burdens. Mei resolutely looks at the Kagaya clan leader. Gulp. She swallows a chakra pill and takes out a kunai from her holster. I have no choice but to fight in close range until my chakra recovers. Chapter 134, 130. The Fall of Kagaya Clan. Slick. The Kagaya clan leader licks his tongue and looked at Mei like a predatory wolf. Snap, snap, crack. He twisted his left arm at a weird angle. The bones of the arm snapped and cracked, detaching from the shoulder. Pop, snap. He pulls the bone from the hinge of his shoulder and waves it to straighten the bone. Clank, clank. He blocked all of Mei's kunai and shurikens. Clank. Mei engages the Kagaya clan leader in close combat. Let me see how long will you be able to handle my attacks. Cuckoo. He launches one heavy attack after another. Chip, chip. Mei's kunai continues to chip away from the attacks. My kunai isn't as durable as his bone, and the force of his attack is pushing me back. In terms of taijutsu, I am not his match. Mei continues to stall time to recover chakra. She monitors the remaining members of the Kagaya clan. They have 20 people remaining on their side and we have 7. Things aren't looking good for us. I have enough chakra for 1 or 2 jutsu. Mei looks at the Kagaya clan leader. I guess, he doesn't have enough chakra either. I have to kill him to lower their morale and make them lose their will to fight. Swish, swish. Mei throws 2 more shurikens at the leader and jumps back. She makes some hand signs and opens her mouth. Water release, hidden mist jutsu. Mei releases a pearly dense mist around her and the Kagaya clan leader. The mist fogs the leader's vision, who continues to swing the bone sword around. Using this technique again, you Kiri weaklings won't be able to escape death by such means. Ha ha. The Kagaya clan leader makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Dance of the Seedling Fern. He summons multiple bone swords from the ground. Stab. The bones pierce through Mei's body. Huff, huff. Kiri shinobis are mere weaklings. They feared our abilities and isolated us from the village. Now we will have our revenge. The leader falls on knees. He has a smirk on his face as he looks at Mei's body. Burble, burble. The body turns into water and disappears. Swish. Stab. A kunai pierces the Kagaya clan leader's throat as Mei appears behind him. Cook. The leader looks at Mei with wide eyes before dropping on the ground. His body lifelessly falls on the ground as blood splatters on Mei's clothes. Whoosh, whoosh. The mist clears away to reveal the scene of the Kagaya clan leader's death. Leader. Died. The excitement of the Kagaya clan leader dies down as fear encroaches their heart. How can the invincible clan leader fall in battle? The Kagaya clan members drop their bone weapons as they silently look at their leader's corpse. We lost. Our leader, he just died in battle. No. I don't want to die too. No, don't kill me. One of the Kagaya clan members comes to his senses. No. I don't want to die here. He immediately turns around and dashes away from the battlefield. The rest of the Kagaya clan members sobers up and follows his lead. All of them flee from the battle. At a nearby cliff. Slick. Orochimaru licks his lips as he stares at the slaughter happening below him. Kagaya clan. A bunch of fools who can only find their path of life by fighting. Flick, flick. Orochimaru tosses a test tube in his hand as he continues to monitor the Kagaya clan. They live through their instinct of fighting. Blood craving is infused deep down in their genes, with a body like that. Flick. Flick. They make the perfect test subject for my new research. With such an unstable mind, it is quite easy to manipulate them through a simple genjutsu. Hiss. A small white snake wraps around his arm and slithers near his right ear. Hiss. The snake hisses near his ear, relaying a message. So, it seems like the rat has fallen into the trap. Then I need to quickly finish this matter off. Hiss. The snake slithers and wraps around his arms. Orochimaru gently strokes the snake's head, as he watches the massacre. Oh. Interesting. He stares curiously at Mei, who uses lava release and boil release to repel the Kagaya clan members. She is almost a perfect candidate for my new body with 2 Keki Igenkai. But unfortunately, I can't lay a hand on her. He notices the Terumi clan insignia on Mei's clothes. Slash, slash. One by one all the Kagaya clan members fall in battle as Orochimaru rests against a tree. The fire of slaughter and massacre burning in his eyes. Slash. Oh. It seems like the death of their clan leader affected them to a great extent. It dispelled my genjutsu and now they are fleeing away from the fight. Cuckoo. Orochimaru chuckles and makes a hand seal. I can't allow my precious lab rats to flee from their experiments, can I? Release. A small curse marking appears in Orochimaru's palm. Ba-dump, ba-dump. The curse marks infuse some chakra and turn orange and spread over his hand before turning into black markings. Similar marking appears around Kagaya clan members' necks who are fleeing from the battlefield. Kimimaro, who is running with his clan members, feels a suffocating sensation at his neck as something tries to choke him. Cough. Cough. He coughs violently and infuses chakra in the bones around his neck. Snap, snap, crack, whoosh. The bones around his neck absorb the orange chakra and turn black. Cough. Cough. Kimimaro coughs again and continues to run away from the battlefield. Oh. Interesting. This kid has an affinity for nature energy. He could be a candidate for my new body. Slick. Orochimaru licks his lips as his eyes follow Kimimaro's trails. At Kiri borders. Mei and the remaining Kiri shinobi look at Kagaya clan members in surprise. They are fleeing from the battlefield. Their clan leader is dead and now there is no one to command them. One of the Kiri ninjas looks towards Kagaya members as he speaks. What should we do? Captain Mei. He turns towards Mei for her orders. I won't spare them. They killed my brother. Ah. One of the remaining Kiri ninjas chases after the fleeing Kagaya clan members. Stop it, Taro. It's dangerous to leave the formation and chase after them. One of the older shinobi tries to talk sense to Taro. Taro ignores him and continues to chase after them. Sigh. The older shinobi sighs and turns towards Mei. Captain. Taro grew up with his brother. His parents died early in the Third Shinobi War, orphaning him. His elder brother fostered and raised him. He was a father figure to Taro. Taro is unable to handle the loss of his big brother. I will bring him back. Mei nods her head in understanding. It's okay. All of you bring him back. I am fine by myself. Mei rests against a tree. Yes, Captain. They yell and chases after Kagaya clan members. Mei looks at their back. Sigh. She looks at her hands drenched in blood. I have shed more blood than tears in my life. Sometimes the blood is of my enemies and sometimes my own. Cook. Mei spits out some blood. She wipes her lips and stares at the moon. Flutter. A gentle breeze flutters her hair. I wonder if someday true peace will exist in this world. A time when there is no bloodshed, no cruel training, a world where children could live and grow peacefully. Clench. Mei clenches her fist tightly. I might not have the power to change the world. But I will definitely wash the infamy of bloody mist from Kirigakure. The squad of 4 Kiri shinobi chases after Taro to bring him back. One of them clenches his fist in anger. No matter what. I can't forgive these bastards. If I get the opportunity, I will kill them. Yes, they killed our friends and family. I can't forgive them. Another ninja agrees with him. Sigh. The older ninja sighs at them. Ah. Youth. Reckless as always. They spot the back of Taro, who is standing motionlessly at a place. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They quickly flicker towards him and one of them pats Taro's back. Taro turns around and notices them. What's the matter, Taro? Why are you spacing out like that? The ninja frowns and questions him. Taro silently points at a direction. All of them towards the pointed direction and notices Kagaya clan members falling one after another. What's happening? The ninja frowns and turns towards the older shinobi. Do you have any idea, Ji-san? No. I have never seen such a thing. Maybe it is an after effect of their jutsu or some sort of forbidden technique. Ji-san frowns and inspects the body of Kagaya clan members. Look. Over there. Someone survived this jutsu. The ninja points at the back of Kimimaro. He is the kid who killed my brother. I won't spare him. I will kill him. Arg. Taro chases after Kimimaro. The rest of the Kiri ninja follows after him. Flashback ends. Chapter 135, 131. Damsel in Distress Part 1. Splash. Splash. Kimimaro slowly opens his eyes and looks around. Snap. He immediately takes out a bone from his arm and turns it into a knife. Kimimaro warily searches for the intruder. Bonk. Izuna slaps Kimimaro's head. Ah. That hurts. Kimimaro yells in pain. Yo. Kid. You fine? Izuna lowers his head to look at Kimimaro. So kid, you fainted from physical and chakra exhaustion. How are you feeling now? Kimimaro stretches his hands and legs and checks his body. He doesn't feel any exhaustion and fatigue anymore. Kid, you were out for half an hour. I healed you. Also, what's your name, kid? Izuna curiously looks at Kimimaro's reaction. I never expected to meet Kimimaro here. Kimimaro has quite the potential, but sadly he dies because of an unknown disease. Come on, what kind of deadly disease are spreading throughout this world? Izuna activates his Sharingan and inspects Kimimaro's body. I can't see any signs of disease for now. Maybe, he will get it later. Kimimaro silently stares at Izuna, who is inspecting him from top to bottom. He resolutely clenches his fist and bows before Izuna. My name is Kimimaro. I am a member of the Kagaya clan. Then, thank you for saving my life, for me, you are a god who saved me from the darkness. Izuna is startled by Kimimaro's sudden reaction. Wait. Hold on. I am not any god, I am a human just like you. He picks up Kimimaro. Sob. Tears flow from Kimimaro's eyes as he wipes them and continues. I was trapped in endless darkness, slowly waiting for death, when I was close to death. I prayed to God to save me, and then, you came and saved me, so you are God in my eyes. Kimimaro tears up and hugs Izuna's legs. Don't abandon me. Please, I will do anything you will ask me to do. I will become your weapon, tool, whatever you ask of me. Kimimaro sobs silently as he pleads. This. Izuna scratches his head as he thinks about what to do with Kimimaro. To be honest, Kimimaro's life in Naruto wasn't that great. His clan locked him up in a dark cell. Orochimaru used him as a test subject and then as a vessel. Finally, he died because of his disease. He stares at the pleading eyes of Kimimaro. I am looking for some members to recruit in my organization. If I train Kimimaro, then he can turn out to be a perfect member of my organization. His Kekkei Genkai Shikatsumiyaku is a watered-down version of Kagaya's Kekkei Mora, all-killing Ash Bone, similar to Byakugan and Sharingan. If I train him properly, then his Kekkei Genkai has too much potential. That's it, it's decided then. Izuna turns to Kimimaro. Good, you are free to follow me. I will personally train, but remember, my training is quite hard, so make up your mind. Kimimaro clenches his fist in resolve and nods his head. I am ready for any kind of training. I will put my heart and soul in the training. Izuna nods his head. He stares towards a cliff and smiles. I see, this snake was involved in this matter. But now that I have my sights on this kid, he can only return empty-handed. At the top of the cliff, Orochimaru clenches his fist as he angrily stares at Izuna. Damn you! Izuna Uchiha. Why are you interfering in my matters? I can't fight against him, I am not his match for now. Orochimaru takes a last glance at Izuna before retreating. Izuna turns to Kimimaro and nods his head in approval. Good. I like your resolve. I am Izuna Uchiha from the Uchiha clan. Izuna makes some hand signs and taps on Kimimaro's forehead. A small Fuinjutsu seal appears on top of Kimimaro's forehead. Kimimaro accepts the seal without any resistance. Izuna raises his eyebrow as he questions Kimimaro. Aren't you curious to know what kind of seal I placed on you? Kimimaro shakes his head and replies. No. I will never doubt my god. Sigh. Izuna sighs and answers him. This seal will change your chakra signature. I am on a mission in Kiri, so we will have to infiltrate Kiri. It will help you hide your presence from Kiri sensors. Izuna makes some more hand signs and taps on Kimimaro's forehead. Transformation Jutsu. Poof. Kimimaro's appearance changes entirely. Izuna takes out some clothes from a scroll and gives them to Kimimaro. You can use them to change your appearance. They are my clothes when I was your age. For now, wear them. I will buy you new clothes later. Transformation Jutsu. Izuna changes his appearance to that of a merchant. I will infiltrate Kirigakure as a traveling merchant and probably open a temporary shop. Let's go. Izuna signals Kimimaro and both of them walk towards Kirigakure. At Kiri borders, the Kiri squad under Mei returns and report to her. Captain. We found the Kagaya clan members fleeing away from the village. When we approached them, a strange seal appeared near their neck and all of them died instantly. The older ninja reports the entire detail to Mei. Mei frowns and ponders. Who could have done it? I can't make any sense out of this situation. Kagaya clan attacked Kirigakure and almost all of them died. We will leave this matter to Anbu. Line all of their body near the camp. Later, the Anbu members will take care of them. Mei orders them. The Kiri members lines up the corpses of the Kagaya clan and their fallen comrades near the patrol camp. It's time to return and report the matters to the village. Mei and the rest of the squad prepare for their return journey. While traveling through the forest, Mei inspects her squad as she ponders. We lost 45 shinobis in this fight. The losses are quite huge. Father is politically suppressed by the higher-ups of the village, and now they provided us with false intel. Looks like the noble clans want to deal with us. We have become a threat to their rule. Mei raises her guard as they move on. I won't be surprised if someone tries to assassinate me now. Swish, swish. Many kunai and shuriken target Mei. Clang, clang. Mei skillfully deflects all of them and stare at her attacker. The rest of her squad immediately gets into formation to combat the attackers. There are around 10 ninjas draped in complete black and blue outfits surrounding them. All of them wear a mask with thin slitted eye hole and a wavy design in place of mouth with the Kiri symbol engraved on top. The group frowns, and one of the ninja questions. What's the meaning of this? We are returning from war. The village lost 45 shinobis in the war. This matter needed to be reported urgently. Why is the Hunter-Nin squad of Anbu after us? We just fulfilled our mission. Another ninja questions them. Don't bother with them. They aren't after us, they are after Captain. The older ninja clarifies the situation to them. The village and its politics are quite complicated. Sigh. He sighs. But, we can't allow them to kill Captain. Captain should be rewarded for her meritorious efforts, but instead, the village has given the death penalty to her. No, we won't allow this. We will fight alongside her and protect her. All of them take out their kunais and shurikens from the holster and get ready to fight against the squad of Mei. Mei looks at her and a mixed feeling of grief, sorrow, remorse, and elation overwhelmed her. These people are ready to put their life on the line for me. They are my team. I won't allow them to die a meaningless death. I will stall their attention to make a window of opportunity for them to escape and inform the matters to Father. Mei turns towards her team and whispers to them using hand signs and codes. I will stall them while you escape. Report the situation to Fuji Terumi. Mei turns around and blocks another kunai from the missing Nin Anbu squad. No, Captain. We can't allow this. You must escape first while we stall for time. The older ninja denies her request. The missing Nin Anbu squad leader stares at them and smirks. None of you will leave alive from here. This forest will be your graveyard and the entire blame will fall on the Kagaya clan. He signals other missing Nin Anbus. The Anbus make some hand signs and slam their hands on the ground. Cooperation Ninjutsu, Water Release, Great Water Prison. They create a large dome of water around the area. The water dome covers most of the surrounding forest and blocks their route of escape. Now attack and finish them off. Don't leave any trace of Anbu. The Anbu members float inside the water prison as they surround Mei and her squad. Chapter 136, 132. Damsel in Distress Part 2. Water Release, Air Water Bubble. Mei makes some hand signs and creates a bubble of air around her. Ha! She takes a deep breath to inhale the air. This is not good. They have 10 people on their side and we are 6 people, also they are expert Anbu specializing in team fight and assassin, we are no match for them. I may have recovered my chakra but the mental exhaustion is still there. All of her subordinates make a formation around her to protect her. We will protect you with our life, Captain. Clang, clang. They block all the projectiles thrown at them. The Anbu leader signals his team. Anbu members start to make similar hand signs. Water style, marine water battle formation jutsu. They gather a large amount of water and forms a spiraling stream to attack the group from various angles. Boom, boom. The water stream assault Mei's team from various angles. Water style, water protection screen. Mei spits out a large amount of water from her mouth and forms a water screen to block the attack. A few Anbu members make some hand signs and their body turns into water. Water style, hidden in water jutsu. Mei warily looks around to avoid a sneak attack from the Anbus as she analyzes their battle strategy. This group of hunter nin specialize in water battle formations. They start the fight by creating a large water prison to trap the enemy, then they attack their prey by using the chakra and water in the prison. This way they can conserve their chakra and effectively hunt down their prey. If brute force fails then they opt for assassination by using the hidden in the water jutsu. Even an experienced sensor won't be able to sense their location, since the entire water prison is infused with their chakra, unless one possesses ocular powers to see the chakra. Sigh, looks like they came prepared. Mei sighs as she completes her analysis. I can't use boil release to evaporate the water. It will take me quite the time to evaporate the water and also it consumes the remaining oxygen in water. Then there is my team who can't bear the high temperature of the boil release. Lava release is also a no. It will burn the oxygen much faster and I don't think I have enough chakra to fight against 10 Anbu level shinobis single-handedly. If only, there was an ice user in my team, he could freeze the water and create an opening in the ice to lead us out. Mei closes her eyes and opens them with resolve. We won't go down without a fight. Yeah. The rest of the group shouts as they engage in a losing fight. In a forest near the border. Ao catches up with the rest of the Anbu squads deployed by Elder Genji. He turns to one of the Anbu and questions him. What's the situation, Taki? Fill me in. After receiving the intel from Genji-sama, we quickly departed for the border. If our intel is correct, then a squad of 10 hunter nins is on Miss Mei's trail. This squad hid in the forest before Miss Mei even arrived at borders. They provided the information on the Kagaya clan members' attack. I won't jump to any conclusion, but it seems like a pre-planned trap. Taki informs Ao. Clench. Ao clenches his fist and increases his speed. The rest of the Anbu follows after him. Genji-sama took care of me as a child when my parents died before the Second Shinobi War. He trained me and provided me with everything. I can't fail his expectations. I will protect Miss Mei at all cost. Slash. One of the hidden Anbu members reappears behind one of Mei's subordinate and slashes his back. Splatter. Blood splatters from the ninja's back as the surrounding water turns red from the blood. Ah. The ninja screams in pain as he clutches his back. The Anbu member hides again. Slash. Another Anbu member appears behind the ninja and slashes his neck to finish him off. Bloop. The body of the ninja limply falls off as it floats lifelessly in the water. We can't be in such a passive situation for long. We have to counterattack. The elder ninja yells and makes some hand signs. Water style, furious current jutsu. He creates a giant torrent of water in the water prison. The torrent spirals in and pulls the Anbu members inside it. Whoosh. The hidden Anbu members reappear as the spiraling torrent cancels their jutsu. This is the chance. Mei makes some hand signs and spits out a large amount of water from her mouth. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. She manipulates the water into the shape of a dragon and directs it at Anbu members. The dragon rages along the furious torrent and opens its maw wide to bite down on the now visible Anbu members. Splatter. Blood spatters in the torrent as it slowly dies down, leaving behind 2 floating dead bodies of the Anbu. Water style, spiked water whip jutsu. Swish, slash. A water whip appears behind one of Mei's teammate and grabs his neck, leaving a deep gash. Ah. The ninja wreathes in pain as he holds his neck. Blood leaks from his neck as his body twitches violently. Splatter. A fountain of blood splatter from his neck. Whoosh. The Anbu captain's water body turns visible as he held a spiked water whip stained with blood in his hand. For more to go. He emotionlessly remarks as he stares at Mei's team with a predatory gaze. Tick. Mei bites her tongue as she looks at the situation. I can't hold back anymore. I have to use boil release to create an opening in this water prison. She turns towards her team and signals them to retreat to the edge of the water prison. The remaining 3 members follow her order. Boil release, acidic annihilation stream. Mei opens her mouth, releasing an acidic corrosive vapor. The water around starts to boil rapidly as steam rises from it. Mei creates a water bubble to prevent from harming her teammates, but the highly acidic vapors start to blister their skin. Sizzle, fizzle. The rest of the Anbu members try to protect themselves by creating water shields around them. Burble, burble. The water boils and reaches an extremely high temperature as the amount of oxygen diminishes in water. The water bubble around her team destabilizes as its shapes start to change. The Anbu leader makes some more hand signs and creates multiple water bubble barrier around himself. He frowns and looks at Mei. What's her plan? At this rate, she will end up killing her subordinates before escaping from us. Burble, burble. The air inside water heats and rises to the top. Pop. With a loud noise, it creates an opening at the top and escapes from it. This is our chance, Mei yells at her teammates. Oh, no. You don't. The Anbu leader senses their intention. He quickly makes some hand signs. I can't care about some minor burns at this moment. If they successfully escape to the village, then I won't be able to see tomorrow's morning sun. Pop, pop, pop. He quickly dispels the water bubble shields. Sizzle. The corrosive vapors sizzle his skin. He ignores the burn and makes some hand signs. Water release, 5 hungry sharks. He places his palm together and releases 5 water sharks towards them. It's not enough. He clasps his palms together and thrusts them forward, sending a giant water shark towards them. Water release, water shark bomb jutsu. He jumps in the stomach of the water shark to protect himself while swimming towards Mei's group. We have to hurry. He is catching up to us. The Anbu leader quickly closes on Mei. The sharks open their mouth wide to bite down on them. This is the end. Whish, whish. A cold breeze blows towards them. The surrounding temperature instantly falls below the freezing point. Snap. Crackle. The entire water prison freezes up together with the Anbu leader and his subordinates. Brrr, shatter. The Anbu captain shivers in cold as his body is frozen on the spot. The ice shark around him shatters, exposing him to more freezing cold. It traps Mei and her group inside a large ice bubble, but they only feel a little cold. Step. Step. A young man walks towards them. There is a child following him closely. The young man has blue lines from the bottom of his eyes to the jawline. His hairs have a slight blue tint to them. He slowly walks towards them and raises his head to look at Mei and her group. He shakes his head and closes his eyes. Yar yar days. Chapter 137, 133. First encounter. A few moments earlier. Izuna changes Kimimara's appearance by using the art of disguise he learned in Anbu. This disguise art is still handy, but Kiri Anbus will be able to identify it quite easily. So, I need to tweak it a little to make it more natural. If my memory serves me right, then there must be something in my storage scroll which could help me. Izuna starts to search through his storage scroll and finally fish out a beautiful small box. Found it. He takes the small box and opens it to reveal a makeup kit. This makeup kit was my present for Kushina-san, sigh. I was unable to give it to her. Izuna sighs and reminisces about his memories with Kushina and Minato. Soon. I will heal both of you, soon. Once I master the 6-path sage art, I will heal both of you with the Yang sage energy. He clenches his fist tightly. Kimimaro silently stares at Izuna's face. Messenger-san seems to be worried about something. I hope all of his problems are solved. Izuna shakes his head and pats Kimimaro's head. Okay. Let me apply this makeup on your face to hide your markings. I will use some seals to change your chakra signature, and this makeup will hide your brows. Transformation techniques aren't suitable for the infiltration task, as in some situations when you lose concentration they might dispel. Izuna applies makeup to Kimimaro and himself. Good, we are ready to go. Both of them walk towards the Kiri borders. They easily cross the border and enter the forest. I will infiltrate the Kiri village as a traveling merchant. I just want to learn some new Kekkei Genkai and hone my nature transformation skills. I don't care about the politics and power struggle of Kiri. On the offhand, it will be my source of entertainment. Izuna makes plans for his Kiri infiltration as he trod in the forest. I will visit Land of Demons after Kiri. Just what kind of demons are present in it to get such a name? Boom. Boom. Multiple sounds of explosion interrupt his thoughts. The war with the Kagaya clan members is over with all the Kagaya clan members dying in the process. Kimimaro narrated the entire incident to me. So, what's going on now? The sound of battle piques Izuna's interest. I will take a sneak peek at the battle. Izuna makes some hand signs. Light style, camouflage cloak. He cloaks Kimimaro and himself into a light illusion as they walk in the direction of the battle. Boom, boom. Izuna notices a giant dome of water covering a large part of the forest. Huh. He senses multiple chakra signatures in the water dome. It looks like the giant water prison jutsu of Kiri and from the chakra mixed in the jutsu. It is a cooperation jutsu. Well, not many people have the same amount of chakra as me and Naruto. Let's get a closer look. He walks near the water prison and spots multiple people in Anbu robes engaged in a fight against some shinobis. These Anbus with that mask and getup, they seem to be the hunter nines of Kiri. They are usually deployed to hunt down powerful missing nines who have sensitive intel about the village. Izuna notices Mei and her squad. He raises his eyebrow and ponders. They are attacking Mei Terumi. Well, Yagura is still the Mizukage, so Mei is just a normal jounin. Looks like, things are more interesting than my expectation. Pluck. Pluck. Izuna feels a tug on his clothes. He turns towards Kimimaro with a questioning gaze. Kimimaro points towards Mei and her subordinates and speaks. She was the leader of the group who attacked and killed my clan members. She fought against our clan leader and killed him in the battle. Later, after his death, all of us escaped from them but I was the only survivor. Kimimaro narrates the entire incident of Mei's battle with Izuna. Oh. I haven't mastered lava release and boil release yet. I have to learn from her. Izuna silently stares at the battle as one by one Mei's teammates get picked off by Anbus and are killed in the battle. Somehow, this seems quite ironic, if I remember the original Naruto plot. Anbus were the elite shinobis of the village who are a cut above jounin, but somehow a genin like Naruto and Konohamaru can deceive and beat them. Heck, they serve as cannon fodder in multiple incidents. Izuna ponders over the capabilities of Kiri Anbus. They aren't as skilled as my Anbu team. My team will slaughter them in seconds. Guess, my harsh training regimen paid off for them. Another member of Mei's team dies in battle. Should I help her or should I let things play out as usual? Well, Mei did become the 5th Mizukage, so she should be able to survive this. Water release, 5 hungry sharks. The Anbu leader launches 5 water sharks towards Mei, who desperately struggles to get out of the water prison. Nah. I can't wait for any miracle to save her. Guess, I have to save her. As for infiltration, I will think of some other plans. I just want to do things casually. Izuna makes a hand sign and takes a deep breath. Ice release, frost breath. He releases a large volume of cold air from his mouth. The surrounding temperature lowers as the water starts to freeze. Snap. Crackle. The entire water prison forms an ice dome, and all the Anbu members freeze in the ice. Yar yar days. Izuna reveals himself as he walks towards them. Seems like, I made it on time. Snap. Izuna snaps his finger and the ice around Mei and her group shatters. The group falls to the ground. Izuna stretches his hands and catches Mei. He flashes a friendly smile at Mei and questions her. Are you all right, miss? He gently places her down. Mei and her group frown as they warily stare at Izuna. Who are you and what are you doing here? Mei questions him. Earlier during the fight, I never saw your figure while fighting with these Anbus. Tell me, where were you hidden all this time? Mei takes out a kunai from her holster and points it at Izuna. Hold it right there. Izuna raises his hands in surrender. I am just a passerby. I was on my way to Kiri village with my younger brother when I saw you in a pinch. Izuna pulls Kimimaro in front of him. Kimimaro emotionlessly looks at them. Mei frowns as she looks at Kimimaro. Did she figure out the disguise? My makeup skills aren't that bad, right? Indeed, he is as pale as you. So, I believe he is your younger brother. Mei nods her head. Have I applied an extra coat of foundation on my face? Izuna touches his face. Haha. Mei chuckles at Izuna's antiques. Izuna scratches the back of his head and a weird smile appears on his face. Mei's expression turns serious as she holds up the kunai against Izuna's throat. You may have saved my life earlier, but this doesn't warrant you suspicion-free. If I sense any lie in your words, then I won't hesitate to kill you right here. Gulp. Izuna gulps his saliva. Well, she is a kunoichi after all, so I must have expected this. I can't use my identity as a traveling merchant anymore with that ice release. But I recently heard rumors about the extinction of the Yuki clan. I can use that identity, also with the ice release, it will make more sense. Izuna churns the gear of his mind as he replies to Mei. Wait, listen to me first. Let me explain. But first, can you remove this kunai from my neck? Okay. Go ahead. Mei nods her head and pulls her kunai back. She still has her guard. It is like this, we both are members of the Yuki clan. My mother fled the village with me and my brother when our clan was hunted down 7 years ago. We lived in a remote village far away from Kiri. A few days ago, my mother died because of her illness. Izuna's expression turned sad as he shed fake tears from his eyes. Water release has this use too. Izuna thinks in his head. Mei's expression softens a little as she lowers her kunai. Mother also died when I was young. Mei remembers her mother. At her deathbed, mother's last wish was to bury her ashes in Kiri. So, to fulfill her final wish, I returned to Kiri, and on my way, I saw your group in a pinch, you know the rest. Izuna finishes his explanation. I just pulled that from my ass. I hope she falls for it. Mei nods her head in affirmation. I still do not trust you. But I will spare you for now. Mei lowers her guard and turns towards the Hunter Corp. As for you bunch, don't expect any mercy from me. You came here to kill me, so don't mind if I do the same. Mei turns towards Izuna and asks him. Can you only freeze their body while removing the extra ice? I can do that. Izuna nods his head. He makes some hand signs and separates the frozen Anbus from the enormous chunk of ice. Mei makes some hand signs while looking at the group of Anbus. Lava release, molten catastrophe. Chapter 138, 134. Infiltrating Kiri. Hold on a sec, don't you need to interrogate them or something? Izuna stops Mei from finishing them off. Mei shakes her head in denial. It doesn't matter. I already had an idea of the perpetrator, besides, the moment you free them, they will commit suicide. So, it is better for me to kill them. Mei finishes her hand signs and slams her hand on the ground. Izuna secretly activates his Sharingan to copy the jutsu. I have got a gist of lava release. I just need some practice to learn it. Lava release, molten catastrophe. Boom. The ground beneath the Anbu group trembles, creating a small rift. The rift erupts and releases a large amount of lava. The lava engulfs the Anbu groups and turns them into ashes. The rift on the ground closes and everything returns to normal. It is a quite powerful jutsu, but it is not feasible for quick fights. The time required to cast this jutsu is quite large. Izuna shakes his head as he analyzes the weakness of jutsu. Sigh. Mei sighs in relief and turns to Izuna. I still have my doubts regarding you, but you have my gratitude for saving our lives. Miss Mei. Miss Mei. A frantic voice fells in their ears. The group turns around and notices a group of Anbus rushing towards them. Mei and the group raise their guard for an unexpected enemy. It's us, Miss Mei. One of the Anbu members in front removes his mask to reveal his face. Uncle Wacken. Mei lowers her guard as she greets the newcomer. Izuna nonchalantly looks at the group. His attention is drawn by Ao, who is standing in the middle of the group. He curiously stares at Ao, or to be more accurate at the sealing talisman tied around his ears. Strange, very strange. I have never seen such strange Fuinjutsu seals. I generally use seals on a scroll, but I have never seen such sealing talisman. Izuna secretly activates his Sharingan and closely inspects the talismans. Shiver. A chill runs down Ao's spine as he warily surveys his surroundings. Ao senses a gaze focused on him. He looks around to search for the intruder. Ao notices Izuna staring at him. He frowns and scrutinizes Izuna. Ao brings his right hand in front of his right eye and makes a hand seal. Byakugan. Ao activates his Byakugan and inspects Izuna's chakra signature. Blue chakra flows through Izuna's chakra system. There is no problem with his chakra system. His reserves are on par with a high-level Jounin, which is quite normal for many clan members. But, why I feel a threat from this guy? Ao turns to Mei and speaks. Sorry, Miss Mei, for interrupting your discussion. He points towards Izuna and Kimimaro and questions. Who is this person? There is no report of him being a part of the squad. Oh. He is. Mei frowns as she couldn't remember his name. What's your name again? Earlier. I forgot to ask your name. Izuna speechlessly looks at Mei. I saved your life, and you didn't even bother to ask the name of your savior. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat and introduces himself. I am Yuto Yuki, a member of Yuki clan. He points at Kimimaro. This little guy over here is Yuto Yuki, my little brother. Mei nods head in approval as she narrates the entire event to Ao and Uncle Wacken. Uncle Wacken turns to Izuna and bows his head in gratitude. Mei is like my daughter. You have my gratitude for saving her life. Izuna shakes his head. It's fine. I was just passing by when I heard the sound of battle. So, I hid nearby to see the situation. After I figured out the situation, I helped her. Kimimaro silently stares at Izuna and the group. So, if I want to become like Messenger-san, I have to learn how to fool people. Kimimaro jots this down in his memory. If you don't mind, I will continue my journey to Kiri. Izuna holds Kimimaro's hand and walks away from the group. I don't want any more trouble. Staying near them will spell more trouble for me in the future. I better stay away from them. He hastily walks towards Kiri. Wait a sec. A sweet voice falls in his ears. Here comes the trouble. Izuna turns around and feigns confusion. Do you need something from me? Miss. Mei shakes her head and points out. Since both of you are moving towards Kiri and we are also returning to Kiri, so why don't we move together? Sigh. I can't refuse this, can I? If I refuse, they might turn suspicious of me. Why did I even bother to stop by and interfere in the fight when Ao and his group were on their way? Very well, we will tag along. Izuna and Kimimaro join the group as they walk towards Kirigakure. Ao walks near them and starts to question Izuna. Yuto, right? Izuna nods his head in affirmation. So, you are a member of now almost extinct Yuki clan. What made you return to Kiri, that also of all times? Ao stops and looks at Izuna's expression before he continues. Kiri is at its most chaotic time. The infamy of the village as Bloody Mist is spread throughout other nations. Many shinobis are abandoning the village to leave a relatively peaceful life. It was the reason Kiri created the Hunter-Nin Corp of Anbu to hunt down these deserters. So, why of all times are you returning to the village? Ao continues to observe Izuna for any change in his expression. Is he doubting my credibility? But I haven't done anything suspicious to warrant his doubt. I never knew Ao was such a meticulous person. He is here to bury his mother's ashes, Mei explains to Ao before Izuna could open his mouth. Ao nods his head and maintains his distance from them. He is still monitoring Izuna for any suspicious activity. Yuto, so that's your name. It lacks manliness. Did I choose the wrong name? I thought it would go quite well with my Yuki clan identity. Haku looked like a trap with his voice, name, and appearance. My mother wanted a baby girl, but I was born instead. So, she gave me such a name. Izuna explains to Mei. Mei nods her head. With that appearance, I think it quite suits you. Izuna speechlessly looks at Mei. They continue their journey towards Kiri as Ao constantly monitors Izuna's every move. Damn, this half-ass pirate is staring at me like a hawk. Should I gauge out that Byakugan of his? If he stares at me for again, then I will surely pluck out that Byakugan in the future. Izuna is pissed off by the continuous hawk-like gaze of Ao. Shiver. Ao feels a chill run down his spine. He immediately turns away from Izuna. Strange. He mutters to himself. Finally, they reach the entrance of the Kirigakure. A giant arc of rock appears in their vision. There is a giant blue circular engraving with a symbol for water in kanji carved on the arc. The entrance is covered in mist as any ninja patrols the walls of the village. So, this is Kiri. It is my first time here in Kiri. Izuna inspects Kiri. He notices several cylindrical buildings erected all over in Kiri. At the entrance of the Kiri, a middle-aged man and an old man waits for the group. The middle-aged man notices the group and hurriedly approaches them. He hugs Mei and immediately questions her. Mei, are you all right? I am all right, father. Mei nods her head and explains the entire incident in detail. Fuji turns to Izuna and thanks him. Thanks for saving my daughter. Fuji curiously inspects Izuna but couldn't find any extraordinary feature except his handsome face. His face is way too girly. Well, all Yuki clan males have such features. Fuji shakes his head and continues the conversation. Since you are the savior of my daughter, I will allow you to enter the village without any exception. Kiri is in a pretty chaotic situation nowadays, so always be on alert. Also, as my gratitude, I will provide you with lodging. Fuji signals a nearby shinobi. The shinobi leads Izuna and Kimimaro inside the village. After their departure, Genji slowly walks up to Fuji and addresses him. You should keep an eye on him. Ao is suspicious of him. I have never seen Ao so guarded against somebody. Fuji nods his head. Yes. I can't be lenient anymore. They have attempted assassination on my daughter. Fuji turns towards Wakan and orders him. Wakan, you are one of my most trusted partners. I would like you to send someone to keep an eye on that Yudo. Also, send someone to the village he mentioned to investigate his background. I want to know if he is telling the truth or not. If he is telling truth, then we can rope him in. There are no powerful ice release users among our ranks. He can prove to be a worthy asset in our cause. Yes, Fuji-san. Wakan bows his head and turns towards his Anbu team. He sends one of his Anbu members to keep an eye on Izuna and sends another to validate the background of Izuna. On a nearby tree. So, that's what they are planning. I can never lower my guard, can I? Izuna is eavesdropping on the conversation of the group by using his invisibility. Chapter 139, 135. The Assassination Plan. Well, I need to take care of this chore. The shadow clone follows after the Anbu. Inside Kiri. The subordinate of Fuji Terumi leads Izuna towards a small house. He gives keys to Izuna. This would be your temporary residence. If you need something, you can always find me. Okay. Izuna nods his head and grabs the keys. Click. He opens the lock and enters inside. Cough, cough. Kimimaro coughs from the excessive dust inside the house. Looks like the house needs some cleaning. Rest is fine. He turns towards the shinobi and thanks him. The shinobi looks around to make sure no one is listening to their conversation before he advises Izuna. I would advise you to not reveal your identity as an outsider. Kiri is going through chaotic times, and if anyone gets suspicious of you, they will send assassins after you. Also, my name is Akatsuki. I will keep that in mind. Izuna nods his head in gratitude. Well, I won't mind if someone tries to assassinate me. He enters the house and notices Kimimaro, who is cleaning the floor. There is no need to waste your time with such chores. You should instead focus on your training. Izuna makes some hand signs and blows away the dust out of the house. Kimimaro silently stares at Izuna and takes out a small diary from his pocket and writes something on it. Izuna frowns as he notices the diary. What are you doing? He curiously questions Kimimaro. I found this diary inside one of the closets in the house. I want to write down all the instructions and guidance in the diary. Izuna nods his head. He makes some hand signs and places various silencing seal around the house. He turns to Kimimaro and continues his explanation. I have heard about the abilities of the Kagaya clan, and it seems like your Keki Igenkai is strongest among them all. Your body and chakra are centered around your Keki Igenkai, so it would be a waste to train you in other ninjutsu. Kimimaro silently nods his head as he listens to the explanation. So we will focus on taijutsu. You will be able to push your Keki Igenkai to limits if your body is stronger. Izuna takes out some few ninjutsu tags from his pocket. He makes some hand signs and places them on Kimimaro's legs and arms. Puchi. Kimimaro falls on the ground as he struggles to stand up. He continues to struggle for a while before he regains his balance and stands up. Huff. Huff. He breathes heavily and takes support against the wall. These tags are Fuinjutsu tags with gravity seals on them. Izuna removes his bandages to reveal 3 tags around his right arm. Kimimaro's eyes widen as he stares at Izuna's hand with shock. These tags will constantly apply 2 times the normal gravity on your body and will effectively act as weights. Once you can walk normally with them on, we will start the next step of your training. Till then, get used to these weights because this is just the beginning. Kimimaro wobbles as he struggles to walk. Izuna looks outside the house and notices an Anbu member monitoring his house. Looks like they still don't trust me. I don't care either way. I am here as a spectator, but I hate stalkers. So, I will mess with him a little. Swoosh, blink. Izuna disappears from his position and reappears in front of the Anbu member. What the? The Anbu member's eyes widen. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Izuna cast a genjutsu on him before he could utter any more words. He places his hand on Anbu member's head and reads his memory. So, this is the gist of Kiri's situation. I still have to reach the root of the matter to know more. Izuna shakes his head and manipulates Anbu memory. Now he won't trouble me anymore. Swoosh, blink. Izuna disappears again and reappears inside the house. I will stay here for another month or 2. I want to pamper my cute little sister. Izuna smiles as he thinks about his sister. She is still a baby, but it won't be long before she grows up. Ha! Now I have to think of a way to prolong my stay in Kirigakure. But the excuse which I made up won't last that long. They will turn suspicious of me. Kimimaro stares at Izuna and notes down something in his diary. Izuna looks at Kimimaro scribbling something in his diary and shakes his head. He rests on a cot as he looks out of the window. I have turned 17 this year. It has been 17 years since my rebirth in this world. I have a family and made many new friends. Izuna closes his eyes and falls asleep. Kimimaro slowly stands up and covers him with a blanket. Izuna raises his eyebrow as he notices Kimimaro. What's with this situation? Kimimaro is turning into a nanny. Never mind. I need to sleep. Bang, bang. A faint vibration disturbs his sleep as the entire house is shaking. Izuna opens his eyes and stares at the door. Who is bothering me this early in the morning? He activates his X-ray vision and looks through the door. Mei is slamming his door with anger. Ops. I forgot to remove the silencing seal. He immediately gets up and opens the door. What took you so long? I have been knocking on your door for the past 15 minutes. Mei angrily questions him. Izuna scratches his head as he replies. I was pretty tired from the journey yesterday, so I overslept. Okay, never mind that, father wants to meet you. He sent me here to fetch you. Mei turns around and walks away. Oh. Looks like they are quite satisfied by my backstory. He silently follows after Mei. Inside a small mansion. Fuji inspects a scroll as the Anbu reports to him. Elder Genji is seated beside him and Waken is standing behind him. Fuji-sama, as per your orders I went to the nearest village to investigate his background. His story seems to be correct. His family did live in the village and his mother died recently because of an unknown illness. Fuji reads the content of the scroll about Yudo's past. He turns to Elder Genji for the suggestion. Elder Genji nods his head and advises. Try to recruit him. He is a member of the Yuki clan with its powerful ice release. With him, in our ranks, we will get an advantage against the forces of the noble clans. Elder Genji pauses for a while. Send your daughter to call him here. Fuji frowns as he questions Genji. Elder Genji, are you trying to rope him through my daughter? Elder Genji nods his head. Your daughter is of marriageable age. If we could recruit a powerful shinobi by engaging with her, then we should try it. Fuji's frowns deepen as he raises his voice. I won't turn my daughter into a pawn. And besides, we had yet to test his capabilities. What if he is just talk, with no actual strength? I don't want to marry my beloved daughter to a random weakling. Sigh. Elder Genji sighs and continues. Political warfare isn't won through emotions. It is won through wits. The noble clans are clearly making a move against you. They are already aware of their failed attempt and I am sure this won't be their first attempt. Fuji calms down as he listens to Elder Genji and ponders. Your daughter is your successor. If anything happens to her, then our faction will lose its future. So, I want to make sure there is a strong bodyguard beside her. That seems plausible. Fuji nods his head in agreement. As for his capabilities, we will let that matter to noble clans to handle. Fuji frowns as he thinks for a while. Elder Genji, you mean to say that the noble clans will be pissed by this new variable and they will try to eliminate him? Elder Genji nods his head. Correct. I am sure they don't want any powerful ally to join you. Also, the next village meeting for new elders is around the corner. I am sure they will try every means to usurp your seat. Fuji thinks for a while before he nods his head. He summons Mei over and sends her to Izuna's place. Inside a large mansion. Bam. Akifumi slams his hand on a table as he listens to the report. He quickly dismisses the Anbu and made sure he was alone in the room. Madara-sama must be disappointed by me. I failed to fulfill his objective. Akifumi clenches his fists as veins pop out from his head. 10 elite Anbu members. I lost 10 of my most elite Anbus in that fight with no success. Bam. He slams his fist on the table and destroys it. The perpetrator must pay for his insolence. He dared to interfere with Madara-sama's order. Akifumi angrily stares at a drawing of Izuna as Yudo. He picks up the drawing and turns it into ashes. Men. Akifumi yells in anger. A few Anbus immediately enters the room. Chapter 140, 136. A game of pawns. Izuna quickly follows after Mei. Mei ignores him for the entire duration. They reach the foothill of a small hill surrounding by many shinobis. There is a middle-sized mansion on top of the small hill. The shinobi guard recognizes Mei and allows her to enter. Mei turns towards Izuna and questions him. You must have heard of the Terumi clan, right? We were former allies. Izuna nods his head. Yes, our Yuki clan was a close aid of Terumi clan. One thing led to another and my clan is on the verge of extinction. Sigh. Izuna sighs depressingly. Mei looks at Izuna with conflict and chooses to remain silent. Izuna turns towards Mei and speaks. But I was surprised when I came to know about your identity. You are that famous princess of the Terumi clan. Then that makes me the knight on the white horse who saved the princess. Ha ha. Izuna chuckles at Mei. Humph. Mei snorts and turns around. Don't get too cocky. If I wasn't exhausted from my previous fight, then I would have dealt with them. Also, with that scrawny body and girly face. I can't imagine you as a knight on a white horse. So, stop with your fantasies. She harshly rebukes Izuna. Izuna raises his hand and silently follows after her. Soon, a ninja walks in front of them. Miss Mei. I will take it from here. You must be exhausted from your previous mission. Mei nods her head and walks in another direction. I am both mentally and physically tired from that fight. I will take a break in hot springs. After Mei's departure, the shinobi turns towards Izuna and snorts. Don't foster any fancy ideas for our princess. She is destined to be the next leader of the Terumi clan. A homeless and reputation-less person like you is nothing in front of her. The shinobi has a pervert expression on his face as he is lost in his fantasies. Izuna looks at the buffoon shinobi and wonder. They even have such kind of people in their security. Cough, cough. Izuna coughs to get his attention. Can you lead the way? Ahem. The shinobi clears his throat and takes him inside the manor. Izuna curiously inspects the mansion. Although the mansion doesn't look special from outside, it is quite fortified inside. There are various traps and seals in places. I guess. Kiri has an entirely different power system from Konoha. He curiously turns towards the shinobi and questions him. Then, who do you think is most suitable for Miss Mei? It certainly isn't you, right? Izuna smiles at the shinobi. No. I am nowhere close to her status. The shinobi shakes his head in depression. But if would have to say a suitable candidate. Then there are quite a few people. The shinobi ponders over the name of suitable candidates for Mei. There is no suitable candidate for her in Kiri. If it was before then maybe 4th Mizukage, but he is a little old for Miss Mei despite his young appearance. The ninja shakes his head in denial. Then what about other villages? Izuna curiously questions him. Another village that's not possible. Kiri will never rely on outsiders to grow stronger. The shinobi immediately refutes Izuna's question. But, if I had to pick, then there are only a handful of powerful shinobis from other villages suitable for Miss Mei. He ponders for a while before replying. Then it must be Izuna Uchiha, the Shinigami. He is just way too powerful with such a huge bounty on his head. As for his strength, that is undeniable. But many higher-ups of Kiri hate him. They have suffered quite a few losses under his hand. Izuna Uchiha has assassinated many shinobis from our village. So this hatred is unreconciled. The shinobi has a fervent expression on his face. If only it had a percentage of Izuna Uchiha's ability, then I am sure I would be able to impress Hana. Izuna speechlessly stares at him. I wonder what his expression would be if I reveal my identity. Izuna shakes his head to discard such useless thoughts. They arrive in front of a room. The shinobi bows in front of the door and speaks. I have brought him here. Fuji-sama. Who, you may return now. The shinobi bows his head and retreats. Yudo Yuki. I summoned you here to have a little discussion with you. The door opens up, and Fuji Terumi greets Izuna. It's my honor to have a conversation with you. Fuji-san. I would like to know the reason for our meeting. I am sure you haven't called me here for an ideal chatter, right? Izuna calmly speaks to him. Humph. Wacken frowns at Izuna's nonchalance. Such disrespect, and to address Fuji-sama in such a casual manner. Wacken is about to lash out. My elder Genji stops him and shakes his head. Wacken returns to his position as he angrily stares at Izuna. Quite the blunt person, are you? Fuji chuckles as he stares at Izuna in the eyes. Then. I will be straightforward with you. I investigated your background and found your story to be true. Now, since you have lost your family and friend and have nowhere to go, then why don't you join us? Fuji raises a proposal to Izuna. I am sure with your ice release, you will be an asset for our faction and also you will be able to rise in ranks and get a stable position in future safeguarding your brother. So he is sweet-talking me to join his faction, but at the same time he is also threatening me using Kimimaro. Well, this is how power struggle works. They don't want any spy or traitor among their ranks. Since I am here on infiltration or to say vacation, I will accept the deal. Also, I am restricted to ice release, it will help me further improve my control over Arctic release. Izuna ponders for a while. Fuji and Elder Genji calmly stare at Izuna's expression. Has he figured out the meaning behind my words? If yes, then he can be a valuable ally, if not then he can only be a second-rate disposable pawn in this battle. Fuji thinks to himself. Fine. I will join your faction, as for my brother's safety, you don't have to bother with it. Izuna stares in Fuji's eyes. The temperature of the room falls. Clatter, clatter. Some Anbus clatters their teeth as they shiver from the cold. Very well, it's fine with us. You can return for now. I will summon you when I need you to do a task. Fuji nods his head as Izuna walks out of the room. After making sure no one was around, Fuji turns to Elder Genji and speaks. Seems like, he is not a fool. If his abilities are as described by Mei, then we have got our hands on a powerful ally. It is our chance to seize the position of another elder in this meeting. Fuji clenches his hands. Swoosh, swoosh. An Anbu member silently flickers near Elder Genji. He passes a scroll to him before disappearing. Elder Genji opens the scroll and reads its content. He tosses the scroll towards Fuji. You don't have to wait long to test his abilities. You will know it tomorrow. Fuji frowns and catches the scroll and reads its content. So, the noble clan has made their move. To think that they will send the Night Reaper to assassinate him. Elder Genji nods his head as he explains. It may seem unnecessary, but the noble clan wants to assert their dominance over us, they wanted to show their power. If the Night Reaper is successful, then it will serve as a warning for us. But if he fails, then the noble clan will be forced to take more drastic measures. Elder Genji burns the scroll to ashes. Either way, it is an opportunity for us to test the capabilities of our new ally. If he fails and dies, then we can only lament the loss of a pawn, but if he lives, then we would have much more to see in the future. In any case, it is a win-win situation for us. Very well. Fuji turns to Waken. Waken, go and personally monitor the situation tonight. I want you to assess the ability of our new member. You will only spectate the assassin, you will not interfere with it. Yes. Fuji-sama. Waken nods his head and flickers out from the room. Waken may be a little hot-headed, but he is one of my most trusted companions. We lived through the Second Shinobi War and I saved his life on one occasion. He is still grateful to me for that. Fuji chuckles as he places a shogi board on the table. How about a round of shogi, Elder Genji? Chapter 141, 137. Night Reaper Part 1. Izuna walks out of the mansion as he gazes at the Kiri. No matter which world, you can't escape from politics. People always try to use others for their gain. It is the same in Konoha and it is the same here. Never mind that I will look around in Kiri for a bit and maybe buy some essentials. He slowly wanders through the streets of Kiri. Most of Kiri's architecture is composed of several cylindrical buildings and many buildings have vegetation growing on their roofs. Well, they sure are efficiently using their space. The society of Kiri is divided into three classes, the higher class, the middle class, and the lower class. Izuna schemes through the memories of Anbus. The higher class, also called the noble clans, are the descendants and clansmen of the first Mizukage who founded the village. They have the most political power in the village and the civilians worship them like gods. Izuna has a conflicted expression on his face as he remembers various kingdoms from his past life. It is similar to the aristocratic system. So, what's the role of daimyo in all of this? Izuna shakes his head as he continues to read the memories. The allied clan of the first Mizukage constitutes of the middle class. They have fewer privileges in the village. Makes sense, no king will allow his soldiers to gain more power. So, the Terumi clan is one of the allied clan of first Mizukage, but due to some conflicts, there is friction between them. And as for the lower class, they are the war prisoners or enemy clans which are being monitored by the village. The lower clans are assigned the most difficult of the difficult mission. There is a brutal graduation ceremony for them to graduate from the academy and the mortality rate of the lower clans is as high as 70 to 80%. Izuna rubs his forehead as he compiles the information. Well, this is Kiri's way of cutting loose ends. So, which family of noble clans sent this guy to stalk me? Izuna looks at a cloaked figure from the corner of his eyes. This guy started stalking me right after I left the Terumi mansion. Maybe he is the assassin. I won't mind entertaining him, if he wants to dance. Izuna buys some essentials from one of the shops in Kiri. Things are quite expensive here. Well, Konoha is the only village with so many resources as it is located in the center of the shinobi world. He returns to the small house after completing his purchase. Kimimaro welcomes him with an emotionless face. You should smile more often. Izuna smiles at Kimimaro. Kimimaro opens his diary and scribbles down something. Izuna rubs his head in frustration and enters inside the kitchen. He ties an apron and prepares lunch. I have learned to cook from Mother and Kushina-ne-san. I have often spent my night in the wild while performing Anbu missions. So, cooking helped me a lot. Well, I can only cook meat dishes, at least it is better than nothing. Sniff. Sniff. The fragrance of the aroma of the meat spreads through the entire house. Kimimaro inhales the aroma and salivates. Gulp. On top of the roof of Izuna's house, the assassin gulps his saliva as the fragrance of the delicious meat enters his nose. Damn it. This is torture. I haven't eaten anything from the morning. I have been chasing this guy since morning. And here he is, having a feast. Once I kill him, I will enjoy a feast in my favorite restaurant. The assassin pulls out a special transparent kunai from his pocket as it glistens with sharpness. Later at night, the assassin finally makes his move. It's time to finish him off. I have to perform the assassin without making my noise. I am not called Night Reaper for nothing. The assassin makes some hand signs and calmly clasps his hand. Night release, endless night jutsu. He releases some black mist from his body. The mist fuses with the surrounding as darkness intensifies. The moon slowly fades away from the vision and the house is completely covered in darkness. It's about time to finish it off. The assassin pulls out the glistening kunai from his holster and enters inside the house. Night release, hiding in night jutsu. His figure turns into black particles and fuses with the darkness. The assassin slowly crawls through the house. He spots Izuna and slowly creeps his way to him. A few minutes earlier, Kimimaro is silently sleeping on the bed. Izuna looks at Kimimaro and sighs. This kid has quite an endurance. He has been struggling non-stop for almost the entire day to get used to those heavy gravity weights. At this rate, he will be able to walk normally by next week or so. I will relieve some stress from his body. Izuna closes his eyes and absorbs nature energy. He transfers the nature energy to Kimimaro to rejuvenate him. Kimimaro moans in his sleep as the nature energy slowly rejuvenates his body. The bones in his body absorb the nature energy and turn into a shade of gray before returning to normal. Izuna notices the anomaly. Interesting, his body, or to be more precise, his bones have some affinity with nature energy. I wonder if he will be able to learn Sage Mode. Izuna curiously inspects Kimimaro's bones and shakes his head in frustration. His Kekkai Genkai is an inherent ability. I can't learn it. Izuna raises his head and feels some vibrations through the roof. He has gained the ability to sense vibration and waves by utilizing shock release. Oh. Looks like Mr. Assassin is about to make his move. I suppose he has found an apt opportunity. Izuna lies down on his bed as he patiently waits for the assassin. I can kill this guy instantly, but then I won't be able to see his abilities. I have to learn some new abilities to further my understanding of Kekkai. Yes. Kekkai. That's the name Izuna came up with, a nature transformation involving 4 nature elements. Kekkai Mora involves 5 or more nature transformation, whereas Kekkai Tota involves 3 nature transformations. There is a gap between both of them, and Izuna never found any record involving nature transformations. It is considered impossible to combine 4 elements in a unique proportion to create an entirely different transformation. Even the Kekkai Tota, dust release, is the pinnacle of nature transformation mastered by any human. The first Tsuchikage Ishikawa started his research on 3 nature transformations during his adulthood and failed to achieve success during his life. His research was then picked by his student Mu, who became the second Tsuchikage. Mu finally finished the research and created the first ever Kekkai Tota. He then passed the secrets of his research to the grandson of first Tsuchikage Inoki. Now, I want to go beyond the limit of humanity. It is uncharted territory for me, and I am ready to learn everything. Well, I guess this makes me similar to Orochimaru, who is also after the entire knowledge of shinobi world. Nah. He is a pedophile, and I am not. Izuna shakes his head and immediately denies it. Night release, endless night jutsu. He hears a feeble whisper. Suddenly, darkness starts to encroach the house and the moon fades away in the darkness. Interesting. Izuna has a smile on his face as he is fascinated by this new technique. I never expected to come across another peculiar nature transformation on my second day of stay in Kirigakure. I have to do more research on this. Kai. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and starts to inspect the darkness covered around his house. This is not darkness release as I expected. But it is quite close. Izuna scrutinizes the darkness as he notices the microscopic black particles covering his house. By utilizing the aspect of genjutsu, yin release and water release, he has created a unique technique. The microscopic water molecules act as a prism, and by using a genjutsu, the user creates an image of night. He then imbues the water molecules with in-release chakra and cuts off any kind of light from the covered space, thus effectively isolating it from surroundings. The result being the unique simulation of absolute night. Izuna curiously breaks down the complexity of the technique as he analyzes it with his Mangekyo Sharingan. This jutsu has a weakness. The chakra cost is quite high, so an average jounin can only cast it once before running out of chakra, and the absolute night won't give the caster any advantages either, unless the person has an ocular power to see through darkness itself. As far as I know, only my Mangekyo Sharingan and perhaps the Rinnegan can see through this absolute night. No, perhaps I can use sound and vibrations to keep track of my surroundings, but it won't be that reliable compared to my Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna deactivates his Mangekyo Sharingan and focuses his concentration on sounds and vibrations. Now my question is how the assassin will see me. Chapter 142, 138. Night Reaper Part 2. Izuna calmly lies down on the bed with his eyes half open. He notices a black apparition slowly crawling towards him. So, that's the assassin. I wonder how is he able to see me. The assassin takes out the special transparent kunai and peeks through the blade of the kunai. This kunai is made from a special mineral found deep in the veins of the earth. It allows us to locate see in this absolute darkness and locate our target. My Kamishiro clan utilizes this special technique passed down through generations to fight in battle. We had a very high aptitude for genjutsu and in release. Thus we created the night release technique. Kamishiro clan was famed for their skillful use of genjutsu. We were feared for our secret assassination techniques, and many other clans and villages hired us. Our fame spread throughout the entire shinobi world when a few of our members successfully assassinated the first Kazekage, followed by the second Kazekage during the Second Shinobi War. Soon, the entire shinobi world saw us as a threat and the hidden villages sent their powerful forces to annihilate our village hidden deep in the land of silence. They annihilated and killed almost the entirety of my clan. Only a handful of people escaped from the village. I was a young teenager at that time. I ran away from the village, starved in hunger for God knows how many days. Finally, Akifumi-sama found me. He fed me, sheltered me, and to pay my gratitude, I became his hidden blade. A blade that will terrorize his enemies in the wake of night. I became the Night Reaper. Time to die. The assassin raises his kunai and stabs it towards Izuna's heart. No one has ever escaped from the deadly night release of our clan. Even if the silent Shinigami of Konoha appears before me, he will also fall under my blade like the rest of the world. Stab, clank. A shard of ice blocks the kunai and deflects it. The assassin panics for a second before he calms down. I don't believe he can see me in this darkness. We have assassinated many sensor ninjas and even the possessor of many powerful Keki Igenkai using this technique. Unless the user has a powerful defense like the third Reikage or a similar shield, then we are helpless against him. The Night Reaper remembers his failed assassination of third Reikage, where his kunai wasn't able to pierce through the absolute defense. That was the biggest humiliation of my life. As a Kamishiro clan member, I failed to complete an assassination. It won't happen again, it must be a fluke. I will try again. Izuna calmly looks at the assassination whose entire body is draped in black clothes and his face is covered with a black mask. Are we playing some sort of Assassin Creed here? Why does he look like a Brotherhood member? Swish. Swish, swish. The assassin flails his hands around to perform some unusual hand signs. What kind of ritual is he performing? Swish. The special kunai flies towards the assassin and falls into his hand. The assassin infuses some chakra into the blade. Night release, stab of umbrage. Swish. He swiftly moves in Izuna's direction to stab him again. I can see you all right. Clank. Izuna blocks another attack with an ice shard as he remarks to the assassin. Impossible, impossible. How can this be possible? The assassin yells hysterically. No, this can't be true. You are lying. Stab, clank. He tries to stab Izuna again, only to get parried by him. Your technique is quite interesting. I have learned a lot from you. I can even see hope for my new technique. But regretfully, you are my enemy. Izuna sighs and makes some hand signs. Wait, tell me, how can you see me in my night release? The assassin, aware of his imminent death, questions Izuna. That's a secret. Izuna smiles at the assassin and makes some hand signs. Ice release, chilling touch. He grasps the head of the assassin. The assassin's body freezes from head to toe with his eyes wide open. Let me real quick check his memories to learn more about his technique. If not for my Mangekyo Sharingan and shock release, this guy could have done a number on me. Izuna searches through his memories. Kamishiro clan, huh? They are various powerful clans hidden throughout the shinobi world. Chino clan is one such example, and this Kamishiro is another. Guess. I can never lower my guard, not even against a small fry. Who knows if they might pull out a surprising ability and land a killing blow on me. Crack. Crack. Various cracks appear on the Night Reaper's body before it shatters into countless ice particles. The special transparent kunai of the assassin remains intact. Izuna picks it up and examines it closely. This kunai is made of chakra. I have never seen such pure chakra anywhere else. And there is a mine of this material hidden in the Land of Silence. Maybe. I should make a trip to the Land of Silence in the future. Bzzz. The sin seal on Izuna's hand wakes up. Izuna frowns and looks at the seal. What's the matter with this guy? It has been pretty obedient in the past few years. Is it revolting or something? The sin seal activates, and the grimoire appears in front of him. The grimoire opens its page and forms a mouth. Chomp. It chomps down on the special kunai in Izuna's hand. Crunch, crunch. The sound of munching of kunai echoes in his ears. Give it back. Give the kunai back to me. I needed that for my research. Izuna frantically grabs the grimoire and shakes it violently to make it spit out the kunai. Oi. Stop with your nonsense. It is making me dizzy. The Ien Kurama growls at Izuna. Haha. Izuna is still as childish as ever. An apparition of Kushina chuckles. What? Kushina, Nei-san, you can hear me. Izuna points a finger at the apparition. Yes, we can see and hear you, Izuna, Minato replies to him. Even you. Minato-san. Izuna looks at the apparition of Kushina and Minato with wide eyes. Oi, don't ignore me. The Ien Kurama growls at Izuna. Shut up, you pesky fox, or I will feed you to this book like that kunai. Izuna scowls at Kurama. Brrrr. A shiver ran through Ien Kurama's body as it stares at the sin grimoire with dread. It quietly lays down and closes his eyes. Izuna turns towards Minato and Kushina and questions him. Since when? Minato and Kushina smile at him. We have looked at you all this time. The moment we were sealed by you in this book. This book started to drain chakra from the Ien half of Kurama and used it to heal our damaged souls, and with that last addition of pure chakra from that kunai, our souls were completely healed. Kurama opens one eye and remarks. They fed on my body, or to say chakra. I never had any chakra in this past few years, and this book is still constantly draining all of my chakras as we converse. Kurama closes its eyes again. Haha. Minato chuckles at Kurama and introduces him. The real name of the Nine-Tails Fox is Kurama, right? Izuna replies to him. Kurama's eyes widens as it stares at Izuna. Sigh. Yes. I am not even surprised anymore. Minato sighs as he continues. Since our chakra and soul were linked together, we were able to converse and reconcile with him. I don't blame him anymore. Kurama opens his eyes and grins at Minato. Give a hug to big sister Kushina. Kushina rushes towards Izuna and hugs him. You have turned into a big boy in these past few years. I am sure plenty of girls have fallen for you. Kushina chuckles as she teases Izuna. It is not like that. Izuna hurriedly denies her. Haha. Kushina laughs at Izuna's reaction. Soon. Kushina Nei-san. I will heal both of you soon. Izuna clenches his fist as he promises to Kushina. You don't have to push yourself. Izuna-kun. Kushina pats his head. Naruto is truly blessed to have a caring big brother like you. Also. I am waiting for the day when I will be able to hug him in my embrace and shower him with all of my love. Yes, that day will come soon. Izuna assures Minato and Kushina. He turns towards the grimoire and questions. What kind of thing are you? How are you able to do almost anything? Tui. The grimoire spits out the handle of the kunai, which hits Izuna straight into the face. Haha. Kurama burst out in laughter. That's what you get for calling her a thing. Izuna turns towards Kurama and tilts his head in confusion. What do you mean by her? Rattle. Rattle. The chains around the sin grimoire rattles. Kurama immediately shuts its mouth and starts to behave like a cute dog. Izuna silently stares at Kurama and questions. Where is the dignity of the most powerful tailed beast which you boast of so proudly? Humph. Kurama snorts and replies. I don't give jack shit about dignity. Besides, it won't help me in this situation. Is he influenced by me? I have been using such kind of cusses a lot. Chapter 143, 139. Meeting Utakata. Later in the next morning. Izuna gives some instructions to Kimimaro before departing for the Terumi clan. He enters inside the Terumi clan mansion. 3 people are bowing in front of Fuji Terumi. Izuna inspects them and recognizes one of them. Wait. He looks like Utakata. If I remembered correctly, he is the Jinchuruki of 6 Tails. Izuna inspects Utakata. He secretly activates his Sharingan to gauge Utakata's chakra. He is not a Jinchuruki yet. Maybe he will become one in the future. Izuna walks over to Fuji Terumi. Fuji notices him and nods his head. He introduces Izuna to the 3 shinobis beside him. So, the 4th member I mentioned has arrived. Fuji points towards Izuna and introduces him. He is Yuto Yuki, a member of Yuki clan and ice release user. He was the one who saved Mei. The 3 members scrutinize him for a second. They notice his girly appearance and lose their interest. Izuna tilts his head in confusion at Fuji. Fuji introduces the 3 of them to Izuna. He points at a spectacled middle-aged man. He is Harusame, one of my trusted comrades from the Second Ninja War. Fuji points at another person with a bamboo hat. He is Zangetsu, another trusted subordinate of mine. Last but not the least. Fuji points at Utakata and introduces him. He is Utakata, a student of Harusame and a powerful shinobi himself. All of you will be the personal guard of Mei and secretly protect her during every mission while completing the mission. Her safety will be your priority. All of them nod their head and bow in front of Fuji. You all should familiarize yourself to know more about each other's abilities. Fuji dismisses them before returning inside the mansion. Sigh. That girl is so reckless. As a father, I can't help but worry about her future. If only there was no political power struggle, then I would have found a worthy man for her and married her off. I want to see my grandchildren before my death. Cough, cough. Fuji violently coughs for a minute. He wipes the blood from his mouth and enters a room. Elder Genji is patiently waiting for him. Elder Genji raises his head and notices the taint of blood. Your condition is getting worse. I will call one of my medic ninja now. Elder Genji knocks his stick on the floor. Swoosh. An Anbu member immediately flickers in front of him. Summon Hira. Clan leader Fuji needs medical attention. Swoosh. The Anbu member immediately flickers out from the room. Fuji turns to Elder Genji and reports. Elder Fuji, he surely has some skills to survive an assassin attempt from Night Reaper, but I don't think the noble clan will give in that easily. Elder Genji nods his head. Now he is one of our men. We can't allow the noble clans to do as they please. Lady Mei's safety is our priority. Elder Genji looks at Fuji's conditions for a second before he continues. You should slowly train her to handle the responsibilities of the clan and the village. Sigh. Fuji rubs his forehead as he ponders. Izuna scrutinizes the 3 people in front of him while they do also inspect him. I am Yuto Yuki. Izuna smiles at them while secretly inspecting their chakra. Utakata and Harusame have normal amounts of chakra. But this bamboo hat guy has way more chakra than a normal shinobi. Also, what's with that water bottle ties to his belt? The bamboo hat guy removes his hat and reintroduces himself. I am Zangetsu Hozuki, of the Hozuki clan. Zangetsu has a tall and slender stature. He has blonde hair styled into a pompadour. He has no eyebrows, a very thin mustache, and a triangular goatee. Izuna notices the pompadour on Zangetsu's head and barely holds himself from laughing. He looks hilarious with that pompadour. Is that the reason why he is wearing a bamboo hat? Zangetsu wears his hat again. But to be from Hozuki clan. He must have some sort of relationship with the second Mizukage. Out of his curiosity, he questions Zangetsu. Hozuki clan, one of the most powerful clans of Kirigakure. Even the second Mizukage was one of the most powerful shinobi of Kirigakure. Zangetsu nods his head as he reminisces. Second Mizukage Gungetsu Hozuki was my uncle and mentor. He was my idol, and it is my dream to become as powerful as him. Zangetsu clenches his fists in resolution. So, do you want to become the next Mizukage? No. I have no interest in Mizukage's position. I am not qualified enough to become a Mizukage. Zangetsu shakes his head and denies it. Izuna turns to the master-disciple pair. Utakata is staring at Harusame's every action like a devotee. This guy is fangirling his sensei. Harusame adjusts his spectacle with his index finger as he closely looks at Izuna's appearance. He then turns towards Utakata and assesses them with his eyes. Shiver. Izuna feels a shiver run down his spine. This pair of master-student seems to have a quite complicated relationship. So, you are an ice release user. It has been a while since I last saw someone with that cursed bloodline. Harusame remarks. Cursed bloodline. Izuna frowns as questions Harusame. What do you mean cursed bloodline? Haha. Harusame chuckles before he replies. I don't want to scare you, kid, but there is a rumor spread across the village. Harusame pauses as he looks at Asuna's appearance. The male members of the Yuki clan are born with a womanly appearance because of their ice-release Kekkei Genkai, and none of the male members survives till the age of 30. Yes, 30, no known male member of Yuki clan survived past that age. It was also the part of the reason why Yuki clan is on the verge of extinction. Harusame turns towards Utakata and orders. Utakata. I have a task for you. Yes, sensei. Utakata silently follows Harusame. Zangetsu pats his head and walks away. See you later, boy. Izuna stares at the back of the bunch and muses. I guess I have some interesting days waiting ahead of me. He turns around the corner of the room to leave the mansion. Bump. He collides with someone and falls on them. Squish, squish. He feels a soft sensation in his hand. This feels good. It's a perfect size, it perfectly fits into my palms. Squish. Umph. Mei moans as she stares at Izuna in anger. If you had enough. Then would you mind standing up? I am sorry. Izuna immediately leaves his grasp and stands up. You have a perfect size. Izuna compliments her. Shut up, you pervert. Mei blushes and immediately runs away from there. Just now, she eavesdropped on the conversation between Elder Genji and her father. They were talking about her marriage. She bumped into Izuna while running away from the room. Marriage, it's still too soon for me. I have to ease some burdens of the father, then only I could think about marriage. The girly face of Yuto appears in her eyes. No, he is a pervert and also a member of the Yuki clan. I don't about the truth of the Yuki clan's curse, but I don't want to see my loved one die. Also, there is no redeeming feature in him, well, besides his face. Mei shakes her head and enters her room. She takes out a picture of a woman from the closet. The woman has a similar appearance to her. Mother, father is trying his best to keep me happy, but I am already aware of his disease. He is trying very hard to hide it from me. Drip, drip. Tears fell from her eyes as she clutches the photo. I just want the father to live a bit longer. Knock, knock. Mei. Mei. Fuji calls her name. Mei immediately wipes her eyes and cleans her face. Come in. Dad. Fuji enters the room and notices the picture of his wife in Mei's hand. So, you were spending some time with your mother? Ah. Mei nods her head. Ha. Sometimes. I also miss her. Her anniversary is coming soon, both of us will pay a visit to her grave together. Sigh. Fuji sighs as he continues. Mei, you need to take some of my responsibilities. Your father is growing old and may die someday. I need you to be capable to handle the matters of the clan and the village on your own. You are fine, Dad, nothing will happen to you. Also. I am ready for the mission. Mei hugs Fuji. Okay, now listen. The Jinchuruki of the Six Tails died mysteriously during the Third Great Ninja War. He was a close aide of 3rd Mizukage-sama and one member of our faction. Mei nods her head as she listens to the explanation. Now, some of our men have spotted a large influx of chakra gathering at this lake. Fuji marks a location on a map. We believe it to be the revival of the Six Tails. As you know, the greater the number of tails a tailed beast has, the more chakra it possesses. Six Tails has a tremendous amount of chakra compared to the 3 tails, so it took it so long to resurrect. Fuji rolls the map and passes it to Mei. We believe in another month or so, the Six Tails will be fully resurrected. So, we want to capture it and reseal it as soon as possible. I have some qualms regarding the noble clan on this matter. They are already in the possession of 3 tails, and they will try to lay their hands on 6 tails too. I want you to oversee the process of the capture of 6 tails with your team. Fuji explains the entire situation to her and passes a scroll of all of her team members. Yes, Dad. Mei nods her head and flips open the scroll to see the individuals in her team. Yuto Yuki. Mei frowns as she notices the name of her team members. This pervert is also on this mission. Did he earn father's trust? Chapter 144, 140. Electromagnet Release. A month passes in the blink of an eye. Izuna will occasionally give some instructions to Kimimaro to improve his physical strength. He would spend the rest of his time completing some missions with Mei and his group of 3 oddballs. He met with Ao in a few missions and Ao was still skeptical of him, for the reasons unknown to both Izuna and Ao. His missions usually included escorting missions, guard missions, and dealing with some skirmishes, nothing major which he couldn't handle with his current level of power. Izuna is resting on top of a tree in Terumi compound as he silently ponders. I can see some clues on the development of Kekkei. The night release, which I learned from the assassin guy, is my key to access it. Combining two nature transformations. Kekkai Genkai is currently way beyond my league. Izuna closes his eyes as he remembers his attempt of creating a Kekkai Shur. Flashback no Jutsu. At the outer edge of Shikata Forest. Izuna takes a deep breath and calms his nerves. I have simulated this process several times through Genjutsu while considering all variables. I am all set. Izuna turns to Katsuyu and questions her. Lady Katsuyu, is it alright for me to test my new jutsu here? The power of my jutsu is way beyond anything I have done before. Katsuyu nods her head. It's alright. This place is located on the outer edge of the Shikata forest and is barren. No creatures are residing in this part of the forest. It used to be the lair of the forest beast who went on a rampage a few centuries ago. Thanks to the efforts of Kenshiro-sama, he was sealed in another space. So, it's fine to use it for your new jutsu training. Izuna nods his head. Alright then. Katsuyu retreats to a considerable safe distance from Izuna. Izuna clasps his hand together and enters into sage mode. A cyan color cloak appears him. There is a single tomo on cloak's front and back. Ha! Izuna claps his hands as he focuses magnet release chakra in his left hand and storm release chakra in his right hand. Magnet release is a combination of wind release and earth release, whereas storm release is a combination of lightning release and water release. If I can combine them perfectly, then I will be able to create the electromagnet release, my first Kekkai Shur. I can't lose focus here. He slowly infuses the magnet release chakra and the storm release chakra near each other. Now I have to combine them in correct proportion. I can't make any mistakes here. He activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and slowly analyzes the process. The magnet release chakra and the storm release chakra slowly start to meld together. Izuna feels a large amount of resistance in his hands as the two chakra natures start to push each other. I have to hold on. Both chakra natures start to combine as they form a purple orb in his hand. Is this electromagnet release? Izuna inspects the purple orb as he tries to stabilize it. I just have to memorize the right chakra proportion and I will create my first Kekkai Shur. He adds a little more chakra to the orb. The orb starts to shake violently. Shit. I messed up at the last step. I can't stabilize it anymore. Bzzzt. Lighting and all other elements flicker through the purple orb as it slowly starts to expand. Fuck. I have destroyed the integrity of the elements. Now, it has destabilized into these fundamental elements. Sizzle. The purple orb scorches his hand. His healing factor kicks in to heal the injuries. The burns heal at a very slow rate. What? These burn marks aren't healing rapidly. Izuna immediately tosses the purple orb to the nearby mountain. Without Izuna's stabilization, the purple orb immediately expands to the size of a large water tank and it continues to expand. Boom. The purple orb expands and collapses violently, creating a vacuum in the area. Bzzzztt. It releases a powerful EMP blast, which slams into Izuna and knocks him away. Boom. Izuna collides into a nearby mountain and passes out. Whoa. The vacuum created by the purple orb sucks nearby minerals and metals from the ground inside itself. Various rocks and minerals float around the vacuum. Whoosh. The vacuum loses its energy source and collapses into a single point before fading out of existence. Bzzzztt. It releases another EMP blast, which knocks the floating rocks and minerals. Wham, wham, wham. The floating rocks crash into the ground, one after another. Boom. Dust and debris rise in the area. Katsuyu's optical tentacles shake in a frenzy as she stares at the devastation caused by Izuna's jutsu with disbelief. This jutsu, is so powerful, even Hashirama-sama's would release pales in comparison to it. No, even Kenshiro-sama's power pales in comparison to this jutsu. What kind of jutsu was it? The dust and debris settle. Katsuyu immediately slithers at Izuna's location. She notices Izuna, who is buried beneath a large boulder. Thwack. She slaps away the giant boulder with her tail and immediately crawls towards Izuna. Boop. She splits a fragment of her body into another Katsuyu. The mini Katsuyu slither over to Izuna and checks his condition. He has lost his consciousness. That earlier blast of energy attacked his nervous system. He will take some time to recover. Slither, slither. The mini Katsuyu carries him to the deeper parts of the Shikatsu forest. The large Katsuyu looks around the area to estimate the damage caused by Izuna's jutsu. Bzzz. Deep purple lighting flickers through the large crater created by Izuna's jutsu. Katsuyu feels dizzy as she walks towards the crater. She turns around and retreats to the forest. Swoosh, swoosh. Many large foxes appear beside her. Greetings, Lady Katsuyu. One of the larger fox bows in front of Katsuyu. Katsuyu nods her head as she instructs them. Barricade this area. It is an inhabitable zone from now on. None of the creatures residing in the forest are allowed to enter this area. There is strange energy fluctuating through the rocks present here. You will lose your mind if you came in contact with that. Yes. Lady Katsuyu. The large fox nods his head and instructs other members of his clan. Kurumi pauses before she walks towards Katsuyu. Lady Katsuyu, about Izuna-sama, is he alright? Earlier I saw him attempting something near that mountain. Is he the reason behind this incident? You don't have to worry about him. He will be alright. You should focus on erecting a barrier around this place. Katsuyu avoids her question and orders her. Yes. Katsuyu-sama. Kurumi bows her head and retreats with her clan. What kind of power did he use to create such destruction? Katsuyu looks at the remains of the mountain. There is a bottomless pit at the former position of the lair of the forest beast. For now, healing him is my priority. Katsuyu slowly slithers inside the forest. Inside one of the caves near the giant tree of Shikata forest. Mini Katsuyu lays Izuna on a bed as she inspects his condition. Wiggle, wiggle. She shakes her optical tentacles to signal other Katsuyu. Many Chibi Katsuyu appears inside the room. Use nature energy to heal his wounds. His condition is quite serious. Yes. The Chibi Katsuyu clings on Izuna's body. Their body starts to glow cyan as they absorb nature energy from the surroundings and transfer it to Izuna. Swirl. The Sin Seal activates, and it starts to absorb the nature energy at a rapid rate. Many dark markings appear all over Izuna's body. Swirl. The apparition of Kushina and Minato swirls out of the grimoire. Both of them stare at Izuna and frown. I have never seen such strange sealing formulas. Kushina comments as she looks at the strange markings on Izuna's body. It's probably caused by this book. Minato points to the Sin grimoire. Both of them turn to Kurama to question him. Kurama turns his head away from them and whistles, completely ignoring their presence. This bastard. Kushina's hairs start to rise as she angrily glares at Kurama. Nay. Nay. It's all right, Kushina. I am sure Izuna-kun is fine. Minato tries to calm her down. He is right. He is just in a small coma. He will recover soon and perhaps even grow stronger than before. Kurama raises its head and remarks before closing his eye. Phew. Kushina calms down and heaves a sigh of relief. I hope he is all right. She then turns to Minato and questions him. Minato, do you know what was he trying to do earlier? Minato ponders for a while before he replies. Earlier. I saw him using magnet release and storm release. If my speculation is correct, he was trying to combine them to create a new jutsu. Kushina nods her head in understanding. I have seen the third Kazekage using the magnet release before and the third Reikage using the storm release. I am not sure how Izuna-kun learnt them, but whatever he was trying has never been tried before. Minato continues to speculate. Izuna has a Mangekyo Sharingan, and every Mangekyo Sharingan has unique abilities. Maybe, it is the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina points out to Minato. It's quite possible. He must have somehow learnt them using his Mangekyo ability. Anyway, when Izuna tried to combine the two Kekkai Genkais, the elemental forces came into play and repelled his attempt. Free energy always pursues chaos, and it is the reason that his jutsu failed. I don't have any other explanation. Minato shakes his head. Chapter 145, 141. The Spy. Arg. Izuna slowly opens his eyes as he wakes up. His vision blurs for a while as he opens his eyes. He feels something heavy pressing on his chest. He notices various Chibi Katsuyu healing his body. He gently removes them one by one. Slither. Slither. The Chibi Katsuyu slithers around and one of them raises her head and asks him. You are finally awake. Izuna-kun, how are you feeling now? Izuna checks his body and notices the scorch marks on his hands. The scorch marks are healing slowly, even with his regeneration. I am feeling fine, only these scorch marks are a little itchy. Nothing major. Chibi Katsuyu nods her head and shakes her optical tentacles to send a signal to the giant Katsuyu. A moment later, the giant Katsuyu enters inside the cave. She frantically looks at Izuna and her tentacles shakes in frenzy. How are you feeling now? I treated your injuries with the help of Katsuyu, but those scorch marks will take a while to heal completely. Even the Senjutsu enhanced Mystic Palm technique isn't much effective on them. Tsunade walks inside the cave and angrily stares at Izuna. What kind of new forbidden jutsu were you trying to perform? Katsuyu told me about it, you almost lost your life in that attempt. You bastard. Tsunade grabs his collar and shakes him. Izuna helplessly turns towards Katsuyu for rescue. Katsuyu turns away her head and ignores Izuna's plea for help. Sigh. Izuna sighs and tries to convince Tsunade. Tsunade. I just thought of a new technique which would improve my fighting prowess by a lot, and I was trying to test it. I never expected it to go out of control despite my precise control. Tsunade hugs him tightly as tears flow from her eyes. Why are you so reckless? I have already lost my friend and family and I don't want to lose you too. Sigh. Izuna sighs and calmly holds her shoulders and explains. Tsunade, do you remember the Danzo incident during the Uchiha clan massacre? Tsunade nods her head. Yes. I heard about it. I never expected Danzo to grow stronger to such an extent, and he even transplanted Uchiha members' eyes and grandpa's cells, that bastard. She clenches her fist in anger. Yes Tsunade, but do you remember, how strong was Danzo? He erected a above Kage-level barrier on his own, and almost brought the entire village on his heels. Tsunade nods her head. Yes, he was very powerful. I was able to sense his chakra while in sage mode, and it was almost at the level of a tailed beast, but how? Tsunade looks at Izuna in confusion. Yes. Tsunade. I investigated into it, and I found the involvement of a very powerful foe. Our enemy is almost as strong as the Sage of Six Paths from legend and I can attest to it. Izuna explains to her with a serious expression. Tsunade's expression turns ugly as she learns about the truth. But, why are you bearing this burden all on your own? You have your family and friend to depend on. Tsunade assures him. Izuna silently stares at her. What? Why are you staring at me like that? Tsunade tilts her head in confusion. Remember, when I met you, I said the same words to you. Izuna looks at her with a deadpan expression. Did you? But I can't remember them. Izuna shakes his head. This is the part of the reason. I pushed you to train in senjutsu. Also, I need to do my part too. Izuna assures her. Sigh. Tsunade sighs and checks Izuna's body. Thankfully, Katsuyu summoned me, or else you would be spending a week in coma. What? Izuna yells in surprise and turns to Katsuyu. Lady Katsuyu, how much time I spent in coma? Izuna-kun, today was your second day in coma. I spent an entire day to heal you, but it wasn't enough. So, I reverse summoned Tsunade-sama and informed her. She treated you, and you regained your consciousness. Katsuyu explains to him. Oh shit. I have to return to Kirigakure. Izuna immediately stands up from the bed. He quickly wears his clothes and dashes out of the cave. I have to go now. Tsunade and Lady Katsuyu. I will catch up to you on a later date. Swoosh. He immediately teleports out of the Shikata forest. Katsuyu shakes her head and remarks. He is always in such a hurry. Yes, he is such a fool. Tsunade chuckles. But I think he will able to change the world and lead it to peace. Tsunade closes her eyes as a smiling Dan in Nawaki appears in her thoughts. Yes. I believe in your words. Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu shakes her optical tentacles in affirmation. Flashback ends. Hurry up, we have an important mission to complete. An angry voice fells in Izuna's ears, breaking him out of his thoughts. Izuna jumps down from the tree right in front of Mei. Well. Hello Lady Mei, what's the mission this time? He smiles at her. Tick. Mei has a tick on her forehead as she clenches her fingers into a fist. Don't call me that. I hate it when you call me that. Okay. Lady Mei. Izuna teases her. Why you? Mei yells at Izuna and tries to punch him. Izuna dodges her punch and continues to tease her. Cough, cough. Harusame enters in the backyard together with Utakata. Zangetsu is also leaning against the tree. He coughs slightly to gather their attention. Okay, calm down, now tell me more about the mission. Izuna tries to calm her down. Ahem. Mei clears her throat as she narrates the details. This is a top-secret mission assigned to our team. Our Anbu members have found traces of Six Tails in the Mist Lake. So, our mission is to recapture the Six Tails and prevent any interruption in its sealing. Izuna and the group nod their head. We will accompany the sealing team of Elder Genji, who will look over the entire process of tailed beast sealing. So, we have to ensure his safety. Yes. Lady Mei. All of them nod to her. Tick. Mei has another tick on her forehead as she notices the teasing smile of Izuna. Damn. I just can't stand this guy. Mei clenches her fist as memories of the past month flashes through her mind. He is a strong shinobi with powerful capabilities, and he had saved the entire team whenever we were caught in a pinch. But that goofy personality of his, where he takes every mission lightly, is getting on my nerves. Also, his teasing bothers me for some reason. I don't like to get called Lady May by him. May blushes as a little as she stares at Azuna's teasing smile. No. I have to look after father. May shakes her head and discards unnecessary thoughts. I can't marry anyone until I fulfill my promise to father. I will erase the infamy of Kiri as the bloody mist. May calms herself and lays a map in front of them. There is a red circle marked on the area. She points to the map and explains. This is the area. We will meet up with the sealing team there. We have to overpower Sixtails before sealing it. So, prepare yourself well and meet inside the clan mansion during midnight. Yes. Lady May. All of them nod their head. Swoosh. Swoosh. They flicker out of the backyard and moves out of the clan mansion. May enters inside the mansion. Izuna turns around and notices one of the maids of the mansion hiding inside the earth. Oh. Hiding like a mole jutsu. You might be able to fool others, but you can't fool me. Swoosh. Swoosh. He flickers near her location and taps on ground. Ice encases around her. Ice release, ice prison. Eek. The maid yells in surprise as she notices Izuna. She immediately pulls out a kunai from her stockings and tries to stab him. Whoosh. Izuna pinches the kunai between his fingers, and it starts to freeze. It was a nice attempt. But, you are not my opponent. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Izuna casts a genjutsu on her. He invades her mind and reads her memories. So, this maid is one of the spy of the noble clans. She was the one who leaked the information regarding May to them. Akifumi, so this is the name of her master. If I remember correctly, he was the same person who sent the assassin after me. I need to check up on him. Izuna erases the memories of her encounter with him and disappears from the place. I will allow her to inform her master. I want to see, how many cards does he have in his hands? Izuna stares at the back of the maid who is secretly leaving the boundaries of the Terumi mansion. Her body turns invisible as she hides her smell, her chakra signature and even sound. It's an interesting technique. She is using water release and earth release in a quite unique manner. Though, any person with a dojutsu would be able to see her. Izuna analyzes her technique with his Sharingan. Chapter 146, 142. Capturing Sixtails Part 1. Later at midnight. Izuna and the rest of the members gathers inside the Terumi clan backyard in Anbu outfits. May walks out of the backyard and signals them. It's time to move. All of them take out an Anbu mask from their pockets and wear it. They have been using these masks during their previous missions to hide their identity. Swoosh, swoosh. All of them flicker out of the mansion in the wake of night. They travel along one of the secret paths near the small hill to move out of the village. Izuna raises his head and notices someone following them. It must be the noble clan. Swoosh. Izuna disappears from his position and appears beside the hidden Anbu. What the? Swish. Izuna slices his neck with a sharp ice shard as a line of trails down the Anbu's neck. The rest of the group is startled when they see Izuna taking out the Anbu so easily. Zangetsu shakes his head as he speaks. Appearances are always deceiving. You look so harmless and frail with that face, but there is dangerous killer hidden beneath that face. May and the rest of the people nods their head in agreement. We were also initially fooled by his appearance. Cough, cough. Izuna coughs slightly to gather their attention. He points at the Anbu and replies. This guy was waiting in ambush for us. He throws the body of the Anbu in front of them. Harusame searches the body of Anbu and shakes his head. There is nothing on him as usual. We need to hurry up, looks like the noble faction is aware of our plan. May immediately dashes towards the mist lake. Izuna and the rest of the group follow her. Izuna notices the slightly tense expression on May's face. He catches up to May and speaks to her. You seem to be under lots of pressure. I can see it from your expression. May turns her head away and tries to calm herself. I can't reveal the condition of father to any outsider. I can't misplace my trust. It's nothing. I am just a little worried about the sealing team. They are an important part of our clan. Izuna nods his head and overtakes her. May stares at his back and thinks to herself. I don't know if I can trust you or not. Father trusted one of his best friend and was betrayed by him. Maybe I am too skeptical here. Swoosh, swoosh. The group continues to flicker through the forest. At the border of Land of Water, near a large lake. A group of shinobis dressed in priest robe are staring at the center of the lake. All of them wore blue priest robes with Kiri sealing core symbol imprinted on their shoulders. They wear porcelain masks with many seals and Kiri symbol on it. Elder Genji is standing at the forefront of the group as he stares at the red amalgamation of chakra in the center of the lake. It will be an hour before the beast revives in its original form. He turns towards Ao, who is standing beside him. Ao, take charge of the barrier team and erect a barrier around the lake. We can't allow any disturbance while sealing the beast. Yes. Genji-sama. Ao bows his head. He turns towards the barrier core and signals them. A group of 10 shinobis follows him and stands in a formation around the lake. The barrier core members have gigantic sealing scrolls tied on their back. After reaching their respective positions, the barrier core members puts down the scroll and opens it. There is a large sealing formula engraved on the scroll. The barrier core members make some hand signs and slams their palms on the seal while infusing their chakra in the seal. Release. All of them shouts in unison. Many broad beams of purple light rises from the scrolls and joins together to form a gigantic purple barrier around the lake. Ao looks at the giant barrier and nods his head. He looks at Elder Genji with reverence. Elder Genji personally created this barrier. It is strong enough to block at least 2 small-tailed beast bombs from the 6 tails. It was thanks to this barrier, we were able to capture the 6 tails previously. Elder Genji inspects the barrier and nods his head in satisfaction. He turns towards the sealing team and orders them. Prepare the seals, we will capture the beast and seal it inside this vessel until we find a suitable Jinchuruki. Elder Genji produces a giant vase with a red cloth covering its top. There is a giant black kanji letter for demon carved on it. The sealing group surrounds the giant amalgamation of chakra and makes some hand signs. They slam their palms on the top of the lake. Whoosh! Many black sealing formulas forms over the surface of water and creates multiple chains of fuinjutsu. The chains surround the chakra amalgamation and forms multiple chains around it. Elder Genji places the sealing vase on the surface of water and patiently waits for the 6 tails to revive. Izuna and the rest of the group approaches near the lake. They notice the giant purple barrier around the lake. The group frowns and raises their guard. It's the sealing barrier created by Elder Genji. He must be inside the barrier. Mei assures them. The group approaches the barrier. Ao notices them. He makes some hand signs and creates a small opening in the barrier. The group enters inside the barrier and Ao reseals it. Izuna curiously inspects the barrier. It is quite a powerful barrier. It is capable of dispersing the force of a blast all over the barrier. I would have to use 30% of my power at one point to break it in a single strike. I am honestly amazed by the fuinjutsu capabilities of Kirigakure. The group notices the Elder Genji standing in the middle of the lake. Izuna notices the red amalgamation of chakra in the center of the lake. He secretly activates his Sharingan and inspects the chakra amalgamation. Interesting. His curiosity is piqued as he inspects the process of revival of a tailed beast. Normally, when a person dies, all of his chakra returns to nature and slowly loses its will over the course of time, before converting into nature energy. But this lump of chakra has its own will, and it is preserved by a very powerful technique. He activates his Mangekyo Sharingan to notice the details. Incredible. He almost screams in amazement. His eyes widen as he notices something amazing. Inside the Sin Grimoire. In Kurama raises its head and notices the lump of chakra in the center of the lac. So. Saiken died and is about to revive. His eyes turn red in anger as he stares at the group of Kiri shinobi around the chakra amalgamation. These human bastards. They will capture and seal the moment he revives. I don't know why Father entrusted the safety of mankind in our hands when these bastards seals us out of their selfish desires. Bam. Bam. Kurama attacks the chains binding him. Rattle. Rattle. Whoosh. More chains appear out of nowhere, and ties him down. Let me out of here. I will rip them apart into pieces. Kurama growls in anger. Minato and Kushina notices the disturbance. They try to calm him down. Calm down, Kurama. I am sure 6 Tails will also be able to find the piece it has been seeking for. Kurama calms down and stares at the chakra amalgamation. Mei walks over to Elder Genji and speaks to him. Elder Genji, how long before the 6 Tails revives? It will revive in approximately next 30 minutes. Prepare your squad for the fight. 6 Tails will go on a rampage once it revives. Your group has to hold it at bay as the sealing squad seals it. Yes. Elder Genji. Mei returns to her squad as she instructs them. Chapter 147, 143. Capturing 6 Tails Part 2. Amazing, this is a yin-yang release technique. Izuna observes the process of 6 Tails revival with full concentration. This is the creation of all things. By utilizing this technique, the user creates a spiritual form out of nothingness by administrating the imagination, and then through the use of yang chakra breathes vitality in the physical form. Izuna curiously records the process. This technique has given a spiritual consciousness to a mass of chakra, thus creating tailed beasts, so it holds the consciousness of the creature by utilizing the yin chakra and then reconstructs the breath and body through yang chakra. Izuna tries to analyze the process. Incredible, simply incredible. If I can decipher this process even by a little amount, then I would be able to perfectly sync the spirit and body of Kushina and Minato. He continues to stare at the red mass of chakra. Your first time seeing a tailed beast? A voice interrupts him. Izuna subconsciously nods his head. Who? Zangetsu chuckles as he stares at Izuna. It is also the first time for me to see a tailed beast revival this up close. I have seen 3 tails, but only from a distance. Ahem. Mei clears her throat as she interrupts them. The 6 tails is about to revive soon. We have to prevent it from rampaging and escaping from the barrier. Yes. Lady Mei. Harusame and Utakata nods their head. She turns to Izuna and asks him. Yuto Yuki, can you freeze the water and encase the 6 tails in ice to prevent it from escaping? Yes. I will try it. Izuna nods his head in approval. Very well, she then continues to instruct the rest of the team. Whoosh. The entire amalgamation of chakra swirls into a place as it starts to shape together. Get ready. 6 tails is about to revive. Elder Genji warns the Sealing Corp. Their expression turned tense and all of them get in position. Izuna jumps back and looks at the massive chakra. Swirl. The red chakra swirls continuously as the concentration of chakra continues to rise and forms a dense sphere of chakra. Swoosh, swoosh. Elder Genji throws many talismans around the red sphere of chakra. Awa. A roar escapes from the red sphere of chakra. The shockwaves from the roar push back the water in the sealing core. Hold your position. 6 tails has almost revived itself. Elder Genji yells at the sealing squad. Shum. A giant red pillar of chakra rises from the sphere and collies with the top of the barrier. Rumble, rumble. The barrier trembles from the forces of the chakra, but is able to hold itself together. Shum. The red sphere of chakra cracks open and releases a powerful shock wave of the red chakra. Ice release, crystal wall. Izuna makes some hand signs and erects an ice wall to block the shock wave. Crack, crack. Some cracks appear on the walls, but it holds on. 8 trigrams demon suppression seal. Elder Genji creates a ram seal with his right hand and directs the other hand towards the floating talismans to control them. Swoosh, swoosh. Multiple black chains of Fuinjutsu seals crawl out of the talismans and wraps around the 6 tails. Rattle. Rattle. The chains rattle as 6 tails struggles to get free. Izuna dispels the ice wall to take a clear look at the 6 tails. 6 tails is an enormous white bipedal slug. It has a bluish tint across its white skin. The slug has 2 small stubby arms, feet, and 6 long tails flailing behind it. It has 2 prominent optical tentacles and hole-like openings in place of a mouth. The entire body of 6 tails is covered in a thick, slimy substance. The 6 tails opens its mouth holes and exhales a large amount of dense white corrosive gas from its mouth. It instantly covers a large area. Mei jumps in front of the gas and makes some hand signs. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Mei expels an acidic breath from her mouth which counters the alkaline breath of 6 tails. Izuna makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the surface of the lake. Ice release, frozen capturing field. The water freezes under the 6 tails, immobilizing it in one place. 6 tails opens its mouth holes and expels a white viscous sticky liquid to gain mobility. The corrosive liquid melts the ice and 6 tails move over the liquid. It opens its mouth again and releases many large bubbles from its mouth. The bubbles travel rapidly near the sealing squad and burst on them, releasing the corrosive fluid on top of them. Ah! The sealing corps member shrieks in pain. No, you don't, you beast. Harusame yells at 6 tails and takes out a blowpipe from his holster. He inhales deeply and exhales in the blowpipe. The blowpipe releases many large bubbles from its other end. The bubbles rapidly surround the 6 tails and burst near it. The bubbles release an acidic fluid on the 6 tails body. White fumes rise from the 6 tails body as it whines in pain. Have a taste of your own medicine, you beast. I developed this technique after watching you. I call it soap bubble ninjutsu. Harusame blows the pipe again and releases more water bubbles. Water release, ink bubble explosion. The bubbles turn black and explode on top of 6 tails, drowning it in black ink. The acidic ink starts to melt its skin. Awa. 6 tails yells in agony and releases another burst of chakra from its body. Blue and red chakra seep out of its body, removing the black ink from its skin. The blue and red chakra bubbles gather in front of its mouth and condense into a small sphere. Take cover. It is going to fire a tailed beast bomb soon. Elder Genji warns the Sealing Corps. He turns towards Mei's squad. It's time for you to take action. Guess, it's my cue. Zangetsu walks in front of the group. He makes many hand signs and claps his hand together. Water release, giant water prison dome. Zangetsu creates a large water dome around the group. Harusame and Utakata nod to each other and both of them blow into the blowpipe. Water release, soap bubble technique, bubble dome. They create a double layer of soap bubble at the edges of the water dome. Now. I can't stay behind, can I? Izuna gets serious and makes some hand signs and claps his hands together. Ice release, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. He erects an icy, transparent igloo-like dome around the water prison. Elder Genji throws a talisman towards the water dome and creates a defensive seal on top of it. It should be enough to hold it, right? Zangetsu looks at Elder Genji. Awa. Six Tails roars again and fires the tailed beast bomb at the group. Whoosh. The tailed beast bomb quickly travels towards the group. Bam. It collides with the water dome and cracks it instantly. Zangetsu's expression turns ugly as he looks at his shattered dome. Pop. Pop. The soap bubble dome also cracks instantly. Boom. The tailed beast bomb collides with the ice dome. Crack, crack. Cracks appear on the ice dome as it struggles to hold against the tailed beast bomb. Boom. It holds on for a few seconds before shattering into various shards. The tailed beast bomb shatters the defensive seal of Elder Genji. Boom. It explodes into a violent explosion and covers the entire area. The purple barrier trembles from the explosion and hold against the tailed beast bomb. Dust and debris settle slowly. A major part of the lake has turned into mist as it gets evaporated by the tailed beast bomb. A few members of the Sealing Corps lost their life in the explosion. Elder Genji emotionlessly looks at the members of Sealing Corps as he orders. Prepare to seal the beast. It won't be able to use the tailed beast bomb for a short while now. Yes, Genji-sama. The members of the Sealing Corps make some hand signs and slam their palms on multiple sealing nodes laid around the six tails. Swoosh. Swoosh. Multiple black Fuinjutsu sealing chains rises from the nodes and wraps around the six tails. Elder Genji places his right hand on the sealing vase and speaks some incoherent words as he makes some strange hand signs with another hand. Whoosh. The top of the container glows with purple light as multiple chains of chakra crawls out of it. Whoosh, whoosh. The chains wrap around the six tails and drag it towards the vase. Awa. Six Tails yells in agony as it resists to get free from the chains. Whoosh. The chains pull it inside the vase and the purple light fades. Elder Genji places a sealing talisman on top of the case and seals it. We have successfully captured the Six Tails. It's time to return to the village. He walks towards the barrier core. The rest of the Sealing Corps members tends to their injured members. One of them takes a storage scroll and places it on the ground. He puts down the corpses of the dead members and makes some hand signs. Enclose. Elder Genji signals the barrier core members. The barrier team lifts its hand from the giant scroll. Swish, whoosh. The barrier slowly fades away and dispels. They pick up the giant scroll and ties it on their back. Elder Genji turns towards Mei. Now comes the real danger. You have to successfully escort the Six Tails to the village. We have to look out for any traps and ambush laid out by the noble clan. Yes. Elder Genji. Mei nods her head. The squad lines up in a formation around the group as they depart for Kiri. Chapter 148, 144. The Civil War of Kiri Part 1. Izuna follows the back of the group. He stares at the sealing artifact in the hands of the Elder Genji and mutters to himself. That's an interesting artifact. It seems pretty old, maybe it is one of those artifacts from the era before Rikudo-sanin excavated from some old ruins. Izuna scrutinizes the artifact and recognizes the seal on the talisman. Those seals on the talisman are similar to the one I found in the book in possession of the toads of Mount Maiboku. Perhaps there might be some connection between them. I must pay a secret visit to Elder Genji. There is much to them, then it meets the eyes. The group continues through the forest as they approach Kiri. This is the perfect place for an ambush. Izuna ponders as he looks around with his Sharingan. There they are. I was waiting for them. He notices a group of 50 people dressed in Anbu clothes about a mile away from them. Oh. They have laid quite the number of traps here. Izuna and the group continue to move towards the trap. The eyes on Elder Genji's walking stick shines with a red hue. Elder Genji frowns and warns others. There is an enemy ambush ahead. Prepare to engage them in a fight. Mei and the rest of the group nod their head. Ao walks near Elder Genji and acts as a shield to deter the enemies. Interesting, that stick of his is quite unusual. Izuna's interest is piqued by the walking stick of Elder Genji. The rest of the group takes out their kunais and weapons as they get ready for the fight. Swish, swish. Multiple kunais are launched at them. Clank, clank. The group quickly deflects all of them and engages in combat with the Anbu members. The leader of the Anbu signals to his teammates. Around 30 members of the enemy group make some hand signs and slam their palms on the ground. Cooperation ninjutsu, demonic illusion, steaming multi-layered sealing technique. They use a wide area genjutsu to sever the senses of the group. A thick layer of mist surrounds the entire area and encloses a large area around it. Whoosh. The mist slowly vanishes and casts a genjutsu on the group. Izuna looks at the group of enemy Anbus with a deadpan expression. Seriously, a genjutsu? You all disappoint me. Stab, stab. The remaining members of the group stab the members of the barrier core and the sealing core. The leader of the Anbu group makes some hand signs and vanishes from the vision. Water release, hiding in the mist technique. The eyes of the staff of Elder Genji glows and dispels the genjutsu on him. Byakugan. Ao activates his Byakugan and dispels the genjutsu. He quickly looks around for an enemy attack as he protects Elder Genji. Release. Izuna infuses some chakra and disrupts the flow of chakra of Mei to dispel the genjutsu. Thank you. Mei thanks him. She turns towards the group of enemy Anbu members and makes some hand signs. Lava release, exploding rings. She fires multiple rings of lava from her mouth towards the enemy. The lava rings explode and create a pool of lava beneath them. Clang, clang. Zangetsu, Harusame, and Utakata also dispel the genjutsu and fight against the enemy. Water release, raging water dragon jutsu. Zangetsu makes some hand signs and spews out a water dragon from his mouth. Roar. The water dragon roars and sweeps out several enemies. Stab. One of the hidden enemies appears behind him and stabs through his back. Splish. Zenjutsu's body turns into a puddle of water and splashes on the ground. Large hands made of water appear from the ground and strangles the enemy. Water release, hiding in the water technique. Izuna gives thumbs up to Zangetsu, who flashes a smile and fights with another enemy. Izuna turns towards the group of enemies and smiles. Let's dance. He makes some hand signs and slams his palms on the ground. Ice release, certain kill spear. Many pointed ice spears emerge from the ground and pierce the body of many enemies. Their blood dyes the ice spears in red. The group continues to whittle down the number of enemies. The leader of the enemy who is hiding in the mist warily stares at them as his subordinates die one after another. I have to just retrieve the six tails and according to the intel, it is inside that sealing vase. He sneakily walks up to Elder Genji and takes out a kunai from his holster and aims for Elder Genji's throat. Elder Genji frowns as he senses an icy stare at his back. The eyes of the staff turn red. He immediately rotates the staff and stabs it backward. Puchi. The staff pierces through the throat of the hidden leader of the group. The eyes of the leader widen as his body slowly turns into a puddle of blood. Elder Genji wipes his staff and focuses on the remaining enemies in front of him. Ao, quickly take care of the rest of them. We have to seal the six tails inside a Jinchuruki. This vessel can only hold it temporarily. Yes. Genji-sama. Ao quickly locates the hidden enemies with his Byakugan and attacks them one after another. Mei and the group also finish off enemies on their end. Elder Genji stares at the group as he scrutinizes them. There are not that many trustworthy people present in the Terumi clan. I can't blindly entrust the power of a Jinchuruki to anyone. He looks towards Zangetsu and shakes his head. The body of the Hozuki clan members isn't suitable for hosting tailed beast inside them. He then turns towards Izuna. This Yuki clan member joined our faction just a month ago, and he has proved to be a valuable asset for us. I am not fostering some skill-less shinobis on my side, there are countless of them present in the village. What I am looking for is an individual with an indomitable will, a person who can control his inner demons. He scrutinizes Izuna for a while. He fits the criteria, but he isn't trustworthy enough. We can't control him as freely as we thought. We have to turn towards someone else. He turns towards Utakata and ponders for a while. This kid, he isn't that smart, powerful, or skilled. But his loyalty to the village is undeniable. I will consult with Fuji and allow him to decide. Elder Genji completely ignores the dead bodies of his allies and foes around him. He continues to move towards the village. Weakness is a sin. Those who are born weak can only act as fodder for the stronger people. I have learned this harsh reality through 3 shinobi wars. To make Kiri rise to greatness, some sacrifices are necessary. He moves on as the group follows him. Some members of the group stay behind to collect the bodies of their friends and allies. Inside Terumi Mansion. Fuji nervously walks back and forth as he stares toward Mist Lake. I hope Mei is doing well. I can't allow anything to happen to her. Also, I want to successfully capture Six Tails and create a new Jinchuruki. Sigh. Fuji rubs his forehead and tries to ease some tension. With a Jinchuruki on our side, the power balance between the noble clans and the middle faction will be balanced. They won't be able to suppress us as easily as they did before. Swoosh, swoosh. One Anbu members flicker in front of him and reports. Fuji-sama. Elder Genji has arrived with his group. They are near the south gate of the village. Good, we have to prepare some precautionary measures. Fuji immediately commands his personal Anbu squad. Uncle Wacken and the rest of the Anbu squad follow him as they flicker towards the south gate. Inside a large mansion. Bam. One of the members of the noble clan slams his hands on the table as he lashes out. Damn. They were successful in their attempt. They now have Six Tail on their side. With this, the scales are balanced, we can't pressure them anymore. The elder barks in anger. The expression of the rest of the noble clan elders turns ugly as they hear this news. What should we do next? At this rate, their power will grow day by day, and one day, they will grow equal to us. Another member of the council clutches his fist in anger. They frantically discuss possible countermeasures among themselves. Akifumi silently stares at the group as he thinks to himself. What should I do? How should I handle this situation? Lord Madara, help me. Akifumi infuses some chakra in a ring on his index finger. Some incoherent whispers resound in his ears. A smile appears on Akifumi's face as his eyes lit up. He turns towards the elder council. Ahem. Akifumi clears his throat to garner their attention. I have a plan. If we follow it, then Kiri will forever be under our control. Chapter 149, 145. The Civil War of Kiri Part 2. Inside the meeting room. Fuji stares at the group of people as Ao recounts the entire incident to him. Sigh. Fuji sighs and rubs his forehead. The losses were great, but it was worth it. He signals to one of his subordinates as he orders him. Make necessary arrangements and compensation for their family. Fuji turns towards Elder Genji as he continues. Now, Six Tails is under our control. Fuji stares at the ceiling artifact for a while before nodding to Elder Genji. Ahem. I need to have some private discussion with clan leader Fuji. The remaining people leaves the room as only Elder Genji and Fuji stays in the room. Izuna bade farewell to the rest of his team and walks out of the Terumi clan. Oi Yuto. Yuto. Zangetsu yells his name and shakes his hand. Izuna turns around and looks at Zangetsu with a questioning gaze. Hey. Yuto, if you are free tonight, then what about a drink? It is on me. He hurriedly convinces Izuna to join him. Very well. We will meet tonight at the Thirsty Man bar. Izuna nods his head and flickers towards his residence. Sigh. Zangetsu sighs and removes his hat. He restyles his hairs to allow them to hang freely. His expression turns serious as he looks towards the center of the village. Mangetsu, we will have our rematch soon, and this time I won't be the loser. Zangetsu removes the blade strapped on his back and caresses it gently. Inside the Terumi mansion. In a private room. Elder Genji looks towards Fuji for a while before he tells about his decision. Clan leader Fuji. I initially decided to make you Kata, the Jinchuruki of the Six Tails, and after observing him for a month, I hold on to it. Fuji frowns and questions him. But wouldn't Yuto Yuki be a better option? He is a capable shinobi with ice release. He has shown his worth during this past month. He would be a perfect Jinchuruki for the Six Tails. Elder Genji shakes his head and continues. Somehow, I don't have confidence in him. Even Ao thinks the same. I have survived this far because of my instincts and experience. Elder Genji taps his staff on the ground. Very well. I trust you, Elder Genji. Then we will go with you to Kata. Fuji decides. Inside Noble Clan Mansion. The rest of the elder raises their head as they curiously look towards Akifumi. What plan? Care to enlighten us? Akifumi. One of the old elders questions him. Ahem. Akifumi clears his throat as he explains. Kirigakure came into existence when first Mizukage by Akirin-sama, my grandfather, founded the village. He fought a bloody battle against various other clans during the warring state to lead us to where we are. The rest of the elders nods their head in agreement. He achieved this with the help of other clans who allied with us and fought that bloody war. Akifumi continues. We are well aware of this matter. These same ally clans are now opposing our rule and threatening to take our position. The old elder clenches his fists in anger. Akifumi smirks as he looks at them and continues. It was indeed hard for grandfather to convince so many clans. But during the warring state, a band of 7 swordsmen acted as his bodyguards. These 7 swordsmen wielded 7 powerful swords and single-handedly overpowered most of the clans and forced them to agree to our terms. Haha. Akifumi laughs as he mentions this. There is a reverent expression on his face as he speaks of this matter. Every person in Kiri, and even other villages are aware of this fact. Those 7 people are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who slaughtered their way through every war and made other villages wary of us. But, after the Third Shinobi War, most of them died at the hands of a powerful Konoha ninja who single-handedly killed 4 out of the 7 swordsmen. Juzo and Raiga deserted the village and Fuguki later died on a mission. Another elder states the facts and sighs. If only the 7 mist swordsmen were alive, then we would have a better chance against the middle faction, since they captured the 6 tails. Haha, ahaha. Akifumi laughs as he stares at them. Who said, there are no mist swordsmen alive anymore? He signals to one of the shinobi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 people appear behind him. Akifumi introduces them to the elders. These are the current members of the 7 mist swordsmen fostered by me. Don't look down on their number. Akifumi points towards one of them and introduces. He is Mangetsu Hozuki, the current leader of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. At the mere age of 18, he had already mastered all the 7 swords and can wield them in battle. Don't look down on him because of his young age. Akifumi points towards the second member and introduces him. He is Kisame Hashigaki, one of the members of the Fuguki squad. He was the one who unmasked the traitorous deeds of Fuguki and later killed the traitorous swine. He is the current wielder of Same Hada. Akifumi points towards the third and the last member. He is Renjuro, the current wielder of Hiram Karii. He is a capable swordsman with multiple S-rank missions under his belt. Akifumi waves his hands and the 3 swordsmen disappear from their vision. Sadly, the 4th member, Zabuza Momochi, betrayed us and left the village. I will kill that traitor with my own hands, if he appeared before me. Akifumi clenches his fists in anger. Ahem, anyway, with 7 mist swordsmen on our side, we can make a preemptive strike and attack the middle-class faction. If we assassinate their leader, then the rest of the faction will fall apart. Akifumi smirks as he looks at the rest of the elders. The elders ponder for a while before they nod their heads. That's a good plan. But, are you sure, your mist swordsman will be able to pull it? One of the elders raises his suspicion. Akifumi scowls as he chides the elder. You can test their strength with your most elite Anbu unit, if you doubt their abilities. No. No, the elder shakes his hands in denial. It's decided then, let the war begin. Haha. Akifumi laughs maniacally. Later inside Thirstyman Bar. Gulp, gulp. Zangetsu chugs down one jar of alcohol after another. Ha, bam. He slams the empty jar on the table and yells. Refill, give me a refill. The server hurriedly refills his jar. Gulp, gulp. Zangetsu chugs down the jar and looks towards Asuna, who is sipping lemonade right beside him. Heek. I thought you would drink with me. Zangetsu complains. I like soda more. Izuna calmly replies to him and continues to drink his lemonade. Ah. Man, that hurt my feelings. I thought you will be a fellow brother in arms, who will drink together and drown all their sorrows. Heek. Izuna silently stares at Zangetsu. Are we that close? Zangetsu thinks for a while before he shakes his head. I guess not. Heek, but come on, just listen to me. I want to get this off my chest. Well, if you want to tell me your story, then I am interested. Izuna puts down his glass and turns towards Zangetsu. Bam. Zangetsu smacks the empty jar on the table. He takes out the blade from his back and caresses it. You must be aware of the 7 mist swordsmen. Izuna nods his head and replies. Yes, who doesn't know about them? But sadly, almost all of them died a few years ago. I heard it was a Konoha shinobi who killed them. Zangetsu shakes his head and continues. I am not talking about them, but the previous generation, the first generation of 7 mist swordsmen. Izuna shakes his head. I don't know about them. For me, they are part of a legend. Sadly, I wasn't able to stop my Dui's untimely death. I was on my journey to Land of Whirlpool and lost my sense of time. Heek. Zangetsu hiccups and continues. Around 50 years ago, during the Warring States, the first Mizukage excavated an ancient ruin together with Elder Genji. Oh. Now I am interested. Izuna raises his eyebrows as he is curious to know the origin of those 7 blades. There is no way the current blacksmiths can forge such blades. Like, come on. Same Hata is a living creature. It was inside those ruins the first Mizukage-sama found those 7 blades and many other wonderful artifacts. Even Elder Genji's staff is from that ruin. Zangetsu raises his head and looks towards Izuna. Izuna nods his head. It was during this time, the first Mizukage founded the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He trained young shinobis while wielding those swords. My father was one of those young shinobi. Yes, he was a member of first generation. Zangetsu proudly puffs his chest as he continues. My father has 2 younger brothers. The middle brother was skilled in genjutsu and ninjutsu, he later became the second Mizukage, and the youngest brother. Zangetsu's expression turns ugly. He was also skilled in swords. He also became a member of the Mist Swordsmen. Sigh. Zangetsu sighs and chugs down the refilled jar in a single gulp. Father and younger uncle had a dispute over the position of the leader of the 7 swordsmen. Both of them fought a heated battle and in the end, father won the battle. Ha! Bam! Zangetsu slams the empty jar on the table. He spared the life of his younger brother, but uncle felt it as a humiliation to his skills, so he backstabbed father. Father, in his last moments, stabbed through the heart of uncle, and both of them died in the battle. Ha! It sounds ironic, isn't it? Zangetsu chuckles and looks at Izuna. Izuna silently listens to him. Now, uncle's elder son. Mangetsu, he has joined the noble faction, to train in swordsmanship, his target is me, he wants to kill me, and honor his father. Skink. Zangetsu unsheathes the blade on his back and brandishes it. And I am ready for his challenge. Chapter 150, #side story Itachi Shinden, culling the snake. Inside the Hokage office. Hiruzen reads a report as a frown appears on his face. He raises his head and stares at Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, you are the only skilled member of Anbu currently available in the village. Kakashi and Shursue are out on another mission. So, you have to carry out this mission with other Anbu team. Itachi nods his head. Yes. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen unfolds a scroll and explains the mission. Jiraiya has been monitoring the tracks of Orochimaru after the latter left the village. According to his latest intel, Orochimaru seems to have joined hands with Akatsuki. Akatsuki is a criminal organization with multiple S-rank rogue ninjas of different villages. Itachi nods his head in agreement. Izuna Nii-san has already informed me about the key members and their abilities. Hiruzen continues the explanation. Jiraiya found the location of one of the recent hideouts of Orochimaru. I want you to investigate the lab and search for some clues on Orochimaru's research. Hiruzen hands over the scroll to Itachi. Itachi opens the scroll and notices the location of Orochimaru's lab. It is in Land of Sound. He pockets the scroll and flickers out of the Hokage's office. Hiruzen takes out his pipe from the drawer. He takes a deep puff of smoke and stares at the departing back of Itachi. Sigh, it has been a year since Asuma left the village. Nothing has been going in Konoha's favor recently. The daimyo has reduced the funding and missions to the village, and he has trust issues with the higher-ups of the village. Sigh. Hiruzen takes another puff from his pipe and takes out the crystal ball from his drawer. At Land of Sound borders. Itachi and the rest of his Anbu team gather around a waterfall. Itachi opens the map and reads it. This is the marked place on the map, the hideout is behind that waterfall. He signals to an Anbu member. The Anbu member takes out a Fuinjutsu scroll from his pocket and makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the scroll. A Fuinjutsu seal crawls out from the scroll and covers the entire waterfall. Whoosh! The seal removes the water curtain to reveal a cave opening. Itachi activates his Sharingan and inspects the opening. There is a trap here. He signals to another Anbu member. The Anbu member takes half an hour to disarm the trap. The group enters inside the cave. They are greeted by 3 different passages leading to 3 different places. One of the Anbu members walks in front of the group. He places his hands on the ground and infuses some chakra in it. Some ants crawl towards the Anbu member. He picks up an ant on his finger and brings it near his ear. That way, the hideout is inside that passage. He points towards the leftmost passage. The team follows his lead and enters inside the passage. The Anbu members warily inspect every nook and cranny of the tunnel. Orochimaru is a sly snake, we have to be careful at every corner. The group finally enters inside the abandoned laboratory. There are various glass containers with nutritional fluid filled inside them. A few glass containers have human test subjects inside them. Itachi inspects them. They seem to be civilians of Land of Sound. He signaled to the rest of the team. Itachi walks deeper into the lab. More and more glass containers inside his vision. Some of them are cracked, and the remaining contains various chimera inside them. There is a giant glass container in the center of the lab. Itachi walks towards it and inspects the creature inside it. White snake. Itachi frowns. He approaches the glass and notices a logbook near the table. He opens the logbook and reads the log. Day 765. Experiment No. 324. Test subject, 126. The test subject is a civilian with no special trait or Kekkei Genkai. Test 1, first dose of the drug had no major effect on the target. Test 2, increasing the concentration of the drug. The test subject's body has a mild tolerance to the concentration. Some snake scales start to grow on various parts of the body, most notably eyes. Test 3, injecting full concentration drug. Major changes start to appear on the subject. Itachi closes the book and pockets it. He lifts his head to stare at the gigantic snake. So, that's how it is. Swoosh, swoosh. Multiple white snakes crawl out from various corners and tightly binds Itachi. Finally, your body is mine. The gigantic snake breaks the glass container and lunges at Itachi. Itachi emotionlessly stares at the snake and Kami mutters. So, you finally decided to show yourself. Orochimaru. Hiss. The giant snake hisses at Itachi and opens its mouth wide open. Swoosh, swoosh. He swiftly approaches Itachi and tries to bite him. Ugh. The snake freezes in the air. Various iron stakes stab in its body. The snake's bind on Itachi loosens, and he calmly stares at the giant snake. Shishing. Itachi's eyes change into Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes widen as he questions. Since when? The moment our eyes meet. Itachi calmly replies to him. The surrounding atmosphere changes, and the sky turns red. Everything turns into a dichromate of red and black. Stab, stab. Itachi stabs multiple stakes through the snake's body. Orochimaru whines in pain. Itachi continues to stab him. Orochimaru, you will slowly pay for every dirty deed you did. You collaborated with Danzo and experimented on my clan members. You will pay for everything by 100-fold. Stab, stab. Itachi continues to stab Orochimaru's snake body. What kind of technique is this? What a powerful genjutsu. If I possess his body, then this ability will be mine. Orochimaru licks his tongue as he completely ignores the pain. The torture continues for 72 hours as only a sec passes in the actual world. Ugh. The stakes around Orochimaru vanish as he weakly drops to the ground. Huff, huff. The giant snake pants as it viciously stares at Itachi. Chirp, Kai. Chidori, lightning cutter. Itachi creates Chidori in his right hand as he closes on Orochimaru to finish him off. Slash. He slices Orochimaru's lower snake body in half. Kai. The lightning blade dissipates and Itachi slowly walks towards Orochimaru. Pay for your filthy crimes in the afterlife. Orochimaru. Itachi infuses lightning in his blade and stabs towards Orochimaru's snake brain. Ha. Orochimaru opens his mouth wide, and another snake crawls out of it. The snake agilely moves around and approaches Itachi. Amaterasu. Some blood leaks from Itachi's right eye. Black fire appears in his focal point and shrouds the snake. Aha. Orochimaru wreathes in pain as black flames continue to burn his body. Farewell. Orochimaru. The giant snake turns into ashes. Itachi picks up some more scrolls from the research room and walks out of the hideout. He regroups with the rest of the Anbu group. All of you move without me. I have some things to take care of. He orders the group. Yes. Captain. The group moves towards Konoha. This information shouldn't fall in hands of our enemy. Orange chakra flames appear around Itachi's body and form a chakra ribcage and a gigantic chakra arm. Yasaka Magatama. Itachi forms a giant orange Magatama and throws it towards the hideout. Boom. The Yasaka Magatama explodes and covers the entire hideout. Time to return to Konoha. Itachi turns around and walks towards Konoha. Boom. Boom. One after another explosion happens behind him as the explosion covers the entire hideout. The explosion demolishes the hideout and buries it underground. Inside another hideout. Bang. A small snake figure explodes into dust. A round spectacled boy raises his head and looks at the remains of the figure. Seems like Orochimaru-sama's plan failed. He walks up to a glass container with a test subject inside it. There is a curse seal on the test subject's body. Slash. Slash. He rips out some flesh from a snake in another glass container and places it on top of the seal. He summons a giant scroll. The scroll has a snake figure drawn on it and a kanji symbol for sage is carved on it. He makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the scroll. Cyan color nature energy leaks from the scroll and infuses with the flesh and the seal. The body of the test subjects dries up as the flesh absorbs all of his vitality. The flesh turns into a giant snake figure and continues to expand. A boy with orange hairs and various strange marks on his body silently stares at this scene from one of the prison cells. Cuckoo. An evil laugh resounds through the hideout. Chapter 151, 147. The Civil War of Kiri Part 3. In the ghastly pale and wan moonlight. The newly recruited members of 7 Miss Swordsmen stands at the outer edge of the Kiri village. The group stares at the premises of a clan building from a cliff as they discuss among themselves. Akifumi-sama passed his orders to slaughter the subsidiary clans of Terumi clan. Since we aim to weaken their power and influence, let's start with the Doka clan. This clan would prove quite troublesome, if not dealt early. Mangetsu stares at the buildings of the Doka clan as he orders the rest of the group. Slick. Kisame licks his lips as he stares at the clan. Same Hata is quite hungry these past few days. I haven't gotten an opportunity to feed it. Looks like the time for the feast has come, Slick. Renjiro frowns as he remarks. Kisame. I am sure, you are aware of the abilities of the Doka clan, if not, let me remind you. Doka clan does not possess frightening fighting capability as a shinobi clan, but their Kekkei Genkai, poison release, is a quite fearsome ability. Doka clan members can manipulate their chakra and surrounding water to create a deadly poison. Even their chakra contains poison. Once it comes in contact with water or mist, the poison will quickly spread in the surroundings. Their poison mist was feared among all other nations during previous shinobi wars. One slight mistake, and you will be poisoned to death. Renjiro warns Kisame. Don't be too reckless. Kisame. Kisame pats Same Hata as he draws it from his shoulder. Nah. Same Hata is way too gluttonous, it won't be affected by the poison. Poison will only numb its senses for a bit of time and will make it drunk. Same Hata may be immune to poison, but the same can't be said about you. Renjiro remarks. Who knows? Kisame has a mysterious smile on his face. Focus on the mission, we have to do a clean job, we 3 will take care of the main fighting members of the Doka clan. The rest of the Anbus will take care of the remaining members. Mangetsu silences them as he plans out their attack. You are the leader. Kisame raises his hands in agreement. Very well. Mangetsu signals to the rest of the Anbu members as he leaps from the cliff. Kisame and Renjiro follows him. The moonlight slowly fades away as dawn appears on the horizon. Huff, huff. Bad news. Fuji-sama, bad news. Waken breathes heavily as he rushes through the corridors of the Terumi mansion. Fuji is sipping his morning tea with Elder Genji as they discuss various political matters. Bad news. Fuji-sama. Waken hurriedly pushes away the door and enters the room. Fuji and Elder Genji frown as both of them stare at Waken. Calm down. Waken. Fuji calms him down. Now explain. Waken takes a deep breath as he reports. Doka clan. Doka clan is gone. Fuji-sama. What? Fuji exclaims as he stands from his seat. What's the matter? Tell me every single detail of this matter. He grabs Waken's shoulder and questions him. Waken narrates the entire series of events to Fuji. Bam. Fuji stomps his foot on the floor as various cracks appear from the ground. Steam rises from Fuji's legs. Those noble clan's bastards, they have done it now, we can't maintain our neutral stance any longer, those bunch of lunatics murdered an entire clan of shinobis because they feared their prowess. Damn it. I can't stand them any longer. Now, only a war will calm my flames of fury. They have crossed the boundary with this move. Elder Genji clutches his staff in anger. First Yuki clan, now Doka clan, they are destroying the very foundation of the village. Doka clan with their poison release, Kekkei Genkai was one of the major factors which lead to our victory in the Second Shinobi War. Bam. Elder Genji slams his stick on the floor. Immediately, summon all of our forces and the leaders of our ally clans, we have to counterattack against the tyranny of noble faction. Elder Genji orders his subordinates. Later in the afternoon. Izuna is sitting beside Mei as he listens to the conversation of various clan leaders happening in the emergency meeting. He looks around and is unable to locate Utakata. So, they sealed the 6 tails inside him. I guess, it will take some time for the seal to stabilize, the sealing formulas of Kirigakure aren't as efficient as the Uzumaki clan. Izuna muses over the conversation of various clan leaders. So, the noble faction made their move and directly massacred the Doka clan. Izuna folds his hands below his chin as he ponders. Doku clan members possess the poison release Keki Igenkai. I have met and done some missions with their members during these few previous months. Last night just happened to be the night where I returned to Konoha. But I never expected such a thing from noble faction. Mei listens to the conversation as anger seethes in her eyes. Unforgivable, this act is unforgivable. Those noble faction members are a bunch of animals, they even massacred the innocent children and even civilians residing near the Doku clan. Izuna tries to calm her down. Lady Mei, we won't let them get away scot-free from this incident. All of them will pay for their crimes. Mei calms down a little as anger is still blazing in her eyes. We will hunt down their Anbu members, one by one. I will make them repay this debt of blood. She turns to Izuna and the group and discusses a plan with them. Let's go and investigate the clan district of the Doku clan. The group departs for the Doku clan district. Inside the Kiri village. The information of the wipeout of the Doku clan spreads like a wildfire across the village. Various rumors and hoaxes spread among various civilians. Many civilian shinobi starts to have second thoughts about the village. We don't want to get embroiled in this power struggle of shinobi clans. It is better to leave this bloody village as soon as possible. One of the civilian shinobi talks with his friend. Yes. I have similar thoughts. I don't want to die an untimely death. We civilians have no backing, and the higher-ups will order us to do their bidding during this war. I became a shinobi to feed my family, not to get tossed around by the whims of those higher-ups. Who knows, when will they send me on a suicide mission? His friend nods to him. Similar conversation occurs throughout the village as many shinobi plans to desert the village. Mei and the group walk through the village as she listens to one such conversation. Mei frowns, and an ugly expression appears on her face. If only the fourth Mizukage could handle this matter more efficiently, then such a situation wouldn't have happened in the village. He is still yet to address the massacre of the Doku clan, when apparent involvement of noble clan is visible. Yagura is under Obito's control, and I have some doubts regarding this Akifumi of the noble faction. I must check on him. Zangetsu tightly clutches his sword. Looks like I will soon get the opportunity to fight him. That sword style, it was his, there is no mistake in it. Izuna raises his head and looks at Harusame. He hasn't talked a single word since the meeting. I am sure he is upset about Utakata becoming a Jinchuruki. I am not sure of his backstory, and I have no interest either. Time to put our plan in action. Mei signals them. The group walks towards the outskirts of Kiri and arrives in a dilapidated slum area. The area reeks of blood, piss, and poverty. Izuna frowns and turns towards Mei. Do you think it will work? Your idea to negotiate with the lower caste of Kiri. Most of them hate Kiri to their core, and if they are provided with an opportunity to slaughter, then they won't hesitate to do so. Shoo. Mei places a finger on his mouth as she lowers her voice and whispers to him. Exactly, these groups of people are enemies of Kirigakure, or to be exact, they are enemies of the higher caste. The noble faction has abused them since the era of the first Mizukage, and over time their hatred turned into a deep-seated grudge. Mei smiles at him as she remarks. You mean to say that, you will use the people of lower caste to fight against the noble faction? Izuna raises his eyebrow. Mei nods her head. Yes, these people have enough hate inside them to annihilate the noble faction. If I negotiate with them, then they will be able to help us deal with the noble faction. Will this idea of your work? What if these people backstab you and follow the noble clan, won't our middle-class faction fall in trouble? Izuna questions her intention. No, they won't. Mei shakes her head. I have seen the harassment and abuse of noble faction on these people. Never in their sane mind will they betray us. All right, let's talk with them. Mei walks up to a nearby lower caste shinobi who has been scrutinizing them with a vicious gaze for a while. We have a deal for you. Take us to our leader. Mei cuts the chit-chat and jumps directly on point. Who are you? We have nothing to talk with higher class people, get out of here, you are not welcome here. The shinobi waves his head in annoyance. Come on. I don't have time for this. I will do it my way. Izuna activates his Sharingan. Genjutsu, Sharingan. He casts a Genjutsu on the shinobi. The shinobi walks deeper into the slums. Follow him. I think he is leading the way. Izuna follows him. Mei tilts her head in confusion but follows him nonetheless. How did he change his mind so suddenly? Chapter 152, 148. The Civil War of Kiri Part 4. Inside the Terumi mansion. Fuji listens to Terumi's plan as he frowns. Mei, are you sure you can trust the people of the lower caste? Most of them are banished criminals, war prisoners, and even some ninjas who have fallen out of the grace. I don't think it is a good idea to employ them. Fuji rebukes her. Father, trust me on this matter. Mei had a resolute expression on her face. Sigh. Fuji sighs as he sees her resolve. Very well. I will trust you. But what did you promise them in return? Also, I still don't trust them, they might backstab us at any moment. Fuji warns her. Father. I promised them freedom. After the power struggle of Kiri is over, there won't be any caste system in Kiri. I want the division to be based on merit rather than the birth of a person. Mei states her opinion. I know it is easier said than done, but I will give it a shot. She continues. I believe in you. Mei. Fuji nods his head and discusses plans with Elder Genji. Elder Genji, now since we have the support of the lower caste, it would be easier to take on the noble clans. Elder Genji and Fuji strategize about the upcoming war for a power struggle. How was it? Did he agree? Izuna is resting against a wall as he questions Mei. Yes, father agreed to my plan. Mei nods her head in affirmation. I don't know how you did it, you were able to convince the leader of lower caste with a few words. Mei looks at Izuna in increased ability. It's my little secret. Izuna chuckles and walks out of the mansion. Now, how could I tell her that I just used Kodo Amatsukami on that poor guy? I just gave him a simple suggestion, that's all. Hey, tell me about it. Mei follows him. Both of them walk out of the Terumi mansion and disappear into the streets of Kiri. Elder Genji and Fuji look at their back as Fuji thinks to himself. Elder Genji, what are your thoughts on Yudo Yuki? Do you find him trustworthy? Or is he a spy? Fuji questions Elder Genji. It's hard to say, a nameless shinobi of his caliber just appeared out of nowhere. It seems too good to be true, but then there are various other shinobis hidden everywhere. Elder Genji shakes his head. Up till now, he had helped us a lot, be it saving Mei's life multiple times, completing various suicide missions or some other life-threatening tasks. We have tested his capabilities and loyalty multiple times. If he was an assassin, he had multiple opportunities to get rid of Mei, but he didn't do so. And a spy will remain hidden, he won't appear in open. Fuji remembers the various missions he had assigned to Izuna in these past few months. But I am willing to put my trust in him. Besides, I have yet to search for a suitable candidate for Mei to marry. I don't know how long will I able to live with this condition, but I want to see my Mei live a happy and cheerful life. This is the last of things I could do for her as her father. Sigh. Fuji sighs and turns around. Let's go, meet with the leader of lower caste. We are allies now, so we would need to show some respect to him, to win their trust. Ao and Wacken follow after them. In a secret hideout. Obito stares at the map of Kiri laid on a table. The preparations are complete. It's time to execute the plan. He folds the map and swirls out of the hideout. Black Zetsu stares at his back and muses to himself. Mother, it won't be long before I free you out of your prison. You were right, Mother, these humans are such foolish creatures, they are delusional to their very core. Swoosh. He enters inside the ground and follows after Obito. I have recorded every incident of the shinobi world into my memory. I will silently watch and record this moment too. Inside a large mansion in noble estate. Akifumi stares at the group of the Mist Swordsmen. All of you did pretty well. I am elated by your magnificent performance. Now, we have to eliminate one more ally clan of the Terumi clan, and the victory will be ours. We will crush their rebellion and make an example out of them. Akifumi clenches his fist. The position of leader of Kiri belongs to us. Mizukage is just for namesake, he is nothing but a puppet of our elder council. Akifumi turns towards the Mist Swordsman group. I have another mission for you. He takes out a scroll from his pocket and passes it to Mangetsu. Mangetsu opens the scroll and notices the picture of a woman. She is Mei Terumi, the daughter of Fuji Terumi, and is the future successor of the Terumi clan. I sent multiple ninjas in various previous attempts to assassinate her, but alas, she survived, every one of them. Those bunches of incompetent shinobis of Anbu. They are useless. Akifumi gnashes his teeth. Anyway, I want you three to assassinate her. When you have an opportunity, killing her will deal a fatal blow to Fuji Terumi's spirit, and we will be able to easily wipe them clean. Ha! Akifumi orchestrates a scheme to assassinate Mei. It won't be long before the entire Kirigakure will fall under my control. Grandfather, you founded this village and I will rule it. Akifumi is lost in his delusions. The Mist Swordsman walks out of the noble estate. All of them depart their way. Kisame looks at their departing back and sighs. Day after day. I spent my entire life searching for meaning in my life. He slowly walks towards the outer edge of the village. What am I living for? Friend. Images of his previous team with whom he completed various missions pop into his mind. No. He shakes his head. The world is full of lies. They betrayed the village, so I had to kill them. Kisame stares at his hands. These hands were once soaked in the blood of my comrades. I don't have any friends anymore. I killed them with these very hands. Kisame clutches his hands into a fist. Then what am I living for? Family. Memories of the orphanage appear in his mind, where he spent his entire childhood. No. I never had a family to begin with. I was an orphan from birth. Crack. Kisame clutches his hands tightly as bones crackle within them. Then where do I belong to? Who needs me in this world? Will I die a nameless death, in one of the remote corners of this world? He closes his eyes as he imagines the scenario of his death. A comrade killer like me never had any place to begin with. This world is built on lies, and in this deceitful world, I am just a worthless fool with no meaning whatsoever. Kisame slowly walks deeper inside the slums. That might not be true. A deep voice interrupts his thoughts. Who? Kisame immediately draws same hata and points towards the newcomer. A masked figure walks out from the shadows and looks at him. You have your worth, you have your own role to play in this world. The masked figure slowly approaches him. Who are you? Reveal your face this instant or I will have to consider you as an enemy. Kisame warily points same hata at the masked figure. I am Madara Uchiha. The masked figure slowly removes the right part of his mask to reveal his Sharingan. Kisame frowns as he stares at the Sharingan. Impossible. Madara Uchiha was killed by the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju, don't try to impersonate as him and try to fool me. Kisame attacks Obito with his sword. Swish. The sword passes through Obito's body without dealing any damage to him. What? Kisame's eyes widens as he stares at Obito. How is this possible? He gapes at Obito's invulnerability. Now, do you trust my identity as Madara Uchiha? No one, beside. Hashirama Senju was worthy enough to fight against me, but sadly, in our fight, due to a moment of letting down my guard, I lost the battle, and was almost killed by him. But I survived, and now I want to form an ideal world. Kisame silently listens to Obito's explanation. A world where no one will be forced to betray their friends and forced to kill them. A world where there are no lies or deception. A world of truth. Obito stretches as a hand towards him. Will you join me for my noble cause, and help in the salvation of this deceitful world? Kisame stares at the masked figure for a while before he replies. Let me think about it. I need some time to digest this information. Very well, tomorrow we will meet at the same spot, and I will reveal more information to you. Till then, farewell. Swirl. Obito swirls out of the place. Kisame looks at the empty space in front of him. A world of truth, huh? Chapter 153, 149. An emergency. In a small house in the middle of Kiri, Izuna is resting against a tree in the backyard as he watches Kimimaro training. Izuna activates his Sharingan and inspects Kimimaro's body. In the original timeline, he passed away from an unknown disease. I wonder if he still has that disease. Izuna uses his microscopic vision to check Kimimaro's bones. He notices some tiny abnormal clumps of cells in Kimimaro's bone marrow. This seems like cancer cells. Izuna frowns as he notices the cancer cells in Kimimaro's bone marrow. Kimimaro's Kekkei Genkai allows him to manipulate his bones. He can produce multiple bones from his body. This process is carried by the rapid replication of cells in his body. Most of the bone marrow cells are found in the spine, and I have seen him replicating his spine, and using it as a spear. Seems like the rapid multiplication has led to the development of cancer cells in his bone marrow. I would have to treat him soon, before cancer reaches the next stage. Cough, cough. Kimimaro coughs a little as he is training. Seems like he has developed symptoms. Okay, it's enough for now, you can stop your training. Izuna stops him. He infuses some nature energy in Kimimaro's body to rejuvenate him. Kimimaro's bones absorb the chakra and turn in a shade of gray for a while before turning to normal. Izuna notices the peculiarity. He infuses more chakra in Kimimaro's bones. The bones absorb more chakra and redirect it towards his bone marrow. The cancerous cells in Kimimaro's bone marrows decline a little. This is interesting. I wonder if it was the reason. Kimimaro has such a high affinity for the cursed seal of earth of Orochimaru. Well, he does possess Otsutsuki bloodline, and thus a connection to the Sage of Six Paths. Maybe, it is the reason Orochimaru was able to prolong Kimimaro's life for such a long period by using the cursed mark. Izuna stops infusing nature energy in Kimimaro's body. The cancer cells in the bone marrow start to slowly replicate again. Looks like he needs a constant supply of nature energy to prevent the multiplication of cancer cells. Izuna starts to make some hand signs. I have researched Orochimaru's seal present on Anko, and I have a gist of it. Orochimaru stored a fragment of his soul and will inside the cursed seal to revive himself, if he dies somehow. Otherwise, he can also use it as a medium to take over the body of the inflicted person. In a sense, it is similar to karma seals of the Otsutsuki clan, but it is a watered-down version of karma seals. I wonder, where did Orochimaru get his hands on such a powerful sealing technique? Izuna continues to make multiple hand signs. A black sealing formula appears in his hands. He places his hand near Kimimara's spine. Orochimaru's seal was meant for his revival, but my seal will function as a nature energy battery. It will passively absorb a little amount of nature energy from the surroundings and infuse it in his spine to prevent the production of more cancer cells. Sizzle. Sizzle. Ugh. Kimimaro grimaces in pain. Hold on for a minute. I am treating you. The sin seal on Izuna's hand activates and infuses some energy with the seal on Kimimaro's hand. What's the sin seal trying to do? Orange-black marks appear on Kimimaro's spine. The sealing formula completes and forms 3 tomo arranged in a circle around a black dot in the center. Izuna frowns as he stares at the seal. It turned out to be different than I expected. He turns to Kimimaro and questions him. Kimimaro, how are you feeling now? Kimimaro wears his kimono and stretches his arms and muscles. Angel-san. For some reasons. I feel great and full of energy right now. All of my fatigue and exhaustion are gone. I can continue my training. Well, don't push yourself too hard. Izuna shakes his head and closes his eyes. Kimimaro continues his training. There seems to be no problem with the seal. I wonder what changes the sin seal made to it. Well, I figure that out in the future. Izuna stretches his hands and yawns lazily. Sadly, I have made no progress with the Kekkei sure. It is some hard to balance 4 elements together. I don't want to repeat the same mistake and blow myself again. Maybe I will take a break from the training. He takes out a picture from his pocket and lovingly stares at it. Ayaka is already 2 years old now. I am such a terrible brother for not spending enough time with her. After the civil war in Kiri ends, I will spend more time with her and teach her. I don't want to spoil her too much. Shinobi world is a cruel world. Weakness is a sin here. I will give her my share of love, but I won't hold back on her training. He continues to stare at the picture. Yuto. Yuto, are you there? Yuto. A sweet female voice interrupts his thoughts. Izuna immediately pockets the picture and walks to the front yard. I am here, Mei. Did something happen? He notices a grim expression on Mei's face. Yes. Something terrible happened, quick. I will explain it during our journey. For now, we need to move out. Yo. Zangetsu waves his hand at him. Let's go. Izuna nods his head and follows after them. Swoosh. Swoosh. The group quickly flickers out of the Kiri. While traversing through the forest, Izuna turns to Mei and asks her. Okay. What's the matter? Can you inform me now? Mei nods her head. It's like this, the civil war in the Kiri has drawn the attention of the daimyo. It has been 2 months since we collaborated with the lower caste. The murder and massacre have become a common thing on the streets. The economy of the village has plummeted to rock bottom. The already unstable land of water has further descended in chaos. Mei takes a deep breath before she continues her explanation. The daimyo of Land of Water grew frustrated by the situation, since the flow of money stopped in the land. He suffered a massive loss in his business, so he scheduled a meeting between various factions for peaceful negotiation. Izuna nods his head. Yes. I heard about it. What's the big deal? This is a big matter. Earlier this morning, Father and the elder Genji secretly departed towards the center of the Land of Water for the meeting. He only brought some of his trusted people with him. Well, that's normal after all. Too many people will leak the information of his whereabouts and the route he takes to reach Land of Water. Izuna nods his head. No, the thing is, the information of his departure was somehow leaked to his enemies. They are already on their way to assassinate him. Mei informs with a panicked expression. What? How? How did the information got leaked, and how did you came to know of this? Izuna questions her. Someone informed me, to be exact, one of the members of the 7 Mist Swordsmen. His name is Renjuro and he is the wielder of Hiramakarei. He didn't know about the name of the spy, but he informed of this matter before vanishing from my sight. I don't know if I can trust this information, but I want nothing to happen to my father. Mei answers him. This could be a trap, maybe they are trying to lure you out and assassinate you. Izuna speculates. It could be, that's the reason I came to you for help, and I came across Zangetsu along the way. Fine, let's go. We have to hurry up. Izuna increases his speed. Mei and Zangetsu follows his pace. Renjuro and Hiramakari. I wonder if there is some connection with Chijuro. Looks like, the civil war is about to end soon. Inside the forest. A group of 3 people hides on top of a tree, as they silently wait for their prey to arrive. We never got a chance to assassinate Mei Terumi during these past 2 months, but Fuji Terumi is fine too. It is a pleasant opportunity to get rid of him. Mangetsu stares at the deeper parts of the forest. Same Hata is thriving for more chakra. I hope they have strong people with them. Kisame caresses his blade. We are in the middle of an assassination, a powerful foe is the least we would like to ask for. Renjuro rebukes him. But Same Hata doesn't like the taste of chakra of a weakling. Kisame retorts. Renjuro snorts and stops talking. He has a slightly worried expression on his face. Chijuro. I am doing this for your sake. I have seen the ways of the noble clan, and I don't think they have a chance in this war. I hope you will be able to find a better life ahead of you. Cough. Cough. He coughs out some blood from his mouth. Renjuro quickly wipes away the blood. Chapter 154, 150. Battle with Mist Swordsmen. Mangetsu raises his head. He notices a giant lava ball moving towards them. Get on your guard, it is an enemy attack. Mangetsu cups his hands together and stretches them towards the lava ball. Water release, water hail. He fires a barrage of small water bullets from his hands. The bullets nullify the lava ball. Ice release, shard hailstorm. Multiple ice shards attack them from all directions. Kisame jumps in front of the attack and makes multiple hand signs. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. He spits out a great volume of water from his mouth. The water surges towards the ice shards and blocks the attack. The ice hail freezes the entire water, leaving behind a large trail of ice. Renjuro swings his blade Hiramakari, releasing multiple light blue senbons towards the ice. The senbons pierces through the ice, shattering in the process. The surprise attack was a failure. I never expected the enemy to be this skilled. Mei frowns as she warily inspects the group of Mist Swordsmen in front of her. Flashback no jutsu. Mei and the group dashes through the forest to intercept the enemies. It will take too long for us to catch up with the group. Izuna comments. Then do you have a faster way to reach there? Mei anxiously asks him. Well, if I use my normal speed, then it won't take me long to catch up with the group, but I am hiding my identity here. Oh. I almost forgot about it. Izuna makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. A large summoning seal appears on the ground. Poof. A giant brown eagle appears inside the smoke. Izuna jumps on its back and signals Mei and Zangetsu. Hop on. It will be much faster through the air. You should have done it earlier, Mei complains. I almost forgot about it. Izuna scratches the back of his head. Well, it's not too late. Hold tightly, we are going full speed. Izuna instructs them. He gently pats the eagle's head. Scree. The eagle screeches and instantly speeds up. Fast, that's too fast. Mei grabs his waist to take support. Zangetsu grabs his leg to support himself. What's with this situation? Anyway, it was a nice idea to form a summoning contract in Shikatsu Forest. Well. I formed a summoning contract with all the summons of the Shikatsu Forest. Whoosh. The eagle increases its speed by another notch and whizzes through the air. It reaches supersonic speeds and breaks past the sound barrier. Mei tightly hugs his waist as she looks around. At this rate, we will be able to overtake the father's group in a few more moments. But at this speed, I can't spot a thing. Mei sighs in relief. Whoosh. The eagle continues to soar for half an hour. Found them. Izuna stops his eagle above the clouds as he observes Fuji and his group moving towards the center of the land of waves. They are right below us. Izuna points out the location of Fuji to Mei and Zangetsu. Man, you have quite the sharp eyes. Zangetsu stares at the escort group as they appear as small as ants in his vision. I just have good eyes. Izuna chuckles and turns towards Mei. So, do you want to group up with your father? No. Mei shakes her head in denial. He won't allow me to, he is worried about my safety, and would probably send me back. We should move forward and ambush the enemy. She suggests to them. Are you sure, it is a good idea? What if the enemies outnumber us? He questions her decision. It is fine, we have your eagle with us. We will survey the situation from above, and if there are too many enemies, we will retreat and regroup with Father's group to support them. Mei forms a plan. Well, you call shots here, so it's fine with me. Izuna pats Eagle's head. The eagle speeds and disappears on the horizon. The group moves for another hour before they spot the mist swordsman. Enemy. Up ahead. Izuna warns them. Mei frowns and questions him. How many? I can see 3 people with peculiar swords in their hand. Izuna describes their appearance to them. It is them, the newly formed mist swordsmen. Mei recognizes the features of one of them. Zangetsu clutches his blade. The time for our showdown has finally arrived. Let's engage them. I think we have a chance against them. Mei signals Izuna. Izuna lowers the altitude. Mei jumps from the top of the eagle and makes some hand signs. Lava release, lava meteor shower. She fires a giant lava meteor ball towards the enemy group. At present, Izuna and Zangetsu jump behind Mei and groups with her. The eagle nods its head and disappears in a poof of smoke. Catching. Zangetsu draws out his blade from the sheath and points towards Mangetsu. He is mine, don't interfere in our battle. Zangetsu dashes towards Mangetsu with a blade in his hand. Mangetsu frowns as he notices Zangetsu. I will handle this bastard. He makes some hand signs. Water release, water gun. Bang. He shoots a small water bullet from his finger. Catchin. Zangetsu slices the water bullet with his sword. He makes some hand signs in retaliation. Water release, water jet pistol. Zangetsu points his sword towards Mangetsu and fires a jet of high-pressure water. Bang. Mangetsu blocks the attack with his sword and engages Zangetsu in a sword fight. I have some questions to ask from him. Mei points towards Renjuro. Boil release, corrosive mist breath. She releases a highly acidic mist from her mouths. Hiramakari, release. Renjuro swings his sword and disperses the mist. He dashes towards a hill and Mei follows after him. So. I guess, you will be my opponent then. Kisame stars at Izuna. Well. I don't know how to feel about it. Izuna cracks his neck and stares towards a tree. So both Obito and Black Zetsu are monitoring the situation. As much as I would like to kill them now, if I did so, I might spark the attention of Ishiki Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu is Kagaya's will and Ishiki was her partner. I don't know if he is aware of Black Zetsu, and is monitoring him through some secret techniques. Kisame places his blade beside him and quickly makes multiple hand signs. Water release, 4 shark shower. He slams his palm on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. A large surge of water erupts from the ground. The water forms a group of 4 water sharks which rushes towards Izuna. Izuna makes some hand signs and stretches his hands towards the sharks. Ice release, 1-horned white whale. He creates a humongous ice whale. The whale slams into the water sharks and freezes them. Shatter. The ice whale and the water sharks shatter into multiple ice shrapnel which launches towards Kisame. Clang, clang, clang. Kisame blocks the ice shrapnel with his blade. Haha. Kisame grins as he looks towards Izuna. It has been a while since I came across such an opponent. Even Samehada is happy to fight against you. Entertain me while you can. He grabs the giant shark blade and swings it towards Izuna. Clank. Izuna blocks the attack with a kunai. Clank, clank. Both of them exchanges a few blows. Skier. The shark's skin rips apart the bandage tied on the blade and attacks Izuna. Clank. Izuna makes an ice kunai and blocks the attack. Oh, no one has ever been able to escape unscathed from this surprise attack. You are the first person to do so. Kisame is surprised to see Izuna block his attack. Whoosh. Kisame performs a backflip and creates some distance between them. He makes multiple hand signs and directs his palm towards Izuna. Water release, water shark bomb jutsu. He manipulates a large amount of water and directs it towards Izuna. The water shapes into a giant water shark and opens its enormous mouth to bite Izuna. Let me see, how are you able to dodge this? You talk too much. Izuna makes some hand signs and thrusts his hand forward. Ice release, ice dragon blizzard. He sends a gigantic dragon of ice to intercept the shark. Boom. The shark and the ice collide with each other and explodes. Ha. Kisame smirks and makes a ram hand seal. The water droplets in the surroundings turn into multiple small sharks and attack Izuna. Water release, 1000 shark shower. In response, Izuna clasps his hands together. Ice release, swallow snowstorm. Many surrounding ice splinters turn into small ice swallows and collides with the small water sharks, freezing and shattering them in the process. No one except Mangetsu has been able to make me sweat this much in a while. What's your name? I will remember you as a worthy opponent before I kill you. Kisame questioned him. You seem pretty confident about killing me. Chapter 155, 151. Battle of Swordsmen. Boom. Boom. Various explosion occurs in a distance as Zangetsu fights against Mangetsu. Water release, hydrification technique, great water arm technique. Zangetsu raises his right arm. The arm absorbs the moisture from the body and compresses it into the arm. The muscles of the arm enlarge and get strengthened. Zangetsu clutches his sword with the right hand and performs a spin in air before slamming the sword towards Mangetsu. Kenjutsu, decapitation strike. Bam. Mangetsu blocks the attack with this blade. Swoosh. The force from the attack sends him flying. Whoosh. He performs a somersault in air and steadily lands on the ground. Whoosh. Zangetsu strengthens his leg muscles using the hydrification technique and increases his speed. He instantly appears in front of Mangetsu and slashes his sword at him. Clang. Mangetsu blocks the strike. Crumble. The ground beneath him caves in. He struggles to push the blade away from his throat. Crack, crack. Some cracks appear on his blade. TCH. Mangetsu clicks his tongue. Water release, hydrification technique, jet pump kick. He enlarges his right leg and kicks Zangetsu away. In all those years, your skills have improved, Zangetsu. You forced me to use one of the 7 swords. Mangetsu makes some hand signs and summons a scroll in front of him. He slams his palm on one of the seals on the scroll and summons a blade. Behold Kabuto Wari. Mangetsu wields a peculiar sword with a giant axe on one end tied to a hammer on the other end with a thin, leather-like rope. Zangetsu makes some hand signs and slams his palms on the ground. Water release, Tateboshi. A giant gust of water erupts from the ground. The water turns into a giant pufferfish and moves towards Mangetsu. Mangetsu raises his hand in the air with the axe part of the blade in his right hand and the hammer part in the left hand. Kenjutsu, Kabuto Wari, deep earth slash. He infuses some chakra into the blade and slams it on the ground. Rumble, rumble. Ground tremble underneath his strike as the blade releases a vertical blade of energy towards the pufferfish. Kenjutsu, Kabuto Wari, endless heaven smash. Bang. He slams the blunt part of the axe with the hammer. Boom. The axe and the hammer releases a shockwave which tears through the ground and smashes into the pufferfish. Boom. The pufferfish disperses into countless raindrops, and the shockwave pushes Zangetsu. Zangetsu holds his blade horizontally in his hands and infuses chakra into the blade. Kenjutsu, Suridoiken, Halo Dance of Waning Moon. The blade glows with a cyan hue. Zangetsu slashes it horizontally towards Mangetsu. The blade releases a cyan blade of water. The cyan blade slashes through the shockwave and travels towards Mangetsu. Mangetsu frowns as he looks at the cyan blade. Water release, hydrification technique. His body turns into the water as he receives the attack. Bam. The cyan blade slams into his liquefied body and throws Mangetsu in the air. Cough. Cough. Mangetsu holds his chest as slowly stands up from the rubble. Now, die, it's time to end our long rivalry. Zangetsu swings the blade towards Mangetsu's neck. Slash. He slashes Mangetsu's body in half. Plop. Mangetsu turns into a puddle of water and falls on the ground. A water clone. Zangetsu frowns. He immediately turns around and blocks an attack from the real Mangetsu. Kenjutsu, Shibuki, Bakuto Ren. Mangetsu swings a giant sword. The sword has 2 distinct sides with a narrow cutting edge on one side and a broad platform with a scroll attached to the other side. The scroll unfolds and releases multiple explosive tags from it. Explode. Mangetsu makes a hand sign. The explosive tags on the blade glow brilliantly. Boom. Boom. Zangetsu is blown away by the explosion. Bang. He smashes through multiple trees and finally collides in a giant tree. Cough, cough. He coughs out a mouthful of blood. Mangetsu slowly walks towards him. You are too soft, just like your father. He lifts the blade and slashes Zangetsu. Near a cliff on top of a hill. Mei is fighting against Renjiro as she questions him. What are you trying to achieve through this? You are the one who informed me of this ambush and now you are fighting against me. Renjiro silently makes some hand signs. Water release, great waterfall technique. He spits a huge amount of water from his mouth. The water cascades into a spinning vortex destroying land and trees along its way as it travels towards Mei. Mei frowns as she looks at this jutsu. He is not pulling back his punches, in that case. Mei makes multiple hand signs. Lava release, melting apparition technique. She spits out a large amount of lava from her mouth. The lava raises everything to ashes as it collides with the giant vortex of water. Boom. The clash between two jutsus produces a large amount of mist which hinders their vision. Renjiro grabs his blade as he makes some hand signs. Water release, hiding in the mist technique. He slowly vanishes in the mist and moves towards Mei. This is looking bad for me. Mei makes some hand signs. Boil release, skilled mist technique. She exhales a small amount of mist which encompasses a small area around her. Sizzle. Sizzle. She senses some disturbance in her mist. Clang. Mei immediately draws out a kunai from her holster and blocks an attack from Renjiro. Hey! What are you trying to achieve through this? You first informed me about the ambush, and now you are attacking me. Was it a part of your plan? Clang. She questions him as she blocks another strike from him. No, it's not a trap. I called you here for a purpose. Renjiro replies to her as he disappears in the mist. Silent killing. He is utilizing the art of silent killing, one of the sword art of Miss Swordsman. I have a younger brother called Chojuro, both of us were orphans. Akifumi-sama adopted us from the orphanage. He raised us and trained us to wield a sword. Clang. Mei blocks another attack from Renjiro. Chojuro is such a clumsy child, he can't properly handle a sword, so I was chosen to become a member of the Miss Swordsman. Cough, cough. Renjiro coughs a little blood from his mouth. He stops his attack and appears in front of Mei. During all these years, I saw all the horrendous deeds committed by Akifumi-sama. I even did many dirty jobs for him, all these years. I came to know about the dark side of the shinobi world. I have always thought to myself, what if something similar happened to me and Chojuro? Renjiro draws high blade again and attacks Mei. Clang. Mei blocks the attack. So I thought of repenting my crimes. I thought of abandoning my position as a Miss Swordsman and thought of defecting from the village together with Zabuza, but Chojuro is still under their control. I can't leave him alone, in all these years. I, cough, cough, gained nothing but this disease. Renjiro coughs another mouthful of blood. I don't have long enough time to live and watch Chojuro grow, so when I heard about the tension between the factions, I thought of defecting for Chojuro's sake. Renjiro throws a scroll towards Mei. Mei catches the scroll and notices a location marked on the map. This is the location of ambush plotted by Akifumi. He is personally involved in this ambush. As for the fight, I wanted to test your strength and see for myself, now. Renjiro stops all of his movements. He wields the Hiramakari blade in his hands. Snip. The blade separated in two separate dual blades. Here is my final attack. If you can block this attack, then I will at least die happily, as Chojuro would be in safe hands. If not, then you will die together with me. Renjiro takes a sword stance. Genjutsu, Hiramakari, Bloody Mist sword art, bone mutilation. Both blades glow with a pale blue light. Renjiro slashes them towards Mei. Now, watch out for my attack. Swish, swish. Multiple large pale blue chakra blades shoot towards Mei. Mei's expression turns serious. I have to give my all to counter this attack. Mei clasps her hand together as she riles up her chakra. Lava release, bone ash annihilation meteor. She directs her hands towards the multiple chakra blades. Boom. A large lava meteor appears behind her. The meteor smashes into the multiple chakra blades. Boom. Boom. The chakra swords bombard the meteor. Boom. The meteor explodes, annihilating the swords. A giant pool of lava forms on the ground. Mei faints from chakra exhaustion. Renjiro stands at the edge of the cliff as he stares at the lava pool. Guess. I made the right choice. He closes his eyes and silently falls from the cliff into the bottomless abyss of the mist sea. Oh. Those are some big words coming from your mouth. Izuna stares at Kisame. He makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Let me see if you can handle this. Ice release, frost apocalypse of end. Rumble. Rumble. The ground beneath them shakes as the surrounding temperature falls below the freezing point. A chill runs through Kisame's spine. I have to stop him before he completes his jutsu. He grabs Samahata's handle and yells. Same Hada, transfer me some chakra. Same Hada follows his order and transfers an enormous amount of chakra to Kisame. His skin turns blue as shark gills and fins appear on his body. He clasps his hand together and stretches them towards Asuna while infusing a massive amount of chakra in his attack. Water release, great shark bullet technique. Kisame creates a gigantic water shark from his chakra and launches it towards Asuna. The shark opens its enormous mouth as it bites everything along its way and grows stronger by each second. The shark arrives before Izuna in just an instant as it tries to swallow him. Too late. Izuna finishes his hand signs and claps his hands together. Release. Whoosh. A chilling wind blows through the entire area, covering the entire forest in ice. The water shark instantly freezes into ice. Clatter, clatter. It shatters into countless fragments of ice and falls on the ground. The entire land is covered in snow as it continues to rain down snow. Kisame's body gets frozen into an ice sculpture. Clatter, clatter. Obito clatters his teeth as his body starts to freeze. Wah, wah, what kind of jutsu is this? Such powerful forbidden jutsu. If not for Hashirama cells, my body would have been frozen by now. Boom. Izuna hears an explosion in a distance. That's from Mei's location. He quickly dashes in Mei's direction. Quick, grab him. Even my body is starting to freeze now. Black Zetsu reminds Obito. Obito immediately approaches the Kisame ice sculpture and stores him in his Kamui. We have to thaw him, out of ice. But for now, let's get out of here. Swirl. Obito and Black Zetsu teleport from the ice hell. Chapter 156, 152. The Eternal Conflict. Slash. Mangetsu slashes his blade at Zangetsu. Ha. Zangetsu smirks as he stabs his blade in ground. You lowered your guard. Kenjutsu, Suradoiken, Blade Crucifixion, Death by 1,000 Cuts. Slash, slash. Almost 1,000 glowing chakra blades erupt from the ground. Hydrification technique. Mangetsu yells immediately. His body turns into the water to avoid the physical attack. It's useless. These blades are infused with chakra. Stab, stab. The blades stab through Mangetsu's body. His body turns into a jelly-like state as it slowly converts into a puddle of water. Cough, cough. I did it. I brought honor to you, father. Zangetsu slowly closes his eyes as blood continues to spill from his wounds. No, not like this. I won't die alone. I will take you with me. A hand comes out from the puddle of water. There is a long needle sword held in the hand. Kenjutsu, Nuibari, Wire Crucifixion. The hand stabbed the needle through Zangetsu's throat. Guffaw. Zangetsu coughs out a mouthful of blood as he struggles to breathe. Zangetsu infuses more chakra in his sword as the blade pierces through the puddle of water, silencing it completely. Guess, in the end, like father. I will also die a meaningless death because of a foolish rivalry. I only came to know of this fact at my deathbed. Zangetsu's vision blurs as his eyes shut down. Izuna immediately approaches the direction of the explosion. He notices a giant pool of lava at the center of the pool. A frown appears on his face as he notices Mei lifelessly lying on the ground. He quickly approaches her and checks her pulse. Phew. She is alive, she just ran out of chakra. Izuna makes some hand signs and grabs her hand. Chakra transfer. He transfers some of his chakras to Mei while rejuvenating her with nature energy. Ugh. Mei slowly opens her eyes as she looks around. A handsome face appears in her vision as she is lying in Izuna's lap. What happened? She quickly distances herself from Izuna as a slight blush appears on her face. Cough, cough. Izuna coughs a little to remove the awkwardness. So, what happened here? Where is the enemy? He asks her. He is gone, forever. Mei points towards the cliff. Izuna understands her gesture and nods his head. So, did he give you any information? Mei immediately passes the scroll to Izuna. Izuna opens the map and notices the marked location. It is situated on the alternate route of the escort group. We have to hurry up. Mei slowly stands up and tries to walk. She staggers and falls to the ground. I am still weak from the chakra exhaustion. She takes out a chakra pill from her storage scroll and consumes it. We don't have time to wait for your recovery. Izuna grabs her by the waist and Princess carries her. Wah, what are you doing? Put me down. Mei protests. Listen, we don't have time for this banter, your father needs your help. Mei hesitatingly nods her head and stops struggling. Let's pick Zangetsu too, that guy is like a cockroach, he won't die easily with his water body. Izuna closes his eyes and senses Zangetsu's chakra. A frown appears on his face. His chakra signature is too weak. He immediately dashes in Zangetsu's direction. He arrives at the location to see a needle sword stabbed through Zangetsu's throat. He places Mei against a tree as he approaches Zangetsu. Zangetsu. Izuna immediately pulls out the sword while he treats him with Mystic Palm technique. Oi. Zangetsu. Open your eyes, you can't die like this. You are an unkillable cockroach, just open your eyes, you can't die like this. Izuna infuses nature chakra in Zangetsu's body while treating his wound with mystic palm. Ugh. Zangetsu slowly opens his eyes as he stares at Izuna. It's futile. I won't live longer, my end has come. Zangetsu places a hand on Izuna's shoulder. It was fun to know you. I hope I will be able to have a friend like you in my next life. Zangetsu closes his eyes. Name. Tell me your real name. Zangetsu asks him. No Yuki clan member can use such a high-level medical technique. You are not a Yuki clan member, so at my last moments at least tell me your real name. Izuna opens his eyes and activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amenamenikanushi. Izuna activates his Mangekyo ability as he stops time. He holds Zangetsu's hand to remove the effect. Zangetsu slowly looks around and notices everything frozen in a place. This is. His eyes widen as he notices everything frozen around him. Zangetsu turns towards Izuna and notices his Sharingan and real face. Haha, as I expected, who could it be except the silent Shinigami of the shinobi world? There is no ninja as talented as you. Zangetsu chuckles as he struggles to utter more words. Izuna clutches his right hand as he tries to communicate with the Sin Seal. Sin Seal, damn it, listen to me, save him, like Minato and Kushina. I made a friend in the shinobi world, and he is on the verge of death, save him. The Sin Seal remains dormant without any activity. Damn it. Damn it. Izuna smashes his fist on the ground. Crack. A crack appears on the ground. Just give up on me. Zangetsu holds his hand. I don't have much time, here take this sword as my present for you. Zangetsu passes his sword to Izuna and slowly closes his eyes. Remember what I said about the origin of 7 Swords of the Mist. It is the 8th sword out of the 7. No one was able to use it. Even now. I don't know what else is it capable of, just take this sword as a memento from me. Zangetsu slowly passes the sword to Izuna as he breathes his last. Damn it. Damn it. Even if we knew each other for a few days, but I came to consider you as a friend. Izuna holds the sword in his hand. A strange feeling wells up within him as he feels a strange connection to the sword. He ignores this feeling and stows the sword into his storage scroll. Bam. Bam. Izuna digs a grave near Zangetsu's body and places him inside it. I won't allow anybody to pilfer your remains and disrupt your rest. He makes multiple hand signs and places various Fuinjutsu seals around Zangetsu's grave. Release. Izuna releases his spacetime ability and walks towards Mei. Zangetsu has left this world. He emotionlessly informs her. Mei silently nods her head. He makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Izuna summons his eagle and moves towards the escort group. We will unite with the escort group and face the attack of the enemy together with them. Mei silently stares at Izuna's solemn face while sitting on top of the eagle. Is this the face of a man who lost his friend? Is this how father felt all those years when he lost his friends and family? No. I don't want to lose my father. She clutches her fists tightly. They travel for another hour before they spot Fuji and his escort group. Ao frowns as he notices some chakra signatures. He activates his Byakugan and notices Izuna and Mei flying towards them. Ao turns towards Fuji and informs him. A frown appears on Fuji's face. This girl, why did she come all the way here? The eagle lands in front of the group and Mei jumps down and rushes towards Fuji. Fuji stops her and questions her. What's the meaning of this, Mei? You were supposed to stay in the village, under Terumi clan security. Fuji notices the worn-out condition of Mei as his frown deepens. Father. You can accuse me later, but listen to me first. She thrusts the scroll into Fuji's hands and narrates the entire series of events to the group. Sigh. Fuji sighs to himself as he laments Zangetsu's death. His father was my savior. He saved my life during the Second Shinobi War. I can't even take care of his only son, what kind of friend am I? It's not the time for the mourning, we have to move forward, or else his sacrifice will go in vain. Elder Genji reminds him. Sigh. Fuji sighs again and continues his journey. Izuna moves alongside them as he recalls his journey in the shinobi world. As an otaku, I thought the Naruto world would be an interesting place, from the anime and manga I read. I always find it fascinating when a bunch of shinobis throw around their cool jutsu, but I guess I was naive back then. My powers might have made my life a bit easier, but there is still pain, suffering, and death in this world. There is no true peace in this world. Only endless conflict and war. If there is no conflict, then the human will create a new one. It is the nature of man. Inside the storage scroll. The sword continues to glow with a cyan hue as many strange seals appear on its entire blade. Chapter 157, 153. Sleeper Agent. Father, we can't move along this route. There is an ambush up ahead. Terumi warns Fuji. I know. Fuji nods his head. Father, we can't follow. Wait, you know about it. Mei's eyes widen as she stares at her father. Yes. I know about the ambush and I even know about the identity of the spy, or to say, traitor. Fuji folds his hands in front of his chest as he stares at the people in his group. Tap, tap. Elder Genji taps his staff on the ground. Whoosh. He erects a barrier around the group. No one will get away from here. He clutches the head of his staff. The expression of the escort group turns ugly as they stare at Elder Genji. What's the meaning of this? Elder Genji. Do you question our loyalty? One of the shinobi angrily stares at Elder Genji. Yes, what's the meaning of this? Many voices of discontent rings in their ears. Waken silently stares at the group of people as clenches his fist. What's going on? Did Fuji found the traitor? Waken clenches his fists and looks towards the group of shinobis. Come. Down everyone, no one here doubts your loyalty. But some precautions are always needed, in case things may go south. Fuji calms then down as his gaze falls on Waken. Am I right? Waken. Of course, we can't allow the traitor to get scot-free from this such treacherous deed. Waken nods his head in agreement. Oh. That's unexpected. Did they figure out the identity of the traitor? Izuna gets out from his thoughts as his gaze lands on Waken. What, father? You know about the traitor, Mei questions Fuji. Yes, it has been a while since I came to know of this matter. Fuji turns towards Ao. It was thanks to Ao's keen observation we could figure out the identity of the traitor, and this escort trip was a trap to lure out the enemy and deal with them in one fell swoop. Fuji chuckles as he waves his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple figures wearing Anbu costumes surround the area. Then, who is the traitor? Mei asks him. Fuji turns towards Waken. Why don't you turn yourself in? Waken. Isn't it about time to put an end to that act of yours? Fuji walks in front of Waken and stares him in the eyes. What? The eyes of the rest of the people in the group widen as they stare at Waken in bewilderment. What? Uncle Waken was the spy, he was the traitor who revealed the information of our every move to the enemies. Mei looks towards Waken with disbelief in her eyes. Izuna silently rolls his eyes. Took them long enough to figure this out. He activates his Sharingan and stares at Waken's chakra network. The flow of Waken's chakra is turbulent and in disarray. That Abito. I wonder how many people is he manipulating this very instance. What? It's not me. What are you talking about? Waken incredulously looks at the group. It must be some sort of misunderstanding. He frantically shakes his hand in denial. Fuji. I have followed you since the Second Shinobi War. I had your back multiple times during the Third Shinobi War and even before that. How am I a traitor? If I was a traitor, then I had multiple opportunities to end your life. Waken argues with Fuji. True. Uncle Waken had the opportunity to kill me or father during multiple missions. Mei states the facts. Well. Ao, why don't you narrate what you saw a few months ago? Fuji nods to Ao. Yes. Fuji-sama. Ao nods his head and explains. I had my suspicion of someone being a spy. Ao turns towards Izuna. Izuna grins at Ao. So I raised the security of the Terumi mansion and often I would personally oversee the patrol duty. Elder Genji nods his head in praise. Ao explains the entire series of events to them. So, you saw Uncle Waken sneak out of the Terumi mansion and communicate with a masked person outside Kiri. Ao nods his head. Yes. I happened to be on patrol duty that night. I would usually survey the entire Terumi compound with my Byakugan before calling it a day. So, I chanced upon Waken-san secretly moving out of the Terumi compounds one such night. Out of curiosity and suspicion, I followed after him. No, he is lying. It wasn't me, my loyalty lies with the Fuji-san. I will never betray him. Waken shakes his head in a frenzy. Crack. Izuna raises his head and looks towards Waken. Was it my imagination, or did I hear the sound of something shattering in pieces? Izuna looks around to spot the faint sound. Ah. Waken clutches his head and shouts in agony. Ah. No. He draws a kunai from his holster and dashes towards Fuji. Stop him, he has gone mad. Elder Genji orders the Anbu units. Lava release, sealing ash technique. Fuji makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Whoosh. Molten ash erupts from the ground and seals Wakan in his place. Izuna frowns as he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan to inspect Wakan's mind. There is a tiny sealing formula around his brain. This sealing pattern, it was sealing his memories. So, this Wakan guy was a sleeper agent hidden in the Kiri. But how could that be? He was present in Kiri during the Second Shinobi War. Obito was a newborn child at that time. So it couldn't be him, unless... Izuna's eyes widen as he speculates. It must be grandfather. Izuna inspects Wakan's mind again. He notices a tiny black rod inserted in Wakan's brain. Black rod, so it is a Rinnegan technique, no wonder. I couldn't figure out the nature of the jutsu. I just noticed the disturbance in his chakra and speculated it to be the work of genjutsu, but it was beyond my imagination. I wonder, how strong was grandfather in his prime? A grin appears on Izuna's face as he thinks of a showdown with his grandfather. What's going on? Fuji questions Elder Genji. Ao frowns and activates his Byakugan. He seems to be under the effect of a powerful genjutsu. Ao notices the disruption in Wakan's chakra flow. Can you dispel it? I don't want one of my close subordinates and friend to fall under someone's scheme. Fuji asks Ao. I will give it a try. Ao approaches Wakan and places his hand on Wakan's forehead. He infuses a little chakra in Wakan's chakra system to disrupt his chakra flow. Ah. Wakan clutches his forehead as it bloats out. Get back, he is about to explode. Elder Genji warns Ao. Boom. Wakan's body explodes violently. The explosion covers a large area and blows away the barrier. Ao barely manages to avoid the explosion as he stares at the explosion with wide eyes. What kind of jutsu was this? Fuji turns towards Elder Genji in bewilderment. I have never seen or heard of such a technique before. Elder Genji shakes his head in denial. Crack, crack. Fuji clenches his fists tightly as he stares at the remains of Wakan. He was under a very powerful genjutsu and when Ao tried to dispel the genjutsu, it triggered the explosion. Elder Genji mutters. Sigh. Fuji closes his eyes as he mourns the death of his friend. Yet. I lost another friend during such cruel times. His back hunches a little as he takes supports against a tree while staring at the remains of his friend. Mei comforts Fuji as she hugs him tightly. Izuna stares at the crater as he thinks to himself. That sealing formula was a Fuinjutsu technique, if I remember correctly, it was based on memory concealing manipulative mind technique, but it seems like grandfather modified the jutsu with his Rinnegan. Wheeze. Izuna takes a deep breath. I wonder how my grandfather learned Fuinjutsu. Now I'm curious to know the extent of powers of Rinnegan. The original Naruto never truly revealed the full potential of Rinnegan, except the 7 paths and some unique jutsu. All Otsutsukis had their version of Rinnegan with unique powers. I wonder when would I awaken my Rinnegan? Izuna touches his eyes. It has been 10 years since I injected Hashirama cells in my body. Inside a secret hideout. Black Zetsu raises his head as he gazes in a direction. Looks like the sleeper did its job. He enters underground and a giant tree with a figure protruding out from its trunk appears in his vision. The body of this incarnation of Asura was truly unique. Black Zetsu stares at the figure of Hashirama protruding out from the chakra tree. Sage body, so that's what it is called. The memories passed by the mother have some information about it. Chapter 158, 154. End of the Civil War. The group continues the journey. Izuna spots the enemy ninjas hiding in ambush. We are there. I can see them in a distance. Ao informs Fuji and the group as he monitors his surroundings with the Byakugan. It's time for payback. We will eradicate the tumor of Kiri, once and for all. Fuji signals the hidden Anbu members. Whoosh, whoosh. The Anbu members make some hand signs. Cooperation ninjutsu, demonic illusion, steaming mirage mirror genjutsu. The group of shinobi slams their hands on the ground. Multiple water vapors in the atmosphere coalesce in front of them. The water mirrors reflect light and create a wide area of genjutsu in the area. The group slowly approaches the ambush spot. Hee hee. They are here. It's time to finish off what we started earlier. Akifumi notices Fuji's group and signals his subordinates to finish them off with a cutthroat gesture. Swish. Swish. The shinobis on Akifumi's side throws multiple kunai with paper bombs towards Fuji's group. Boom. The paper bombs explode on top of Fuji's group in an enormous explosion. Ha. Ha. Akifumi grins in laughter. Now, at the finishing touches, in case someone survived. Yes. Akifumi-sama. Anbu members make multiple hand signs. Water style, water bullet barrage. They shoot multiple water bullets in rapid succession inside the dust cloud. The barrage continues for a few minutes before they finish their assault. Whoosh. Whoosh. One of the Anbu members who appears to be the leader of the group jumps inside the dust cloud. Watch out for any survivors and finish them off. He makes some hand gestures towards the rest of the group. Multiple Anbu members take out their kunai and blades and enter inside the mist cloud created by their earlier technique. They fell for our trap. Ayo reports to Fuji. Elder Genji nods his head. This technique was created by the second Mizukage, and it was one of his signature technique. Lord Gungetsu would summon his clan and create a mist field in the area to create a mirage of himself. Later, he passed this technique to his aides while modifying it according to the group. Elder Genji explains the origin of the technique. This technique works similar to a mirage in a desert. The oasis in the desert appears closer than its actual distance. So, using the countless water droplets in the atmosphere as a medium, the technique projects an illusion of us, at a faraway distance, while we are away from that place. Lord Second was invincible with this technique. Even the second Tsuchikage was helpless against this technique. Sadly, these shinobis aren't on his level yet, and it requires a large amount of chakra to constantly maintain this illusion. Fuji signals to his Anbu group. Clean them up, also capture their leader. Whoosh, whoosh. The Anbu members of Fuji's group enter into the illusion. Slash, slash. One by one they start to slaughter the enemy Anbu group who are trapped inside the genjutsu. The war is pretty much over at this point. What I am most interested in is the aftermath of this civil war. I wonder if there are some surprises hidden somewhere in Kiri. Izuna raises his eyebrow as he looks at the slaughter of the enemy Anbu group. No matter which nation, blood is shed everywhere. Peace is a pipeline dream in this world. You need great power to achieve true peace, but again that will make it the rule of a tyrant who orders the rest of the world from the top of the world. Kaguya failed to achieve peace using such way. Izuna shakes his head while thinking of such a notion. There is no such things as eternal conflicts, only eternal benefits. He comes to an understanding of the true nature of this world as something clicks in his mind. Thinking of which, what was the real reason behind the betrayal of Kaguya, why she backstabbed Ishiki? Guess, there is only one way to find it out. Akifumi frowns as he watches the group of his Anbu enter inside the fog but not exiting it out. What's going on? What is taking them so long? I wanted to see the dead bodies of the Fujitorumi and the traitor Genji who betrayed us and joined hands with the middle faction. He waves his hand and sends another group of Anbu members inside the fog. After waiting for a while, there is no sign of his Anbu group anywhere. A frown appears on his face. These damn idiots. I have to take the command in my own hands. Akifumi walks in front of the mist. He makes multiple hand signs. Water release, raging torrent wave. He slams his palms on the ground and releases a large torrent of water. The torrent sweeps through the battlefield, clearing away the mist. Some subordinates get caught in the jutsu while others manage to avoid it. A frown appears on Akifumi's face as he notices the dead bodies of his Anbus. It was a trap. Akifumi jumps back and avoids a kunai thrown his way. He notices Fuji standing at a distance. Unforgivable, your sins are unforgivable, you ordered your men to kill so many of the elite shinobis of the noble faction. Akifumi gnashes his teeth in rage. I have heard enough of your crap, it was your group who attacked us first, we only counterattacked. Fuji clenches his fists in anger. What are you waiting for? Capture and tie him up. He signals the Anbu group. Crack. Crack. Akifumi cracks his neck. You are underestimating the power of my Mizu clan. My grandfather Byakuren Mizu was the first Mizukage. He attained that position solely based on his strength, and I am not a pushover either. Whoosh, whoosh. Akifumi makes multiple hand signs and slams his palms on the ground. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. A giant fountain of water erupts from the ground. The water morphs into multiple water sharks which swarm towards the Anbu group. The sharks swarm the already exhausted Anbu members. Fuji snorts and makes some hand signs. Fire release, searing pulse wave. Fuji infuses large amounts of chakra and spits out a wave of flame. The waves pulses and explodes into more flames covering a large area. Both the water jutsu and the fire jutsu cancel each other, creating an enormous amount of mist. Let me assist you, father. Mei dashes towards the battlefield. There is no need for that. Izuna stops her. Why? A confused expression appears on her face. Izuna points towards the Anbu group as he whispers to her. These people obey your father because of his strength, but recently they doubted his capabilities when rumors of his health were spread through the Kirigakure. To gain their respect and trust again, Fuji-san needs to showcase his strength to them. Indeed. Elder Genji agrees with Asuna. Clang, clang. Multiple clashes occur inside the fog as Asuna calmly observes their fight. Fuji Terumi has an advantage in this fight. This Akifumi Mizu has greater reserves of chakra, but Fuji has more battle experience. Unless Akifumi pulls out a hidden technique from his ass, there is no way Fuji will lose this fight. But it is still a miracle. Fuji Terumi can fight in such a serious condition. I wonder how he survived this long. He notices a large lump of flesh clumped in Fuji's lungs. This is a strange disease I have never seen before. Itachi's illness blocks his chakra pathway in the lungs, but in Fuji's case, it has become a part of his flesh. Maybe I can study it to find a cure for Itachi's illness. Clang, clang. Fuji and Akifumi engage each other for a while. Whoosh. Akifumi jumps back and makes multiple hand signs. Mizu clan's secret technique, water release, endless drizzle of death. He clasps his hands together. Pitter. Patter. Multiple water droplets coalesce behind Akifumi. Akifumi stretches out his palms and directs them towards Fuji. Whoosh, whoosh. The water droplets shoot towards Fuji at near supersonic speeds. Fuji makes multiple hand signs in a matter of seconds as he slams his palms on the ground. Lava release, smoldering geyser of flames. Burble. Burble. Multiple lava pits appear on the ground as various columns of lava erupt from them. The lava columns block the water bullet rain. Boom. A large column of lava erupts beneath Akifumi and scorches him. Ah. Akifumi yells in agony and passes out. Cough. Cough. Fuji coughs a little and falls to the ground. Mei hurriedly supports him. It has been a while since I pushed myself this much. Fuji turns towards the Anbu group and signals them. Tie him up, we need to interrogate him. The Anbu group captures Akifumi and Elder Genji places a sealing talisman to seal his chakra. Ayo, search through his memories, we may find some clues about Waken's death from him. Ayo nods his head and approaches Akifumi. He makes a hand seal and places his hand on Akifumi's head. Chapter 159, 155. True Art. Be careful. Ayo, there might be a similar seal placed on his mind. Elder Genji warns him. Ayo activates his Byakugan and inspects the chakra system of Akifumi. Looks like he is also under the effect of a very powerful genjutsu. Ayo notices the irregular flow of chakra in Akifumi's brain. He hesitates for a while before he turns to Elder Genji. I am sorry. Genji-sama, this genjutsu is beyond my capabilities. I might be able to dispel it, but it may result in an explosion similar to Waken's case. Elder Genji frowns before he shakes his head. Then, there is no need to dispel it, we will eventually find out the truth, once we reach the village. But Elder Genji, who could be the person manipulating him? If he has an ulterior motive against Kirigakure, then it won't bid well for us. Mei interrupts Elder Genji's thoughts. Indeed. I have never seen such powerful genjutsu techniques. Well, then, we have to continue the journey to the center of the land of water and talk with Daimyo. Elder Genji signals an Anbu to carry Akifumi. In a faraway hideout. Black Zetsu frowns as he looks in Kiri's direction. That pawn has fulfilled his purpose. I don't need him anymore. Black Zetsu walks near the giant chakra tree in the center of the hideout. He draws out a black rod inserted inside the tree. Inyang, mind-body destruction release. Zetsu infuses some chakra in the black rod and stabs it into the ground. The rod releases some chakra which seeps through the ground and vanishes from vision. Izuna walks alongside the group while monitoring the changes in Fuji's body. That lump of flesh survives on the user's chakra by continuously draining it from their chakra system. In a sense, it is similar to the exploding insect technique of that bunch. I wonder if lightning chakra can be used to extract or destroy this lump of flesh. If it works, then I will be able to cure Itachi too. Father, don't push yourself this much again. Mei supports Fuji as they walk along the forest. Ayo continues to inspect their surroundings. What's with this uneasy feeling? Izuna feels a tingling sensation in his back. He immediately looks around for the source. Whoosh. He senses a strange chakra traversing beneath the ground. What's with this chakra? Before he could speculate about the nature of the chakra seeps into Akifumi's body. Ah. Akifumi squeals in pain and clutches his head. Oh no. This surge of chakra is even greater than before. The resulting explosion will annihilate everything in the surrounding vicinity. I can easily evade the perimeter of the explosion, but the same can't be said about them. This is. The eyes of the rest of the group widen as the body of Akifumi bloats into a sphere before compressing into a small glowing red mass of chakra. Ayo inspects the blob with his Byakugan and warns the rest of them. Genji-sama, this lump of chakra is about to explode and... Gulp. Ao gulps his saliva as he informs the group. The resultant explosion will annihilate everything in the circumference of 1 kilometer. What? Fuji and Mei's eyes widen. Elder Genji throws multiple sealing talismans from his storage scroll. Barrier talisman, armored 6 trigram. The sealing talismans float in the air and forms multiple Fuinjutsu seals. The seals erect a purple hexagonal barrier around them. Fuji and the group look at the barrier with relief. It won't be able to hold that explosion. Izuna shakes his head. What do you mean by that? One of the Anbu members angrily questions him. Our life depends on this barrier. We can't outrun the explosion, this barrier is our last resort to survive. Another Anbu snaps at him. Stop your bullshit. If you want to die then go ahead and leave the protection of this barrier. Many Anbu members rebuke Izuna. Elder Genji has an ugly expression on his face as he states the truth. He is right, the barrier won't be able to hold against that explosion. Elder Genji drops a bombshell of news on them. Then this means, all of us will die for nothing. No. Some younger ninja clutches their head in reluctance. Sigh. Some middle-aged ninjas sigh in helplessness as they surrender to their fate. Mei clutches her fist tightly as she stares at the lump of chakra. I won't give up this easily. She makes multiple hand signs and slams her palms on the ground. Earth release, multi-layered rock dome. Mei erects multiple rock domes around the group. It's no use. Ao shakes his head. This rock dome can't prevent this explosion. Mei bit on her lower lip and holds her father's hand. Father, at least. I will die alongside you. Sigh. Fuji sighs and caresses her head. I never expected my final moments would end up like this. Izuna silently stares at the interaction of various Kiri shinobis. I can only teleport a maximum of 4 people at a time with the Flying Thunder God technique. But that won't be the ideal case scenario. I don't have any attachment to this group of people, maybe besides Mei, since she was my teammate, but if I only save her, then Kiri will be weakened after this civil war with no one lead to their forces. Fuck it. Why do I care about hiding my identity in the first place? Boom. The Akifumi bomb blows up, creating a tall pillar of red chakra from its center. The explosion travels at an extremely fast speed and engulfs the barrier. Crumble. Crumble. The barrier instantly crumbles under the power of the explosion. The rock dome shatters into countless dust fragments in an instant. Mei closes her eyes as the red pillar of light engulfs her. Susanoo, Yata no Kagami. Boom. The explosion engulfs the group. A giant pillar of red light rises into the atmosphere as it engulfs the surrounding forest. The large pillar of light sustains for a few seconds before it vanishes, leaving behind pure destruction in its wake. Inside Kiri. In a small house. Kimimaro is laying on the ground while his body is covered in sweat. He feels a tingling sensation on his back as the seal on his spine glows with a cyan hue. Whoosh. He notices a giant pillar of red light rising in the atmosphere at a very far away distance. Boom. The red pillar of light is followed by a very loud noise as the sound of the explosion almost deafens the ears of the nearby villagers. What's going on? Kimimaro jumps on top of the roof and looks at the explosion. Somehow. I feel like the Messenger-san is inside that explosion. Kimimaro clutches his fists. I believe in Messenger-san. Kimimaro takes out a small diary and writes in it. Explosions are cool. He closes the diary and pockets it. Inside a large manor in the center of the Kiri village. A group of elders stares at the sight of the large pillar as they discuss among themselves. What kind of technique is this? One of the elder questions the rest of the group. I have no idea about it, probably some sort of forbidden ninjutsu. I have heard of a similar technique. The old elders tap his fingers on the table. During the Third Shinobi War, the leader of a small hidden clan called Tsuchigumo clan developed a very powerful kenjutsu. The kenjutsu was powerful enough to easily annihilate a hidden village into dust in a matter of seconds. The leader of the clan, En no Gyoja, used this powerful jutsu to annihilate an entire island during the Third Shinobi War. After witnessing the potency of this kenjutsu, the third Hokage of the Leaf Village signed a pact with the Tsuchigumo clan to prevent the misuse of the technique. The old elder takes out a scroll from his pocket and places it on the table. You mean to say that Akifumi managed to get his hands on such a powerful technique? The rest of the elders frowns at the possibility. I am not sure about the nature of the technique, but it seems to be the case. The old elder nods his head. No wonder. He had such confidence when he led the ambush. Other elders nod their heads. Inside a small restaurant. A cloaked figure raises his head as he stares at the gigantic explosion. Art, this is art. The eyes of the figure shine in amazement while staring at the explosion. We had a contract, you bomb the Hashigano village, and we pay. A hoarse voice interrupts him. Humph. Look at these fools, they have no appreciation for art. The cloaked figure turns towards the source of the voice. He grabs a stack of cash from a brawny guy and counts it. The cloaked figure walks out of the restaurant. You have to feel art. And true art is an explosion. Katsu. Boom. Chapter 160, 156. Identity revealed. Susanoo, Yata no Kagami. A giant silver constructive chakra appears in front of the group. It has golden arm guards and bracers. The giant construct places down a colossal dark black shield of chakra in front of the group. Boom. The explosion detonates on the shield. Swirl. The shield absorbs the entire force of the explosion, guarding the Kiri shinobis. Mei slowly opens her eyes. Her eyes widen in trepidation as she stares at the giant chakra construct with fear. Fuji, Elder Genji, and Ao stare at the colossal humanoid constructive chakra rivaling the height of a small hill with fear. Gulp. Ao gulps his saliva and speaks. It is. Yudo Yuki. He points towards Izuna with shaky hands. Fuji and Elder Genji turns towards the lower part of the Susanoo and notices Izuna standing in the center of the humanoid construct with a serious expression. Boom. The explosion lasts for a while as the shield absorbs the major force of the explosion. Release. The Susanoo lifts the shield and points it towards the sky. Boom. The shield releases a red column of energy as it deflects the entire force of the explosion towards the sky. Phew. Izuna heaves a sigh of relief and dispels his Susanoo. We are saved, we are saved. The Kiri shinobi celebrate in joy as they merrily hug each other. And here goes my cover. Izuna sighs to himself and walks towards Mei and the group. Well, we somehow survived. He smiles at the group as he tries to ease some tension. Who are you? Fuji raises his guard with a kunai in his hand, ready to fight. Hey. Why don't you calm down for a while? Old man. If I wanted to kill you, then I wouldn't have saved you, to begin with. Izuna raises his hands. Humph. Fuji snorts and lowers his guard. Why don't you reveal your actual identity? I am sure you are not a member of the Yuki clan. I have never heard or seen Yuki clan members using such a powerful defensive technique. He questions Izuna. Very well, it's not like you can do anything to me either way. Izuna dispels his disguise and reveals his identity. You are. The eyes of Kiri shinobis widen in surprise. They immediately raise their guard and draw out their kunai and shurikens, ready to fight him. Izuna Uchiha, one of the most feared adversaries in the shinobi world. An S-rank ninja, the sighting of whom means certain death for the enemies. When faced with him, the only choice is to surrender. As for fleeing, has someone escaped from the scythe of Reaper before? Ao has a grim expression on his face as he learns about Izuna's identity. What are you going to do with us? Mei draws out a kunai from her holster and takes a fighting stance. The people of Kirigakure are no cowards. We won't go down without a fight. Whoosh. Izuna vanishes from his position and reappears in front of Mei. Boo. He silently whispers in her ear. What are you doing? Mei is flustered by this surprise attack. Fast, he is too fast. He is leagues ahead of Third Raikage in terms of speed. Fuji clenches his fist as the memories of the Second Shinobi War flashes through his mind. Third Raikage was such a monster during the war, but he seems nothing compared to this man in front of us. Ha. Izuna laughs at Mei while holding his stomach. Sorry to surprise you like that. Lady Mei. But your reaction was very cute. What? Mei blushes a little from the compliment. Ahem. Fuji clears his throat. Mei regains her calm and turns to Izuna. Don't call me Lady Mei again. Fuji, Elder Genji, and Ao silently stare at her. Cough. Fuji coughs a little as he questions Izuna. What's the motive of Konoha for sending such an elite ninja of their village to infiltrate Kirigakure? Should we assume that Konoha has ulterior motives against Kirigakure and sent you to gather intel in Kiri? The expression of nearby shinobis turns serious as they stare at Izuna with a predatory gaze. No, it's not like that. I am not representing Konoha in this matter. This is my personal matter. Izuna waves his hands in denial. Then what are your intentions for infiltrating our Terumi clan? Fuji has a frown on his face. That. Izuna points towards Mei and explains. Well, I was minding my own business and was traveling. Miss Mei happens to be in a little trouble and I helped her, but she won't just let go of me that easily. She forged my identity as a Yuki clan member on her own, and I required a suitable identity, so I played along. Haha. Izuna chuckles as he teases May. Am I correct? Lady May. You bastard, stop with that nonsense. May has a tick mark on her forehead as she grabs Ao's collar in anger. Why I am the one suffering her wrath? Ao questions himself. Well, that was indeed her fault, but you helped us a lot in this civil war, and the Terumi clan is grateful for that. Also, thanks for saving the life of my people. Fuji bows his head in gratitude. Well. I was just doing my investigation, there is no need to thank me. Izuna shakes his head. Would you like to enlighten us, what were you investigating in Kiri? Elder Genji questioned Izuna. Well, you can choose not to tell us, for either way, we can't force you. But it is a matter of Kiri's safety and I won't lay down idly knowing that Kiri is in danger. Elder Genji clutches his staff. Since you want to know the details, then I would be honest with you. All of you must have heard about the attack on the Uchiha clan almost 2 years ago. Izuna asks them. The Kiri group nods their head in approval. I am tracking down the tracks of the killer and it led me to Kiri, Izuna explains to them. Huh. Ao frowns as he questions Izuna. Wasn't the attack orchestrated by one of the elder of Konoha together with the Akatsuki? Yes, but it is not the entire truth. I investigated the matter in detail and got to know more about it. Izuna turns towards Elder Genji and questions him. I am pretty sure, you haven't seen or heard of such a powerful technique before. Izuna points towards the remains of the forest. That's true. Elder Genji nods his head. Yes, if my suspicion is correct, then it is the same person who attacked my Uchiha clan. He is also the one manipulating the leaders of Kirigakure and if my assumption is correct, then the current Mizukage is also under his control. Izuna calmly reveals the facts to them. Anyway. I have to make some excuse for my stay in Kiri. I will throw Obito under the bus for this one. Technically, it is the truth. What? The eyes of Kiri shinobis widen after hearing this revelation. So, our Mizukichi-sama is being manipulated by someone. The group frantically discusses among themselves. Enough. Fuji roars at them. It is still a speculation. We can't be sure of the situation unless we confirm it by ourselves. True. Elder Genji agrees with Fuji. Hey. Yuto. Ahem. I mean Izuna Uchiha, can you check the condition of my father once? I have heard that you are a student of Tsunade Senju, the best medic nin of the shinobi world. May requests him. It is an excellent opportunity to develop some friendly relationship with Kirigakure. I want Itachi to become the next Hokage, it will help him a lot. Sure, but I have a condition. Izuna agrees to her request. May's expression turns ugly as a frown appears on her face. Her voice turns cold as she questions him. What condition? If it under our capabilities, then we will agree to it, otherwise forget about this conversation. Wait a minute, hear me out first. Izuna appeases her. I want to develop a friendly relationship between Konoha and Kirigakure. Regardless of the relationship. I will try my best to cure your father. Izuna relays his intention to them. Well, we can have such a discussion after we deal with this matter at hand first. Lord Daimyo is still waiting for us. Fuji interrupts them. All right. May nods his head. Phew. Fuji heaves a sigh in relief. This girl is just like her mother. She would remain calm most of the time, but for her loved ones, she will flare up. Well, it is part of the reason. I loved Miko. Why don't you folks wait here, while I lead clan leader Fuji to meet Daimyo? Izuna proposes to the group. That's a good idea. May nods her head. With your summon, it won't take us long to arrive there. Elder Genji nods his head in approval and signals to the rest of the shinobis. All of you, wait for us here. We will unite with you after the meeting. Summoning Jutsu. Izuna summons his giant eagle. May hops on it. I don't want an old geezer to hug my thighs while flying. Izuna makes some hand signs and creates some seats made out of ice for them to sit. Whoosh. The eagle leaps into the air and soars into the sky. May turns to Izuna as she bites her lower lip. Izuna notices her expression and asks her. What's the matter? Do you want to say something? Well. May hesitates for a while before asking him. I know it is rude to ask a ninja about his techniques, but I am curious to know, how are you able to use ice release techniques? As far as I know, it was never stated in your information in the bingo book. Oh. That, you won't ever see it in a bingo book. After I heard about my bounty, I paid a visit to the people maintaining the bingo book. I just beat all of them and edited my information. You are joking, right? No. I am serious.